the World Championship, ladies and gentlemen. As you have noticed, we've swapped out Crepo for Monte Cristo and his rose-colored glasses, along with upgrading to double lift from the false prophet crumbs for our next 3 games. Let's take a look at our next matchup. It is Brazil's Kabum Esports versus Korea's NaJin White Shield. NaJin are looking to secure a spot in the quarterfinals. With a win here, it will get them 1 step closer to doing so, but it's not a mathematical guaranteed yet. Let's talk about Kabum. They're the guys with the uphill struggle. 0-3 in groups. I think they've impressed in some ways, but they just have been strategically outclassed by many of their opponents.
Yeah, I've actually been pretty impressed with Tinones. Like, he's a pretty strong mid laner, and especially his Syndra, I thought was like pretty notable. But the one sore thumb I guess I would have to say about Kabum is Lep. Like, every time he's playing these kind of like mage tops, he's played Rumble, Lulu, and Kayle so far. They all seem kind of like not his style, or he just can't really respond well to ganks. They're all no escapes, and once he dies one time in the lane, the team capitalizes on that, and they just camp the hell out of him.
I actually completely agree. Actually, Lep's old screen name back in Brazil was literally the name Aurelia. He actually played that in the wild card, did well with that. Like, just follow Wicked's footsteps, just play the champion you're best at. I also want to give props to an individual player in Minerva. So I have a stat line for you guys. Let's rank the 80 carries at Worlds in CS differential at 10. Number 1, Imp. Number 2, Deft. Number 3, Reckless. Number 4, Uzi. Number 5, Name. Number 6, Minerva. He is next in that list of laning prowess. Like, he's doing quite well. This team is full of individually good players. They just can't put it together, and that's just so unfortunate to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was impressive to see that he was doing well against Sneaky, and he was doing well against Tabs. I mean, that's definitely, that says a lot, actually.
It is impressive. On the other side of the rift, it is NaJin Shield, who are, of course, looking to get 1 step closer to that guaranteed spot in the quarterfinals. A win here helps them along that path. Going 4-0 in groups is a definite strong start. Freak, you're my numbers, man.
Yeah.
How important is this to them?
So if they win here, the worst they can do is a 3-way tie for first. That's if they lose to Cloud9. Am I doing the teams right?
Cloud9 and Alliance.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I keep getting C and D backwards because the both groups are so awesome and everyone's so good there. Yeah, the worst they can do is a 3-way tie for first if NaJin Shield wins here. Kabum, on the same side, if they lose, they can still 3-way tie for second, theoretically, but they'd have to win out at that point. But yes, right? At the very worst, forcing a tiebreaker is a great way to start for Shield.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, for Shield, we'll see what they can do. They're playing Alliance later today, so we'll see how focused they are for this matchup. We're about to head off to the casters to get us into the game, but first, we're going to hear NaJin White Shield and their opponents talk about how the team is performing.
White Shield just ripping through both Cloud9 and their base here.
And they take command of their group now.
I think NaJin White Shield's one of the best teams here. I think they have opportunity to the finals.
네, 상대를 무시하는 건 아니지만 조금 쉽게 할 수 있을 것 같아요, 경기를.
They pick high pressure champions, mainly from the mid lane and the jungle, something that is really fast at doing objectives, really good at vision control.
Flash down on Froggen with vision control. It will be very hard for Lions to stop this bear.
They have a good game plan. They go into the game wanting to do X, Y, and Z. They went into the game against Alliance with a plan of countering mid-zillion, but Alliance didn't play mid-zillion, so then they weren't ready.
카붐과 C9이랑 할 때는 저희 생각대로 좀 된 것 같고, 얼라이언스 팀 갈 때는 초반에 너무 게임이 약간 좀 기울고 시작해서 좀 힘든 면이 있었는데.
They slow down what? Just there is Froggen able to pick up first blood, shotgun and dive in with the ultimate going. So goes the Gorilla. It's a double kill for Froggen.
There's definitely some mistakes they're making, and if we can keep capitalizing on them, we should be able to win.
실수가 좀 많았어요. 3경기 동안은 실수가 좀 많았고, 지금부터 남은 경기들은 조금 더 저희 팀 색깔을 보여줄 수 있었으면 좋겠어요.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just heard it there from NaJin Shield. Not going to make the mistakes like they did against Alliance. And I'm pretty sure this game they are going to be on a mission, because that could almost, as Trevor said, secure them in that top spot.
Well, we've got 2 games from them, and the second one is going to be that rematch with Alliance, so they have another chance to
it's going
make
to be
a more clean game.
Big day for them, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you have just joined us, I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm joined by Martin DeVicio Linger and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler as we do head into the next 3 matches.
And I mean, we have had some insane games today. Kabum now here, can they make the upset against NaJin White Shield? It's going to be tough, but if they manage to do it, that's going to be another epic game.
It's been a pretty wild day, so who knows what could happen. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for this matchup, though. Starting out on the blue side from Brazil, it is Kabum Esports. That means in the top lane is Lep, Danagorn in the jungle, Tinones in the mid lane, Minerva as AD carry, and Dans on support.
And on the red side, it's NaJin White Shield from Korea. Up top is Save. In the jungle, Watch. Mid, Goong. AD carry Zephyr, and support Gorilla.
So I'm looking at this pick and ban phase for these two teams. Last time Gorilla, he got his Thresh, and he was an absolute beast. He landed so many hooks.
All 3 games so far.
Actually, yeah,
I mean,
he's been insane.
Ban.
He's been insane. You have to ban it if you are Kabum here.
My favorite part is he got the blue elixir after he got mobility boots, so he could just go throw that many more hooks.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem, and also possibly looking towards maybe the top lane. You know, Save on Rise was an absolute beast last time against Cloud9.
Well, talking about champion select here, I mean, last time they played Kabum, they got a lot of their favorite champions. The Zed for Goong, the Rise that you mentioned for Save, performed very, very well.
I feel like, though, if they want to target a player, it actually has to be Watch. Because in the game against Alliance from NaJin White Shield, he was very aggressive. Alliance managed to counter gank him a few times. Danagorn, if he's in the right position, he might be able to do the same here.
But how do you target a man that's played already 3 different champions, 3 different games?
I mean, don't target in champ select, but in the game itself.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, let's stick to pick and bans first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves
there's
just
the Thresh
yet.
ban.
There is the Thresh ban and the Zed ban, of course. We've seen Goong playing that in 2 games so far, despite supposedly not being a Zed player. Maokai and Alistair targeted. We have seen Alistair sneak through a few times for the first time in this tournament today. And Janna also being taken away. So Gorilla really being focused for this matchup.
Yeah, and we can definitely kill the rumor of Goong not playing Zed. I mean, it's one of his main champions in Korea.
I know, right?
Absolutely insane on it. He has a small champion pool, but the few champions he does play, he plays them to absolutely top class.
All right, so Zed is banned out. So now, Ari and Orianna, the next top 2 for him.
Zillion has snuck through the cracks, and that surely gives Tinones a sneaky peek. We'll see how that one works out for him. That's been a great champion so far, although actually had a couple of losses today.
Well, again, we have some crazy games where the Zillion, obviously, when you go full late game, the Zillion will kind of fall off in terms of damage, but he's going to bring a lot of utility. What I actually do like for Kabum is the fact they love the laning phase, and it's where they have to win the game. Now you get the extra experience from the Zillion to maybe get a little advantage and try and snowball.
That would be great for them. Experience boost in the laning phase is very, very good. That is one of the few global passives still in the game. Zillion just holding on to his for as long as he can, but there it is again. Rise up top for Save. Lot of carry potential coming from that top lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a real problem. Of course, Nami also locked in for Gorilla, so they are leaving the AD carry choice over to Kabum. That means that Zephyr will have the choice to go with something to maybe counter it alongside that Nami. We'll see whether he goes with Lucian or Tristana, or even at maybe Twitch. These obviously played so well throughout those regional qualifiers.
Zephyr is fantastic on Twitch, and he has a bit of a special playstyle, but we can talk about it if he actually picks it.
I mean, the big champion for him this tournament has been Corki. That's the one he's been
We saw Deft as well with Corki yesterday. I mean, these mid-game power spike AD carries have been really popular. We see Lucian as well winning a lot of games because teams manage to snowball in the mid-game and just keep the lead and close out the game.
Speaking of Lucian, though, that has been a big champion for Minerva, already hovering over Tristo. So heading more towards that late game insurance policy here.
I would have loved a Lucian for him again, but maybe because Dance couldn't actually get his Thresh this time, which they've used together to really dominate the bottom lanes, they decided to go for the Tristana and go for focus more towards the late game.
Well, there's been a lot of pressure on Danagorn throughout this tournament. Obviously, back home, not getting quite the support because he hasn't been performing to his max. He was pressured and pulled from pillar to post, honestly, by Alliance the other day. They were camping out in that top lane on Lep, and every time he came there, it was just a little bit too late.
He seems to just kind of be lacking the overview of where the enemy jungler is or where he wants to gank, which means Danagorn is... It seems like he's always late into the counter gank. And we saw in the first game actually between these two teams, he was just sitting in the top lane, waiting for Watch, but he never showed up, so it didn't actually work for him.
So what he's doing is a lot of guesswork as a
Yes.
jungler, and he's trying to predict where the routes of his enemies are just based on where they've started. But they do need more information for him to work with. They have to get some sort of, deep wards to actually see where the enemy jungler has been making their movements.
And that's where Lee Sin can be a great pick here. He's stronger than the Kha'Zix in the early game. He can go in himself once he gets the side stone, play some deep wards, and try and spot where Watch is moving, and then be ready for this counter game, because Watch is a very aggressive jungler. He wants to be in your face as much as possible.
So third game for Zephyr to be on that Corki. It's worked so well for him. Got some massive scores the other day. It does leave a couple of things open. And Freak called this one out. Lep used to be known as Aurelia. That was his name. And finally, he's actually going to play a champion that he's comfy on instead of that Rumble in the top that he's been effectively forced onto, I feel, due to the popularity in this tournament.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this Aurelia from Leb all tournament long, waiting for him to go back to his namesake. Here they do have it, so this is going to be a good chance for Kabum. This would be a remarkable upset if they're able to pull this off. That would even top the craziness of the beginning of the day, and that is saying something.
That would be insane, and they have a great setup here. We have seen this before where you have Aurelia in the top lane, and it's very easy to set up ganks because people now max your E, so you get the longer stun duration. Lee Sin can then come in, and you can actually kill the Ryze. It's a matchup we saw Alliance play earlier, where Wicked was the Aurelia, and obviously he got really far ahead compared to Balls, who had to just leave the lane in the end.
Right, she's got this reliable gap closer, and Ryze is always vulnerable to top laners that have enough damage and a reliable gap closer, especially compared or comboed with a jungler like Lee Sin.
I do worry about this bottom lane setup from Kabum. They shouldn't be able to dominate the lane the same way they've been doing on the Lucian and Thresh we have seen from Dance and Minerva the last few games.
Well, of course, we had the Lulu as the final lock-in as well for Goong in the mid lane, so we'll see how that will work out. I think it's the first Lulu in the mid lane we've seen throughout this tournament.
He played it when they had Riven top lane as well, against Alliance, actually.
He did. And that didn't work out so well at the start, so we'll see whether this time around Tinones can get a bit of an advantage over the top of him. How do we count these two? How do we see this going? I mean, clearly coming into this one, NaJin White Shield, obviously massive favorites, but we've seen upsets already today.
We have, but for me, it's all about this top lane here. Can you get Lep going on Aurelia so he can take over the game? Then you have a chance, because the bottom lane should be fairly passive in itself.
Yeah, I mean, he's just had, as we've said, such a hard group stage so far. That would just do wonders for him mentally.
Well, as the teams do get ready to face off against one another, we want you guys at home to tweet us, hashtag KaboomWin or hashtag NWSWin. And don't forget to tweet at LOL Esports in there. Otherwise, we won't even see the damn thing. So we'll be checking your responses as soon as this game gets underway. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 here in Singapore on day 3. The groups have been blown wide open this morning. And we'll see whether that trend continues as Kabum start out on the blue team up against the Korean dominance of NaJin White Shield.
All right, so we talked about this, top lane matchup and how there is kill pressure on this Ryze, especially when you combat with Lee Sin. But if there's no jungler intervention early, Ryze bullies Aurelia really hard. So he can push up, and as long as they have backing from Watch or some ward coverage, then don't expect Lep to jump out to an early lead or anything.
It's going to be all about Danagon and where he decides to put his focus. I mean, last time they played each other as well, it was when Danagon was just sitting top lane. He kept running top lane over and over. He can do the same here with the Aurelia pick. And I feel like he has to do it, but he needs to be careful it doesn't become too predictable for both Save and, of course, Watch, and they're ready to turn the gank around.
Well, of course, I'm sure they have a ton of other champions up their sleeves, but why show anything when you don't need to in the groups? When you're already 3-0 up, it's down to the other teams to put the pressure on you, of course. As you mentioned, we will see Alliance facing off against NaJin White Shield, the final game of today, and then Cloud9 have to face them tomorrow. But with both of those teams now at 2 apiece, that game will be very important for Alliance. But right here, Kabum, can they get that first victory on the board? Started out 0-3, not the best, but they are, again, very tough group. I mean, if you look at everything that's out there, effectively the #1 team for Europe, and some would still consider the #1 team for America despite their playoffs.
Well, their lane swap is revealed by that NaJin shield late ward that they put here. So lane swap and red steel should be pretty even here. NaJin, white shield. Since Kabum have actually started their own red with Danagorn, they might pull off a 3 buff here on watch, actually. Looks like they've got it pretty cleanly.
So Kabum here, because again the bottom lane wasn't too strong for them, decided actually to swap it in top lane, so they won't have the kill pressure from the Aurelia. Instead, we have to see how White Shield wants to play this. Gorilla can recall and go top lane here to help save, because there's no freeze actually from Kabum in this top side, because they're doing red buff.
So it's all in all, it's a good opening here from Kabum.
Now they've just pinged it. They've only just realized we've lost our red buff. This is going to cause a problem, and like you said, Watch is 3 buffed. We'll see how it works out. Save is now going with that buddy system, so he's going to work alongside him. We do see the support of Dan's. He's backing off, so we'll see if he decides to go down the bottom.
And honestly, we have to commend Kabum for their opening this game.
Fantastic.
I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the laning phase for them and how they didn't really focus as much on the strategy, but they did a great lane swap. They get Trist out of this Corki lane, and they get Aurelia away from the early range advantage of Ryze. 3 buff start. Everything's coming up Kabum early in the game. Only thing is, they are shoving up top, so no denial of experience. Whereas down bottom here, it looks like Zepha's got a pretty good handle on that bottom wave, and the wave is going to push towards NaJin White Shield. So that's that denial of experience, and the whole wave actually going to go for Shield.
Yeah, that's a big, big problem for Kabum here, because Save is going to get all the experience. He's going to get a lot of the farm up there in the top lane, while Lep is forced to stay in the jungle. And that's why when we see this fast push in top lane, teams move up 4 members to the top side and block away like Save and Gorilla in this situation and make sure they can get in and get all this farm.
Right, so what they have to do, since they did decide to go with this swap here and feed the red buff over to Trist for the solo lane, they need to help Aurelia shove this wave all the way into the turret to get it to bounce back and into the middle of the lane.
He's down there very early though, Lep, so he should actually be able to do it himself, or at least get some experience. Minerva though, trading with Save, and he has the red buff.
Dance comes back in, has roamed a heck of a lot in this opening start. Not going to throw anything out towards Gorilla and keep him pressured. Something we have noticed throughout so far, Kabum's Minerva has actually traded and done very well in lane phases over the last few games.
I have to say though, down bottom, this is going to be a problem. They were not able to shove that wave into the turret, and Zepha's got complete control. We talked about the range advantage of Ryze. Corki is a mage AD carry as well, and he should have a pretty big upper hand over Lep down there, controlling this wave, keeping it just in front of his turret.
Yeah, both top laners do get a lot of experience here early on, which is the important part in these lane swaps, so none of them should be too unhappy. It's just the fact Save in this top lane, he got the first wave, he's managed to go back now, get his tier already and teleport back to the lane, and nobody's denying him any farm. That is a big, big problem for Kabum, and obviously one of the reasons the lane swap was to try and deny Save a lot of this farm here, but they should have been there with the jungler, with the top lane as well, and make sure they can zone Gorilla and Save away from this tower from the start.
Plus, Save is getting gold, not just experience here. Aurelia is having a hard time getting that gold as far as the CS is concerned. Once again, though, they call Danagorn down bottom, trying to help out with the situation. Finally, it's pushing back towards Lep.
We'll see whether he comes across. Watch is there. It is only a level 4. He's just hit. Lep's still getting the experience, though. He's not being completely kept away. He's going to pick himself up a gigantic wave here, so that should chain him up to 5. But Watch comes around, clears out the wave. He's going to get collapsed on here. Danagorn and Tinones both coming towards him. Tinones speeds himself up, but doesn't choose to go for the kill.
So Watch actually moved down to this bottom lane because one maybe had an option to dive onto Lep and kill him and make him lose all the farm here, or he was just ready for a counter gank in case Danagorn was there, because Zeph had pushed the lane all the way up to the tower here. But because he didn't have any vision of the enemy jungler, decided to play it safe and just run straight up mid lane here and find the pink ward.
He had to abort that mission of killing the pink ward though, obviously because his mid laner not there to support. Oh, tower down!
Oh, Say's in trouble. He could go down, and Minerva gets first blood. Tower hits are well controlled as well. Just like that, Kabum in the lead.
Yeah, so instantly as Gorilla leaves this top lane here and just lets Save sit and farm alone. Nice binding from Dance, and boom, Minerva is there, picks up the first blood. Very, very good start.
Let's see if they can actually defend this though, because the 3 members looking for the dive, Danagorn in the area.
Oh, he's going to go in, gets the stun on Gorilla. Oh! Here goes Danagorn! Have they got the hits? No, the tower's not trading. Safeguard comes across, tower hit goes, and watch. Zephyr going deep on this one. He's going to land one ulti shot. A second one will be off cooldown any second now. Doesn't land the first bomb. Black shield from Dan saves the day.
Dance, you are hero once again here. Now let's see, down his bottom lane. NaJin white shield.
Look in the jungle. We're going to see in Tin Owens, he's going to find Goon, but I'm not too sure it's a trade he wants to get. Instead takes a Pix and Glitterlance and will back off.
Let's take a look at this bottom turret. Looks like Zephyr's got control of it, though. They don't want to go for that dragon. Took too much time tower diving past the turrets there. They can't overextend and get any objectives. Again, a good hold from Kabum. Calling Danagorn there to try and defend it.
Oh, we're going to see him back away from that one. Dan's tried to creep around the side, but remember, it was a triple buff start, and Dan's is sneaking around to see if he can, Safe sneaking around to see if he can get a look. Has warded out that blue buff, so we may see an invade come out from NaJin White Shield next time around.
Some very deep wards as well here for White Shield, so they're expecting Danagorn to look towards this top lane. Sadly for Kabum and Leb, he couldn't actually afford a Sheen when he went back. They didn't get like the instant burst from the Sheen, and therefore it's going to be slightly weaker in this lane. And Safe should actually be able to pull him around a bit, which also explains why the deep wards are here for Danagorn.
And look at this. This is the prep that we're talking about for the junglers with the pink wards. Punch of pinks coming down from NaJin White Shield over this blue. They had it pre-warded. They're planning on this, but no steal going to come in, no contest. They just got vision of Danagorn, and they can work around that information.
Was not a good trade for Minerva there. Zephyr landing everything he needed. The big bomb was ready as well. Gorilla going in once again. Aqua Prism used a moment ago. Will be off cooldown any second now. There's a Dark Binding though. Doesn't get baited into it this time. Minerva making sure he avoids the damage that Zephyr has already with that Sheen in lane.
Dan's though saving actually Minerva a bit here in these trades because he's landing some very good bindings on the Zephyr, who doesn't have heal just yet. Minerva does, but he decided to go back to base anyway, and Dan is left alone down his bottom lane.
One of Corki's biggest points of power is right when he gets that level 6 and these missiles that he can fire out for the harass, combined with his Sheen, he immediately chases Minerva out of the lane here, timed with the big wave. A little bit of it will go down to this turret, but looks like they will be able to defend it once again, calling Danagorn over so they can safely get this wave.
Still taking a lot of damage on this tower here. Minerva could actually have stayed in lane, waited for Danagorn to arrive, and then he could have gone back after picking up all these minions here, because that tower just took about 25% damage.
Yeah, that was a lot of burst damage on it. We'll see whether he holds on. Did have to go back though. Wasn't feeling too confident. Wasn't aware really of that watch dive that possibly could come around again, but he's in the top lane. They have swept the wards out, but he's gone back, trying to build up towards that 24, so we'll see how quickly he can get it, whether he can get going. One thing that is going on in this mid lane is Goon is started to bully Tin Owens a little bit here. Tin Owens keeping up in terms of farm. He is on a zillion after all, so not too hard, but every time he tries to get near one of those waves, we do see Glitterlance going straight towards him.
Yeah, and it's pretty much impossible for Cillian in the lane against a Lulu to actually kill him. So it's going to be a bit of a farm lane.
He got that level 6 with the Sheen completed for Leb. So even though he is down in CS, keeping up in experience because of the zillion on his team helps him out a lot.
And this is really the power spike we see from Aurelia pretty much every single game. Get your level 6, get your Sheen, and then you can start all laning the enemy top lane, and he has to back away. Let's see what happens in mid lane.
He's already used the safeguard, gets across, doesn't manage to land the kick because Goon quickly pops the wild growth, turns it back around. In comes Watch on towards him. Tin Owens, has he already used the Chrono Shift? He has, he used it on himself. No, he just
very low.
Bomb on Goon. Goon takes a tower hit as well, but risky play by Kabum there.
Yeah, and because he only lives because Goon missed the first Glitter Lance after Danagorn jumped in. Very, very risky, but they get out with their lives. Only cost them one wave shoved into the turret.
They're collapsing down the bottom lane. Watch is going to get spotted out by that pink ward. Dance tries his best to defend it, takes a void spike hit, but it holds it for now, and that will slow the collapse down and forces him away for now.
And once again, Kabum doing a very good job in the early game. In the laning phase, got a lot of farm, especially on your AD carry and your mid laner. Like we've seen before, only slightly behind compared to NaJin White Shield, who, by the way, is a top 3 team in Korea. And Kabum is doing well in this early game.
Absolutely representing Brazil right now. One of the few teams that didn't push towards picking up one of those Brazilian players. Of course, some of the top teams over there did. That's why they were held in such high regard when they qualified through.
Yeah, and the whole point of the wild card here, getting these teams exposure to these top Korean teams. You can see the evolution in their play just in this game throughout the group stages after those first 3 losses.
Well, it's just, I mean, outside of obviously the 6 group games that they're going to be playing, they've been practicing with these guys. They've been here in Singapore. They've been doing scrims with them. So it gives them so much experience, invaluable experience, honestly, that you're just not going to get sitting in your own region.
Of course not. I mean, they've been scrimming teams like Fnatic and Alliance, maybe even scrimming some of the Korean teams. Let's see Lebob in his top lane. He wants to all in again.
Oh, that didn't quite work out for him. He went straight into a room prison. And Save slowing that one down. Feeling very confident. We saw how strong Save can be on Rise already in this tournament. And it's something that I feel they're going to have to slow down.
And look at these pings on Lee Sin inside the jungle from NaJin White Shield, constantly tracking Danagorn. This is why he's had a hard time on the world stage jungling.
He's just not really been able to have the impact he wants to in the early game, in pretty much every single game we have seen. Only difference though for Kabum now is Lep has actually been able to get a standard lane going where he didn't get ganked multiple times.
Oh, Lep's trying the trade once again with Save. Calming out just about equal, both popping their ultimate there. Lep doesn't want to get too close though. That room prison will back off cooldown. There's a Dark Binding thrown out. Watch getting caught out by that one. Dan's actually dodging out, using that Black Shield to prevent the Aqua Prison coming through. But nonetheless, the pink ward finally goes down. He's held on though well. He's had that down there for a good 5 minutes.
Yeah, we see this fight for this pink ward pretty often, and as long as you push down the bottom lane first, so you force the enemy AD carry to stay at his own tower, you can walk in and you can clear this pink ward because you know the AD carry is stuck down farming minions.
Tino starting to feel pressure in this mid lane. Gung really putting it on him. Watch is coming around again, and he could be the difference in getting that first kill for NaJin White Shield. But you see Danagorn, he's on the red buff. Watch is just going to simply ward him back away, I think.
He was patrolling there, looking for the pink ward from Kabum, trying to clear it out, but there was no pink ward in the back of the red. Circles back around the dragon, in time with taking the turret, and in time with the teleport now coming off a cooldown of Save. This is all time for a White Shield. Ready for Save, but he has to back up from Aurelia. He's gonna come.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage here. Also, watch tanking the dragon. The rest of Kabum is nearby. They're going in.
Danagorn's going in. He tries to catch on towards it. Goes in, gets the smite down. The hero of Brazil. Danagorn turns it around. Can they turn some of the kills around? Zephyr goes in with the bomb. That's not going to work out for him. Danagorn does finally go down. Tinners has to flash away from Gung, but nonetheless, a jungler going down for a Dragon Steel would be a great trade here. Gung is not giving up though. He's continued to follow through.
Nice
the Dark Binding lands on towards it. The bomb almost killed Gorilla as he walked in there.
Look at the mid lane though here. White Shield can push it down. It will go down for sure. They got every single member from Kabum so low after the fight. So you're trading now a kill for Dragon and a tower.
Neither top laner got involved in that one. Nonetheless, not a bad trade for Kabum overall. It could have been much, much worse. Lep versus Save, though, is starting to become a bit of a gulfing class, I feel. 113 CS to 64. Obviously, all developed from that very early play that NaJin White Shield did to set him behind, but there really hasn't been much jungle presence in his top lane. They've let him go towards it, and Lep is just really fighting a massive losing battle right now.
Yeah, Watches kept track of Danagorn pretty much the whole game, and they had some very deep wards early on in that side of the jungle as well to make sure Save scaled up well. Now he's got his rod and his tier fully stacking. It's going to get worse for them from here on out because Corky is going to be able to help them ride straight on through with that Trinity Force. Hashtag Kabum wins, still going strong.
Absolutely. Big support for Kabum here, as we often do see for the ranked underdogs. But sadly for them, they are in a very tough group. They're going for Save. In comes Danagorn. Can they 2v1 him? Or is he too strong at this point? They've got a lot of damage down on him. And Danagorn picks up the kill.
Nice setup here. Lip jumping in. He gets the stun onto Save. He did a flash, but he couldn't react in time. Kabum getting a kill.
Their ward coverage lapses, and Danagorn gets in for the kill. Nice pull-off, but that's just a single kill for Kabum. Looks like he's going to shove it into the lane at least and get some damage onto the top turret. He hasn't gotten to put much work into it, though, so it's going to be a while before he's able to take it. Save does still have teleport, remember.
Watches roam around the jungle. Tower goes down. Nice work from Lep there. Well, teleport was up for save, but he just didn't get out that death timer quick enough. Minerva trying to trade with Zephyr once again. Danagorn now back down this bottom lane. Watch and Goong though just above on the screen here. This could well be a 4-man dive from NaJin Whiteshield. They're going to play it right though. With Tinones there, they've got that chrono shift to help them out. And wisely, NaJin Whiteshield step away.
It would have been an extremely risky dive from NaJin Whiteshield as teleport on both top laners as well to join in. But decides to play it safe and back away. And it's often the story for the teams actually facing Kabum here at the World Championship. They play it very safe in the early game. They don't really want to go too aggressive against Kabum because they actually respect the fact they can take a lead and snowball.
I mean, that being said, we are seeing the improvements here from Kabum. The first first time that they played NaJin Whiteshield, the game was over in 26 minutes, 39 seconds. But they've kept it even here all the way up till 17:30. So, well on their way to a better mark.
This Ryze, however, is still going to be very scary in the top lane. I mean, it does take a bit of time to scale up, but once he gets to this point, Save can pretty much carry the entire game.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, we've seen overconfidence before from some of these teams. Save going to come around. I think he's going to ward and spot Dan straight away on top of his head. And Dan's and Danagorn not spotted. Dan's was. So they know that there's a support here, but they don't realize it's a 3v2. And that may well be left trying to bait them in. In come the rest of their team. Gorilla comes around the side. They're not expecting the Dans to come around, though. Doesn't get close enough to get one of those dark bindings on them. And it will be simply a case of who's got the biggest ulti to wipe the wave out.
So as soon as Kabum actually saw Gorilla in the top lane, they probably expected Zephyr to be there as well, and instantly just backed away because they didn't actually know where he was on the map. And normally he would follow his support when they want to switch up to the top side and you have already killed the bot tower.
So look at Watch. He's been left alone down that bottom lane to get a wave while the AD carry himself, Zephyr, comes around. So looks like they're going to be using him to split push for a while, or at least hold that lane steady. Now Minerva's in there, but it does, of course, give NaJin Whiteshield a lot of time. Lep goes a bit deep on that one. Dodges out of the Aqua Prison. Tinones goes in, takes a blast from Save. And everybody holds onto the turret for now. NaJin Whiteshield again backing away from this one. They don't want to risk a tower dive.
Yep, Kabum hold top, and again, they've got Minerva down bottom answering the wave shove from Watch, so they get more money funneled into their Tristana. You mentioned NaJin Whiteshield, they've got the late game Rise, but Kabum are all about funneling as much money as they can into Minerva. He's already got the Infinity Edge, a couple more items on top of that. Oh no!
He sees him, he's going for it. Can he get down Goong? There's a lot of damage going his way. I think that's more than he wished for. Tries to jump away. Rocket jumps out to safety. Fancied the trade though, Minerva. Yeah. He was the one that managed to put the Scrying Orb down and spot him out.
I mean, he wanted to fight. He spotted him out and he stayed there and wanted to fight. Didn't just jump away from the start.
I feel like that's a preview of things to come here. Minerva showing that he is not afraid to fight early, and we may see a Tristana hopping into fights here.
Well, he does have the Zillion, so he can be a bit aggressive, but he's still going to need a bit of time before he can take on Goong one-on-one.
Something that may be the saving grace for Kabum, because they're effectively fighting a 6v5. May well just be enough. Lep goes deep once again, goes aggressive onto Save, backs away, doesn't really have the minion wave to get that lifesteal down, and Save pops his ultimate and blasts him away. Dark Binding doesn't land, and NaJin Whiteshield set up for the Dragon.
Let's see here, Kabum, 4 members down here. Top laners does have teleport. No ulti for Lep, of course. Save should be up fairly soon. But now Whiteshield just keeping the vision control around this dragon and want Kabum to try and face check him.
And mid-game vision control has been one of the biggest strengths of NaJin Whiteshield in pretty much all of their wins. They've had so many more pink wards and so many more wards cleared than all of the teams that they've been facing.
Yeah, and also one of the reasons they really like this Corki pick is because you are so strong in the mid game. You can take these dragons in the start, get the goal lead you need, and then use that once you get into late game when you have a carry like Ryze in the top lane, get all this global gold in his pockets, and let him just control the game from there.
Blue buff going across the Tinones, finally the bomb goes off. And that will keep him ticking over nicely. Fell behind a little bit, of course, because he went for that tier. It will take a while to stack out for him. Meanwhile, County, of course, get the right team, the right country would help. Right lane as well. It's all over the place. He's going for the Rabadon Zeth Cap, I feel.
And while again Kabum is doing a great job actually keeping up in this early game, or early to mid game, NaJin White Shields is a team who is known for the late game power, and they're also known for taking it fairly easy in the early stages of the game and prefer farming and out-rotating the enemy team instead of just straight up kill them in early 5 versus 5s.
Sweeping out the wards. This is the time really where Kabum have to be decisive, and where NaJin White Shield have absolutely took control over every single team they've faced, including Alliance when they had that 7,000 gold lead. NaJin White Shield absolutely knew what to do at this point. We can see Save all in his own down the bottom. Danagon, oh, that was a Hail Mary of a Sonic Wave thrown out there to try and land on towards Zephyr. Wasn't going to happen though.
Who is going to come down here and answer Save? Because that is a very dangerous prospect right now. Level 13. Highest level here for NaJin White Shield. Well, just tied with the other solo laner. No biggie.
It's going to be Minerva for now. He's happy to have those waves pushed into him, I feel. He's just going to get himself that free farm. He's keeping up with Zephyr so far. Save, though, lingering off of the side there. Got to be careful.
Oh! Minerva!
Just a cheeky bounce.
Hashtag Kabum win!
Well, he's getting all the free farm down his bottom lane. As long as he stays under his own tower, he shouldn't actually die.
No, Danagon doesn't get the reset, doesn't get the hit on it. Had to back away. Tino's thought about going aggressive there, but comes back around and keeps him away.
Yeah, this is really where NaJin's biggest advantage is. You can see they're constantly trying to push the borders of their vision control into Kabum's jungle, whereas Kabum have had a really hard time even getting back up to the river. So that means pretty much all of the objectives are in shield territory, and they've been able to control the easy gold flow of the mid-map objectives.
And it's a scary thing, every single team so far who faced NaJin White Shield had to realize they will take over your jungle. Top lane, everyone else from Kabum just backed away, don't want to risk anything up here. Easy tower for White Shield.
Save's going down to block off as well. Minerva in the bottom lane. He has got the support this time with Dance. So we'll see whether Dance can sneak him in. Minerva's going to try and bait him, I think. We'll see whether it works out. The top wave, of course, is being pushed in. NaJin White Shield will take down that turret. Minerva just trying to take a couple more tower hits. Here comes Save on towards him. Black Shield quickly answers. Save doesn't want any of it just yet.
All right, outer turrets traded. Looks like both teams happy with their late game carries here. Minerva versus Save.
I know on paper that's a pretty unfair matchup, but Minerva has really been stepping up during this World Championship here, and the analyst desk was talking about it. We have talked about it in every single game. Him and Dance together in this bottom lane has been looking very, very solid.
Plus, if we do get super late game and Triss can get up to that level 18, the extra range is going to do wonders for Kabum versus this NaJin White Shield team. And it will have to be some flashes in from Save to try and create something. That being said, Save is definitely known for his ability to flank around you and pull off one of those engagements because NaJin White Shield control the wards so well.
And Co are heading down towards the bottom. They're taking control of the lower half of the jungle. Whoa, Minerva out of position a little bit there. Go takes himself a tower hit, quickly shields that off, blocks all of the damage. But NaJin White Shield, I think they've finally realized this is our time to shine. Oh, Tino's goes too deep, caught in the Aqua Prison. Is he going to get the Chrono Shift down in time? Oh, got it! About comes out of the picks in time to get that down. He must have been hammering that Arky.
So much CC from White Shield. The bubble first into the Whimsy. Tidal Wave wasn't used by Gorilla here, so saved one of them at least in case there will be a fight. But once again, White Shield can take the red buff. It is their jungle here. Kabum only controls their own lanes.
Minerva keeps them away from the tower for now, but it may well be the middle. They're going to rotate through Goomba once again. Oh, they're all out of position here. Tino, no Chrono Shift this time around. He's going to get locked up. Is it going to be enough to heal him out there? Can't show shield through that one. Danagons go deep on it. Oh my lord, he shouldn't be jumping in that strong when your mid laner has just dropped down. And Kabum, well, they keep them away for now. There's no minion wave, so they're trying to tank it out. Here comes the conga line. Minerva has to clear this one out as quick as possible. He's got himself the static shift, so he should be able to wipe the wave out quickly. Could we see a tower hit towards Zephyr? Left thought about it for a moment, goes in. Goom just ballsily teleports away and Save. Well, he's getting all the free time in the world on this bottom lane.
Ooh, they are going to collapse down through the jungle, but there's plenty of wards that Shield set up previously, so Save has an exit route. Another minion wave crashes into the turret too, so slowly but surely, Shield chipping away at these turrets, top and middle and bottom.
Alright, let's see it again. So Tinnos, he doesn't actually have an ulti here, and he decides to run into Gloom, so he's in a terrible situation from the start, and very last hit will actually take him down.
Then we have the Danagorn engaged, trying to get in there. I believe he was trying to drag kick back, if he still had it. But once again, flash away. Save him. Here's those river objectives that we were talking about. Covered by the vision from Shield, another easy pickup.
And we just have to notice how White Shield plays with the lead. They will always start slow pushing one lane, and then they will have save in the other side lane, and then in the mid lane they can have the 4 members. And it simply means every single lane is pushing down. It means you have vision in every single lane as well, and you can just rotate between these towers easily to take them if Kabum is not ready to defend in time.
Oh, Minerva. Are they going to stick around? They are going to keep pushing. Zephyr's gone up to meet him. Not sure if they realize Dan's is off to the side because there is no vision this time around. Are they going to hang around? Are they going to hope? But look at Gung, he's collapsing in towards him. Uh-oh, this spells trouble for Minerva. Is he going to back away in time? I think he has. He's got back to base.
Long
was
gone.
close.
Long gone here. I like how Dance is just following Minerva around here. You have this back up Morgana every time.
That just drew 3 members of NaJin White Shield straight towards the top, which has given a bit of free time down the bottom. And look at Danagorn sneaking in towards that. Gung also coming around. They're going to try and chase on Tinons. They're drawing him away. 2 members though down in this bottom push. They're going to jump on Save. Is it going to be enough in a 2v1? Has Save powered up enough? That's the question. Danagorn taken low. They don't want to get too near it. They realize the rest of NaJin Shield, they're coming down the river. Tinons comes to join them, but Kabum have to back away from this one. In goes Watch on towards left. Left tries to turn it back around. They get the Chrono Shift on towards him. Save locks on. That's going to be Danagorn going down, and NaJin White Shield claps perfectly to close out the kill.
So you said they were going down for this sneaky gank bottom, but look at this cheeky ward in the little bush up by the secondary turret from Shield. They saw him going to the lane.
Oh, Dans cannot get away from that one. Zephyr comes around the side, picks himself up. Another kill, or the first one on the board for him. And now they also have a wave to take down the turret. So not only do they get the 2 kills, they get themselves a big, juicy inner tower.
Yeah, we see the death timers already being about the 30-second mark, because we're actually 29 minutes into the game. Not been a lot of action, but just been a lot of objectives taken by Shield and Kabum as well, trying to respond with towers every single time they had the chance. Instantly though, 2 towers fall in favor of White Shield.
That's the problem. Once they do fall, they're set up like dominoes, and just NaJin White Shield tumble them across the board. They're all going to go back, got themselves a chunk of gold, and get themselves that step ahead in items with that 6,500 gold lead.
And that is just the hard part again. When you're playing against Shield, if you lose one fight, you know every single lane is going to be pushed up to your tower. So you saw them take this bot lane tower, instantly the new mid lane was open, just walk straight in there, kill another tower, and they punish you so hard if you get caught out of position and lose a team fight.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Kabum right now. They're losing so much map control. That they do have a Morgana on their team, and when we saw upsets, a lot of them were off of support plays, a thresh hook, catching a key member of the opposing team off guard. If Kabum get some sort of strong roam with the numbers advantage, and they hit one of these key bindings, there is still that hope that they can catch somebody, kill a carry, and come back into the game.
I mean, they have some good single target bursts. You have Aurelia, you have Tristana here. You can take down a target very, very fast. And Dance has been pretty on point with his binding so far. Just not been able to do it in terms of a team fight. It's been more just him and Minerva running together.
Yeah, and as we've been over several times, Dance, you know, that shot caller, moving from AD carry down to support. If they are going to group up and try and make a play off one of these bindings, he's the one to make the call.
You saw Frozen Heart being stacked up by Save. Dan's being chased on. Littenants, they're going to try and turn this one around. Gung's the focus. Have they got enough? Danagorn just locked up there.
Uh-oh, here comes Zephyr.
He's going to come out, but I'm not too sure he can safeguard to anyone. He tries desperately to come all the way. Flash, the wave catches 3 members of Kabum. Zephyr comes around the side, gets 1, gets 2, tries to chase on towards the 3rd, on towards Dance. Dance taken so low, he may even get dropped here. One more shot, there's the triple. He continues through, gets himself the quadra kill. A great start for Zephyr.
Yep, and that is going to be an inhibitor turret and the inhibitor here for NaJin White Shield. NaJin White Shield, they get into the base, doors wide open.
Maybe even more here. I mean, can it take a Nexus turret as well? There's still 20 seconds. for Kabum here. Otherwise, we can see Watching just go straight for Baron.
Well, they've got the big wave. They are going to back away. It is going to be the Baron, it seems, as they run straight towards there. Everybody's pretty much topped off in health, and of course, a whole stack of ultimates left because it was Zephyr that just single-handedly ran through the team.
Yeah, Gorilla with a huge Nami wave. 3 knockups interrupting 2 jumps. Great catch there for Shield.
So Baron goes down. NaJin White Shield turn on the power. And this has been their power really. Once they hit that 20-25 minute mark, they just take control of the map, and it seems teams are helpless. Danagorn once again out of position this time. He's in trouble. Save, gets kicked, tries to use it. No! One last save will take him down.
Fancy moves though by Danagorn here. White Shield should probably just go back and spend all the gold they have. I mean, they got some towers, they got the Baron, they won the last team fight. There's some very, very fit members on this White Shield team.
All right, let's take another look at this. They had Goong in what they thought was a good position here, but 4 members. And because they focus all this onto Danagorn and they get the Zillion ult out, by the time Zephyr arrives, it's pretty much cleanup duty here. This time around, it's Zephyr flanking and not Save. And he actually is the one diving forward to pick up an extra kill with that red buff. Oh, there it is.
That's a flash for it. But that wave was absolutely impeccable by Gorilla. The fact that he was around the side as well, he wasn't even close to being involved in the fight, just knew the length that that ultimate would run, and just saw the devastation that it would pull on towards them. Kabum, they can't defend this turret, they have to back away because Gorilla and Watch are flanking around the sides.
Yeah, I think Gorilla definitely deserves that Nedgize after that play. Ooh, whoa, he's done.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, the shield. Oh, still not enough. Zephyr just burns through in that red buff. Doing work. Zephyr honestly has been impeccable in this group. We saw yesterday, of course, he picked up those 16 kills. He's going in once again. Soul Shackles from Dance. He doesn't care about that one. Forces them away from the inhibitor turret. And that is the second one that will tumble. And NaJin White Shield now, they are just driving through Kabum's base.
It's just like what you guessed yesterday on Corki as well. I mean, you can almost 1v5 the game when you become so fit on Corki. Let's see what he can do. Down to this bottom lane. Save might want to join the party.
Absolutely. That's going to be the 3rd inhibitor turret of the game. I think right now Kabum are simply spectators in this game. Just figuring out how exactly it all went wrong, because at the 17.5 minute mark, he said it was just 100 gold differential between the two, but just the teams know exactly what to do at that moment. We talked about the power spike from Save as well. That was imminent danger for Kabum with these Nexus turrets and super minions coming on through. It seems that NaJin White Shield, with the wave rolling on through, will close out this game. The Nexus is the final thing to fall. Kabum forced onto the fountain. They are being driven away by the Korean powerhouse. The number 3 seed, NaJin White Shield, are looking incredible in the group phase.
Oh yeah, they deserve to be at the top of the table in this group. Still haven't dropped a game here. And we got to see, us and Kabum, firsthand, the impeccable ward coverage from that mid-game, how they push it up step by step, take objective after objective, switching between outer turrets whenever there's an opening.
It's all about their slow pushing of the minions, and every single time you push in one lane, you know you can quickly go to the next lane, you take the minions, go straight to the tower, and it is so hard to play against for every single team right here. It's not just Kabum. I mean, Alliance have lost to White Shield, Cloud9 lost to White Shield as well. They are just a great team, and once they get the lead, they won't let go.
Problem is, who do you ban? Because they went for Thresh, they went to the Janna like, Gorilla, we're going to take you out of this game. And no, 0-0-10 Nami, excellent wave control, brilliant ultimate, non-stop, and the rest of the team, you know, you look towards Save in the top lane. We always knew he was going to be powering up on that Rise. He's shown once again, that's the 3rd victory on Rise now in the group stage, but he's got so many champions to fall back on as well. It's a really tricky decision to find those 3 bans. You kind of want 10.
Well, if we had 10 bans, it would be quite a boring game at least.
I could open things up, who knows?
I mean, that would be some good picks.
We've got plenty of champions.
Heimerdinger would.
Don't worry, we've got plenty of champions.
For sure. I do miss the Donger, I have to admit it.
So what do we make of these? I mean, NaJin White Shield, they're looking unstoppable right now, but Cloud9 and Alliance have to face them. Alliance will be against them in the final game of the day, and really, they need to pick up a win there. Is it possible?
Yeah, I mean, Alliance, they have a lot of things to look at from the first match with Shield, because honestly, that was one of the closest games. They pushed Shield the furthest of any of the teams in this group. They had a good mid-game push. They had an opening there, but there were a couple key mistakes that Alliance needed to improve on, which of course were those mid-game vision control, where they got caught out a couple times and they gave some kills over to the late-game Tristana. But honestly, that is a repairable matchup for Alliance, I think.
And sticking with that vein, we just saw Kabum getting up towards the 18-19 minute mark and staying pretty even in gold with NaJin White Shield. Is this really going to be a potential banana skin for Cloud9 or Alliance?
I feel like, again, you have to win the early game, as we saw Alliance do, and then you just have to keep your wards down, like Kobe just pointed out, and that's how you can take the game against White Shield. If you let them get the lead, if you let them get the pick... Oh, against Kabum, sorry.
Against Kabum, because Kabum just traded pretty evenly for 20 minutes there. And we've seen teams slip up when they get to that stage.
Yeah, that's why teams play so safe in the early game against Kabum, because they don't want to risk falling behind in the laning phase, because they have shown they are solid laners. They have some good mechanics on their players, and if you play over aggressive, it might bite you.
Yeah, it's what we've heard from Froggen from the last time they played them. Is like, just play it safe, guys. Play it safe. That's all we've got to do. For now, though, we're going to get over towards the analyst desk for more insight into NaJin White Shield's victory.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I must admit, I love the banana peel reference. However, it would have to be a King Kong-sized banana for Shield to slip on that one. Yes, I do think Kabum have got strong laners. We are beating a dead horse whenever we say this. Mid lane, AD carry support, they do well. Lep fell behind, unfortunately, and the lane swap right at the beginning didn't help them, Monty.
No, I think that was a very favorable lane swap situation. When you get the Ryze Nami lane together, a Ryze with the range support, and then you have Corki as well, who's going to be really just scaling very well on levels alone. And even though they got that early advantage, Nami left too early, died. And then the most puzzling thing about that game for me, and probably and I were raging about this a little, was that Shield, basically they got a Trinity Force power spike onto Corki. They had this level advantage, and then they kept sending Save into the top lane instead of just letting him farm at bottom lane and just pushing the tower. It was kind of dumb.
The Trinity Force power spike was so Corki could just run around the map faster.
Right.
That had to be it. I think we
more
solved
playmaking on the AD carry.
Well, talking about the AD carry, we actually have a fantastic replay that really just summarizes the game. I feel like Shield were playing Potion, playing low risk. Roll this clip out and then probably talk us through, what Zephyr was doing that stood out in Gorilla as well.
Well, Goon's already starting this out right now, and at this point, they're just trying to pick and kill someone. Nami gets a really, really sick wave, and if you see Corki starting to come in from the side, and he has all of Lulu's skills to use at his disposal, so he's about to just run in there and start cleaning up the fight now that Zilean ult's down. And now it's kind of up to him to, land his ults, which are gigantic at this point, and then, be a man and flash for that kill.
Gorilla ended up getting, I think, a 4-man knockup with that wave.
Yeah.
Really picking the angle correctly on the retreat from Kabum.
Well, not only that, but predicting that the W would be off cooldown in that time frame as well when the Lee Sin revived, and then also knocking Tristana out of rocket jump. It was just an incredibly good wave.
So double lift after the quadra kill, AD carry, Shield. What's your take on the game?
I just thought maybe the game would have been different if Kabum hadn't picked Lee Sin, because Danagorn's mechanics, honestly, that game were not up to standard. And Lee Sin's a very mechanic-focused jungler alongside like Thresh as support. If you're not like on top of your game and you can't get those insects, then there's really no point to pick Lee Sin. And you saw that quad kill was really started because Danagorn was so out of position that they had to blow Zilean ulti on him and he still died after. So it was just, I feel like if you're not on top of your mechanic game, you shouldn't be picking champions like Lee Sin.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them. All right, let's quickly take a look at the standings before we move on to the last two games of the day, because they will be particularly telling. Freak, we've been running the numbers. NaJin Shield now one step closer. We've got two very, very big games coming up. OMG versus Samsung Blue, as well as Alliance versus NaJin Shield. If NaJin Shield win that game, they're guaranteed a spot in quarters.
Yeah, as soon as NaJin Shield gets a 5th win, they are guaranteed first place as well. But basically, both Alliance and Cloud9, they're basically just going to be playing Kabum and NaJin White Shield, my understanding. So you still have that potential 2-4, 2-4, 2-4, or Alliance and Cloud9 going 4-2, 4-2, 4-2 against NaJin White Shield.
Going to be very, very interesting. Samsung Blue, of course, coming up against OMG. OMG going to have to figure out a few things to get right. Before we talk about that game, let's check in with our Twitter question of the day. Earlier, we asked you guys which player has been the biggest star in the Singapore group stage. It's an impossible question, and why? Here's what you've had to say. First one is from Okay, I'm going to try this. Striker Eureka. The highest star can only be high. Great CS and holding his own against the best. Massive improvement. Prolly, you're the mid laner. Yes or no?
Yeah, I think High stepped up a lot. The only thing that I would say is the only weak point of High is his champion pool, but his play is pretty stellar.
Next up, we have from @Darian Archer. I feel Gorilla has done remarkably well for NaJin White Shield so far. Crims is 100% right. His Thresh is absolutely bananas. That's the banana that D-Man was talking about, Monty.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. If we want to talk about the player who's been consistent throughout all of these games, even when we saw Shield get behind against Alliance, it was his picks, his hooks that got them back in the game. He's just been the most consistent player so far, and his team is 4-0 because of it.
I completely agree. I think he's phenomenal. Next one from @ForestForest4. You control feed that one. Reckless is really making a name for himself by not showing any fear against the biggest of names. And Double Lift, Reckless has really stepped up.
Yeah, Reckless has been playing fantastic. He actually only had one game where I felt like he might have been able to do better. His first game against OMG, but after that, he did really well against Deft. Over 100 CS against considered possibly tied for best AD carry in Korea along with Imp. He went over 100 CS ahead. So this guy's amazing. He got a pentakill earlier today. He's just on top of his game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he performs tomorrow. And finally from @ScottPantera. My mom, because she lets me stay up late to watch World's Freak. You're the only one that hasn't chimed in about Pantera's mom. Do you know if she's OP?
That's a weird question to ask me. I was debating whether to make any mom jokes or not, and now you just set them up for me. She seems wonderful. I mean, if you get to stay up and watch League, it's wonderful. I believe it's hard. It is Saturday now, so at the very least, you probably don't have anything you have to like get up for in the morning. So big props to everyone who's using their Saturday to watch League.
She's a nice lady.
I have to apologize to Freak. That was my bad. I didn't need to set you up that way.
I didn't know where to go with that.
Actually, thank you to all the moms and dads who are letting their kids watch, and thank you for everyone tuning in. Right, thank you for sending your tweets to us. Remember, you can stay in the conversation throughout the World Championship by sending tweets to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag Worlds, and we'll be talking about your mom on air. We're going to rebel off the riff for a moment, and when we drop back, China's OMG will face Samsung Blue. Don't miss it.
Tries to catch on towards it, goes in, gets the smite down! Very tough group, they're going for save. In comes Danagon, can they 2v1 him? Or is he too strong at this point? They've got a lot of damage down on him! Dan's taken so low, he may get dropped here! One more shot, there's the triple! He continues through, gets himself the quadra kill!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's set the stage for our next match, where China's OMG will be facing off against Korea's Samsung Blue. Let's start with OMG. They have to be ecstatic over that ridiculously late game win against Fnatic earlier today, but I think they need to fix a lot of the mistakes that they had in-game against Fnatic because it will be punished against Samsung Blue.
I don't really know if they were ecstatic about winning that game. Usually, as a pro team, when you win a game like that, you still feel pretty bad. Right, Double Lift?
Oh yeah, you feel terrible. You're like, we won the game, but we were one auto attack on our Nexus from losing.
Probably, how do you feel about those games? I figured you just enjoy the 70-minute ones.
Yeah, the 71-minute ones just feel really nice for me. But the faults that OMG had, where they kind of were going for kills over objectives and kind of chasing, I don't know if they can fix that in a day kind of thing.
No, that's like 3 years of League of Legends for them. If like you just chase the kills no matter what, that's Chinese law.
Well, let's talk about one player who. Okay, I'm going to say it, who was flawless in that game. Going 5-0-15 on that Rise. I think he had a phenomenal performance. Muncie, you're shaking your head. What is it you didn't like?
I didn't like, he didn't maximize his advantage in the lane swap that I showed. So He did get a small advantage out of it. He was great in the late game, though. He also made some mistakes with teleport, overcommitting to kills. But it shows you don't want to let this guy have Rise. Pretty much everybody in China knows that. Maybe someone will learn it today.
Yeah, but at the same time, Acorn had a really, really good game against Ackerman last time. He played Maokai into Rumble, which many consider Rumble to be a really good answer to Maokai, and he did super well against Ackerman. So Acorn's kind of on an upswing. Gogoing's on an upswing. I'm curious to see what will happen top lane.
I'm happy you actually mentioned that. Let's talk a little bit about Samsung Blue. Last time they played, it was a fairly convincing win against OMG. If we look at the objective control, and I'm just reading over my notes of how the game played out, and it's mostly just Samsung Blue did this right, Samsung Blue did this right. What do they need to do, considering this is their first game of the day and they're coming in cold after seeing OMG win that game earlier today? Anything special, Double Lift?
I think they just have to understand OMG has a lot of weaknesses to, as you saw against Fnatic, split pushing. Their rotations are very, OMG only rotated one time really well that game, in my opinion, when they 5-man bottom lane. So I think Samsung Blue should be more rotation focused, try to avoid team fights, and split push.
I also think it might be worth them just sort of, I'm trying to think of the right term for it, but basically picking a little bit more for lane than maybe they normally would, just because we've seen games already, like, Peke practically hard carrying the game against LMQ by crushing that mid lane so darn hard with Lysandra versus Fizz. And all the points of power of OMG are basically those solo lanes. Just get some lane matchups that aren't going to, hard lose the matchup. Don't give OMG the chance to carry from individual play. And then you can just be like, well, even if our comp's a little bit worse than 35 minutes, we're just going to play the map better than you, so it's okay.
Well, let's take a look. We've heard a little bit of opinions on the teams. Let's see where your predictions lie and see who you're actually picking in to win this game. Double Lift, first game on the desk here with a prediction. Who is it going to be, OMG or Samsung Blue?
I think Samsung Blue. Even though they're coming in cold and OMG has played a game earlier today, Samsung Blues just seems so strong. They only had one really horrible loss to Fnatic, and after that, they seemed really good.
Prolly?
Yeah, I think Blue's just a really calculated and accurate team, and I think OMG's strength is capitalizing on mistakes, and I don't think Blue's going to make many this game.
Next in line, Monte Cristo.
Trevor. Knock, knock.
Yeah, Samsung Blue's there, I assume.
Right. Oh, you just ruined my jokes, man. Wow. Well, you're not a bro anymore.
I found the banana peel that Monte Cristo slips on. It's a knock-knock joke.
Yeah.
Right, Freak.
I'm going to go with the color of most of our shirts and ties here and go Samsung Blue. They're the clear favorite of the group. They still are. They're just a freaking great.
My tie is black.
Well, there is
shirt's blue.
There is something I do want to talk about before we head over to the game. Samsung Blue, of course, they're in a game. They're in a group where if they concede more losses, it opens up potentials for tiebreakers. LMQ's hoping for it. Fnatic's hoping for it, especially after the results earlier today. Monty, you've got a very sheepish grin. Are they going to concede more losses? Do you even see it being a possibility, considering they do play Fnatic again tomorrow and LMQ, if memory serves?
I think it is a possibility in these groups, sure. I mean, I thought coming in that Blue would lose one game in the group stages, but they looked a lot better after that one loss. It seems like they've gotten it together and are playing with a little more fire right now, so...
Well, what was it about the loss that actually, or what was it in the game that cost? Is it just Fnatic completely outplayed them? Do you think there was an element of cockiness? I mean, the sister team had that last year.
I do think there was an element of cockiness in that, and the way that they played out those lanes was a little haphazard, and we saw much cleaner play, much more conservative play in the next game.
So let's take a step back, look at OMG. If memory serves, they're 2-2 in the groups. I'm going to get my little match prediction and see who they're playing tomorrow. They've got to play LMQ at the end of the day tomorrow. If they lose this game, it'll be 2-3, potentially 2-4. Freak, you've been running all of the numbers here. What is the likelihood that these guys even stand a chance if they lose this game?
Low. I kept thinking about it, and I'm pretty sure, regardless of the result, each team still has a chance, and neither team are actually locked in for a guarantee. Because no matter what, the teams are all bouncing around 3-3. And so there's always this chance for like a 3-way tiebreaker, a 2-way tiebreaker, maybe even a 4-way tiebreaker still. It just means winning is obviously better, and you have higher chances.
So next question, 2 players on the desk. Players are getting set up on stage, guys. We'll be moving to that in a moment or two. How do Fnatic approach this game? I mean, this is a game where, they lost.
OMG?
So Fnatic lost to OMG earlier today. How do Fnatic sit on the sidelines and watch this game, knowing that they have to play Samsung Blue? How do you look for stuff to play against this tomorrow? If you were doing it, if you had to sit and you knew you were playing Dade tomorrow,
I would always
What would you be looking at? What would you be looking at if you knew you were coming up against Deft and Heart?
I would always look at my roles matchup. So, if I'm Reckless, then I'm looking at Deft and I'm seeing how does he envision this matchup? So Kog'Maw versus Lucian, how does he play it out? When does he base? When does he go ward? What items is he going to go? So I think everyone's just looking on an individual level, and then you can kind of dial back afterwards and say, oh, they won because they're out-rotated, but I'm really confident in my matchup.
Yeah. Question for Dade.
For Dade, if I had to play against him, it would obviously highly depend on the matchup, but he's probably going to play a melee champion because we've been seeing that more and more with like the Yasuo and the Zed. I think baiting him into one of those picks and then, having a pocket fizz or something like that, or some kind of pocket counter, and then by pulling the lane and calling jungle pressure, it kind of stops Dade from his playstyle of farming up and fighting by denying the farm and extending the laning phase.
I'd really look at the pick order here and see exactly where you can, because oftentimes Samsung Blue will pick early mids, stuff like that. So that's very important in how you actually counter this, because if they start changing their pick order and Dade starts actually counter picking, then we may see things like Ziggs, we may see things like Twisted Fate.
So, we do have the standings graphic up. The players are taking to the stage, so sorry about the delay. This is just to help with some of the numbers that we were talking about. Samsung Blue, they're 2-1 at the top of the group. This will get them one step closer to their guaranteed quarterfinal spot. I think the interesting story is obviously how the bottom half of this table is going to react, with OMG sitting there 2-2 with a theoretical loss, as our analysts have all predicted. They'll be tied with Fnatic. Look at the other side of the group. Let's talk a little bit about Group D, as we do have some time to kill, and we will be looking at Alliance versus NaJin Shield later today. Freak, what's your take on that matchup and some of the chances that Alliance has maybe coming in?
So every single game here, especially with these two teams who tend to be more, the Korean teams here. We're talking about the favorites of the groups, right? You can see they're combined 6-1. We always know that the Koreans are favorites coming in. Both these two teams tend to have their biggest weaknesses being the early game. They're very map focused, they're very sort of team fight rotational focused, and when we saw, for example, Samsung Blue lose, it was to the individual playmaking of people like XPeke and the rest of Fnatic. And so when you look to attack these teams, Double, if you started talking about, I want to look at my individual matchup, I agree with you, that's where the teams need to look at, is how do I outplay my opponents, because we have seen time and again that the individual skill, especially mechanically, is close for most of these roles down the line across the various teams. So when you're looking to attack those guys, you've got to look at, okay, how do I beat those guys? Now, Alliance, we saw the very same thing when they played White Shield. They had an early game lead. They made some really good plays. Reckless tried to hard carry. All these kinds of fun things happened. And then they're getting outplayed on the map. And I think you continue to play these 35-minute, then peter out compositions and do everything you can in that time to get a 10,000 gold lead.
And just like you said, I feel like Shield versus Alliance is a really interesting matchup, because all Alliance has to do, in my opinion, is use their superstar players like Froggen. Wicked's been doing really well, and just kind of pull the trigger early game like they did. They had a 7-0 lead versus Shield, and they just couldn't close it out. And I feel like if they can just recreate that, replicate it, not even a 7-0 lead, maybe just a 3-0 lead, maybe Froggen just gets a double kill randomly because they're just willing to pull that trigger, then they can snowball from there.
I mean, I think you're really discounting the power of these two teams in the late game. It's easy to say that, but Samsung Blue has lost very few games this year, and Fnatic did a very good job of that, but really nobody else has been able to convert, especially in a longer series, besides the KT Arrows, who are that kind of aggressive team, but even then it took them to 5 games.
I think it's a matter of, I think, teams finding an identity they want to play for. The two teams I know that have really strong identities, thinking back to old school LoL as well, because a lot of people don't tend to watch Korean teams as much as they show these sometimes as well. Think back to old Moscow 5 when they were known as that. Aggressive, 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 pick lane bullies, win the game in 30 minutes. You think back to old CLG EU, passive, 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 Kog'Maw and Nivea, win the game in 60 minutes. And they would just play for that style. I haven't seen a lot of teams embrace that sort of style, especially in the Western world, where it's like, we're always going to go for Lucian and Corki or Caitlyn. We're always going to go for lane bullies. And we're going to know how to push an inhibitor down 30 minutes in, because at that point, you have like a 90% chance of winning once you crack that wall. Be a team that learns that kind of tactic. There's champion pools wide enough you can pick those most games and just rehearse that. And I think you can totally do that.
I love that idea, and that is how Fnatic won. Land every single skill shot if you can. Pick other champions if they get picked or banned away. Right, I'm going to bring us back on topic. We will be jumping into game as OMG will be taking on Samsung Blue in just a few moments' time. And to get us back on topic, let's see how you guys at home have been voting to see who's going to win. According to lolesports.com, you're giving the edge to Samsung Blue with a mere 79% of the vote. Thank you for voting. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to throw over to the Shoutcaster desk. But before we do, we caught up with OMG to share how they strengthened the team and bond while still under the pressure of making it through to the quarterfinals.
我们 OMG 战队是一个比较注重团队理念和团队建设的队伍。
我们对团队建设的话，应该比别的队要多一点吧。
团队的话，就是一起出去看电影吧，然后吃饭吃的比较多。
几乎我们参加那些活动都是一起。
就上一次我们录他的一个 MV， 还唱了一些歌，跳舞状态或者勾引唱的，他们两个就是唱的很好。
我感觉我唱的应该最好听了。
他们觉得我唱的好一点，我也觉得可能是好一点吧。
冲进无限的星球，永不放弃的战斗，这是勇敢和自由，送给你我的朋友。
就是说各有各的味道吧，有些人就富有激情一点。 其实我觉得这个歌就是比较，我觉得挺好听的，比较活泼，然后比较励志的那种。
他这首歌的寓意就是带给我们出征的一些力量吧，给自己一些信心。其实我们除了训练之外的业余生活还是挺丰富的，这样也能促进我们大家的感情交流。
我觉得我们 OMG 像一个就大家庭一样，我们每个人的关系都非常好。
最激情的应该是无状态和灵药吧。
老状态有时候看着灵药在前面，他就走过去抱着他，这样。
感觉他们两个很有可能在搞基。
无状态的船除了灵药能上，其他人都不给上。
我们私下会经常一起去吃饭、看电影，就是让我们更团结一些，一起做更多的事情吧。让我们有一种家的感觉。
Unfortunately, we do have a technical issue that we are working through with OMG. It's related to one of the chat boxes on the player's PC. So while the QC guys are busy working with that and trying to resolve it, we're going to keep you entertained a little bit. Production had said to me after running that video feature, I should find out who the best singer on the analyst desk is, but I don't want to put any of you through that torture, so we're not going to. I do want to talk about the Singapore stage. I want to talk about Worlds. I think, Taipei set a hell of a standard to follow. We were all a little bit worried after the SK news about the two groups being a little lopsided, but it came down to all 6 games on the last day. We had a tiebreaker. Singapore happens. Every single day has been ridiculous. Let's talk about some of the matches, some of the standout moments or players or things like that. Freak, what's shining in your mind?
I mean, I can keep repeating everyone saying Gorilla because, I mean, he's still my individual player here. I also do... I actually like the interview we had with Reckless where he said, we came into this game and said, let's just have fun, basically. He's like, the team had a meeting, said, just play the game for fun, try a little bit less hard. And that, I think, to me, was actually why Fnatic did so well. Like, that just seems like what that team is best at is just sort of loosening up and making their individual plays. Like, it's very weird, but I'm like trying to piece it together. They don't seem like they're that much of a strategic team. They just seem like an X Factor team where they just come up with these plays out of nowhere. The random Fnatic brush camping. Like, these aren't these like heavily rehearsed strategies. They're just really good at adapting with the flow of a game. And Fnatic taking that step back and just sort of relaxing and just playing the normal game, I think that is how Fnatic best plays, and it was good of them to sort of relax and play that style.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for that. This is a segment that we've called Storytime with Freak, and luckily I'm hearing that we are going to send it over to the casters to get us back into the game. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. The teams are very much ready to go. And let's check out the starting lineups for the first match. So, it is going to be the blue side for China's LPL. That is going to be OMG. I should start there. Get that all over the place there. Top lane is Going, Loveling in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, San as the AD carry, and Dada 777 on support.
And on the red side, it's Samsung Blue from Korea, of course. We have Akon in the top lane, Spirit as the jungler, Dade in the mid lane, Deft as the AD carry, and Hart is his trustworthy support.
So, where do we go with this one? This is a big, big game for OMG. They got a massive result against Fnatic earlier on today. This could actually, if I have a quick glance, take them top of the table if they were to win here.
And remember, in the first matchup here, the first day of group stages, OMG, that's where they lost all their games. It was the first time, you know, coming up here in the group stage. Maybe it was first day nerves, but since then, they have improved, and they just came off that very close win, like you said. So some people, that gets them amped up, and they want to play in the next game more cleanly. We'll have to see how it turns out here versus Blue, though.
Cool, he did say in the interview with Shocks that it was nerves on the first day. Everyone was a bit nervous. We saw San as well in Champs League was almost sleeping on the keyboard because he was trying to control his nerves. So it seems like they're playing better, but still the game against Fnatic. I mean, there was a lot of mistakes. They could have finished the game earlier as well. They almost lost the game. One auto attack from Cyanide, and it would have killed the Nexus.
I know that was crushing you inside.
It did crush me.
A lot of things could happen, a lot of different plays. So we're about to get underway. Of course, we're talking about OMG. They face Fnatic. And Samsung Blue Wall not coming in completely cold because, of course, they are scrimming with the Korean friends here, NaJin White Shield. So not a bad practice partner to have when they are topping Group D. Alistair banned out first off, as well as Zillion for Samsung Blue. Remember, OMG, they do have all of the bans this time.
Yeah, this is actually the first time Samsung Blue won't have to ban Alistar, because they've banned it in every single game on blue side so far, and they played all the games on blue side, so the remaining will of course be on red side for them. Don't have to worry about the Alistar. Lee Sin, I wonder if they're going to ban it. They first picked it in the last game against OMG, and it's been one of the main champions of Loveling back in LPL.
Another thing that Blue and LMQ both used on the first day when teams were getting wins against OMG was Rumble. So that might be a big deal here as well. They had a hard time sort of working around that mid-game team fight.
I mean, we have seen a few counters to Rumble now with the lane swaps where you deny him all the farm in the start, you deny his experience, and you shut him down by doing this. OMG, again, I haven't actually seen them play Rumble, from what I remember at least, and obviously we have seen Akon already play it. So it could be a last ban here, otherwise they're going to have to risk it and maybe get a Ryze first pick. If it's going to be left over by Samsung Blue, we know Gogo, and he loves to play Ryze.
Final ban coming in for OMG. Will they go for one? It's going to be Ryze. Yeah, they ban it themselves. So
must be Lee Sin then.
I mean, you've still got to take it away from Acorn as well. I don't know any Korean top laner that can't play Ryze, let's face it.
I mean, this Ryze ban really tells us that OMG has a very specific first pick in mind. Otherwise, Ryze would have been a perfect option. Zillion is banned, Alistar and Maokai. Some of the typical first picks are already gone. I'm looking at this Lee Sin pick, but I might tunnel on it a bit too hard. Let's wait and see.
Final ban coming through. Samsung Blue, what will it be? Will it be a mid laner? It will be Zed. Yes, it will. Target on Cool. So 2 bans towards him.
Oh.
Bang. Instant locks. Lee Sin.
First time Loveling gets his Lee Sin here. I mean, it's been banned a few times. It's been first picked by the other teams a few times. They've done everything they could to keep him away from Lee Sin. Finally gets it. He's so good on Lee Sin, and he's a big playmaker.
All right, mousing over the Shaco here, but of course a Kha'Zix is much more likely. Maybe we even finally get to see that Spirit Rengar come out from Samsung Blue. But honestly, they don't have to take the jungle early. The mid lane was our featured matchup last time around, and already banning out Zed. Dade versus Cool. A lot of people have mentioned how Dade would early pick mid lanes before. Not going to do it this time around, and they do have the guaranteed counter pick, so they can save that for this Cool versus Dade matchup if they need to go with counter pick this time around.
Yeah, they're going to actually have extra counter picks because now they can pick their jungle and they can see the AD carry. OMG wants to log in, which we expect to come in the next rotation for them. And the Janna pickup, we've seen it a few times against Lee Sin. You can stop him from ever engaging onto your team because again, you have the Monsoon, you have your Howling Gale to simply knock him up when he tries to go onto your team.
And we've seen how good she is in team fights where Blue will excel. If you rush that captain's upgrade for your boots, so much mobility, and Blue are definitely the type of team that will take advantage of that very early on in things like dragon fights, especially with assassins like Kha'Zix.
They already have a lot of kiting options just with the Kha'Zix and the Janna, and disengage potential for protect the AD carry comp and a siege comp, which they love to run.
Well, something Go-Going absolutely loves is that Aurelia, and with Loveling on the Lee Sin, we could see a heavy focus on Acorn in that top lane.
Pretty good Bash Bros combo right here. That's a very, very dangerous duo.
We have seen this combo already a few times today, and it's always the same deal. Where's Aurelia? Okay, let's go and gank for her. She's maxing her E, longer stun, and we will kill whatever top laner she's against. And it should also mean the Rumble pickup, if Samsung Blue wanted to play Rumble, is going to be very risky now against an Aurelia who can really shut him down.
Yeah, Go-Going has had a lot of success with this Aurelia in the past.
Went Let's see what Deft is going to choose. Rotating through just about every AD carry in the book, but we'll see which one he decides to finally end on. Of course, had some fantastic performances on Corki yesterday. Expecting that may be where it will end up. Jinx currently hovered over for a while though.
I mean, Corki would work because they already have Janna and Kha'Zix for a very, very strong siege comp here, especially in the mid game. Get your Trinity Force completed, get your Magic Pen on the boots, and then you can start sieging up on towers. That would work with the first few picks. Otherwise, we have seen Deft in the OGN play Twitch a few times, and he's playing it a little bit different from what we see other Twitch players do. He's often very focused on engaging team fights actually, 5 versus 5 here, and because he has Janna and because he has the KO, he can pop out as the guy in the front and just hammer away for these 7 seconds with his ulti and without taking any damage.
Right, he can get several members low at once, and then Spirit can clean up. This is a lot how Blue operate in these team fights here. Spirit comes to clean up a lot of these kills, and they have the option of using that intervention either on Kha'Zix for when he dies in, or if Janna is not enough to keep Deft safe. I was also wondering if Deft was going to have the confidence to go with one of these AD carries without his own escape built in after what happened to him on Kog'Maw versus Fnatic. You know, his next game he pulled out the Corki and he had a really good game. Maybe that gave him again the confidence in his positioning once again, and he's not facing quite the crazy pick comp that he was last time.
And a bit more protection as well,
there
especially
you
the Janna pick is going to help him a lot in these fights to go with the Kayle ulti.
Well, the Kayle will take a while to get going, but we know Samsung Blue like that late game. What I'm seeing from OMG here, though, with that Tristana, with that Yasuo locked in, it is all armor. There is no magic on that side.
Which simply means if OMG goes to late game, it becomes very, very hard for them to kill targets because Samsung Blue can stack so much armor on their side.
Thing is, Blue don't really have tanky members, so not a lot of people that would stack armor on this Blue team. A very offensive-oriented team where they rely on precision timing to pull off this team comp, and it's all about the right timing for Janna and the right timing for Kayle.
And Dade here actually finally getting to last pick and counter pick his mid lane. Normally he's very confident, he will blind pick his own mid laner and the rest of Samsung Blue will then wait for their picks. This time around he's actually getting to get a counter pick against the Yasuo in the mid lane. Obviously a champion, he's playing a lot, he knows every single matchup there. And OMG's side, I mean this is the comp we see from OMG so often. It's just full on brawling, team fight, we have a lot of bruisers in there, we want to contest every single objective possible and they have the comp to do it, especially with the Aurelia from mid game power spike.
Orianna locked in. Lots and lots of protection for Deft in this matchup, no doubt about it. OMG though, do they have it in and they have the comp to get rolling in that mid game? Can they get themselves ahead of Samsung Blue and work a big advantage from it?
Yeah, plus, talking about that early and mid-game stages, I mean, Lee Sin combos extremely well with Yasuo as well. We already mentioned the Lee Sin plus Aurelia combos with going, but really, both solo laners, the highlight players for OMG, both work extremely well with Lee Sin. Leveling here has the opportunity to make some early plays.
Yeah, they have a great and safe bottom lane here. You have Nami Tristana, it's a strong lane. Twitch and Janna shouldn't really be able to punish them, and then it's all about leveling, looking at these two solo laners and just snowball them as hard as you can to take the win.
Let's see how this one goes, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a tense battle, that's for sure. Samsung Blue, top of the table currently with 2 wins and 1 loss, but OMG, they took down Fnatic earlier on, and they are at 2-2. So whoever wins this matchup will be top in the group by the end of the game.
Yeah, Fnatic gave both of these teams quite a lot of trouble. Just very small margins, meaning the differences between wins and loss for both.
Well, with the lineups locked in, which team do you guys at home think will take victory in this matchup? Tweet us at LOL Esports with the hashtag OMGWin or the hashtag SSBWin for Samsung Blue. And we'll let you know who you think this voting's going to go after the absolutely epic match between OMG and Fnatic. What do they have left in reserve? Because that may well have taken a lot out of them.
All right, let's see here too, because it's going to be a lot of pressure on Heart. The dive potential with Yasuo plus Aurelia is very, very scary for him. I have to see about the timing for this Blue team. Looks like they are not getting any deep wards yet to look at those lanes.
It's going to be hard again. We talk about Deft and his Twitch play here, how he normally doesn't go for these one-on-one solo kills like we see a player like Imp do a lot. And it's also going to be harder if he tries on something like a Tristana, who can shoot him away with her ulti and jump away herself, so she's fairly safe in these one-on-ones against him. We're all about team fights, and that's an early one.
OMG tried to collapse, but instead it's Samsung Blue that have come around on towards them. Data 777. Are they going to be forced to flash away? Data may well be. He's gone! Flash just stood around, didn't flash instead. Gives first blood to Deft.
So I'm not sure here if Dada was like, okay, I'm gonna die no matter what because Deft is gonna flash after me anyway, and he had 6 poison stacks on him already. But OMG just blindly walking up the blue buff. You have no idea who's actually behind this.
This is a very, very bad sign for OMG. You know, they're a team that sometimes they show up really, really strong, but also sometimes they play extremely overly aggressive, chasing into the fog of war. This time they were blind, go so far deep. Not a lot of reason to go for that chase. It's such a risky play, but they charge straight across the river.
And that was a very standard level 1 from Samsung Blue. Just spread out all across so you can see every entrance into your own jungle. And obviously they just walk up behind OMG. Pick up the first blood for Deft here on Twitch. What a great start. He's gonna be swapping to the top lane. We talked about how the bottom lane matchup was in favor of OMG, and obviously also you want to shut down this Aurelia early on.
Yeah, especially if you are trying to get this Twitch to that early Blade of the Ruin King. He's already got the first blood. Now he's going to freeze up on the top side.
OMG were not ready for this lane switch at all, because you can see Samsung Blue, they started out buddy system, no problem. Akon following Spirit around in that jungle, whereas Gogoan was up in the top lane, and suddenly they appeared. And he's like, guys, anyone going to help me? I need to protect this blue buff now because Samsung Blue are on the invade.
They're really, really aggressive early on here. Going. Staying around is the only member so far. Rest of OMG wants to join.
This is very hard for OMG to secure. It looks like they're going to get 3 buffed here. Everybody collapsing for blue. They haven't called Deft yet.
It's a 4-man pile-on right now. OMG, it's going to be a smite fight, and I think it's Spirit that will take this one. Lovelink tries to stick around the side. There it is. It's a 3-buff start.
Yeah, this is great play by Samsung Blue because they know they have the AD carry on the top side. They know down this bottom side, San is sitting on Tristana. So there's 5 members from Samsung Blue on the top side of the map. Therefore, they can take control of it, secure the blue buff. The 4 members from OMG couldn't stop them. And if they stay around now, they can also go towards the top side and force OMG away from the top lane.
Yeah, a little bit lazy for OMG to start on their own red buff like that. Definitely is going to cost them early here as they try to fend this turret. At least they do have an extra lane of experience. Tristana's now trying to shove the lane into that turret down bottom. No, he's got it pushing back against him.
So while we had the fight at the blue buff here, Akon couldn't actually teleport down to this bottom lane, which meant he didn't get to pick up the farm. San had pushed into the tower first because he didn't manage to get the freeze, and he actually managed to bounce it on the tower here. So he can now start freezing, which is Akon.
He just leveled, that was an explosive shot explosion right there. So he's leveled explosive shot.
Why would he do that?
So he won't be able to freeze it for long. He's got a really big wave pushing towards him though, so it's not going to be an immediate push, but
that must have been a mistake.
He won't be able to freeze it past this wave. Why? This is the last time he'll be able to keep it on his side.
Yeah, why would he go with that one? Maybe he just did it from level 1, who knows?
Wouldn't matter anyway, they come to shove it.
Yep, they're going to shove it down, and now San will clear it out on towards that tower. So, not a great start, honestly, for OMG here. We'll see how it continues. San should be able to pick up the majority of this wave. We'll miss that last shot there. Spirit hovering around and moving in towards there, double buffed up, coming around the backside of Cool, who himself has been obviously keeping the pressure on Def, but he's got to be careful. He should be able to slide through on Spirit. Counter gank comes in, going to draw them in though. Cool taken very low, has to throw out that wind wall, and that's going to force him back to base.
Forcing him back to base here, and down this bottom lane, we can see Data 7 actually recall from the top lane. He's going to try and be on the bottom side of the map now to help San. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to deny any farm from Akon. They might not be able to do it anyway because of the explosive shot from San.
Look at the control from Blue. They didn't have to bring Heart down to the Dragon to defend it at all. Spirit did a good job controlling that bottom side of the jungle. In the early gank mid, they got control. So now after they call it back, they have plenty of time to bring Heart down, and there's not going to be much of a rebuttal from OMG.
All this sweet XP for Akon here. And also because OMG had sent so many members to the top side of the map, Samsung Blue didn't have to worry about an early Dragon at all. They could go back to their own jungle and farm a little bit, and Akon could just walk down to this bottom lane. So we have to keep an eye on the CS and the level between these two top laners.
But you've Gotta wonder, Def, is he going to be able to trade with GoGo, and if he starts to get those levels on him, they've got to be careful he doesn't stick around a little bit too long in this 1v1 lane. He will instead, there's 2 levels over him right now, so no harm on him whatsoever, but they've got to keep an eye on Lovely.
Well, right now it looks like Heart is taking this opportunity to get a bit deeper ward coverage in the blue side jungle to protect Deft up in this top side. So they will be able to keep track of Lovely fairly easily as he makes his way up onto this blue side of the jungle. Meanwhile, down here, Dada77 has just been sitting in the lane, and it's been up to Cool actually. Cool had to go roam and place the deep ward for OMG.
And we actually often see OMG place these very deep wards early on to try and spot the junglers. They don't just ward around their own lane, they want to get into the jungle, put on the camps, see where Spirit is moving around. And obviously, we often talk about Spirit, how he's a bit more of a passive jungler who focuses on counter ganking and the team fighting, but it's simply also because his laners are very strong and somewhat passive as well. They like to just sit back and farm. They don't necessarily need a lot of action early, which opens up for Spirit to just farm and become very, very strong for the team fights, which we will get in the future.
Leaving the straight up duel. GoGo in caught out here. Does get the stun down on Def, but he's going to turn a big chunk of damage. Didn't get the expunge at the end there.
Came back with his Cutlass ready to roll and immediately forces going out of lane with a huge wave here. That's going to be a teleport discrepancy. He has to teleport back to, or he's going to lose it. Well, he will get dove.
This one. Sentinel can drive.
They can
right
dive
here.
him.
TPing in as well. He cancelled instantly.
He cancelled it, yeah.
Double cancel, so the entire wave here lost from GoGoing. The tower will go down as well. Samson Blue can then swap down to this bottom lane, and GoGoing, he lost a lot of experience and CS right here.
I think that Blue could have waited on that teleport for GoGoing's teleport to completely finish, and then trap him there and make him run all the way back. But they scared him off, and it's going to be the entire wave denied. Yeah. They get the turret very, very low. They can take it whenever they want. OMG can also answer though, because they've got that explosive shot Tristana, been shoving the entire time.
Exactly, Acorn was forced away from this one, so he's also losing out in this bottom wave as well. We'll see whether Sandis decide to finish the turret off. Wouldn't be surprised. You can see Loveling is waiting just off at the side, expecting some sort of counter, but it hasn't come. Top tower also did not go down, by the way. Go it. Shockwave pulled on towards Cool. Flash goes in. Wimble. Is it enough? I'm not sure. One more basic attack. There's the ignite. Dade takes down Cool in a 1v1.
Yeah, not the first time we have seen Cool dying 1v1 in this tournament here. It's honestly been a sloppy performance from him. If you look at all the games played by OMG, he had a good game against Fnatic where he managed to kill Expector 1 versus 1, but that's actually been about it for Cool. He's not been performing as we expected.
And look at what that gives Blue. Immediately, the entire team floods into this side of the jungle. They take mid, and they're going to dive.
Oh, and the tower's going to drop as well. They're going to dive around the side. GoGoing's got nowhere to hide here, and that's going to be one more hit. That will go to Spirit.
The mid goes down and the floodgates open. Blue just jump on that, taking the entire side of the map. They had already pre-warded it. They knew this was a very easy move up to the top, tower down, and now they've got complete control. Is that wave bounced back too? They've even got the wave up top pushing back against them. They can even freeze this. So much control for Blue right now.
And we always see this pre-planning from Samson Blue. Place the wards to make sure we can go for the dive on top lane. We're not gonna get surprised by OMG. They are starting the dragon down here. Only Hard is actually nearby. This should be a dragon pool.
Yeah, they should be able to take it, so that's a good counter. It does keep them within gold reaches because objectives were starting to fall across the map for OMG.
The problem still stands though. That top wave right there is gonna be in front of the turret, right where Acorn wants it. There's nothing on the bottom side of the map to draw Blue away from that. So as long as they are able to protect him up there, he should be able to keep it. Oh, it runs all the way into the turret.
Well, still, he's gonna get all the farm, he's gonna get all the XP here, and GoGoing is not level 6 yet. On his Aurelia, he's going towards the Phage, actually delaying, getting a Sheen as well, so he won't have the instant burst from it. Right now, he is pretty far behind, and they actually decide to send him down this bottom lane just to try and get some farm one-on-one against Def.
So OMG's point of view right now is that they need to shove this top side. They need to get that thing down. They don't want to let Acorn grow big in the top side. Send 2 members up there right now. They might even send Lee Sin up there to make sure. But bottom side, it's the exact same mirror answer here for Blue.
How confident is Deft feeling? Well, it doesn't matter because Watch is coming out to join him. It's a 3v1 dive and going. He's starting to back away. He's starting to sniff something's up, but he's too late, I think. Spirit will catch on. There's the slow from Heart. The ultimate is running. It should just give him enough lifesteal, and he hangs on for now. The top turret also, though, OMG, they will collapse on this one. Santa's going to take it.
Yeah, mirror plays.
But this trade is in favor of Samsung Blue because if you look at the top laners, Kale, while you of course want to get strong for the late game, if you want to kill people, you don't have to because of your ulti, you have utility for your team. Even if you are behind and have 0 items, you provide as such a strong ulti. Irelia, she needs to get going. She needs to get a Trinity Force, otherwise she's not going to do anything in team fights.
Loveland feeling the pressure in his own jungle as well. Spirit's in around there. Samuel finally claps down that top turret. So even in turrets right now, but that middle turret, it's a desperate move. With Samsung Blue, they're going to move in. Cool has to back off. It's just going to take one swing of the sword, and that will go down.
They're also setting up a pick here. You see Deft and Heart were waiting in that bush to see if someone would come by.
It's a 5-man
sitting on a ward. 5 men in mid. This is a Twitch tower siege at 11.5 minutes.
Just look at the wards also around this mid lane here. Everything was pre-warded. They know we can just rotate from bottom lane straight to mid lane. The tower was already low because Cool died one-on-one earlier. And Samsung Blue getting the lead and being able to shut down this Aurelia early on.
One thing that was just shown that will slow them down on these tower sieges is that wind wall. Once Tristana gets fed enough and gets those items on, they will be able to clear those waves off. So Samsung Blue need to keep their maneuvering going, but as of yet, it is all working out so well for them from that very first level 1 kill.
Yeah, Twitch is not the greatest AD carry at actually sieging a tower, but he has the Janna shield to help him. You even have Dade there with his own shields and intervention if needed. There's a lot of protection for him if he wants to go in and hit these towers, and there's not a lot of instant wave difficulty.
It's a trap.
I mean, OMG, this is the second time he's making a very offensive move with no ward coverage here for OMG. This is a completely risky play from Cool. If he shows himself, he's toast, but he holds on to it.
They saw him down here in this ward. Look at down in this bottom lane. There's a ward from Samsung Blue. They saw Cool run from the base. Also managed to spot Lovely here and decides to just back away. Don't actually want to deal with all these members from OMG.
Yeah, they were waiting for him to jump on that, but he doesn't quite take the bait.
Yeah, it's a tense move because the pressure they are under, the fact that they had that great victory earlier on, the adrenaline must have been absolutely pumping through their veins, and they do hold on. Dada will clear out that pink ward. Give them a little bit of vision, but instantly we see Heart replace another ward down the bottom and clear out the pink that OMG just placed.
And OMG, because again they're running these items. Oh, Heart. Let's see if he actually wants to place the ward.
Oh,
He's
that
safe.
was not even close.
He is safe, but because OMG once again is running these fight comps, you cannot afford to fall behind, because if you cannot engage in a straight up team fight, you're just gonna watch all your towers die, you're gonna watch all objectives go over to the enemy team, and then the game is over. You need to be able to engage and win fights.
You can see Acorn making a move. He's heading down towards the mid lane. That's freeing up going in the top lane, but it does mean that Samsung Blue are starting to collapse in and around that mid. They're going to back off. They're buying. It's free time for going, of course, because the wave was shoved in by Acorn, so he couldn't really go any further. But it does give OMG a little bit of a respite.
The thing is, here goes Deft. Looks like he might be looking for somebody out of position. Again, that's Tristana.
Oh, he's going.
Has a knock away. He should be fine.
Yeah. Quick rocky jump away. The HP's
whoa.
San, he's going for it. San having to use the heal there, so Summoner Spell had to be burnt in the end.
He didn't use his ulti before Rocket jumping away, so he does have to burn a Summoner Spell. But again, let's take a look at those team fights, because OMG, while it looks like they do have a pretty good team fight comp, there's so many answers from Blue. If the Janna Tornado can push back the initial charge from OMG's Aurelia and Yasuo, they've got this intervention for the Yasuo ultimate. If he even gets that knock-up off on Twitch, the ultimate there from Kale is going to be key. So really it's going to be about how many members can get CC'd at once from Blue. If Blue spread out appropriately, they shouldn't lose that team fight because they have so many answers. The exhaust, the Janna, and the intervention. There's just too many things for them to deal with. So OMG got to kind of get it spread out. Whoop!
Oh, they're going to go straight on Donna. He should be in trouble. One more hit. There it is. San gets the kill. They finally get themselves on the board. And now, just in time with 12 seconds before the Dragon.
Yeah, OMG, they do have the pick potential here with the Tristana and the Yasuo to set it up, or the Lee Sin to set it up. Very important pick here. They should be able to take the Dragon as well.
One of the my favorite things to see is not having to rely on the Lee Sin plus Yasuo. Like Complexity, they go for the Tristana knockback plus Yasuo, and that pick does award them control over Dragon. They've got teleport on Aurelia, so it'd be very hard for Blue to actually take this fight. The pieces of Blue are so important. They need everybody to pull this team fight off.
Yeah, they have to be as a team if their comp wants to counter OMG. If they stay just 1v1, 2v2, then OMG is looking really, really strong with all their bruises. Let's see what Data 7 can do.
They're going for it. Data having to flash out of that one. He may get locked in. Spirit jumps up. There's one kill go down. Lovely with a good kick, forces them away. The top lane was shoved in. That's why Acorn's going to teleport. He's going to get himself a big chunk of experience once again and gold as these waves crash against the tower.
That's going to be a big level 10 for him, closing in on that level 2 ultimate fairly soon. Much needed pick there for Blue. Let's see how much ward coverage they can get after the pick. Trying to clean out this red side.
Well, at the moment, OMG slow to respond. Ultimate coming out from Coco will get interrupted by that Howling Gale, but waves will get cleared. Deft once again stealthing in, looking to pop up on someone. Didn't have Bladed Rune King ready though, so it was a risky maneuver. They're sticking around. He's on top of a ward. Have they swept it? Now they will. Now they realize it.
Remember, Acorn has no teleport. He's up in this top lane pushing here. Every other member on the map was around this mid lane. Death and Heart going down to this bottom. They don't actually want to fight right now, Samsung Blue. They're probably still looking just to scale up here. They want to have the Ghost Blade on your Twitch as well, so you have this fantastic like 6-7 seconds where you have the Ghost Blade, where you have your ulti as well to just destroy people if you pop out in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, people always mention the late game scaling up Tristana, but Twitch is a massive, massive AD carry in team fights in the late game.
Yeah, Twitch is all about this burst you can do, doing your ulti, doing your Ghost Blade, and when you pop out of stealth with your Q, which is why these Twitch players on the professional level, if your positioning is not perfect, when you pop up in a team fight, then you get punished.
And it comes back to the importance of that precision timing for Blue to pull this team off. Because if one of those pieces is not there, if that intervention is not in range, if the Janna knockback is not on time, then everything will collapse very quickly. All the members individually are squishy. So if OMG get that split-second opening, then they can knock them over like dominoes.
Definitely. Playing it safe, had that pick ward in the bush, so it didn't push any further. Aqua Prism so close to catching on Heart there. The Snake Wave absolutely miles wide. He will back away. Blue buff to Dade there. He's going to pick that one up and keep himself clean. There's not really been any invade, honestly, from OMG to put any pressure on any of the buffs right now. It was all about Samsung Blue getting a triple buff start that's worked so well for them, and they've kept that small gold lead ever since then.
Yeah, OMG's mid-game has been slowed down quite a lot because Going was so far behind after this lane swap here. And now they obviously hit the point where they want to wait for Cool and Sand to be stronger before they really want to fight. Deft always sneaking in here, just poking a little bit, but you need your Tristana now to get past the mid-game point, and you need these two crucial items on your Yasuo before you can really start looking for more team fights.
Teleport not available here. Cool is pushing on this tower. It's going to get a lot of damage on this one. You can see Acorns in the top. They were trying to set up a gank of their own. Go was across there. Heart tries to come across. Loveling does block him away, and they will back off. Wasn't too big a threat on them, honestly, but that's again lack of vision. They didn't really know what was coming.
There's a big chance we're just going to see OMG continue this 1-3-1 split push they've been doing, where you have going in the top lane, you have Cool down the bottom lane, and then obviously Sand sitting in the mid lane with his static shift. Once he completes it, and just wave clears on Tristana, and that way you spread out Samsung Blue. As you talked about, Kobe, if Samsung Blue is not together as a unit, they will die. They are very squishy. They cannot defend themselves then. And suddenly OMG could actually control the game.
And we gotta give, props to Deft. We were wondering about what his confidence level was gonna be like today. On Twitch, he has been going for those assassinations. He's been sneaking up for the ambushes.
Lovely. Waiting. I've been noticing Loveland and Cool very much working as a team, working as that buddy system, trying to come around, trying to put some pressure on towards this mid turret. But again, Samsung Blue read that situation. 5 members quickly there to defend it, while the red buff goes across the Deft.
And we did just hear about the synergy between Loveling and Cool in his mid lane, of course, outside of the game. Very, very good friends. Maybe too good friends, we don't really know, judging from the video. Seemed like at least they enjoy each other's company.
I don't know where you're going with that one, that's for sure.
Well, they're just great friends.
I dare not.
Me and Kobe are good friends too.
For Samsung Blue. in the top lane. We do see Acorn shoving that wave out once again. Deft was sticking around nearby, wasn't sure if they were going to find anyone to push in. Lack of ward coverage, honestly, coming out from OMG. They don't really have the vision requirements to make any plays on Samsung Blue. They're just playing this one safe.
Speaking of that vision, I mean, look how close the vision war is right now.
Yeah.
It's right down the river. Both teams know that if they get caught off guard, that split-second opening, the damage is there. The pick potential is there. I mean, we've seen bubbles dodged by a hair, making the difference between life and death. Now, with Dragon coming up, we do get to see Blue grouping up. They want to make use of all of these little pieces of their team comp in unison. See if we can actually get a picture.
But remember, OMG are putting pressure on towards the middle turret. We do see Dade going to kind of cut across. Here comes Deft. Can he start something off here? Stealths in towards them. Going is ready and waiting to strike. Windwall will block off a lot of the damage. Ratatat is running and pounding down on towards OMG. They are forced away from this one. They cannot get close or involved in the next Dragon.
And that's really the power here of Samsung Blue and their comp. When you have an 80k like that, this might not be over yet. You're chasing for Loveling.
Loveling doesn't want to use that kick, but he may well have to. Force his spirit into the Dragon. He's like, all right, I'll start it off. No problem.
That probably should be the Dragon too, because that assassination attempt from Deft was all about getting damage down and forcing OMG off of this objective. He had the confidence to go straight up to the front line of OMG.
Why did they re-engage? I do not know. But they're going to try and turn it around. The fact that Ratatat is not available. Intervention being used very early on Deft there. Lovely. Tries to safeguard. Oh, he missed it. Oh, Shockwave doesn't land either. Skill shots are flying left and right, but nothing is landing. Samsung Blue are going to force OMG away. The wind wall once again blocking off. And this is a risky play.
Oh, Deft not done.
Time around. He tries to get on towards Cole. Lot of damage coming through. This time they will find their target and they get themselves a kill.
And you can see Deft has the confidence because there's intervention at his back. Monsoon still holding on to that one for Blue. He can go straight up to the front line, open up, because he knows he has the rest of the team there at his back, ready.
And OMG at this point, they shouldn't be looking for these big team fights. They can give up this Dragon because we see Samsung Blue, when there are 5 people together, how confident they are, how they can start fights, and OMG had to run away instantly as his Twitch pops out because they know if we jump him, well, there's going to be a Shockwave in our face. He's going to get the ulti from Kill as well, and we won't be able to kill him. So 5 versus 5, heavily in favor of Samsung Blue at the moment.
All right, so fighting over the wards here. They again jump right into the front line. Yes, intervention is down, but again, they're still holding on to that one card. Shockwave completely misses, doesn't matter. OMG can't re-engage on this. They just stick around here without much that they can gain. And then Deft comes in from the side. Cool, trying to clean up that minion wave.
A little bit of greed at the end there, but OMG, you can't help but notice they came from 3 different directions.
There he is again!
So tricky. That is dead. I don't think he's going to get away. Or is he? There they go on towards Harko, going baited into it. I think he's going to go down. Shockwave flashed away, but Spirit goes deep on this one with the intervention on him. The tower hits will be cancelled out, but OMG go down one more man again, and that's going to open up this middle turret for Samsung Blue.
It's all about this one pick from Samsung Blue every single time. Deft is the guy sneaking in the front line as the AD carry, get the kill, and just start pushing down these towers. It's going to be another one.
They have so much push potential. Loveling going incredibly deep, picks out Deft for the ultimate of Cole, but he just does next to no damage. The exhaust instantaneously down. Dade gets himself a double. They can keep on pushing through the base. OMG are just going at them, bouncing off them like flies on a wall, and Samsung Blue take themselves an easy inhibitor.
Yeah, that was only a 2-man attempt on a 5-man Samsung Blue team there. Even if you do get that combo, not going to be much cleanup power here. Tristana finally at 2 items, but in a big hole here for OMG.
Yeah, and Monsoon is still ready from Heart. I don't think we've seen him use it yet because he didn't have to. I mean, Deft was perfectly fine.
Exactly.
Before.
They're playing so well with just the intervention being burned. They get so much damage down in the window that they have with that intervention up that there's no chance for OMG to turn around. They've already sustained too many casualties.
But OMG, again, they had the option to avoid the team fights, split push on the map with the Aurelia, with the Yasuo, They did the same against Fnatic when they had Zed. They kept walking into 5 versus 5 team fights, which actually went in favor of Fnatic, which was one of the reasons this game lasted so long as well, because Fnatic got the lead going. OMG, I know in China, in LPL, you don't see a lot of split pushing because teams are so good at forcing team fights and kind of remove you from the split pushing part. But in this game, it's the way to win for OMG. They have to split push. They can't go in 5 versus 5. They can never kill them.
Got a 5-man push to mid lane. Take a couple of tower hits. Will Samsung Blue react quick enough, or will his tower finally fall? They've been trying hard on it. There's a lot of hit points on it. Samsung Blue are starting to collapse. The shield goes down there, and I'm not sure they've got enough to take it in this wave. They have 4 members bearing down on them. Deft trying to flank around the side once again. What's all happened in Acorn, of course, is continuing to keep that bottom wave pressure on them. And again, forced away from the mid turret.
Uh-oh, vision control over Baron. That is a very, very bad thing for OMG. There's so much damage on this blue team. They can take that very quickly. And if you go into Fog of War versus this team, a shockwave on one of these jungle pathways, your whole team will be dead in an instant.
Going, just teleporting back. I think he's going to teleport on towards this ward at the side. They have vision. There's going to scrying off. They can see them on it right now, but that Baron's going down so quickly. I think Samsung Blue will take it before they get close enough. And OMG have to back away. Lovely caught out. He's got no one to safeguard to. They just left him on his own. And that was a simple pick off. And Samsung Blue, they may just ram this straight down OMG's throat. Go for it. Sand's going to get caught out. Rat-a-tat-tat from range. One more shot. There it is. Contaminate pulled the trigger. And Def gets himself another.
What a beautiful quadra threat team from Blue. And they're going to march it on. That is the game.
27 minutes gone in this game. And Samsung Blue going to keep on pushing it. Taking down the first Nexus turret, the second one. Will they push on? They've got super minions with them. Why the hell not? They have full control with that Baron buff. Def goes sneaking in, gets that attack speed bonus, and takes down another Nexus turret. This is full control from a very strong team. Cool tries what he can. Shockwave pull, too late. He was already dead. It didn't matter. They're going to get themselves a Nexus, and a strong, strong victory for Samsung Blue against OMG.
Yeah, really great comp here from Samsung Blue. Comp we have seen before as well. You have Spirit playing their team fighting junglers like Kha'Zix, where he can clean up fights. He loves to do it. But I have to say, OMG, they're really showing they only have one playstyle, which is just 5 versus 5 team fights. I mean, they had the option to split push. We've seen it before, and they refused to do it. Maybe because they don't feel confident in their split pushing abilities. I don't know what it is.
I mean, they had that one moment where they got to pick mid, and that's about it. This was a scary, scary game from Blue. Very impressive.
And again, I mean, Samsung Blue, they get the perfect game for them. They want to have these team fights, and OMG playing straight into it. They say, okay, let's keep team fighting, let's keep team fighting. We are weaker, but we're going to keep trying. We lost, we want to contest every single objective. We always talk about it with OMG. And then it just gave Samsung Blue a fairly easy win, to be honest.
I mean, this is why Acorn has had such success on Kale. This team, they're so confident in their timing, and they trust each other so much in these team fights. Def constantly right in their faces on the front line because he's ready with all of the defensive abilities.
Exactly. I mean, he just basically gave one of the best AD carries in the world all the confidence he needed to go aggressive. He just walks in there, goes 4-0-5 in the end. Fantastic performance. When you can go in, you know you've got a defensive ball from Dade if he's not going aggressive himself, which he kind of did. He went 5-on-4. We've got the shield, of course, from Janna and that intervention, which was used so many times on him. Just pure confidence, and you saw in Def's play how aggressive he was being. He was just like, I'm going to walk into this team. I don't care if there's a Yasuo in my face. I can deal with him.
Even worse for OMG, if they collapse onto Def and like, yeah, we can kill you now. Multiple members, well, Shockwave from Dade is going to be pretty easy to land then and just get all of them, kill them. He didn't even have to do anything in this game other than kill Cool one-on-one in the mid lane, because teamfights was all about Def just doing all the damage and all the protection from everyone else in the fights here.
Oh, well, of course, while the game is still fresh in your heads, share your highlights by tweeting us at LOL Esports and using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. And, of course, to take us through that victory for Samsung Blue, we're going to go over towards the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Another pretty clean win for Samsung Blue. I think some credit has to be given to OMG for at least remaining relevant as far as CS is concerned up till the 20-minute mark. But then I think just a whole bunch of brain farts. I can't understand some of the decision making. Before we get to that, let's talk about the lane swap. Monty, I know you quite liked the lane swap early on and some of Blue's plays around the map.
Yeah, I know. I was like flipping out here for that first teleport play that we saw on the desk. I was so excited to see that because I've never seen it before. And when I talk about Acorn, I like to describe him as a player, a top laner that's like death by 1,000 cuts. He's not the guy who's going to get the big haymaker play, but he is the guy who's going to outsmart you in very, very small ways and then get a massive advantage over a long period of time. And in that situation, what we saw was he had successfully pushed in the lane swap. He was bottom on Kayle, pushed the lane into the turret. Meanwhile, the Deft was freezing in top lane, had piled a big wave. Now, Deft comes back into the lane with his Cutlass, doesn't use it, but still chunks going out of lane. Now, both top laners are heading back, but Kayle has a long time to walk into the lane without losing any CS. Going starts to teleport top. However, Twitch had just hit 6, and then also still had the Cutlass active up, and then Acorn decides to teleport as well. They both cancel because otherwise Going would have just died to a dive, and he lost the entire minion wave, and then Acorn could just safely walk back in and get all of that experience, and their teleports were still synced up. I've never seen anybody do that before. It just goes to show how well these guys play across the map as a team. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah, all I can really say is absolutely great play by him. Acorn did do really well. Basically, sorry, I had like a random point stuck in my head. 30 points offense masteries, by the way, just for what that one's worth. I just started like looking at his builds, and I got like distracted. You started talking about Acorn some more. I was like, hey, it's on my screen still. So yeah, but that was kind of all I wanted to bring up as far as related to that point.
So let's talk a little bit more about Samsung Blue in that win. As I said, as we got more and more into the game, they roamed around the map, they pushed the towers. They didn't get a big lead by any stretch of the imagination, but the aggressive play that D-Man was talking about, Deft would get in everybody's face, put down the spray and pray, and then Cool would just decide to pick up 4 minions and then die anyway. I can't understand some of the decisions that OMG were making, especially after the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's not like OMG was outcomped in any way either, because when I think of Twitch, I think of the most annoying champions to play Twitch against. That is Yasuo, who is incredibly good at taking down non-mobility AD carries. Wind Wall is also probably the biggest counter in the game to spray and pray, so all you have to do is wait for him to initiate, put down your Wind Wall, spray and pray is useless, or rat-a-tat-tat. Also, Tristana, really hard champion to pick, right? Normally AD carries, Twitch is looking to kill the enemy AD carry, but Tristana is incredibly safe. So Deft was down 50 CS in the mid game, but he still was able to make plays and make that team comp work, which props to him and props to Samsung Blue. They played their team comp really well.
I mean, we're knocking OMG a lot, which I think is warranted, but the one thing they did do well this time, which is different from the last time they played Yasuo, is they did split push for about, like, 90 seconds. They sent Lee Sin in the jungle on the bot side and had Yasuo split to tier 2, and then they go, wait, why are we doing this? Let's go fight or something. They recalled and they went to fight. So they had glimpses of the value of split pushing, but I don't think they really grasped that that's what they needed to do with that Yasuo.
It's definitely something that the shoutcasters are talking about consistently. So Samsung Blue, again, showing their prowess on the map. Tomorrow they play 2 games, one against LMQ, one against Fnatic. I asked both of you guys before the game, what do you do if you are Fnatic? What do you do if you are LMQ watching that game? What would your advice be to those players, considering it is LCS squads going up against the #1 seed from Korea?
Well, just looking at that comp, that was a very Twitch-centric comp. You know, they had Ori, Kayle, and Janna to kind of beef up the Twitch. If they're so confident to run that comp, even into champions like Yasuo and Tristana, like I said, those are probably the biggest counters to Twitch, then Fnatic just has to play, I think, the same style that OMG did, the same team comps, but better. Just execute it better.
We'll have to see if they can do that. Let's take a quick look at the standings before we head into that final game of the day. We'll be keeping you up to date with the results as and when they come in. So there you go, Samsung Blue 3-1. Got a couple of games buffer between Fnatic and OMG at the bottom of the table. We're just about to watch Alliance taking on NaJin Shield in a moment or two. So we'll see how that game pans out, and a lot of pressure on Alliance's shoulders, I feel, probably as they are preparing for this game after you've seen them win earlier today. What are they thinking about as they are getting set up on stage?
I think they need to just remind themselves what their strengths are as a team. Like, you know, they have really strong solo laners, and I think they just need to get it in their head that they can win laning phase if they try hard, if they get the champions they want, and they need to just put that in their head. This is our game plan. This is how we need to win.
All right, we'll see if they can. They did win early game last time against NaJin Shield. So we are going to take that quick break, and the World's action will continue shortly when Europe's Alliance takes on Korea's NaJin White Shield. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Going for it, Dada having to flash out of that one. He may get locked in. Spirit jumps on one. There's one kill go down, and this is a risky play. He comes back this time around. He tries to get on towards Cole. Lot of damage coming through. They have so much push potential. Lovely going incredibly deep. Picks out death for the ultimate of Cole, but he just does next to no damage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as I am joined here by Kabum's Minerva, has been putting up a great performance. First up, Minerva, first Brazilian team to be at Worlds. Tell me, what have the past couple of days been like for you?
Pela primeira vez um time brasileiro está participando do Mundial. Como esses últimos 2 dias têm sido para você?
Para mim, esses 2 dias têm sido muito incríveis. Não só pelo Mundial, de estar aqui dando essa entrevista para mim. Isso é muita coisa para mim, não só para mim, como no Brasil. Então, está sendo tudo muito incrível.
Everything's been amazing the last 2 days, all the games, and also being here, giving this interview. Everything's been amazing for me.
Well, your performance has also been amazing. You've been getting a lot of praise, keeping up with some of the best in the world. How much does that match your expectations coming up to this? Because it's the first time you get to play all these guys.
Então, não só as suas habilidades estão sendo muito boas, está sendo muito admirada por todo mundo, e a bot lane está em parelha com os principais do mundo. Como você acha isso?
Isso para mim é muita coisa, porque eu tenho poucos jogos como a The Carry. Esse reconhecimento é muito bom para mim. Ouvir isso não só dos comentaristas, como do Doublelift, que é a The Carry, é muita coisa e valeu muito para mim.
So everything's been really good. Not only hearing that my abilities were good by the commentators, but also from players at Doublelift, because he's a AD carry as well. And for me, it's exceptional because I only had 12 games before coming here as AD carry. So.
Yeah, amazing performance. Well, you've definitely made a Kabum fan out of me and a lot of people. Is there anything you want to say to the newfound fans and, of course, the Brazilian crowd watching at home?
Você gostaria de agradecer e falar alguma coisa para os fãs que você fez aqui e também para os fãs no Brasil?
Sim, com certeza. A plateia daqui de Singapura é incrível, todos eles torceram bastante para a gente, a cada objetivo nosso eles gritavam bastante. Isso para mim foi muito incrível, foi uma das melhores experiências que eu tive na vida. E para o pessoal do Brasil, que continuem assim, torcendo bastante. E é isso, obrigado por estar aqui.
So yes, thank you very much for the crowd here in Singapore, which has been amazing, shouting our names, every objective, every kill, everything that we did on the map. They were amazing, shouting our names. It was a very good experience, and the fans back in Brazil, which is keep shouting our names, keep cheering for us. We're gonna do our best, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, we're very happy to have you here. Obrigada. All right, now let's head back to the desk for our next game.
Thank you very much, Shux and Minerva. And, props to Kabum. They really have impressed the world stage. Just very quickly, the 12 games as AD carry, Minerva was brought on board as a support before he was moved to ADC when they realized his mechanics were better than Dan's, and Dan's is the shot caller. Right, let's move on to the last game of the day, as Alliance will be taking on NaJin White Shield. Quickly to note, if NaJin White Shield wins this match, they're not only guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals, but they will also clinch the first place seed. In order to do that, they need to take down Alliance, and Alliance are coming into this game after beating Cloud9 earlier in the day. I would say it was a fairly convincing win. However, it did take a while for Alliance to grab control of the game. Freak, what would you say to that comment?
I would say that the top 3 teams in this group are all, I think, actually pretty darn good individually and also pretty smart as well. Like, these guys kept playing each other, NaJin, White Shield, Alliance, Cloud9. They would start trading games a lot back and forth. So saying, well, they had a close game against Cloud9, so they can't beat Shield, I think would be false. I think we saw Alliance play against guys earlier, had a really good showing. So I think Alliance still definitely has what it takes. They're still smart players. They're still very good individual players. And again, we think back to last time Alliance played White Shield. Very large early game lead. No surprise, they actually picked a lot of good lane matchups. Just couldn't quite close it out from there. But again, those same tools still exist for this team.
Last time these two teams played, Shook didn't impress, gave up first blood on that Elise, if memory serves. Played Rammus earlier today, Monte Cristo. What was your take on his performance and if that's going to carry through against Shield today?
Interesting performance on Rammus. I really think that it was kind of misplayed by Cloud9. In my opinion, they had a composition that was really quite able to deal with the Rammus if they had just been able to kite it out. And as some of the casters were saying, the gank paths weren't awesome for his Rammus either. I guess I'm unconvinced. I think you can't jungle past a certain point. You just lack the damage, and then you lack damage as a team comp as well. So I'm not sold.
Yeah, and I feel like the story of that game, the tempo was really set by Wicked. He had such a huge lead on balls. I have never seen balls fall so far behind in a matchup that most people consider like a 50-50. It's Ryze versus Aurelia. So I feel like it would be really silly for Shield to give Wicked Aurelia. I mean, this guy is a monster on that champion.
Well, we'll see what he does. Picks and bans is going to be very important for both of these squads. Probably care to chime in on what some of the thought process might be going into this or the strategy as these teams come into the game.
I'm really, really curious if they're going to leave up Zed and try to give it to Shield so Froggen can counterpick it. Something along those lines. I think Zed's going to either be banned, and they'll be sad, but hopefully it's picked, and then the other mid laner gets to counterpick it and just kind of show him up on it.
Closing thoughts, Freak, before predictions?
I want to jump back on the point that you talked about double lift here, where basically I think it was the Rammus. Like, Shook tower dived really well on a very good tower diving jungler. He made the plays. Like, Shook was the reason that team won, and if he keeps that performance up, Alliance could win.
Well, Freak, seeing as though you feel confident.
They could win. You're transitioning into predictions.
Who will win?
I can ruin your openings as well. So yeah, we're gonna start predictions, guys. We don't need quick shot here anymore. I actually do think though that NaJin White Shield is going to win this game. They are 4-0, right? They beat Alliance last time despite a good early game lead. I think there's a chance. I'll say it's like a 60-40, but I'm going to go ahead and vote with the odds and say, yeah, NaJin White Shield.
So Freak convinced me he was voting for Alliance before going for the hit and switch. Monte Cristo, who are you picking as your winner?
Well, Trevor, as you know, I don't always predict League games, but when I do, I prefer Koreans. Stay salty, my friends. I'm taking Shield.
That was better than expected. Right. Prolly, who are you predicting to win this game and why?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Shield here. I think Alliance's best chance are getting those 1v1 kind of things and outplaying their opponents, but I think Shield's going to kind of play conservative and just outplay them in team fights.
Starting to see a trend here. 3 for NaJin White Shield. Double lift, you are the final prediction. Who will it be and why?
I actually think Alliance is going to win for the reason that I've just really not been convinced by Shield. I know that they are 4-0 in the group so far, but to me, their wins are more the enemy team making mistakes rather than... It was really just Gorilla making all the plays. If Alliance is any smart, they'll take away what Gorilla's playmaking champions, and I feel like Froggen and Wicked are playing really solid. They've been ramping up throughout the group stage.
Well, Double Lift, you do have the final word. We will find out if you are the weakest link in just a moment. The update from LOLesports.com to see if the fans agree with our analysts, and according to those numbers, 57% of you are on the side of Double Lift, saying that Alliance will pick up the win. The teams are ready, so let's head over to the caster desk to head into the game.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. It certainly has been an exciting day, full of absolutely amazing match, and it seems like absolutely ages since that crazy game one so long ago. We are on to Game 6, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final game of the day. Everyone here seems to be behind Alliance, so get this game underway. Starting out on that blue side is Team Alliance from the European LCS. That means starting out in the top lane is Wicked, the big Dane. Shook alongside him in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as the AD carry, and Nif, of course, on support.
And on the red side is NaJin White Shield. Up top is going to be Save in the jungle, Watch. Mid, Goom, AD carry Zephyr, and support Gorilla.
And we've just been looking at Gorilla. We keep talking about Gorilla. The analyst desk was saying you have to ban his playmaking support. Kabum did it.
Who do you let him play? Kabum banned 2 of the champions. And
then he had Nami.
You see that Nami tidal wave?
I know, right? Exactly.
Triple Gorilla ban.
Triple Gorilla
It's going to
ban.
be Thresh ban from Alliance, I believe. And I wonder if Aurelia is going to be banned by White Shield here against Wicked.
Not only did Alliance just focus their last strategy on Aurelia by feeding Wicked versus Cloud9, but also the last time they played Shield, he had Aurelia, and they had a good mid-game lead, which they gave up from warding, but still, they had a good mid-game lead.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick and bans underway for the final game of the day. It is a Nidalee ban for Alliance, something honestly we think they're going to have to do throughout this tournament. Oh, a Rammus ban on Shook.
And Watch is cracking up. Watch it.
Respect ban against Shook here with the Rammus. But Nidalee, obviously against Save, you have to ban it. He can play both AP Nidalee and he can also play the standard Bruiser one. Obviously Alliance don't want to deal with it, and they got Zillion.
I mean, Shield really didn't like Rammus. They even spelt out Ram. I don't know why they did that one. Thresh said also being taken away, but yes, Zillion threw straight away for, is it Froggen or is it Nif again? That's the question. But it does mean Rise once again could be the hands of Save.
So I gotta say, once again, in the last matchup, Alliance caught Shield off guard. They picked Zillion early. It was a flex pick. They even said after in the interview, they were confused by this. They thought that it was mid lane. Alliance made the switch to support. So once again, flex pick starting out. Alliance trying to play that mind game.
Yeah, but we have to say in the last game, where it was Nif playing the Zillion, it wasn't the greatest performance. His build was very questionable. His ultis in the late game didn't pay off for Alliance at all. We're going to have to see if he's playing it again, if he's changing up the build path, and also if he can be more clutch in these late game fights.
Well, wherever it goes, it's going to give Alliance this experience bonus that they can make a mid-game push with. And NaJin Shield have already locked in super late game here. So there's an opening. They've got this slump in the middle where Alliance can make a push. They kind of just have to go through that window now.
White Shield is definitely expecting to be able to do the same as they did against Alliance last time, where they played fall a little bit behind early game, but then come back through better vision control, getting the picks onto Alliance, and then get to late game where you have Tristana and Ryze, two of the best champions in the late game already, but they are going to be extremely weak in this mid game. Alliance can punish them. Aurelia was left open, the best mid-game top laner.
So this is what we were expecting from Alliance, and as you said, Shield are ready. They're just calling it. They're saying, okay, bring it at us one more time.
And what a shot. Shook goes for Lee Sin as well alongside him, so no surprises. The buddy system in action between Shook and Wicked. We'll see if it works out. I'm still really want to know. Is this Zillion, the fact that it snuck through is, I think it's really keeping NaJin White Shield guessing, but they are going to be able to have the chance to counter it.
Yeah, they've got the last pick this time around. They're not going to get fooled twice.
Yeah.
Not get fooled twice, but banning Rammus and give Sugar Lee Sin, that is very, very strange. You really respect this Rammus pick here from Sugar. It must be because they're not used to playing against it and just want to get it out of the way.
That's exactly it, yeah. I mean, if it's something you're just not used to, you've not practiced, you've never seen it in ages, then just take it out of the picture.
And Alliance right now, you're sitting on Aurelia for Wicked, comfort pick for multiple years, like ever since the guy became professional, and Lee Sin for Shook, his main champion as well. So you're giving some comfort picks over to Alliance here, who all are extremely strong in this mid game.
It honestly looks like...
Hey, got Janna!
Finally, Gorilla gets Janna. We'll see. He wanted to show this so long ago, bless him.
It honestly looks like Shield have something to prove here, and they're like, okay, you know, last time we made some mistakes, and we actually can play a much cleaner game against the same thing. So they let them have Aurelia again. They're letting them have Kog'Maw around here, another Trinity Force champion. So there looks like they're going to try and weather that storm. And now, I do like Janna specifically against the Aurelia and the EXPO. So it's a really, really good counter pick. Plus, it is, like, finally we get to see the innovator, Gorilla, with the Janna.
It is going to be a support, it seems. Will we see the Ahri locked in? Ahri worked so well for Froggen, of course, earlier on against Samsung Blue yesterday. We'll see whether Froggen can make it work against them.
Again, this is all mid-game from Alliance. Yes, okay, you do have a hyper carry for the late game, but Ahri and Aurelia is all about mid-game. Zillion support here. I do actually wonder if White Shield wants to lane swap, just to try and to delay the items here from Alliance here, and also make sure Save can get shut down by Shook and Wicked together in the top lane. So I wouldn't be surprised to actually see White Shield go for the lane swap here and just try and delay this mid game from Alliance.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about.
I was gonna say that would be the reset comp of all reset comps. Katarina, Kha'Zix, and Tristana.
It's got a possibility. Could work, but again, it does look like it's gonna be Fizz. Still, a lot of thought on this one. They haven't locked it in yet.
So what we've seen in the first 4 picks from White Shield is a very, very standard White Shield comp. They love to have a lot of kiting potential, love to have a lot of disengage, and then what they do, we talked about it in the Kabum game, they push every single lane, they got the minions going, and then they start rotating between these lanes here, and you have so much disengage, and you have so much sieging potential that you can take down these towers, move to the next one, and just, if Alliance wants to fight, Janet's gonna say nope, Monsoon, and you just run away, move to your next lane, move to your next lane.
And something we also saw was Froggen probably builds the most tankiest Ahri we've ever seen.
Apparently it's his trademark. Never going to die on Ahri here. A lot of resistance.
Same on Anivia, actually.
It's very true.
I do like it again. It's going to go into double AP, so an early Abyssal Scepter is definitely going to pay dividends for him. I think the funniest thing, though, is this Goong sort of checklist of champions. Zed's banned, Ahri's taken away, so Orianna, there it is.
Again, we always talk about his small champion pool, but as long as one of them is open, he's going to perform. He's a great mid laner on these few champions he does play. Got the Orianna, one of his key picks.
Yeah, plus they have got this Tristana, so Janna plus Orianna shields now for that late game. This is going to be
crazy strong fight.
This is such a scary, scary late game from Shield.
Yeah.
And again, it's all the shields that we just saw coming out for the AD carry. We just saw it with Samsung Blue, pretty similar. The only thing missing is the Kayle in the top lane, but who cares when Save gets on Rise? That's the greatest problem. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game about to get underway. Alliance are 2 for 2 in the group. They really need a victory here over NaJin White Shield, who themselves are sitting pretty at the top of that table with a 4-0 record. The question is, which team came out ahead in the picks and bans? For you guys at home, send your votes to @LOLesports and use the hashtag AllWin for Alliance or NWSWin for NaJin White Shield, and we'll see who you think has the stronger lineup as the game gets underway.
So, since we are seeing, similar power curves for the teams this time around, let's go back to last time and remember, in the mid game, Shield were so diligent keeping up their vision even when they were behind, and that's how they got picks to get back in this game. They got picks, and the kills went to Tristana, which fed their late game. Now, the specific players I have to call out here for Shield, it's not just their support and jungler doing this work. Save cleared the most wards of anybody in that game. Every 2 minutes and 37 seconds, he was killing wards. So this guy, he's a carry top laner. He kills wards not only to put pressure on his lane opponent and make them play more defensively, but also in the mid game, he clears out wards so that he can flank around behind your team and surprise you and force the fight.
Again, White Shield, they are known for their vision control, for all the wards they place down to, again, make these fast movements between the lanes like they want to do and always know where's the enemy team coming from, can we disengage, can we get out. In the last game, Watch was actually playing Lee Sin, and he plays a lot of wards compared to Shook, because Shook was on a Kha'Zix, if I remember correctly. Now, switch the roles here, so we're going to have the Sidestone for Shook, and we might see Alliance be able to have some better wards down, or more wards down compared to last time, where it was the reason they actually lost.
Alliance were keeping their eyes on NaJin White Shield, making sure they are in this still 2v2 lane. No switch going around for them, but they've got to be careful because it is going to be a leash for Watch, so they do have their jungler nearby, and there's a lot of vision in that bottom lane, of course. Those 2 wards placed by White Shield.
Simply to try and spot where the Alliance dual lane is going, because you can see the AD carry walk into lane. Obviously, he wants to go in and either freeze the lane instantly or fast push it if they expect it 2v2 for the level 2. And that's why they have the ward in here. So they spot it, they can see, okay, we're going to have standard lanes. Obviously, we keep talking about also Ryze and Aurelia up in this top lane. Ryze straight up one-on-one, can bully the Aurelia, but then the jungler joins in, and it's so easy for Alliance to set up a gank onto save.
Yeah, in this early game. Let's see how Wicked plays this. He's going to have to be fairly defensively, jumping in to get the CS very quickly.
Well, you talked about this power that you could have on Ryze early on. Remember, Wicked has played this comp as a save, no doubt, countless times in solo queue. Even over in Korea, we'll see how it develops. A lot of pressure early on from both solo lanes.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, in that top lane, how important it is for that side bush control for save, because the Ryze in that matchup is trying to feed in auto attacks with his Q harass. That's why he also has warded this bush. He doesn't want Wicked to get control of those side bushes. Wicked doing a pretty good job, though. Takes that level 2 jump, shoves Save back and has to retreat again to the bush that doesn't have the ward in it.
And he can keep playing very aggressive because he started Flask, he has the health potion, so he want to trade potions with Save here, make sure he runs out of them, and suddenly he's out of sustain, and that will force Save to play more defensive, but for now they still have potions left.
Thing is, because Wicked goes in for these trades and he puts pressure on Save, the minions start attacking him and his wave pushes forward. So it makes him extend. And one of the key things for this Shield team is also communicating trinket ward timers to your jungler. Now, Save saw Wicked go down to the river and place that ward. All you have to do, these are very short wards, wait 1 minute, return up top, this wave is already pushed up, Ryze can set up a gank. As long as they clear out the wave in time, Watch can control that top side.
Wicked needs to be careful up here because he had a lot of minions built up for Save already, and he's already behind in farm, so it's going to be a big lead for Save early on. And of course, as you just talked about, Wicked is very far in the lane. It seems like Watch want to look towards this mid lane here.
Gonna jump on him, instant flash, instant jump, and Frog and counteracted tower hit.
Look at Shook though.
Watch as well. Shook is making his move in towards that top lane. Watch is heading up here as well. You just talked about how he knows that ward's going to be disappeared. Yep. But Shook is ready to pounce.
Right, so they're counting on this. They pinged him moving up. Perfect counter gank from Shook. He gets into position. Now, can Wicked bait this into the bush?
Well, he's going to draw him in there. He knows he's going to get spotted. Here comes Watch. Oh, they're not falling for this one. Or are they? In comes Shook on towards Watch. Is going to be the focus target. Can they get the damage down?
What a bait.
It looks like they will.
Can they get him? They got him.
There it is. First blood for Shook.
Such a nice play by Alliance here. You also see Shook. He connects his Sonic Wave onto Watch here, and then he waits for the flash before he activates it once again. Follow him and kill him.
This is why you never leave a lane after ganking it in vision of the minions. Watch, he brazenly ganks mid and then walks straight up the river. Alliance ping it out. It's so clear the route that he's taking for his next gank. Shook is there, perfectly set up counter gank.
And last game between these two teams was the exact same deal. Watch, he tried to gank, and Shook was there for the counter gank. Watch was 0-3-0 in that game in the start, where Shook got all the kills, he had all the pressure here. So once again, he's reading Watch like a book.
You need to pay attention of the enemy's vision, how you leave the lane. I talked about, communicating where the trinket wards are. It's the same idea. Any sort of vision, you have to give away a false tell to the enemy. Act like you're heading out somewhere else.
And simply also just Shook realizing how obvious it is that there will be a gank in this top lane. He's up there once again, but there's a ward from Wicked this time around, so he's
exactly.
And that opens up Shook again for another play.
Yes, indeed. In comes around. Gorilla gets caught out. The bomb on his head. Shook comes in, gets himself a second kill, forces Zephyr away. And this is all going well once again for Alliance at the start.
Yeah, and Shook is really using this power on Lee Sin early game to just constantly go for the ganks. He has the mobility, he has the damage. Even if Watch was down in this bottom lane, even if they didn't know he was there, they could have easily gone for this one. Got the easy kill. Nice slow onto Gorilla as well to set it up.
Watch was smiling in Champion Select during that Rammus ban, but he is not smiling any longer. You give away Lee Sin, Shook makes you pay for it.
So, good start for Alliance, but we've been here before. We've been 7-0 up with a 7,000 gold deficit. It was Alliance that fell behind.
And look at this. The Lee Sin early mobility boots. This is complete snowball for your jungler. He wants to continue this ganking, continue to be everywhere on the map.
And we just noticed before here, he actually gave the Wraith Camp over to Froggen, who's slightly behind in the mid lane, had to use his flash, and Shook already picked up 2 early kills, so he doesn't really need the gold anymore. So give it straight over to Froggen, make sure he can catch up.
Exactly, he's trying to spread that money around because he got both of the last hits on the kills. He's trying to extend the sphere of influence, get that extra advantage from Alliance, spread it all over the map. He not only went top, but he went down bottom to help them out.
He's not done yet. Look up in this top lane here. Shook wants to go in again.
Mobility boots coming in hot.
Gets on towards him, Saves in trouble. He's not getting out of this one. He'll go down. It's Shook once again.
And we've seen it so many times. Aurelia into Ryze. You can set up these ganks so easy. Shook can just walk up there, lane gank it. You cannot ward against it at this time in the game. And once again, connect the Q, wait for the flash, and then you kill him.
I love these types of games. It's 100% jungler this time around, and Shook is destroying Watch.
No Amumu though this time around, sadly for you. It's the Rammus ban. Who would have thought that one? Crazy stuff. Froggen gets himself the blue on there. If anyone's unaware what the hell that means, it means Kobe did used to, of course, main the Amumu back in...
What a throwback.
Pre-season 1, in fact.
Pre-season 1, yeah.
Yeah, a long way back.
I was a huge fanboy of Kobe, man.
Yeah, when you were back in your diapers. Watch on the screen. Old man Kobe.
Div catching the bomb on Zephyr. Tabs is turning around the aggression. That's a lot of damage going down on him. The ultimate's coming out as well from Tabs. It's going to ping him very low, still at level 5.
I'm still not sure why White Shield wanted to have standard lanes here, because they knew Shook was going to be in this top lane. He could try and punish save.
Oh,
and now he's lane as well. Gorilla, he leaves and instantly Tabs just snipes Zephyr here. No heal used, no flash. I mean, right now, White Shield is losing both side lanes.
That was brazen from Zephyr to just stand there. He got flash, he got heal,
that was
and
terrible.
He just stood there under the tower, absolutely confident. And Tabs is just like, well, if you're going to gift it me on the plate, I will take it.
What is going on here for Shield? Because straight from Champion Select, you know, they're giving all these things away. It seemed like they had something to prove. They are not proving anything this game.
Not at all. And again, the fact you don't lane swap, you know Lee Sin is going to be active early on, you know he can set up the ganks easily. And also, you want to have your Kha'Zix sitting and farming in the start. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with the Lee Sin. You could have gone toe-to-toe with the Ramos, but that's a different story.
And now he's got that sight stone. This Lee Sin is so far ahead right now. Shook is going to be able to control the entire map. Even though the wards right now are very sparse for Alliance, they have so much control. Shook can now start to extend that vision coverage.
Yeah, and again, the reason Alliance lost the last game was because they stopped warding properly. They kept losing it one by one. Gorilla, you might die.
Gorilla caught out, the bomb's on him, the Ignite's gonna run. One more hit, is it enough? I don't think it is.
Oh.
Will take him low. Didn't get followed through. They knew that Watch was coming down, so they couldn't chase.
What an epic crumble. Looks like Shook is going into the enemy jungle.
There's no ward from Alliance in the river here. They need to be careful.
Yeah, Watch is going to come in. Zephyr's going to try and pounce. Could we see NaJin White get themselves the first kill? Diff in trouble. Has got his ultimate available. Chrono Shift goes on. Gets just in tower range. That is going to work out well for them.
Meanwhile, though, Shook in this mid lane going for Goong.
Going in, Goong in trouble. Teleport goes down. He's already gone. Shook's going to try and run away. Save will give chase, but he is home free.
They've got to be careful. You do not want to keep taking
the teleport. The teleport completely wasted by Xavier. He tried to save his mid laner, but the charm landed from Froggen, and then Shook came in, quick Q, kick, and Q once again to kill him.
That means free turret up top for Wicked here. He's going to clear this minion away very quickly. He could even jump into the lane and cut off Save before he got to the turret.
And right now, Alliance, they can set up for Dragon as well if they want to. They have the teleport advantage. Save is stuck in the top lane right now. He's even delaying his Rod of Ages because he needs the early armor against Shook and Wicked.
They have every advantage in this game right now. Talk about an early game lead last time around. Alliance have such a clear path this time around. They gotta make use of this push.
And there's not the same pick potential for White Shield as they had in the last game. There's no thresh for Gorilla here to just constantly punish Alliance for walking in and clearing the wards alone.
Look at the difference, the confidence. Froggen, he's rushing a DFG, I think. I'm not too sure. We'll see where he goes with that one. He has got himself, obviously went with the double ring and ward, but straight back this time around goes towards Shook's fine, save. No ultimate to land the Sonic Wave. Well, he hasn't got Wicked with near him either. That's the problem. He hasn't got that ultimate, so didn't want to go in. But even that's just keeping Save on his toes. Save's going to back. Hasn't got teleport, so if he leaves this wave, Wicked's going to get free time in that top lane.
Shook's already heading down. They've got pink ward coverage here. They're making the call. He's going to go back and find it.
Well, as soon as they see Save in this top lane, Alliance can just start the Dragon. They want to wait to see if he's actually running all the way down to this Dragon, because then you just keep Wicked farming in the top lane and he can always teleport down. But Alliance, they know the late game scaling for White Shield is insane in this game here. So if it's an early DFG from Froggen, it's going to be great to keep snowballing your lead.
Alliance protecting a ward. What is going on? They really have stepped up that game in the last few days.
Yeah, we were talking with their coach, who was saying the reason we lost to White Shield was because we didn't bring a friend when we wanted to clear wards. We walked in alone. It simply meant White Shield could pick us off and get back in the game. This time around, Froggen instantly moved down to Shook, and now he's going up to top lane to his Danish buddy Wicked.
Friends forever.
Froggen coming round. Can he manage to land that charm? It's not going to quite go through. Hasn't used it yet. Spirit Rush will be back up in a moment. There goes out. Just try and throw the orb out, but that's going to buy time in the top lane, and that could well be a tower down. NaJin White Shield trying to react here. They're going to try and draw the Dragon out.
No, that would be a very big no-no for Shield. There's a teleport for Wicked. That would be a big, big no-no.
Watch knows he's got the support this time of his mid laner. Shook is on his own. So, first turret goes down. Alliance in control, and NaJin White Shield do go for the dragon.
Yeah, Safe is running from base here, but so is Froggen. And again, there's teleport on Wicked. It's going to be focused 4.
There it is.
Coming in. Watch the
teleport right in. Watch, it's going to be focused. Shook gets the spike down. They turn it off towards him. Gorilla's trying to run away. Shook comes in, gets him down. It's another kill for Shook. He's 4-0-1, and they get the dragon. Everything is once again going Alliance's way.
No, as Monty would say. Whoa, shield run into that comp. That was a pure trap from Alliance. There was no way they were coming out of it with that one.
Again, why did he even start it? Safe was running from base. He didn't have teleport, so he couldn't join in time. And they knew Wicked could always join in. NaJin White Shield, you have to wake up.
They're going to take the middle turret. They may even take the bottom turret. Everything just trembling right now. Alliance in full control. They have a 6,000 gold lead and a 6-0. It's one ahead in terms of gold of where they were before. Surely, to God, they can't throw this one away.
No, I mean, they must have learned from their mistakes last time around now. You have Sidestone on your jungle. Just spam wards now.
You say that, but look at the jungle. They don't have any deep wards here. The outer turrets are down. They don't have ward coverage over the blue side here. They even have an Ahri who's got a first blood here and is going towards that Deathfire grass. They have the ability to get picks inside the jungle, but the wards are in the river.
Right, so obviously we are still 14 minutes into the game.
Okay.
All the wards on the dragon here now. Go back, get some pig wards, and let's just see this fight again. Watch this tank and dragon taking a lot of damage.
Fight goes to...
We'll actually escape just in the very end here, but then Gorilla is just left for dead.
I mean, that Monsoon, if that not had gone off from Gorilla, that could have been a massacre. That could have been 3 or 4 kills there easily.
Save was still running from base. I mean, he wasn't even there.
I mean, yeah, they tried to do it because Froggen was back in base, but teleport discrepancy there, all in favor of Alliance. Tabs was coming back from base already, so he's there.
Mid-game.
I mean, they're running into the double Trinity Force comp.
Look at this. All the pink wards for Alliance. They are learning, they are watching, they are adapting. Can they make use of the vision? That's the question.
Yes, and can they avoid running into White Shield and get baited by their wards like they did last time and get picked off? Again though, there's not the same pick potential from White Shield here. They pretty much only have a flash rune prison from Safe to start a fight if they want to catch out Alliance. So as long as they stay together, or don't at least face check into these wards, they have some deep wards in or place a ward before they want to clear the current ward from White Shield, they should be safe. Still though, we have seen them lose games where they were very far ahead. It didn't happen long ago.
Just 2 days ago, that's all that was. Alliance, though, they are continuing their lead. Triforce was completed by Wicked, which is why he's still feeling so confident. And again, look at this. Nif comes up, Shook comes up, Froggen comes up. 4 members are all piling in towards this top lane. Save is going to be the focus target, but this time around, NaJin White Shield do have friends themselves. The 280 carries, they're not involved in this. It's a 4v4 skirmish.
Right, Tabs is shoving up mid, so Alliance do get to swing from the top side. They can rotate a little bit quicker because they've got the inside lane here, and they can catch Shield off guard. Tabs getting some damage down on this turret. They're pulling sort of a shield move against shield, chipping off the top turret and then taking chips off the mid turret.
Yeah, they're fully focusing just on mid lane and top lane at the moment here, because down this bottom lane, Zephyr was pushing it before. He's actually staying. Once he shows himself, seems like Alliance though actually just want to back away because they know this bottom lane is pushing.
You know,
Taps,
Alliance can go for a dive. They have the Zillion and they have the burst.
They've left them. Look at this. 4 members of Alliance. They're going to pile on to Save. They've completely left them here. Alliance going to crumble straight around the side. Save actually focuses on Wicked, but he's just drawing him in. By time, the rest of NaJin White Shield have all gone to the mid lane. Suddenly they realize that I think they're going to back away from this one.
They waited too long.
And that's why all these pig wards are so important for Alliance, because look how in the jungle of NaJin White Shield, there's not a single ward for them, so they cannot see Alliance move between the lanes, and they walk down to mid lane, instantly turned around, went back up to top lane here, didn't actually manage to get the tower.
Really thought that they were just going to jump on that save and just everybody pile in to kill him instantly and then back out. But they waited a little bit long. They're playing it very safe. As we said, you know, Froggen, he was making the calls in that last game. They want to play safe. They don't want to make any mistakes this time around.
They've got to be careful they don't sit around and play too safe and let Save and go get going and get their items and start getting that power on. They need to make use of the advantage while they have it, because while it is a 6,000 gold lead, it can easily fall away, and the more gold that gets accumulated, the less that advantage becomes.
All right, let's take tally here. 2 Trinity Force is done. Deathfire Grasp is done. This should be the point where Alliance push in. They need to crack at least the secondary round of towers right now.
And that's why every single member has gone back, bought some new wards. You have 4 pink wards already. You have a few on the map, but they can just change them. Dragon coming up in 55 seconds. This should be Alliance's Dragon no matter what. Just walk down, set up. If NaJin White Shield wants to fight, then Alliance can just engage onto them and should actually be able to kill them.
Wicked almost walking headlong into 4 members of NaJin White Shield. And I don't care how far ahead you are, you don't walk back out of that one. There is, of course, always that danger when there's an Orianna on the field of landing that big shockwave that can turn everything around, and they do have to be aware of this one. They're collapsing once again. They're trying to focus on Wicked, but it is drawing the entire team away when there's 20 seconds on that Dragon. They want to make that pick.
Yeah, but there was a good ward from Alliance here, spotting White Shield moving to top lane, and they've obviously just put up all the defensive wards now. They know they're going to need them. As soon as the Dragon is dead, Alliance can then move into the jungle and place their own. And then it's all about the pink wards. Can they deny a lot of vision from White Shield? And I'm just looking at Zephyr right here. I would actually love to see him just go pickaxe or BF sword and then complete a static shift first, just for some more wave clear, because Alliance wants to push up on these towers here, and he also has the Janna shield to get the extra AD.
Talking about the items, obviously the gold, the advantage that Shook has gained, being a 4-0 on these sit, has he made use of the gold that he's earned in terms of items? Because you can see it's a, it's a 2,000 gold lead now over his opposition watch.
Because obviously Lee Sin doesn't really scale well into late game, so what Shook is doing is basically just building full tank from the start. So he's very, very tanky for 20 minutes into the game, and he got the early sidestone.
Yeah, so we talked about him trying to spread his advantage for the rest of the team with his mobility boots and his sight zone. The next step in that is to get the magic resistance aura. You're against the double AP again, so he's got already the Negatron cloak, and he can work towards the Aegis.
See how it goes for him. We'll see whether he gets there. He wants to see, of course, the ability power items coming out of Nif, so we'll see how he builds that one up early on. Bottom lane, actually, we do see Tabs and Zephyr pretty close. Looks like they've just had a trade. Tabs' Buster Shot was used by Zephyr there to blow him back on towards it.
Oh,
now
nice catch.
goes in, catches on Watch, pop goes to Watch, and he is down, and that's just the second kill of the game for Froggen now.
The thing is, Alliance just took everything on the map, all the neutral objectives. They took blue buff, they took red buff, they took dragon. So none of the waves are really shoved up to make use of this window where they got that pick. So even though Froggen got a kill on Watch, you know, NaJin White Shield, they're not panicking right now because they already had lost the entire map. All they're trying to do is wave clear and hold these turrets. Alliance, now there's nothing left on the map to distract them. They're shoving up towards the turret.
But they're gonna need to pick more because everyone else was also back in base.
Yeah, everybody's back up now.
So now, kind of reset it. We need the ult to be ready for Froggen once again. And I just talked about Zephyr's items just before. We discussed Nif's item on Zillion the last time these two teams played each other. I'm still not convinced. I mean, I would actually love as well, and Mikhail's in this situation because Ryze with Flash Blueprint.
Oh,
no,
there's another pick though! Gorilla caught out with a charm. He will get away though. The defensive ball from Boom comes out just in time. They don't go too heavy on this one. We are at that magical mark again. 7 kills, 7,000 gold. This is where Alliance started to wander aimlessly through the jungle into the arms of NaJin White Shield. This time around, Wicked going in on Save. He may well have the damage to take him down. Save's going to run. He has got Flash available. Is it going to be enough? Wicked forces him away, and that's going to free up the tower unless White Shield react.
Plus, this time around, Alliance have turned on all the street lights. There's nowhere for them to wander around in the darkness. They should be fine. Just close these two lanes. They're still split though, 1-3-1 split push here. They're not bringing Tabs up, and that's a huge amount of power that they don't have with them.
Yeah.
Tristana is closing in on the static shift, and that adds quite a bit more wave clear.
They want to have Tabs with the Trinity Force here to take down the towers with the Sheen proc every single time he moves in for it. So the towers are going down very, very slow so far.
And they could get collapsed on 4 versus 5 here. Tabs now heading up, okay.
Yeah, they finally group as a 5. Wicked's been spending a heck of a lot of time in that top lane, dancing and holding hands with Save, honestly, because they haven't done a lot against each other, but he has built himself up a lead. But Save, he's just buying time, building up. Rod of Ages only just completed, tier stacking out nicely, so it is going to become a problem if they let Save go. We've already seen the power he has with that Rise. So Alliance, they can't stick around too long. They need to create pressure on NaJin Whiteshield because right now, there's been nothing on them on the tower so far.
Yeah, as well also every single time Alliance go aggressive and force someone back to base, there's nobody else ready to actually punish Whiteshield somewhere else on the map or to go up and take the tower. Now finally, joining in with Tabs, and they can just take down this tower so fast. They need Tabs to be there to kill these towers.
So 4v4, they get the tower. Tabs finally
go straight to mid lane.
Involved. Wicked now pushing back towards Save. They're going to group in the mid lane. I think Wicked may actually join his team, but you can see already Goom gets in there, clears that wave out quickly with the distance.
Again, with Tristana bottom, they can go for a dive. They have the Zillion, they have the they have the damage to quickly pull off a dive and then get back out. Everybody's mid, they can force this hard. Another blue buff spawns though, and they're taking that neutral objective.
Zephyr almost wandering aimlessly across the middle half of the jungle. Alliance were very much ready and waiting for that. Blue buff stolen away, that goes to Frog, and Wicked continues the farm in the top lane. I feel like Hotshot GG's playing right now.
They're playing slowly but surely, the safe game.
Yes, it is very, very safe. And what Zephyr is doing is he's constantly walking down, starts to slow push in the bottom lane, and then he leaves to the game because he knows, okay, Tabs is going to walk down to this bottom lane, pick up the wave, start pushing it back to us, and that delays Alliance every single time.
Right, so there is this strategy. When you are behind and you have one line of turrets completely destroyed, when the minions of your enemy get to your side of the map, you can go create this spirit bomb of minions. If you go in and you just clear out the ranged minions and your melees just sit there, then they take a long time for your enemy's minions to kill, and your wave builds up really big and will start slowly pushing back towards your enemy. That giant pot of gold, Tabs keeps going to pick it up.
This time around, there's a lot of ping wards still coming out from NaJin Whiteshield, but they're getting cleared every time they get placed. So the vision is being denied away from them. So they are very much blind trying to push out. But again, they keep just stretching out there. Goom knew he was a little bit safe, tested it with the ball, managed to sweep it out, but again, instantly replaced. Will they protect them? That's the question.
Again, Alliance want to have control of this jungle, but they can just sit 4 members in mid lane right now, Wicked up in top lane, and then Shook can walk from mid lane up to top, of Froggen can do it, and they can dive safe, kill him instantly before Whiteshield has time to react, and then the members in mid lane just step away from the tower a little bit, make sure you can always disengage. Because right now, Whiteshield is doing exactly what they can do and what they want to do. Buy time, keep warding your own jungle, and farm. Static shift now completed on your Tristana.
Another neutral objective spawns though. Alliance is going to pick up the dragon. This makes me think that they're going to play this map so long that they're going to make use of the wards on red side and go for Baron before they try and crack more turrets.
Froggen just spirit rushing caught on towards Gorilla there. We do see NaJin Whiteshield coming around the side. He's going to go back. Got a second trip this time around. He does get it down there. Dragons come down. The rest of Alliance claps up towards them. They can
teleport in. Wicked. Cut them off.
Is he going to come around?
He's not.
No.
No
cut off. Safe.
But you already got a kill, and you know,
they can cut them all off.
You know you're a lot stronger here. You already got a pick. Just go straight forward. You have the Zillion. Speed yourself up. Get some more picks.
Man, they had the trap ready. It was just hung over shield right there. They didn't pull the trigger out though.
We do need to remember there are 2 components of CLG EU involved in this. So I'm very used to seeing them backing off when they have that advantage, playing it safe. But you can't blame them because this match means everything.
Yes.
Last time they kind of got caught out by rushing in a little bit recklessly and lost the game.
If this match means everything to them and they've got that clear play though, make the call. You got to be decisive.
Yes,
you have to pull the trigger there.
At this level here, it's not about playing it safe all the time. I mean, when you have the lead, it's what we see from some of the other teams, especially the Korean teams. When they have the lead, they close out the game. They know they can go for the dives. You have the Zillion here. You have the one-shot potential from Froggen. Wicked is insanely strong. You don't have to give Whiteshield so much time to sit and farm up.
They are. They're gonna do the Baron bait instead. Well, if they do that, then you better ward the heck out of this red side jungle. You need to ward much deeper here to see shield the whole way when they head up to Baron, and then make use of that Aria and get your pick. But man, they are not putting much pressure on the base.
No, instead, Froggen was looking to try and get a pick on Zephyr, and Goom reacts and covers him off there. Froggen will easily keep them away from this wave, and while this is happening, White Shield need to realize there's 4 members of Alliance that are sweeping out. Can they collapse on towards them? That's the question. Will they come around? Safe holding them off of the tower right now. Oh, Frog and Court taken low by Zephyr. But the rest of Alliance, they're taking the top tower.
Yeah, so they actually tried to walk up to mid lane and then baited and stopped and wait for Frog to
They're caught out.
There's going to be a fight here.
They're going in. They're going to try and collapse on towards Tabs. He's the focus target. Watch jumps on towards him, but Watch is taken so low. He gets dropped. Zephyr needs to be the focus. Froggen comes around the backside of him, forces him away. Nif is the one that gets the kill. Goon caught out. We can see Shunk follow on through. Lands the Sonic Wave. Pushes on in there. Tabs gets himself a clean-up kill. And just like that, NaJin White Shield, they tried a risky maneuver, but Alliance made them pay, and they're gonna get the Baron.
Shield tried to force the fight in the side of the jungle that Alliance have completely warded because they thought by chunking Frog into half, then it was gonna be more of a 4 versus 5, but Alliance closed the trap. This is gonna be the Baron. That will give them the confidence to shut into the base, surely.
So if you don't get the pick yourself, if you're playing it safe, well, the fact that White Shield decides to start a fight, lose it, of course, because they are so far behind at this point. They're even weaker just looking at the champions. Great for Alliance. They finally get the Baron, they got the picks. Now you just need to push in their base, get inhibitor.
Hurt going down.
Wise choice here, Alliance. They didn't back. They knew they still had that advantage, and they do push in and get that final inner turret. Save risky business, actually, off at the side there. He was just taking a peek towards that blue buff to try and sneak in, but Alliance not allowing any buffs to go their way and keep full control of NaJin White Shield's jungle.
Yeah, 4 members from Alliance now with a lot of goals. You got a tower, you got a Baron. They're still pushing because White Shield actually spread out instantly. They're expecting Alliance to back off, and instantly, boom, into the jungle, warded up once again. We want to have defensive wards. Alliance stayed around.
You don't even need wards in the jungle anymore. Forget about the rest of the map. Shove in on the base.
Oh.
There's no dragon, there's no Baron.
White Shield do need the wards though in the jungle, which was
White Shield.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alliance were just going to stop them from putting down the ward.
4 members of Alliance just got Drew up the top there. They thought Zephyr was going to push in. That's wasted a lot of time on that Baron buff, actually. And Alliance were not quite on the right page there. It does give NaJin White Shield a minute ticking off that Baron buff, and it seems, despite all that gold they've got, not one of them wants the back.
And once again for Alliance, every single time they go back to base, a lot of new pink wards being picked up here, so they can simply take the ones at Baron now, move them further into the jungle here, deny all the vision from White Shield, and then they can start moving around the base. But we have to talk about the champ select from White Shield. We mentioned it, how this is a very, very late game focused comp. And they lost the early game to Alliance last time, managed to come back because of mistakes from Alliance. Good play from White Shield. This time around, they've really been punished by the fact they picked such a late game comp.
Save tried to sneak out. He pushed that bottom wave down. Alliance, still Froggen and Tabs sitting on over 2,000 gold right now. They had neither of them backed during that entire play. They're going to wait and try and just burst straight a big item. Can Tabs churn down? One thing Tabs is not afraid of doing is hitting the tower. He will have the support. Shook comes in and shields him off there, and they keep on pressuring. They get the charm down. Doesn't quite land. Watch just pounces away from that one. And again, they don't quite get the hits on. They've got another wave coming in. NaJin White Shield holding on by a needle thread. There's a good shockwave. Nif taken low. Chrono Shift used. Not required, but that's going to be Alliance backing off.
Chrono Shift down. Spirit Rush down. Uh-oh, they've been shoved off the turret. Even with Baron buff here, regen. Recalls coming out from Alliance. Shield stand secure. They keep the inhibitor line of turrets up. That's what they need to do for another 10 minutes at least.
Look at Tabs here. Banshee's Veil is his 3rd item in the game, simply because he knows there's so much magic damage on the side of NaJin White Shield, and him getting tanky is actually even better for him to snowball and make it even harder for White Shield to actually go and kill him in these fights. So, because he has enough damage compared to Zephyr at this point already.
It's one thing we argued actually for Reckless earlier on in the day, whether he should have gone for that Guardian Angels instead of that 6th attack damage item instead. Didn't work out for him. We'll see whether Tabs going for the Banshee's Veil 3rd item slows anything down for them. It's a risky play, and it's not the first time he's gone for defensive items as that 3rd pick.
The wave clear is just getting better and better for Shield, though, as this game goes on. I mean, Orianna's got plenty of AP now. Tristana's got plenty to back up his static.
He's going to get him before he can back here. Quick's coming in, Froggen's coming in.
Pick!
If they can find that pick on save, it will open things up because the bottom wave, you can see they're shoving in. But look at the burst save has now. He took Froggen pretty low there in a straight up 2v1 brawl. But Alliance, they have their opportunity. They're pushing the bottom wave and the top.
And only Wicked uses ulti there. Froggen saved this because he knows he's gonna need it here for a potential pick in the base of White Shield. 5 members from Alliance now pushing into the base. This is the time where they break in and get the inhibitors.
Well, we'll see if they do, because last time around
they
drawn
should.
away quite well. They are going to rotate towards the top half. That is going to be Froggen, Wicked all pushing in. They need to get the middle wave, it seems. That's where Tab's going to head off, so they're not going to shove yet. That's going to be, what, 18 seconds?
That's not decisive enough. You can dive the top lane here, 5 members.
Guys, you don't need all 3 waves shoved up at the same time. They had top and they had bottom.
And you had Zillion
They could have chosen either one, 4 versus 5. But they don't push it. Now everybody's grouped up. Save is back alive. This wave clear. They've got Orianna. They have the static shift Triss. They've got Janna shielding the turret and throwing through the tornadoes for knockup. Well, they've missed their power play.
Wicked needed another item, it seems. He went back to buy, so more Mount Warriors picked up by him and Alliance. When they get that pick, they create that opportunity. They do, of course, have the advantage. Baron buff had worn off. So maybe that was why they just didn't feel like risking it. That's going to be up in 2 minutes' time. 11-0. 16,000 gold lead for Alliance at the 34-minute mark in this game. Risk averse is absolutely what Alliance off the chart playing right now.
And Save, who had the very late Rod of Ages, it is fully stacked now. His tier is fully stacked as well. So he's been hitting his late game point on this Rise.
There's still a massive lead here for Alliance.
Of course, Alliance is still very, very far ahead, but they need to use it.
The irony is, when all 4 members of NaJin White Shield are all there with every ability available, Alliance decide to try and step in and get some hits on their tower. Ooh, Goon caught out, Shook fancied it, didn't go for it. Did not pull the trigger, has that ward ready and waiting to try the kick, try and force him away. Wicked gonna keep on pressing. Middle lane, pressing in. They're going to try a 4-1 split, see if they can make it work, which is going to be so hard because Save has that ultimate. He can just burst it down. They're going to jump on Save. They're going to die for it. Wicked with that ultimate, dashes back out, gets caught with the Blade Surge. The Rune Prison catches him just in tower range.
And the wave is gone.
Minion wave coming in. Save comes in. Boom. As you said, not a single shot the tower.
Yeah, Alliance needs to wait for this Baron now spawning very, very soon. Set up for the Baron. Get it again. If White Shield wants to come out of the base, you take the fight, you kill them, you win the game. If they stay in the base, get the Baron. And honestly, if you cannot get a pick, I mean, this situation...
Have they waited too long? That's the question. Have they left
obviously
too long?
have. They should have finished this game over 10 minutes ago.
They had a 4 versus 5 power play. And they shoved mid lane instead.
Well, even then, just, you know, when they had the big gold advantage, because you already saw Save is getting stronger and stronger. He can take Wicked now. Wicked was pounding on him, did next to no damage because they've both got that frozen heart in there. Goong has shown with that shockwave he can almost 100-0 the likes of Nif if he gets hold of them. So this in itself is a risky play, but you can see White Shield, they're pushing the base, you can't get involved, it will be an Alliance Baron, safely done.
Exactly, and now we just need to look at Froggen. If he can land a charm on the tower, Alliance can still go for the kill, get the fight, even on the target. They have the Zillion ulti to save them. And that's what they're going to need, because we see how fast the waves are being cleared by White Shield every single time now. Froggen needs to land a charm.
Well, he's a charming fellow, so we'll see whether it works out.
I mean, he's Danish, so pretty obvious.
I still can't get past the old man look that he has in that opening trailer. Goom comes around, keeps the waves pushed out. Everybody from NaJin White Shield will force all 3 lanes out. And of course, Alliance, everybody went back to buy this time. Everyone got Baron, everyone spent all of their gold. They stacked out the items. QSS picked out by Froggen. Everything stacking up. Is this enough for Alliance to finally pull the trigger? We will see.
Well, they got a couple lanes to shove in first. Gotta get all 3 shoved again. Let's see. Baron buff ticking away.
So they're going to shove it bottom wave. You can see Wicked, he goes up towards the top wave. Froggen's going to try to find somebody. There is a sneaky ward that Gorilla's managed to put, which will...
Save can teleport behind here for the flank. If Wicked is sitting in the top lane, Save can come in there.
It's exactly what OMG did to Fnatic. Of course, that was a lot further in the game. We're not quite at the 65-minute mark yet, but it is still a possibility with those wards just down around the side. But Tabs is getting a lot of free time to pound down. There's the teleport. Save has to use it on the tower to protect it.
So they teleported on the minion to get some more power shots here, making that minion invulnerable. They took it down to half.
Oh, Jeff has gone out. Is it going to be?
Oh, they're kicking me. 1, 2.
Will he get to the bounty?
They got the turret,
the
though.
tower.
No, didn't get the turret.
Tower. Oh, the shield. I don't even need to say it anymore.
Please
Do it for me. Please survives with next to no health. And again,
come on, one hit.
They got this. They're not giving up.
But
if that
Zephyr's
first
back.
two don't succeed, try again.
Zephyr's back, they're going to go in. There's the tower hit they need. It's Froggen that takes it. Zephyr, risky coming out there. The Charm just flashing past his face. Doesn't catch on towards him. Can they get the inhibitor? That's the question. They need to crack this nut. They got the tower down, but they need to finish the job off. They need to take the inhibitor. There we go.
Alliance sure is making this very exciting.
Not sure that's the right word, but they are certainly a tough task
It is
to get
exciting.
in there.
You gotta work on your English more.
This could be a second to fall very quickly. And NaJin Whiteshield, they know they've got to make a play here. They're going to run out. Save uses the ultimate, wipes out the wave, catches on towards one. Tabs takes a hit, but that turret is falling fast. Wicked in there. Are they going to go deep?
They got him again!
Now he goes down. Froggen gets himself the kill. Save comes around. Chrono shift on Wicked keeps him safe. Then tower goes down. And Alliance push on through against NaJin Whiteshield's face.
Say it louder. I don't think they heard you.
Alliance are going to push on through. Can this be the end? They've got 2 members down right now, NaJin Whiteshield. They're hanging on for dear life. The Charm goes down on Gorilla. The Shockwave misses. And NaJin Whiteshield look like their impeccable record will fall here as Alliance strike revenge back on them and claim second spot in the group. The pressure very much will be on Cloud9 tomorrow. Alliance do it. They take down NaJin Whiteshield.
All right. They also...
That was a perfect game.
They also didn't lose any turrets or...
No ranks, no turrets, no kills for Whiteshield. It was slow by Alliance, but they played it safe. And once they got the second Baron buff, they just walked in there and destroyed Whiteshield. Perfect game.
The #1 European team finally shows up and delivers and takes down the Korean #3 seed. And wow, what a turnaround. It's still 4-1, of course, for NaJin Whiteshield, but now 3-2 for Alliance. After such a terrible start in the groups, going 0-2, they've managed to swing things around in their favor. Can they go one step further? Tomorrow is such a big day for Cloud9 now because the pressure is very much on their shoulders.
But man, I mean, this performance by Alliance in the early to mid game again, like last time against Whiteshield, so dominant. Shook, you ban Rammus against him, he picks Lee Sin and he just destroys you. There was no response from Whiteshield at all.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to that early, it was all about the jungle matchup here. Watch giving away his route that he was going with a very good counter game. Then immediate buy into mobility boots against the other lanes, gets everybody ahead. And that's what the perfect game looks like for the beginning. They, they rolled straight on through from that early advantage.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, of course. Cloud9 and Alliance, they do need to face Kabum tomorrow. It is still a possibility they could lose there, but they are strong favorites in that one, which in itself puts a gigantic amount of pressure on Cloud9 because they now may have to go out tomorrow and beat NaJin Whiteshield. We've just seen Alliance do it in strong, confident format, so the path has been open for them. They know how to do it. Alliance were very close the first time around. The second time absolutely made it count, and as you said, a perfect game.
We've got the makings of a 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh, yes.
Now.
Oh, we do.
That could be fun.
If Whiteshield lose to Cloud9, we're going to have to tie between all the teams.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody.
Scary stuff. And obviously they have to beat Kabum, and then we have the 3-way tie.
Basically what we're saying is tomorrow could be a very long day because tiebreakers play out after all 6 matches go through.
Fantastic games.
Absolutely. It happened in Taipei. It could well happen in Singapore. Of course, if there were any jaw-dropping moments that stood out from that match, and there was a couple, I think, in there, send them to @LOLesports and use the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. What a fantastic match to end the day. And we've had some absolutely outstanding games here in Singapore today. For now, though, we're going to go over towards Quickshot and the analyst desk to take a closer look at that one. Double lift. Have a grin on yourself.
Thank you very much, T-Man. Fact of the matter is, it's not World's Big Plays, it's Shook Big Plays. Number one, do not give Shook Lee Sin. He destroyed Kabum, he destroyed Shield. Number two, don't give Wicked Aurelia. He delivers. Yes, they beat it last time, but he still had a strong performance. Monty, before we get to replays.
You can't say enough about Shook's play that game. It was absolutely incredible. It's so rare in the professional scene, especially at a game at Worlds, to see someone snowball all 3 lanes like that. Just amazing.
Well, you know what? You've set it up. Let's pull the montage up onto your screens because, as I said, I think we're going to rename this the Shook Analyst Desk for the next couple of minutes. Roll the clips out, and analysts, how on earth does Shook go from not delivering another champions to being just godlike on this Lee Sin?
Well, I mean, in that first one, you don't use your E as watch to engage right there. You don't know where the jungler is. It's just a bad play.
Next play, Freak, bottom lane, 80 carries.
I like the flash slow that came in from Nif, the confidence everything's going to land. Just lands a flash time warp just to make sure it hits.
All right, back up to the top lane. Once again, making Save's life just a little bit difficult. Where's Shook on the minimap coming in? I think by this point he's got those Moby boots. And again, just near flawless execution.
This is really great by Wicked as well. He gets the reset on his Q. W Qs Sheen first to kill a caster minion. Perfect.
All right, let's see. What's next on our montage? Oh, this was the mid lane play. Probably.
Yeah, Froggen gets a nice wave in the turret and is able to get a charm before Shook gets in. So it's just a super clean kill. And they both get out from a tower dive with the 80% HP.
What's even more impressive is it doesn't end there because I think we got the dragon play next.
He just doesn't miss any of his skill shots. Look at that again. Nearly max range Q. Coming in right there.
That knock-up onto Janna was the reason why it just went so well. She couldn't ulti fast enough because she was knocked up by the Lee Sin ult. Just so good.
I mean, okay, so we actually had to cut the montage short. There were more plays, but that was all prior to 17 minutes into the game. We do need to give Shook another massive props. Let's actually take a look at the quick MVP graphic that we've put together for his Lee Sin performance, because truthfully, this game, this perfect performance, was on Shook's shoulders.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He's not going to get that champion again.
Well, we keep saying that. Like, I don't understand the teams at Worlds who aren't doing their research properly. Like, we're saying, oh my god, Gorilla should never get Thresh again. Oh my god, you can't give Shook Lee Sin clearly. Like, the fact that they banned Rammus, like, you saw him pick Rammus because Lee Sin was taken away. Like,
hey,
I don't understand.
I didn't have a problem with the Rammus ban. If you don't want to deal with that, if you're not comfortable practicing against it, it is a pocket pick. There's no problem. I have a problem with the Maokai ban. When there's Aurelia on the table. All of Alliance's wins so far have come with Aurelia. Take it away from Wicked.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get back to this discussion and why it's relevant in a moment, because we are going to check in with Shox, who's standing by with the member of the Victorious Alliance.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, as I'm joined here by Niv, hot off that win over NaJin White Shield. Still very excited. Talk me through the beginning and the game plan, knowing that yesterday you had the makings to beat them. What comp did you guys come up with?
Well, it was kind of similar to yesterday. So we had Cillian first pick. It was pretty much the same. And then we went into our go-in comp with Aurelia. And we decided to put Cillian on support again. And this time we could actually finish the game. And I think it had a lot to do that we were kind of nervous yesterday. And this was cold. So we're kind of uncomfortable. And today it's warm. And everyone was us really motivated to win. And we could make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go a little bit more in depth about that win, though. First off, tell me about the early game in Shook. Did you guys even realize how fast he was making those plays? Because it was unreal.
Yeah, he is really good on Lee Sin. It's like his best champion ever. And he's really good at making plays. He's really good at ganking top lane. But we also made a play bot lane when I slowed the channel and we got a kill. It's like really good for us, so we could snowball the bot lane as well, not like in the other games where we were rather equal farmed.
Tell me about playing versus Gorilla's Janna, because obviously he wanted to show the world his Janna play. It was good, but you guys seem to have an answer for it.
Yeah, I think he just picked it because he wanted to pick it. Pretty much that I picked Janna yesterday as well. I was like, yeah, I just want to play her, even though it wasn't the best pick. I think we had a stronger lane, and we could just take advantage of it.
Then talk me through, obviously you build up that huge advantage as you did yesterday, and then it creeps into your mind, we have to hold on to this. So what adaptations did you make in the mid game to make sure you got it around this time? It was really slow.
Yeah, I think we just didn't feel really good at the beginning of the tournament. We had some problems at the end of the boot camp, and I think we overcome those problems, and that's the alliance we have trained for the whole year, and that's what they want to show the world, that we can beat the best.
All right, how much did your experience from the beginning of the EULCS help here? Because it was also a slow start for you guys in there, and then you became the champions in Europe.
Yeah, it's kind of similar what happened. We lost a lot at the beginning, and then we overcome it. And then eventually we got first, so is that a good sign for us?
I think that is a good sign. Looking ahead to tomorrow, you of course have to beat Kabum and then see what happens in the rest of the group. What do you think your chances are to get first?
It's all in Cloud9's hands, so let's hope for them to make it a draw, and then we can show again how good we are, and then make the win. So it's like our only chance to get first, but it's good for us anyways.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Fantastic game. Thank you very much, Nev. All right, we're going to send it back over to the desk as we close out day 3.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Right, let's actually talk a little bit more serious about the game. It was a perfect win. Alliance come in there, they don't give up a tower, they don't give up a dragon, they don't give up a kill. They take down the number 3 seed from Korea, I think surprising everybody watching, except for 57% of the viewers who sided with Alliance. And this man, who has taken the profit thing, so double of crumbs. Talk to me about the game. I mean, we know it was just a huge individual performance from Alliance, but they also had the strategy to back it up.
It really makes me... It comforts my doubt that Alliance is really just a team centered around Froggen, which it was originally, but this game, Froggen was actually the only person on Alliance who was losing lane early. Actually, Wicked was super far ahead, Shook was super far ahead making those plays, and you saw Tab solo kill, or sorry, not solo kill, but 2v2 kill Zephyr with no outside help. That was insane. And Froggen was struggling a little bit mid until Shook made that play with him. So it just goes to show, it's not just the Froggen show.
Yeah, I actually really like that Froggen was behind early, and what happened is he never died, and he never got chunked too hard. And when Shook was approaching mid lane, he actually pushed aggressively, and right when Shook came in, he had minion advantage, and he was able to get a charm. So instead of just kind of like, maybe like going for the 1v1 kill, like, you know, the hero play, he didn't go for that. He went for the safe play, wait for my jungler to get there, and then take the 100% kill.
And what I like about the Froggen play in general, he talked about it actually in his prior game today as well. He said, in that game at least, in the interview, he said he wasn't focusing as much on his individual play. He was focusing on the shot calling, on getting his team into a good spot and not trying to do as much himself. And it is always hard to multitask focusing entirely on your lane, which is someone like Xiao will do, where he is silent the entire game and he focuses on the 1v1s, or someone like Froggen who's looking around the map saying, oh no, we can make this play, let's set up for Dragon, checking the timers, and not just looking at how do I beat up Goong in this mid lane.
Now, talking about this matchup, I mean, NaJin White Shield, they came in there. Was there ever a chance they could have pulled it back? I personally felt there was some scaling, some late game power that could have come in there. Monty, from your viewpoint, could they have done anything different?
Well, I mean, they could have not played so cocky, especially in the top lane on that first gank. They just didn't have the vision to make that kind of play. Watch kind of messed it up. If he had had his E up, he could have gotten out of that. And, I mean, Ryze was winning up in the top lane by a pretty significant CS lead early before that gank occurred. So they had some nice things going for them. But when we talk about even with all these like big scaling champions like Worry, like Ryze, like Tristana, when you get that far behind, they did an admirable job of defending, and Alliance was not the best at closing. We were kind of questioning Tabs' split pushing on Kog'Maw on the bottom lane, but there's a point of no return. An 18k gold down, I mean, that's not tenable.
Yeah, but talking about cocky play, Watch just ganked mid from the top side and then disappeared into the top river and then immediately went top. Like, that's fine, but it's also really predictable. You can't gank a top laner using your escape going in, going, they don't know I'm coming up top.
Lisa's not going to counter gank.
Final thoughts before we move on, Monty?
Yeah, and this is the question that I had, because in the Korean regionals, Watch was very, very good, but I have never seen him play that well before, and my question was, can Watch sustain this level of play? And through these first two games from Alliance, the answer is really no. He's died multiple times in the early game every time. He needs to get his act together if he wants to go far in the playoffs.
There is a whole lot of pressure on tomorrow's games. We'll see where the standings are after 18 matches have been completed from the Singapore group stage. So there are the results on your screens. First and foremost, no team has guaranteed a first place finish yet. Because of the fact that there are so many tiebreaker scenarios, we were initially going to run through them with you, but there's so many, it's a bit difficult to keep up. So what we're going to do is explain what happens in the event of a tiebreaker. So if we have a three-way tie tomorrow between any three teams in either group, a single round robin will be played. If the teams are still tied after that round robin, there will be a single elimination bracket where whoever won a game in the round robin tiebreaker would get a bye, and the remaining two teams would play that single match to determine who would play the team that got the bye. meaning a total of 5 additional games. In the event of a 4-way tie, which is likely, the teams will be randomly drawn into a single elimination bracket. The winners of the first round in the bracket will then face off in a final match, obviously the winner of that match gaining the top seed into quarterfinals, while the loser of that match will take the bottom seed in the quarterfinals. That's in the event of tiebreakers. There are 6 games tomorrow to determine just how many we have. There are European teams in this matchup, meaning tiebreakers are very likely.
Yeah, point of clarification on the 3-way tie, by the way, is the team that won the fastest is the one that gets the bye there. Obviously, if it's 2-0, 1-1, 0-2 in the round robin, you've got the automatic seeding. 1-1 down the line, the fastest win is the one that gets the bye, and then the other 2 play in to get that the ranking.
Seeing what we've seen from today's game, seeing Fnatic deliver, seeing Alliance really step up, taking down both Cloud9 and NaJin Shield. Are we expecting tiebreakers, Monty? I mean, Rose, your rose-tinted goggles, do you think we're going to see a few?
Probably in Group C, or maybe in Group C, probably not in Group D would be my anticipation.
Well, we'll have to see. Let's take a look at those 6 matches that will be coming your way tomorrow with those possible tiebreakers that we've mentioned in mind. So the day gets underway with Kabum taking to the Rift against Cloud9. After that, North American squad LMQ will challenge Samsung Blue, followed by Kabum once more, returning to the Rift against Europe's Alliance. There is a lot of games tomorrow. They will begin Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Central European Summertime, which is 11 p.m. in the Pacific time zone. And I think just before we actually end off, I do want to add just a couple minutes just to talk about today's games, because I think they deserve just a little bit extra kick. I mean, Fnatic losing to OMG dramatically, Alliance beating Cloud9, Fnatic, bouncing back to decimate LMQ. Prolly, what was your favorite moment of today's games?
Just the reinstitution that EU mids are really freaking strong. I really like having those kind of idols out there and seeing Peke and Froggen do their thing again and putting themselves as this is what we can do. It's really nice to see that.
Monte Cristo, what stands out of your mind?
I think it's really fun that we had kind of one day in this group that was all about North America, and then now we have this day that's really all about Europe, and it's now just coming down to the wire as a result. So can these European teams keep up these hot streaks, or will NA bounce back just like Europe did into kind of the second and third days?
I want to bounce off Double Lift. Do you feel that EU teams have a higher skill and team ceiling than North American teams based on what we've seen so far?
Based on what I've seen so far, yeah, actually. I changed my mind because the first day, NA teams were 4-0. I was on that hype train. But now I've seen Alliance and Fnatic, they really adapt so quickly, day to day. And today, it just really impressed me.
Now, Freak, is it a consistency issue that's going to be the only thing holding EU back?
Consistency was definitely a big thing. I mean, Fnatic, their best versus their worst was so far different. I mean, very much night and day. But to me, my favorite moment actually was sitting here on the desk with you guys and also Crepo and Crumbs. But the fact that we're oh my god, he didn't ult the Nexus. No, oh no, Soaz, oh my god, 1 hit. That's amazing, right? I didn't get to watch the XPK backdoor a year and a half ago with people around to high five when stuff happened. And similarly, all those shook gangs, it's nice having people to yell with. Yeah. If you guys aren't watching League of Legends with friends, do so. I don't care if it's on Skype or if you're doing it at a bar or something. It's a really fun social game to watch.
I completely agree. I was screaming. Crepo legitimately broke the chair that we are sitting on because he jumped up and snapped it. Anyways, that does it for today. I think today has been the single most incredible day of League of Legends in an extremely long time. I cannot wait for tomorrow's matches. I'd like to thank all of our guest analysts as well as all of you guys for joining us on this incredible day and tuning in. So from myself, the entire World's Broadcast team, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you tomorrow or tonight or whenever it is that this bloody minions spawn. Cheers, guys. We're halfway through the Singapore group stage. Quarterfinal hopes are still alive for every single squad.
Soaz is in between them, but they're going for Yellow Star. Second man down, makes that third and fourth. Peke will fall. It's an 8 for OMG, and that's going to be the game.
Can't deliver any more damage. They pick up 1. They pick up 2. They're on the balls now with the Pedra pulverized.
We have had some
insane games today. Cyanide and Pinky both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill. The pentakills, man.
That's taken so long, he may get dropped here. One more shot, there's the triple. He continues through, gets himself the quadra kill. They have so much push potential. Lovely going incredibly deep, picks out death for the ultimate of course, but he just does next to no damage. In this mid lane, going for Goom. Going in, Goom in trouble, teleport goes down. He's already gone.
Never seen a professional game this close.
Someone's TP to the top. He's going up to the Nexus here as well.
Will they be able to get it? A few more hits. Will this really happen? They save the Nexus.
Pepe will fall. It's an 8 for OG, and that's going to be the game. One auto attack away from winning the game. To win here against LMQ. Otherwise, they're out.
Oh my gosh! The triple kill coming in from Reckless. They just clean up the fight completely.
Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill.
From tears to cheers, Reckless comes up with a pentakill.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the Singapore group stage of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Today's matches are massively important as we find out who will advance to next week's quarterfinals. You see the players on stage just moments ago, LMQ and Cloud9 both arriving together. Looking to be in fairly high spirits, serious look on Elimination's face. Kabum as well, played 2 games today against LCS squads, and they have the opportunity to play Heartbreaker in the West. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining me on the analyst desk for our pre- and post-game reports are Peter Double of Ping, Eddie Carey for Counterlogic Gaming. Next up, Neil Prolly Hamad from Complexity, Alberto Crumbs Renhifo Jungler for Team Dignitas, and rounding out the table, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, OG and Costa, and Analyst. Thank you guys for joining us. Before we get to the games, we do have to discuss the multitude of tiebreaker scenarios that we face as we are entering the final group stage day in Singapore. Group C and D are still very much up for grabs, as not a single team has secured their quarterfinal spots yet. In Group Group D, Kabum is very much in a position to play spoiler, and the EUNA rivalry may still have a lot to say about which team will advance. Let's talk a little bit about the tiebreaker scenarios. We do have all possibilities locked down and written out. First and foremost, if Samsung Blue win a game, they guarantee themselves a spot in the quarters. If Fnatic want any shot at making it to playoffs, they have to win. Group D on the other side, you've got a multitude of tiebreaker scenarios, but NaJin White Shield with the highest number of possibilities of making it to playoffs. I've ranted enough. Double Lift, talk to me about some of the scenarios that you're looking forward to and potential outcomes.
I think the most epic scenario would be a Fnatic LMQ tiebreaker, and there's only one very specific situation in which that would happen, but like how ridiculous would that be? Fnatic would have such a great story, like kind of coming back from these disappointing losses, and then LMQ, they're like the pride of NA right now, so.
There are so many tiebreakers, I'm just completely terrified of what's going to happen. And I'm literally holding all my predictions right now on purpose because I'm going to jinx whatever I want. So I'm going to keep it in my head and not say it out loud and just pray that I get what I want.
Crumbs.
Now, the one that I really want to see is going to be on Group D. If Cloud9 is to beat NaJin White Shield and both Alliance and Cloud9 win their matches against Kabum, we go into a three-way tie for first place. Round robin, anything goes. That's exciting.
I agree. That's the one I really want to see as well. I think it would be super, super fun to see all of these teams going head-to-head in that, because we've seen such a mixed bag in Group D. I would really, really enjoy that.
I look forward to that pregame because I think we're going to have a little bit of a debate in terms of that matchup. Let's roll on and take a quick look back at some of yesterday's amazing #World Big Plays. We've got a couple lined up, and our first one comes from Alliance's perfect win over NaJin White Shield. And at Adrian's ST50, Adrian Saint 15 tweets, Shook goes in, kicks Sepha onto the Frog and Charm, and the game is over. He shook them all game long. This was your number 3 World's Big Play.
Save uses the ultimate, wipes out the wave, catches on towards one. Tabs takes a hit, but that turret is falling fast. Wicked in there. Are they going to go deep? They get Sepha in. The charm is in there. Now he goes down. Froggen gets himself the kill. Safe comes around. Chrono shift on Wicked keeps him safe. And Alliance push on through against NaJin White Shield's face.
You got a fantastic engage on a sieging turret with Lee Sin. Now, the impressive part to me there is the coordination between Shook and Froggen, that he lands the charm right at the very end of the kick. Kick is a stun, so right as the end, he does not throw the charm before. He doesn't panic. He knows exactly where Triss is going, throws the charm out, chains the CC beautifully, and it's game over.
Yeah, very well played indeed. The next one is also with Shook. He continued his impressive day with a fantastic Dragon Steal. This one comes to us from @AndyM says, kick, steal, kill, Shook! This is your number 2 World Big Play.
Yeah, Safe is running from base here, but so is Froggen. And again, there's Teleport on Wicked. It's going to be focused for.
There it is.
Coming in. Watch
Teleport right in. Watch, it's going to be focused. Shook gets the spike down. They turn it off towards them. Gorilla's trying to run away. Shook comes in, gets him down. It's another kill for Shook. He's 4-0-1, and they get the Dragon. Everything is once again going Alliance's way.
Yeah, really impressive play right there on actually several different levels. It's rare to see a Lee Sin ult that good. And what happened was when he came in, his kick of Kha'Zix damaged the dragon enough so he could win the smite steal because he was anticipating that damage. He then kicked and knocked up Janna, which delayed Janna's ult, which also prevented the disengage by a few seconds and then allowed Alliance to take even more from that situation. Really, really good ult.
Unbelievable play from Shook. Finally, it was Reckless with the pentakill. And this one comes to us from @JakeJ Walker. He tweets, "Hi, my name is Reckless, and I'm not ready to be knocked out of Worlds just yet. This was your play of the day."
Who's going to be the first target? Ackerman actually diving to the backside, but he's going to be going down quickly. Yellow Star actually focused by Vasily, trying to get the resets. There's the equalizer. They've got to walk back over it. Double kill for Reckless. Can he get any more here? He will get more. And now they're on towards No Name. Are they trying to give a pentakill over to Reckless? They are. There's the Quadra. Can he get himself the pentakill? Cyanide and Pinky both closing in. There's the slow. Shaolin Shao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill.
What an impressive game by Reckless. And just even after that, what's even more impressive, after that game, they interviewed Reckless and he said, Fnatic's like family to me. And you can kind of tell after he got that triple kill, they really want to boost his spirits up and give him that pentakill and set it up for him. So just a really great explosive game by Fnatic.
Yeah, really well played indeed. You guys at home can let us know your top moments from each day of Worlds action by tweeting to us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag WorldsBigPlays. Let's take a look at today's action where we can hopefully get more of those big plays. Right out the gate, we have Brazil's Kabum Esports taking on North America's Cloud9. Then later, Cloud9 will be out for revenge against Korea's NaJin White Shield. Final game of the group stages will be China's OMG going up against North America's LMQ, and in the event of tiebreakers, we will play those matches immediately after our 6th game. So for an in-depth look at the star players and rising teams from the World Championship, you can head over to lolesports.com. While there, you can vote on the outcome of every match through the World Finals, as well as find stats, spoiler-free VODs, and much more. We'd then like you guys to go on Twitter and answer a question for us. As we close out the group stages, we want to ask you, which hype train have you boarded for the quarterfinals and why? Whether it's a team, a player, a region, we want to know what train you're on and which one you bought a ticket for. We're all well aware of which train Monte Cristo's on.
No. I'm not on that train anymore, Trevor. There is no hype train. Hype implies that there is something that's overblown about it. No, Korean dominance is just a thing now. It's just a thing.
Oh, it's the fanboy train.
Oh,
there you go.
Probably, which train are you boarding for quarterfinals?
I started off early in this group hyping up with NA because they came out of the gates like killing everything, and I'm staying on it. I think LMQ and C9 do have a chance in the group stages right now to make it out.
Crumbs?
I have been on the train in the other part of town long ago. I am on the Samsung White train. You could argue that they had an easy group, but the wins that they had were by far more impressive than all the other ones we've seen here.
Well, we'll see which trains you guys are on. So for your pick of individual or group or player, whoever you think has the biggest momentum heading into quarterfinals, send your answers to us at LOL Esports. We will read some of our favorites later on in the show. We're going to move on to a new section. We've seen 54 unique champions played at the World Championship. So we're going to put a question to the desk. Who would make up your MVP team composition from the Singapore group stage, much like we did for Taipei and Y Crumbs? We're going to start in the top lane and work our way down. Who's your top lane champion?
It has to be Aurelia. She's in fact the most picked top laner in these group stages, and she's having quite a bit of a success. Obviously, Wicked has been playing her exceptionally, and he has a majority of the wins on her, but she just kind of fits this pseudo-tank meta that we're seeing with Maokai and Alistar being banned. Either you pick Lulu and feed, or you pick Aurelia and you carry.
Monte Cristo in the jungle.
Well, I'm going to take Kha'Zix just because he has been like the most picked jungler so far of this tournament. And what's interesting is that every team has picked Kha'Zix at least once. So that says a lot about the champion. His high damage is great, of course. And also, he fills so many roles. He can clean up fights with his wings, his evolved E. He can poke very well with his W. He fits into so many different kinds of strategies.
Definitely a versatile jungler. In the mid lane, I think I'm going to ask Prolly. What champion would you pick?
I'm going to go with a champion that I've forsaken in the past, but I'm going to go with Ahri. I think a lot of the mids in these groups have shown Ahri's like kind of playstyle. She's a safe mid. You can blind pick her, and then she works really well in these kind of pick comps, as well as kind of just the run at 'em comps. So I think she's really versatile and really important.
Double lift for our duo lane. Who's your AD carry and support?
For AD carry, Lucian, probably my favorite AD carry at the moment, and only rivaled in power level probably by Tristana. He has no dip in power like Tristana mid-game, where he's a lane bully. Mid-game, he has insane burst, and then late-game, he actually doesn't fall off and get outscaled that badly. And you can tell the difference between a good Lucian and a really great Lucian like Reckless and Deft just by watching. And then Thresh is probably my pick for support. He's the most picked champion this week. At 13 picks, and he's also the support with the highest kill participation of any support. So that's just really impressive, and he has amazing playmaking ability, which is exactly what you're seeing from all these Thresh players here at Worlds.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, this team composition or champion bundle, you can grab the Singapore group stage MVP team comp in the stores right now. The comp includes the skins that have been used by your favorite Worlds pros, so bundle up and start practicing your own hashtag #WorldsBigPlays with this awesome team composition. This is going to bring us quite naturally to our first match of the day as Brazil's Kabum Esports goes up against Cloud9. Kabum has made the most of their Worlds experience, I think. They seem to be in good spirits. They've put up a good show through most of their games. Minerva especially stands out, and he actually said he was happy to be mentioned by the analyst desk and the casters, naming Double for some praise in particular. they are the team that has the chance to play spoiler in this group, because if they take a win off Alliance or Cloud9, it's going to be difficult. Doublelift, what's your take on Kabum and their shots?
And I mean, now that Kabum has lost their chance of making it out of groups, it's kind of sad, but it's also really scary because now they have nothing to lose. I mean, they've been playing really standard in their previous games, but now they can play with kind of no regard and just kind of ignore risks, make these really aggressive plays.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they do. They are up against Cloud9. They're sitting at 2-2. They had 2 good games. They had 2 poor games. Doublelift, just want to shoot to you really quickly. The Talon and Tristana picks from the last game against Shield for Cloud9, very questionable. What's your take?
Oh, God. Yeah, I really hated that. Talon Tristana to me has absolutely zero synergy. Talon is a champion that wants to fight mid-game, and Triss is a champion that has a dip in mid-game power. So there's really no coordination between those 2 champions. I really hope Cloud9 picks up their pick-and-ban phase.
I think the Cloud9 pick-and-ban phase looked kind of weak, but I don't think that's going to be a case anymore. Lemon does have that nice notebook, and I think he's going to fix everything. And then the game against Kabum is going to be a showcase of what they're going to do later today.
Well, we'll have to see how they handle themselves. We're going to throw things over to the trio of casters to take us into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and of course I'm joined by Rivington Bislin III and Martin DeFicio Lunga for the first 3 games of the day.
Exactly, and Kabum, first game of the day. They have Alliance later on as well. If they manage to win one of those games here, they can completely destroy it for either Cloud9 or Alliance.
It's going to be exciting. Showing some love to the crowd with the flag as well. Really paying back respect because the crowd, they've been cheering the whole time, and a lot for Kabum as well.
Yeah, Kabum absolutely enjoyed their time here in Singapore. Had the support of the crowd, of course. Let's get straight in towards those starting lineups. Starting out on the blue side for the Brazilian international wildcard team, Kabum Esports. In the top lane, of course, is Lep. In the jungle is Danagon. Tinones in the mid lane. Minerva has AD carry and Dan's on support.
And that takes us to the red side, and representing there is the North American LCS, Cloud9. In the top lane, it's Balls. Meteos in the jungle, high in the mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemonation just taking a sip on support.
Of course, as this game is about to get underway, this is the final day of groups here in Singapore. Literally anything can happen, and judging by yesterday, it absolutely may well do. There's all sorts of different possibilities for tiebreakers, scenarios. It's going to be a great day of League of Legends.
And again, for me, in this group at least, all the focus is on Kabum. Because we expect Alliance to win, we expect Cloud9 to win, but again, if they manage to take the win here, surprise one of these teams, suddenly, tiebreaker again, more and more likely to pop up, and we can be here for a long time.
I mean, the thing is, even looking at this scenario, obviously you'd presume that Cloud9 Alliance would go and beat Kabum, but you know, we've been talking about the Korean dominance. Monty just talked about how Korea are dominating now. They're not taking it lightly. They were here till 2 a.m. practicing last night. These guys are taking these groups deadly serious because they are feeling the pressure, because the European teams have pushed them all away. North America are biting at the heels. There's a possibility that one of them, you know, if some crazy scenarios happen, could actually go out here in groups.
And the way that comes out now, it's pretty much everybody wanting another team to do work for them. They're trying to win their games and then hope the situation happens in their favor on the other end. We'll just get right into picks and bans now. Kabum's going to be on the blue, as we said. Cloud9 on the red. We'll see that Zed and Alistar right quick on the ban list.
So Zed being banned against High, who of course spammed it in Korean solo queue. I believe everyone has seen it. And also a pretty good ban because Tinone's in the mid lane normally prefers these like AoE team fighting champs like Zeref or Yana, and obviously they won't do too well against something like a Zed.
So the last time these guys met, it was Kabum that actually felt they could have taken this game against Cloud9. So Cloud9 have to be super focused coming into this matchup. Of course, the Rumble being taken away from Balls, no surprises there, but it does mean Ryze has snuck through. We'll see whether Lep decides to take it in that top lane, of course, because Aurelia was open, or whether it's Tinone's in the mid.
Yeah, and the funny part is, obviously if it is a flex pick for them, I haven't seen any of their players actually play Ryze. And if you look at the picks for Lep and Danagon so far, they both played, Lep and Tinones, they both played 4 different champions. So obviously the champion pool here for Kabum, I mean, they have a lot of options, seeing as they also first pick Ryze, take it away from Balls, you ban the Rumble as well. I wonder if it's going to be top lane. I expect it to be top lane for Lep, and then he needs to be careful because he can get camped.
I like the pick here as well. They take away the Rumble and Balls' Ryze. He's played Lulu here on the International World stage. as his third champion. So it'll be very interesting to see what they lock in for him in the top lane to feel comfortable. Meteos as well as his choice to go for Kha'Zix here if he wants it.
Yeah, I think we will see a Kha'Zix, obviously with that Lee Sin banned out. Danagorn, you know, he stepped up yesterday in terms of pressure. He was actually starting to support Lep very well. He was around the map, got that smite steal, of course, as well. So there's a lot of big plays by him. But as we just heard double lift, Lucian, probably one of the strongest AD carries out there right now, has been locked in for Sneaky, and of course Meteos will take that Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and as Doublelift also said, Lucian right now, he doesn't fall off in the mid game like Tristana, who would be probably the second strongest AD carry from what we have seen so far. And it's all about this mid game power spike in Singapore. Every single team, when you have the mid game power spike, it's one of the reasons Rumble has been so strong. You can win the first few Dragon fights, you can get the goal lead and just snowball the game completely. For Kabum here, the fact Lucian is gone and it's been Minerva's most played champion could be a big issue because he needs it actually to dominate the bottom lane.
Oh man. Speaking with Kabum yesterday, they did say mid-game is kind of where they fall off, so a spike would be fantastic for them to be able to have in that situation. Syndra and Thresh getting locked in.
Good picks right here. Dancers look very good on Thresh, a Brazilian crowd. They want to see him make the big plays, of course. He's known for his great skill shots as well on these supports. We saw it on Morgana as well. And Syndra for Tinones. He looked good on Syndra when he played it earlier in this tournament, and it is one of his favorite champions.
Well, Syndra, as you mentioned, been very strong. Hasn't been as prolific as we thought we would be, especially after obviously we saw a lot of it in Taipei. It hasn't been a big choice. It's all been about that Zilean. He's been the focus throughout, whether it's picked or banned so far. Alistair very rarely sneaks through, which is why he's sitting on that ban screen once again. Cloud9 though, support. I think we're going to be possibly leaving that mid lane till last here. I don't think he wants to show his hand just yet.
But this is some very explosive picks already from Kabum. I mean, there's a lot of pick potential here. If Cloud9 starts falling behind or is slacking a little bit in the game, easily Kabum can catch him off guard, and Jinx wasn't banned.
Jinx was not banned. Really excited to see what Minerva can put on that. Or if he switches it up. Anyway, just to give credit to Minerva's laning phase, it has been really good. He's come out on top on some of the really top tier caliber, even NaJin White Shield games.
And this is just his, what, 13th game on AD carry?
It's pretty scary, yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I mean, the guy was a mid laner, then he was a support, and now he's an AD carry, and he's performing so well. Same goes for the qualifier in Brazil. He surprised everyone where he just got in there and started dominating.
And he still doesn't have that many games in that position, and he is just attuned to it so quickly. So the Elise gets locked in for Danagorn. We'll see if that pays off for him. A lot of potential to get ganks off in these lanes with the crowd control they provide. So maybe they can take those laning phases to Cloud9 like they like to.
Interesting pick for balls. Went for that KO. KO's not been very successful here in Singapore. And if you look at his history, he's only played it once throughout the entire summer.
Right.
And he lost.
Yeah.
So this is a risky pick, but Xerath locked in the mid lane for high.
Yeah, so that explains it. We were talking about how Kabum had some very explosive picks here with the Syndra, with the Ryze and Thresh, of course. Instantly, Morgana with the Black Shield and Kayle with her ulti to simply deny the pick potential from Kabum. Now you have a Xerath and a Kha'Zix as well for the long-range poke here.
Yeah.
Cloud9 is really setting up to just start poking down Kabum. You have so much disengage already, and you have, of course, the Kayle ulti to save whoever gets called out.
Siege the turret and burn it down as fast as possible. It's a definite possibility for Cloud9. I'm absolutely certain they won't want a repeat performance of the struggles they had in Game 1.
No, because it was actually a strange game. Also talking with Cloud9, they were not happy even though they won the game because they knew it was a bad start. Minerva especially was looking great down this bottom lane again, of course, because all Cloud9's focus was on Lep in the top lane, which we have seen a few times. Actually, only the last game he played was the one where he didn't get focused and he didn't even die.
Absolutely. So now, of course, that the champions are locked in. They're going to be heading on to the Rift in just a moment. Who do you guys at home think will take this matchup? Tweet us your hashtags, KBM win or C9 win to @LOLesports. And of course, we'll see which comp you think will come out ahead. This is going to be an interesting one. Will Kabum win the vote? They have done a couple of times, but they're up against Cloud9 now. Cloud9 fans, of course, America will still be awake on the West Coast.
It's going to be an interesting matchup to start it off. Looking at what Kabum kind of does to themselves in the mid game, hopefully they don't just get pulled out. We've seen a lot of times that Minerva will do good, as we say, in the laning phase, and then you'll see him in the mid lane because the team wants to group according to what their opposing team is doing. So hopefully they don't get dictated into a game they don't want to play too early. We are on to the Rift. Kabum on the blue side, Cloud9 on the red as these teams get a little bit of a rematch.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Day 4 of Singapore. All up in the air. The group stages have been very entertaining over the last 2 weeks. Who will reach the quarterfinals? It is all going to be decided today. Will Kabum cause an upset and force Cloud9 out? If Cloud9 lose this game, they are effectively out in the group stage. It is not something they want for sure. It is absolutely a must-win game for them.
Yeah, we see it in the picks as well for Cloud9. Very safe picks here, going for the siege combo as well, and looking at the picks from Kabum and saying, okay, a lot of pick potential. Let's get the Morgana, let's get the kill here, even though Balls normally doesn't play it, but obviously they had a few weeks in Korea to practice, and we've seen a lot of new champions from these teams because that's such a long time to boot camp.
Seeing if he picks up any more potions. Kind of just heads out of lane on that one, doesn't decide to. And everybody beginning to move in for the deep ward. So Dan's going to see that. The pings go out. You still get the safe early game here. This is really going to pay off for Minerva, especially in the bottom lane. Like I said, excited to see that Jinx coming out.
And I want to see if Sneaky actually wants to build a BT as his first item. We have seen it a few times on Lucian when you have like these siege comms where you complete your BT and then you instantly go mid lane and you just start sieging up on towers. And the reason it's so good is simply because you're going to get the shield and the lifesteal, so you can walk into the tower, hit it a few times, take some damage, or survive if someone like Syndra is there and stuns you. And then you can always lifesteal on the minions once again, and you obviously don't need any crit when you're hitting a tower.
Kabum starting out on the red buff, as is Meteor, so we'll see whether they both meet down in that bottom lane. You can see in terms of ward coverage, it's all Cloud9 early on. Zero evidence of wards from Kabum down in the lower part, but of course that is the wards from the trinket timing out, and it looks like, as expected, Minerva and Dan's will be forced back. Lucian is very tricky in lane, and Lemonation's going to be looking to land those bindings.
Yeah, and it's very good for Cloud9 here. They actually get the standard lanes, because you want to have the Kayle as well up in his top lane to just start pushing down Ryze from the start. Ryze can trade with you, but he cannot push back the minions as fast as you can. So it's going to be all about the jungle press on top.
There's that level 2, a Lightbringer straight through Minerva. The 2 passive shots to him as well, and Lemonation doing it again, grabs brush control as soon as possible. In that bottom lane, hit still going down. Dan's Ignite is down, but Dan's takes an Ignite over from Lemonation, and Sneaky is actually getting the assist on that one. His first blood goes to Lemon.
Yeah, Dan's could have flashed right here, but Lemonation was so close to him, he barely even got to see the binding before it hit him, and then he just ends up dying. But Cloud9, early level 2, it's what you can always do here, and just rush it and start fighting.
Yeah, the aggression back and forth did not pay off. They went with that Ignite early. Double warrant, both going down. Kabum and Cloud9 getting their coverage, making sure there's no crossovers. And you know, we talked about these jungle paths. We do see, of course, that Danagorn is nearby. Minerva may well need that assistance down here because he is incredibly low. Dance comes down. And Meteors, he can continue farming now because he wasn't needed down the bottom. They got the kill all on their own.
One of the things he loves to do lately, play a little bit more passive and get himself pretty beefy before he shows himself. One thing we always know is Meteors uses his time very efficiently.
And if every single lane is doing just fine, you don't really have to do anything. Minerva eating another binding down here. Elimination, he's been on point so far.
He is falling heavily behind in CS, and again, that Lightbringer catching on him. And Minerva, he absolutely has to go back now. He can't stick around any longer.
And notice how Danagorn has been sitting down his bottom lane for like the last minute actually, but he couldn't really gank because Minerva was so low. Also slapping Lep a few times in the face. But Danagorn is a jungler who loves to just sit and wait in the lane and like either look for the counter gank or be very patient at least before he goes in. And it often means he falls very far behind on farm, and he's already falling behind the Meteors right here because he was sitting in bottom lane.
Oh, it's going to make it a difficult one if the lanes can't hold themselves up on their own legs just in the beginning here. Only going to get harder and harder. Tinone's looking to be one that's sticking pretty well to high here. 33 to 22 in CS. Still has a bunch of potions to chug on both sides here. So we'll see if Tinone's can get high down and back. Already level up, doing quite well.
Yeah, it's right that you mentioned that, because I mean that's what's really been one of the winning things for Kabum, what's kept them so close early stages. It's a 3-man push up here. Tinone's is rightfully backing away. They have the coverage on the side, so they know they're safe above. Will continue his CS farming, but I was back to your point. Tell a lie, because Danagon looks like he's going to try to go top. That's going to be an easy back off from Balls, just speeds himself up. But back to your point. We'll get there in the end. Kabum actually have done well in lanes. They've managed to hold steady with NaJin Whiteshield, with Alliance, with Cloud9 in the previous matches. So to start falling behind this heavily, looking towards the AD carries, of course, even the fact that Balls is starting to get ahead of Lep is a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, in this game I actually would have loved if Kabum decided to lane swap like they did yesterday against Whiteshield, and it actually meant they could keep the laning phase going for a long, long time.
Ooh,
just keep farming. Let's see what happens here.
They're going to go in. Dance is there. They weren't ready, but he managed to jump straight on towards some choppers. Gets hooked in. There's no follow-on, though. Minerva can't go through. And Cloud9 denied a kill there. I think they absolutely would have got it without those chompers.
They managed to force a flash from Dance, and then some return damage onto Meteors here. And we actually just saw the voting beforehand.
Yeah.
Kabum lost. Probably the first time I've actually seen them lose the voting.
I did say the West Coast is still awake, and North American fans.
Come on, Kabum fam.
Get in behind them, because they absolutely know that Cloud9 need to win this one. Don't worry, everyone here, I think, the crowd is very much behind Kabum.
Well, right now,
for them,
pressure is difficult, D-Man. Wards so deep in the side of Kabum's jungle. That's where we see Meteos and crew so happy and eager to get inside and cause trouble for Danagorn. Now the wave freeze here coming in as much as they can to make it that much harder here for Minerva in the laning phase.
Danagon once again looking towards this top lane, so the bottom lane being ignored by him, even though they are falling very far behind. Let's see if they can get onto Balls here. Rune Prison from Lep, and it's good to go.
It's going to be very hard. He's got the flash up. He's got himself intervention available.
Here we go.
He's going to have to burn anything. It's just going to walk on through. Now he may need to burn intervention. No, flash comes out. There's the intervention. Gets home free.
But the idea was actually really good from Danagon right here, because he was delaying his cocoon. He wanted Balls to flash first, and then he could try and land the cocoon. But just missed it. It was, of course, nerfed a little bit. So a bit smaller.
That's smaller range, indeed.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Sneaky. Taking 2 tower hits there. Dan's almost catching him with that death sentence as well.
Feeling quite sure of himself, diving past the turret with a bit of safety of Elimination. Shield, hopefully defying those hooks to come out. And Minerva doing what he can in the bottom lane. Everybody does what they can right now. Tinones could really strike up something in the mid game. That part where we have seen Kabum fall off, bring that out with Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, finally playing his favorite champion again. We've seen it on it once, and he actually looked really good in this game as well. Winning the lane in terms of farm early on, and we have seen the jungle pressure from Danagon. It was top lane, it was bottom lane, so it wasn't because of Danagon he's doing well. It's just purely one-on-one in here.
This is the problem, though, that the fact that when your top and bottom lane are falling behind, Danagon's being pulled for either direction, both screaming for his help, because you can see it's almost a double CS differential between Minerva and Sneaky now. Sneaky really dominating that lane with the help of Elimination.
Yeah, he needs to put his focus on his bottom lane, because you cannot have a Jinx falling so far behind. Cloud9 can take this Lucian into the mid game, and Minerva will have to wait like 20-25 minutes before he can even join the fights. So Danagon, he needs to come down here, try and set up a kill. The Black Shield from Elimination is going to be pretty annoying though, when you have Cocoon and Hook.
You see the little things that Dan's is doing here from Minerva, grabbing the minion wave and taking it away from the turret, defying Sneaky, that easy aggro under the turret right here. Make sure you ward that brush before you walk any farther though. Setting up camp and a nice dark passage to get him to safety on that one. It was looking real dark there, but they get out.
Managed to get out. No lane ward actually from Dante or Minerva. He's the guy sitting with the trinket ward.
It's because they've had to switch. They've switched to sweeping lenses so quickly that, like you say, there's no trinket from Minerva. He could have put it down there, but I think he wanted to get it in the river. They're so worried about Meteos' movements across the map.
Yeah, it is very normal when you go back and get your side stone, you then swap to sweeping lane as a support. And look here on Minerva. He has a special little build on Jinx, where he actually rushes Ghost Blade And it seems like he's going towards it. I mean, that's going to be a brutalizer probably with the longswords. That's the first item.
See how it works out for him. Top lane, of course, we do see Balls going early Berserker Greaves with those double rings. So making sure he gets a bit of that movement, a little bit careful, of course, did use that flash early on. There's the culling going down on Minerva, the entire chunk going down, forced out the summon, a heal just towards the end to make sure there was no proc of damage. High, meanwhile,
nice
he's caught out by a stun.
Oh, no ulti to follow through though. Blue buff is just going to allow him to keep that pressure on, and then he'll throw it out. Meteos letting down the pinks, or using the pinks that have already been laid down to start, clearing out. 95 to 83 in that lane still.
And you can start seeing the difference. This is where the pressure, Danagorn, is being pulled from every direction. He's falling behind Meteos right now in terms of farm. Meteos is quite happy. He can just keep on clearing that jungle as quick as he needs to, because the lanes, simply put, don't need him. He's just supplying the vision coverage that's required from him, but that is it.
It's just the worst situation as a jungler. You're like, okay, top lane is calling for help, bottom lane is calling for help, and you know it's so hard for you to even set up the ganks. We saw Balls up in the top lane. He had ulti, he had flash the first time. Danagorn could have returned to top lane after he forced the flash, but decided then to look bottom lane, and obviously that's just been a losing battle for Kabum so far.
It's interesting we see the CS differential between Tinones and High, because this is obviously the exact reversal of what High had against Froggen, and obviously everyone was talking about how Froggen was falling behind in lane. Well, it's kind of the matchup. Syndra is out farming Xerath, it's simply put.
And we always knew High in the North American LCS to kind of be somebody that didn't prioritize farm in lane. He'd be okay with doing super safe and then come out big for the team later. So maybe he's kind of playing that role once again.
Well, Xerath is a pretty safe laner. You have very long range to sit and farm, and you can simply avoid Tinones to ever get onto you, ever land a stun onto you, and be able to burst you down. Top lane though, Balls once again trading with Lep.
Great damage coming in from Lep here. Really using that catalyst to stay up in health, keep himself healthy per level. It's really helping to keep him up against Balls, and now pushing him into his own turret.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of farm up here, going towards the Rod of Ages early on, as we always see on Rise, simply to get his stacking, get past your mid-game point where you're stacking up your tier and your Rod of Ages.
Oh, Cloud9 starting out the Dragon. Meanwhile, the top laners are being kept busy. Balls has to use that intervention early, but it is going to be Cloud9 and look to be securing their first Dragon of the game.
So this Dragon by Cloud9 was actually set up simply because Tinones went back to base, and High was still standing in the lane, and he saw him back, and they're like, okay, he's back in base, we can be 4 people starting Dragon, let's do it.
Teamwork OP, clearing wards together. Looks like they'll make it out safely. A nice ward in the Death Brush lets Tinones know he can't venture too far in. You see his first buy after that Chalice being a needlessly large rod. He really wants to make an impact here.
So you were talking about the Ghostblade obviously being built up by Minerva, but it's one thing to get to that first item and maybe it works out well, but if your lane partner against Sneaky and he's going to have that Infinity Edge completed first, it's kind of defeating the purpose.
Yeah, I feel like the Ghostblade, for him at least, is simply going to be because they have the single target burst of Rise and Syndra. We can talk about it later. No, Danagorn decides to actually not go for the game because of the Black Shield. But I feel like so the Ghostblade is simply going to be because Kabum wants to have like these 5-6 seconds the start of the fight, but they just want to have as much burst as possible. So you pop the Ghostblade, try and kill the first target, get your reset, and then keep chasing. I'm still not sure it's the best idea. Infinity Edge definitely seems to be the preferred option for most of the Jinx players.
So an answer from High with that needlessly large rod. Tinones, well thought out. Gets a rotation up top as High goes back to clear out the pink wards and start moving some of their wards forward as well. Danagorn has had this Sightstone for a while, and it's only getting placed in their jungle. Now we see them start to venture their way into Cloud9's side. Now knowing where Meteos is, he hasn't been able to create too much. Like we said, his lanes were doing good, but maybe they can start to cut him down a bit before he does get going as well.
Well, Lep's been unaffected by any pressure. Oh, Elimination got out. Good Black Shield comes out. Dark Binding lands, and he just strolls on out of there. 3v1, no problem.
Yeah, you need to hit those. I'm not even sure the Black Shield was up in time there. They just actually missed the stun and the hook, and you have to land them if you want to get the picks with this comp Kabum is using. Cloud9 though, because they killed this bottom lane tower, they can instantly just swap top. Kabum is not ready. Or they are actually. Danagorn and Dance are here.
They're completely ready. They're going in top. Gonna catch on, Soul Shackles, is it gonna land? It's not, Dance is in trouble though. Meteos is it, flashed through, almost missed out, took tower hits. They're trying to gift it across instead, Meteos will finish it off. But in comes Tinones, the delay, and the flash already used by Meteos there, cost him his life. High, the Chomper's gonna stop him catching on towards Minerva. Sneaky returns back to that top lane. Lep has to be backing away from this one. He's got the support of Tinones, but he's taken so low, they still may be able to dive him.
Very, very close. The artillery coming in from high.
Nope.
Fire a cork back just on the tail end of the damage there. Getting aggressive here in the top lane. It's still 2-1 in kills, but they're not going to stop. Scout of the week trying to come out from Tinones as he grabs a double buff off of that. And they are able to push back Cloud9 a bit. Save that top turret, but they're down still from that first dragon in the laning phase so far.
So as Kabum actually saw Elimination move towards the top lane, they started sending Danagorn and Dance up there, and Tinones was ready to move from the mid lane. As soon as the dive happened, Meteos with the flash, seemed a bit weird, flashing actually behind Dance, and then suddenly Tinones is there. He has a lot of farm, he now picked up a kill. He's going to be very strong on this Syndra here.
Absolutely going to be a problem, and we were talking about obviously rises throughout this tournament. Lep has been unaffected in that top lane, got that Rod of Ages completed, Tier's been stacking out nicely, just building up towards that power spike.
He was farming well yesterday on Aurelia as well. As long as he doesn't get camped by the enemy jungler, he's actually doing fine on getting all the farm he needs, getting towards the late game points of something like a Rise.
Powerful, very slow. If Cloud9 figures that something's getting too strong too fast, they will definitely clamp down on that. So you got to stay in the shadows to get bigger here. So far, Lep's doing that. Tinones showing himself somewhat. Dance trying to clear out a little too much in the ward. Lemonation get caught here. Can Lep put down the Rune Prison and get a flash out of him? Great fade away Dark Binding coming in on Danagorn. They decide not to engage any further.
Balls was so close to finishing that one off. Just lost the vision of Dance when he went in towards that bush. Tinones takes a blast from high. Starting to take control of this lane, but as you mentioned, Tinones is starting to get stronger. Got that first kill in there. Picked up that needlessly large rod a while back, so he's going to be sitting on a chunk of gold, but this is a problem. Sneaky is starting to run a little bit wild on Minerva in this bottom lane.
He's got his own army here in the bot lane. Meteos is just kind of watching from the side. Lep getting hit up. Danagorn again in the pocket of Lep. Every time they force off, Cloud9 is taking little bits. They know not to go too far because Kabum will engage. Choppers go down and not going to lock that one. Still, I don't know if they know Meteos is here, and High's actually edging down as well.
Yeah, all the wards in this jungle is from Cloud9,
right.
So they can see Kabum. At least there was actually one ward here, so they probably did spot him before and zapped him in the bot as well. Spot him and force him away. It's still about this bottom lane. I mean, every time Sneaky decides to just push up, he's so much stronger than Minerva at this point, and he can just always get some tower damage.
Elimination clearing the way, the vision that Kabum had in the river, which will open things up for potential movements on the mid tower, but yet they're happy to just keep sticking this one out, farming it through. Lep untouched once again. Balls is taking away the wolves, the golem, sorry, in the top lane, and will protect his tower. Tinones finds Lamination, that will get cleared. That pink ward has been in that bush in the mid lane for a very long time, untouched.
And speaking of that, about that mid lane still, Tinones' first buy comes in with that Deathfire grasp.
Yeah, actually had their... He was building towards the Athenes first, but because he got so much gold, when he could actually go back, he could get the last shot, and then he picked up a kill as well. Dance, you might be in trouble. Nope.
Good time to stay safe. Dragon is now alive right here. Good item spikes at least. Coming in for Tinones. The Rod of Ages is still stacking up. They're going to be backing on this one though. There's a bit of a rocket. It's not going to do too much. They'll know though what's going down. Dragon goes down once again for Cloud9.
Still, we have to look at Tinones with this early DFG for him. Simply because he got the kill and got so much farm in lane, and he knows he needs to get kills early on here, otherwise Cloud9 can just keep pushing every single lane.
There's the
probably this
power.
top lane. It's looking stronger and stronger. He's going to get the tower.
Yeah, that's a trade that Balls didn't even get close to winning this time around, and you can see he's starting to actually have problems up against Lep now. Lep becoming stronger and stronger. That tower will go down. First one of the game for Kabum, and that's going to free up Lep. We'll see where he goes from here. The biggest problem is that Sneaky has kind of gone unchecked for the majority of this game.
Yeah, but Kabum still, they have so much damage on the team already. If they do decide to group up, they can instant kill the members of Cloud9. Every single one. As long as Balls isn't there with the ulti, someone from Cloud9 will die. And that can be the trick for Kabum if they want to stop this laning phase where they are going to lose this bottom lane tower and just start looking for teamfights, looking for picks.
And that's where Kabum said they have been a bit weak, you know, as they said themselves. This is where they need to take some chances. See Lep already getting himself in, great deep wards, nothing Balls can do about it, so they're really using their time efficiently here to get what they need.
It's a 3v2 push in the bottom lane. Tinones is coming around, but he will be spotted out by wards, which is why we see Cloud9 immediately step away a little bit. Got to be careful.
Yeah.
Try and catch him out around the side, but Tinones really can't leave that mid lane. They may try and set up something on high, though. You can see Danagorn is ready and waiting to go. Can he land that cocoon? No. Nothing thrown out whatsoever.
Oh, finding.
Nope, not going to go through that black shield.
Meteors again, just sitting down this bottom lane because Cloud9 is constantly pushing it up and because they have the wards in the jungle of Kabum. Meteors is just sitting ready, waiting for Kabum to make a move there and then instantly counter gank it, pick up the kills, take the tower as well, and just push it in. Because they know it's all about sneaky and elimination down here.
I'd love if we had a counter on top of wards these days, because that pink ward in that mid lane has been there for so long. They've cleared so many wards.
Yeah.
Kabum keep putting a standard ward on top, and then it's cleared away again because it's being defended by high every single time. Top lane brawl is continuing. Lep is continuing to push balls back. They're trying to get towards that tower, but I think he may well be better served getting involved with his team because they are slowly losing this battle down the bottom to Cloud9.
Yeah, they need to have some wards actually behind Cloud9 when they are pushing down this bottom lane so Lep can teleport in, flank around them, and then start the fight. Get an easy kill. If Elimination puts the black shield onto Sneaky, well, kill Elimination then. Simple as it is.
Well, they definitely have the double sight stone to keep warding as much as Cloud9 is. Replicating those wards isn't going to hurt. They're keeping the same vision, and they're keeping themselves at least in a bit of defense. Still long-range poke, we said, is going to come from Cloud9, and that's what they're utilizing right now.
Oh,
nice. A quick repel, that's going to be the teleport coming in from Lep. Will they decide to initiate? The box is really disengaging Cloud9, but like we said, they're able to stay on the outside. Balls goes down immediately on that one. The intervention is down as well. Do they have a chance to follow up on this? Looks like they'll take it, and they'll leave it.
And look at that burst here from Tinones on Syndra. As soon as the ulti from Balls was gone, blowing him up instantly. Lep sadly couldn't actually teleport in behind. He had to join the team in the middle of the fight, so no flank from him.
Didn't get around, but it does mean Cloud9 take themselves the second turret of the game, but a little bit of a warning sign for Cloud9 there. If you get out of position, don't have full coverage, you will get burst down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a messy fight at first here. I mean, Cloud9, they want to obviously poke from range, get Danagorn really low. It was a good binding from Elimination at first, but then the real fight starts. Balls teleporting in the middle of Kabum, and as soon as his ulti is gone, well, you're dead.
Overall, a great box from Dan's there. The team was like, sorry, Balls, you're on your own, buddy. 2 minutes coming up onto Dragon. We'll see if we can get Kabum to get those forward wards out. Most of them are going down to their own jungle now, except for what Lep has done on the top side. Again, that pink ward able to clear out another one. Pretty sticky position here. He's going to try to walk around the choppers. He says heal. Thank you very much. He's still taking good damage from Minerva. He's going to get out with half health on this one, just due to that level difference. He wasn't taking that much damage.
Finally got the pink ward down. But High nearly lost his life defending it there. That was a very close. Good chompers that forced him to run around. It has put Cloud9 in a sticky situation off the side here. The stun goes down. Meteor's caught out in it. Elimination in trouble. The rocket's coming through. Repels away. Danagorn trying to give chase. Elimination getting away. This has given up the top tower to Balls. They do finally get the kill on the support, but to lose a tower and potentially the mid as well, because Sneaky is still pushing. They could lose everything here.
Yeah, so the plan for Kabum was to start grouping, look for these picks here. They got Elimination really low, and then ended up chasing him. Will give up this mid tower as well. Oh, you died as well.
Danagorn indeed. It crumbled up on that one. Cloud9 starting to gain a little bit too strong of a foothold.
Yeah, as soon as Lep left the top lane here, Balls like, okay, I'm just gonna go take the tower, my team can handle it himself. You don't really mind sacrificing your support if you get 2 towers for it.
Absolutely not. Danagorn, though, himself wasn't quite expecting the burst that came out there. We haven't really seen Meteors getting too involved, but let's not forget, he's built up a fair chunk of damage as he's been farming away quite happily. Dragon's up in 20 seconds time. Cloud9 once again in perfect position for it. Check in, no wards. There's not really been any wards in that entire river area from Kabum for the majority of this game.
It's It's been a problem for Kabum in pretty much all the games. Like, they are falling very far behind in terms of warding. We don't see as many ping wards because they don't get the same amount of gold as the other teams because they lose a lot of the objectives, they will lose the dragon. So it becomes really hard for them to keep the wards up.
And it might be an in their own head thing, knowing that they're weaker at this part of the game and they don't want a dragon, but it only starts to hurt them more when they believe they're staying safe. 3 of 3 dragons now going over to Cloud9 with an 8,000 gold lead. Those items are being finished up on the side of Kabum, but they're not getting in the fray to use them.
It's strange that it is something we see, and we have seen throughout the year, that step up in skill level tends to be hitting the vision control. Yeah. It's like the lower teams don't generally think of it or don't pursue it so heavily. They focus on the lanes, the kills, maybe getting an objective after you're lucky, rather than setting up 2, 3, 4 levels, maybe 3 minutes in advance, which you do see sometimes, obviously, these Korean teams and obviously the Western world teams we've seen a couple of times throughout the world starting to think way ahead of the situation that's currently being played out.
It is just so important that you can pre-plan your own moves, because it's how you catch the other team out of position. It's how you surprise them, and suddenly, even though you're behind, you get the one pick you need because you had the wards placed around the Baron already, and that's how you get back in the game. I mean, just look at NaJin White Shield against Alliance, game 1. Alliance 7-0 in kills, and yet White Shield dominated the map in terms of wards, got all the picks they needed, got back in the game. For Kabum, they need to really learn where to ward and when to buy the wards. Even if you are behind, you need them to get back in the game.
Unknowns now with that Void Staff. He could definitely zero somebody out, but now Ball's bringing in the Zanyas, so he can easily focus intervention onto somebody else. It's got to be the right pick at the right time here for Unknowns.
Well, we do see, of course, Unknowns has the power to pick someone off. We'll see if he can land it. The stun on high is not followed through because he was dodging the stun.
Oh, look at Lep here.
I threw out Cocoon, blocked out. They're going to go in. Lep can get in there. He's got the power. There's the stun. Elimination blown apart. The rocket doesn't quite down Sneaky, but Cloud9, they have to back away from this tower. They have to respect the power of Kabum have.
And this is where Minerva can start going off. Gonna get these resets now. They're gonna be able to start taking down turrets pretty quick. They have an efficient team to do so. Good wave clear and good ability to stay up. Whoa! Sneaky going down. He got caught out. High gets locked up by Dance making the plays. Kabum comes up with 3, and they're gonna be taking the mid turret as well, possibly. Meteo's doing what he can on the side. They're gonna say, we don't need minions. This one's going down too.
They've got another wave coming through. They could just keep going if they want it. There's a long death time. It's still 20 seconds on the 2 carries. No, we're gonna see Lep teleport away because Balls was trying to sneak in that back. He was trying to push that wave down the bottom, but now he's being clapped upon. He's gonna get caught out. The Cocoon not quite landing. Doesn't fancy Balls taking one-on-one there. Danagorn repels away. Nope, don't want none of that.
This is the Cocoon here, but wow, Kabum, once they group up here, they have so much damage and insane pick potential. And Cloud9 not respecting it here, just get caught out of position. Kabum instantly responds, kill them, get to 2 towers. Suddenly, goal lead is only 5k.
5k. And
I say only 5k, still a bit.
They're creeping back on that. We've seen many games sway from 5k and just go the other way instantly.
But that is something that's going to now be in the back of Cloud9's mind. It's like, whoa, hang on a minute. Couple of flashes, couple of catches, 2 carries go down, 2 turrets mid gone. Yeah, if that happens again, they're in the base on the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, and that's a problem for Cloud9 when they're using Balls as a split pusher, because he's the guy with the ulti to save them, especially from Tinnones. But if he's down split pushing, he won't be there. He won't be there to help them. Kabum at the moment can have Lep just stand against Balls one-on-one once he gets his teleport ready again, and he should be able to hold the waves. And then it's a 4 versus 4 where Tinnones is really looking scary.
We talked about Dan's trying to make those plays as well, caught out with the Dark Binding this time, and then another stun. He's going to get focused. The stun on Sneaky, not going to get backed up. What I was about to say is Dan's was the man that hooked high. He was the man that led that all the way going through. Of course, Tinnones' flash stun was pretty impressive as well.
A lot of aggression. Saying Kabum, they need to get themselves into the fight, and they did not hesitate to do so. Oh, Danagorn on the outside, stun one after the other. Ball's getting himself in for a few hits. Not enough to cancel him out though, but enough to gain pressure, enough to continue moving forward. Dragon's coming up in another 30. They're actually setting and focusing towards this top side here to make sure they get everything they want.
Well, basically Cloud9 has just full control of this Baron area here. They have all the pink wards in there, so they can just wait for Kabum to come in and face check and use the poke.
Oh, the rocket
even the rocket to check the Baron. from Minerva right here. And unless Kabum can get in and actually clear these ping wards and take control of the Baron themselves, then Cloud9 can stay, because at some point they can always start the Baron, and then Kabum has to go in and check.
Now with that rocket down, lacking and need to keep their eye on it. We keep seeing Danz, he keeps tossing that lantern around that corner to try and sneak in. He's going to be able to, he's going to get in that
the
pick.
ward in.
Cloud9 have left him off the side. He's got to get in and get out. He's got the ward. Now they're going to turn focus on him. He's going to run away. Balls is going to catch and slow. He just gets out of vision. Nice ulti usage. Will it be enough to get him away? I don't think it is. Danz has no flash available. He's going to get locked down. The rest of Kabum, though, are closing the gap on him here. I'm not sure if they can make a pick in time.
Oh, Dan's right here. He just had to place a ward. When there's a ping ward on Baron, if it's inside the Baron pit, you place your green ward just outside it, and a ping ward can actually spot it. You just place the ward and then back the way here. Force Cloud9 to go back, use a sweeper, and then maybe try and do it again. Don't be greedy and kill the ward, because then they will chase you.
Cloud9 being a bunch of bullies now, forcing Kabum into these fights, one after the other, saying, we'll just sit here until you wander into where we have more power.
They've not punished them for it, though. Danz is going to be back up. All they've done is gone in.
That's true.
Killed a ward, missed the actual ward on Baron, which you can see Kabum just pinged and said, we can see it now. That's our job done. Dan's work here was complete. Danagon gets a cheeky spot. I don't think they're going to be able to get the steal on this one. Rocket's not going to be fired this time from Minerva. They're going to hold on to that one. And that bottom turret is also pressured by minions, so that may be close to falling. I haven't seen the hit points on it. I think it's going to get cleared. Sneaky will wipe the wave out. Yeah, it's very close. No. 12 hit points left. Damn it, Sneaky.
Oh, so close. So Sneaky on items. Infinity Edge, Ghost Blade for himself, matched up with what Minerva has right now. 264 to 215 in that laning phase, but they come out. Items across the board and pink wards as well for Kabum.
Lots of pink wards. You have a side stone as well on Danagon here, so Kabum actually want to set up around maybe the Baron pit and wait for Cloud9 to come and face check them. When you have Syndra, when you have also a champion like Ahri, you need to have the vision control and use it to get picks, because you force the enemy team to come in and face check you to try and clear the wards.
Kabum itemizing so much better as well. The Aegis is out there. Do they use the Mikhail here to get Dan's for himself? But he doesn't.
Well, he's down for 30 seconds. One of those pink wards has been cleared. That was Danz's that's gone down.
Yep.
Again, he was the man that was caught out eating them bindings. We'll see whether Cloud9 make it count. Gone solo as well. He was caught in the crossfire a moment ago. They're going to have to turn away from this one. Cloud9 are going to push them off this one. The jumpers go down, but the Black Shield prevents them going on towards high. Cloud9 disengage, but they have full control over that river area now.
That was a great flash actually by High, because he forced two members on Kabum to flash away. Otherwise, one of them would have been hit and would have died here. Rocket going in, by elimination, and the rest of Kabum joining.
Good hands catching the rocket. Zap's missed as well. Just about 33 minutes on the clock. Baron gonna go over to Cloud9 right now. He throws down the ulti, but he gets slowed as well. Not gonna be able to return any damage on this. It's all in defense. The Rune Prison will be up. Pops that down. They do get the ultimate intervention out of balls. They turn back onto him. That's a miss. Hook coming in from Dan. Zanya's as well. So they have time to refocus. Minerva getting a reset. Are they able to come up big on this fight? The Zap actually hitting the backside of Sneaky, so they have vision on the far backside of Cloud9 right now, but Cloud9 is pushing forward. Ultimate coming in from High. A good dodge from Tinones. The cleanup coming from Sneaky as he takes the ult from Tinones as well. And that starts to fall in Cloud9's favor.
So Cloud9, not only do they get the Baron here, they chase up, get a few kills. The ulti from Balls was used very, very early, so he actually ended up dying because he used it on Meteors. The rest of Cloud9, however, can just join in. And High at the moment, racking up the kills.
Will they keep pushing? They've got 30 seconds on the death timers. They've got a minion wave with them with the cannon, so they may well do. Lep's going to have to disengage from this one. This could be the first inhibitor turret going down for Cloud9. They worked it well. They're going to keep on pushing for that inhibitor. People are starting to respawn though, so they've got to get this and get out. Bottom wave will be cleared away. Lep's going to blow that one with his ultimate. And Kabum are now down one inhibitor in their base.
Let's just see it
one more time.
So Lep actually runs in, but he's too late. The Baron is already dead, and Kabum don't really want to fight, so he's supposed to just try and run away. Rejoins here, his team comes in. Actually, very nice flash cocoon from Danagon onto Balls. And ulti's already gone. Outlast one as well. Picked up an easy kill for him.
That Zhonya's basically delayed a lot of the damage, though. Meteos would have almost certainly popped straight afterwards if they had not have delayed that kill. So it worked well, good itemization, but another great ulti from High, picking off Sneaky. Look how low he went, though. Just a quick bit of burst. That was a powering up Cloud9. There's still a lot of burst potential on that Kabum side today. Even the next play, despite the super minions pushing in the top lane, has to be well thought out.
And you really have to respect Tinones in this game here if you're Cloud9, but I love the way High used his ulti. The best way to always use the Zero Fold is if you basically force the enemy team to keep running in a straight line. If they ever stop, your team will catch up and kill them. So they have one choice: keep running and hope they don't actually die.
Give them spots where they can't run. Make them go backwards. I like it. 8-7, 35 minutes on the clock. Now it's getting over 10,000 gold leads. It's 59,000 to 47. Cloud9 doesn't have to worry about the big worm on the top side of the map, so we can hover here on the bottom for quite a while. They're going to try to push into the inhibitor turrets once more. They already have the top side cleared, so that's going to cause Kabum to focus that as well.
They're delayed, but Tinones is not with him. He's busy getting blue buff, which has given Cloud9 a massive opening, taking his tower down. Without that massive range stun, they were easily walking in. They fancy defending this turret, though. High taking a bit of chunk there. Lep trying to get that burst down, but Sneaky and Balls continuing. The rocket lands on them. They may well chase this one. They're going to push out. Oh, the hook so close to landing. Dan goes in, lands the play, but will pay the price with his life. And now Cloud9 can turn and push back onto Kabum.
Just flashing in, throws back the lance, and nobody is actually going to click. They're like, nope, you're on your own, mate. And ends up dying at Nexus turrets as well. Cloud9, they want to finish.
This really coming off of Tinones being on blue. They had a ward to see he was up there, and that's why Cloud9 being so fearless as they enter the base. Now coming up on 36 minutes, they are getting pushed off a bit here. Kabum looking to go for broke, but they get locked up. Lek gets hit by a dark binding. A few more shots coming in. Focus onto the Nexus, and it is going to be Cloud9 coming up with the victory over Kabum.
So it was far from a clean victory for Cloud9.
Very true.
But to win nonetheless. NaJin Whiteshield now is in their focus. They've got the slippery game out the way in terms of banana skins. Now it's time to really do your homework and prepare for that match, which will be happening later on today. It was a risky game, though. They showed, once again, Kabum. They had the burst. They caught them out in that mid lane, and they pushed and took them 2 towers.
And once again, we saw the tactic against Kabum was actually for these teams to play extremely safe, stick to a laning phase as long as possible, keep split pushing, spread Kabum out, don't let them group as a team, because what they did in Brazil, when they qualified for Worlds as well, was their teamwork together. Like the 5 versus 5 team fights were extremely scary. The comms they build around it. When you have a Jinx from Minerva in these team fights and you have so much burst damage, get the first kill, you get your reset, and you just keep chasing up here. So Cloud9 basically said, we're gonna spread out the map, and once we feel like we can set up a Baron, loads of pink wards, we're just gonna look for this one pick. Once we get it, we take the Baron, and we go for the game.
Working on being dictated in the mid game is just all Kabum has to get out of their system. Understanding what to do then, and literally they will be a team to be reckoned with across the board. We see the laning phase, even when they're having trouble in it, they come out very strong. And it's just the coordination of the teams that really can get under their skin.
Yeah, Cloud9's position, they are 3-2 in the table now, tied with Alliance, who, of course, Alliance will be playing Kabum in just 2 games' time. It's a lot of pressure in this group on really all the teams. You know, obviously the first game we were looking at it, Alliance losing to Cloud9. Oh, everything was blown open, but it is all back on the cards. And now with Alliance taking down NaJin Whiteshield yesterday, there's a lot of pressure on those guys. That game's going to feel good to get out the way. While it was a little bit tricky, it is a win nonetheless. And they're going to be very confident in the fact that they can go into the next game and know that their fate is very much in their own hands rather than having to rely on others like Fnatic will, of course. Fantastic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Great game to start the day off. Now, though, let's go over towards the analyst desk to take us through Cloud9's win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And not exactly the most convincing of wins from Cloud9. A few missteps, a few misplays. We saw the Kale coming out as well. Interesting pick. Monte Cristo, what was your take on Balls and the picks and bans?
Okay, well, coming into this game, we talked a little bit about Cloud9's picks and bans, which are normally quite good, which is, I don't remember the last time I was actually questioning Cloud9's pick and ban phase, but at Worlds, it's been a little bit rocky. And just the draft in general, they had an opportunity to take Syndra in their first round, and then it kind of fell off. And the Kayle pick was really quite bad in this team composition, because if you're trying to set up for some sort of like poke composition, Kayle just doesn't do anything at all. There's no one really that should be protected by Kayle. If they're already on your back line, you're going to lose the fight regardless. So if you're going to take the Kayle in the top lane, I would have said take Talon in mid lane. If you're going to take the Xerath in the mid lane, I would have said take Lulu or Mundo up in the top lane. Just build some more synergy with the poke, be able to have a tank or another long-range poke champion in there. And Mundo does really well against Ryze and lane. Just bizarre picks.
Yeah, definitely. If they wanted to go with the Kayle, I agree with the Assassin mid or something that goes in mid. Because the Kayle works very well against Syndra. It basically stops either Syndra ult or it stalls Syndra from ulting. She can't just do it when she wants. So picking a Talon or like, they didn't have anything to set up Yasuo, but something where it's like an assassin, you know, high engaged champ, that sounds like a champ they should have picked.
Right, and Kayle, if you just watched that game, Kayle didn't do anything. Yeah, balls went in, teleported in, ulted himself, and then died, like every time.
I would have liked to seen a Mundo, honestly.
Yeah, the Mundo would have been great.
Seen Mundo in this stage, and I don't know why. The previous stage in Taiwan was all over this champion.
Freddy's Mundo in particular was incredible.
He was doing excellently on it, and especially against a triple AP comp. We know Balls plays as champion. Like, this is a really strong pick, and in the poke comp, cleavers are pretty deadly.
Maybe they're just having a little bit of fun with their team comp, experimenting, showing some cards. Just very quickly, Sneaky looked pretty solid in the laning phase with that Lucian. Care to comment on his play?
Yeah, that was a really rough matchup for Kabum. When you're playing Jinx, who has actually no ability at level 1, rockets don't really count. Rockets are an auto attack. You don't want to get pushed in. If you get pushed in, then you're essentially just down an ability in the level 1 or level 2 all-in, which is exactly what Sneaky and Lemon did. And he just didn't really seem to understand how to lose lane gracefully. He took too much damage before he ended up getting those nukes like Zap and Traps. So just misplay by Minerva and Dance.
Well, a lot of pressure on Cloud9's shoulders. They're going to be looking at the other teams in their group and watching the results of Alliance. We're actually going to throw over to Shox right now, and she's standing by with one of the winners from the game.
Thank you very much, guys. Amity joined by Cloud9's High after that win over Kabum. High, in theory, this should have been maybe a faster game for you guys, but Kabum put up a good fight, so what kind of went wrong for you?
Well, I think our team played a little bit greedily. We had a huge advantage, but everyone just wanted to keep doing their own thing instead of grouping or working as a unit. And that caught us off one time really bad where we lost 2 turrets, got like 3 kills and all that. So we just weren't playing collectively as a team, and that kind of hurt us for a bit.
Well, in theory also, this should have been a good warm-up game for the game that is coming later versus NaJin Shield. It's so important. So how does that change your attitude going into that?
Well, our next game is going to be much harder, and if we play the same way, we'll probably lose. So we have to pick up our game really bad and get our butts into shape, basically. We have to play our hardest next game and our best for us to be able to win.
Yeah, well, looking forward to that. Thank you very much and good luck. Right, we're going to step away for just a moment, but when we come back, North America's LMQ takes the stage for a second chance against Korea's Samsung Blue. Don't go anywhere.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't really want to go home, so let's not lose to these guys.
Have an efficient team to do so. Good wave clear and good ability to stand. Oh, Sneaky going down. He got caught out. High gets locked up by Dance making the plays. So they have vision on the far back side of Cloud9 right now, but Cloud9 is pushing forward. Ultimate coming in from High. A good dodge from Tinoz.
They may well chase this one. They're going to push out. Oh, the hook so close to the landing. Dance goes in. Lands the flavor, will pay the price with his life.
Singapore has been absolutely amazing. This trip has literally gone beyond what I thought it could.
We've had some amazing games throughout the tournament so far, and the fans are really delivering as well.
All the groups are just so exciting and we're so close as well when it comes to team standards.
I'm here to see Fnatic. Notice me senpais.
We come Singapore for C9.
Samsung Blue or Cloud9? Apple Pie.
OMG.
Yeah, we always the best one, yeah.
they just love these big teams and they love watching world-class League of Legends on the stage.
Basically, everyone just comes here because they want to watch League of Legends. And, you know, we don't care. We just love this game. That's why we come together.
I just got into League because I was playing with my friends and I started loving it so much.
The fans have been amazing, the food has been amazing, and just the hospitality all around is so inviting. I can't wait to come back.
I don't think I will ever get a chance to feel like this, ever, because this is just once in a lifetime.
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. We're about to get into game number 2 as LMQ will be taking on Samsung Blue. LMQ feels like they've tunneled in on one play style. When we look at all their group stage games, it worked out on day 1, has not done so days 2 and 3, and they're sort of struggling a little bit. If they pick up a loss here, it's not the end of the world. There are scenarios that we can talk about, but they're coming up against Samsung Blue. Monte Cristo, do you think there's any chance that LMQ can rise to the occasion?
Nope.
Right. Prolly.
I'm glad you expanded on that.
Let's talk about LMQ a little bit, Prolly, in your opinion. You know, what do they need to do? Who stands out?
So for me, Xiao Zhao was always a gigantic threat on these like zone control mid laners like Orianna, and even Syndra kind of falls into that. But recently he's been playing kind of like assassins or like just all in mids. You know, he's been playing Fizz and stuff like that. And his strengths when he was in NA was, oh my god, he has Ori, he's gonna farm like crazy and then AoE their team. Oh, he's on Syndra, he's gonna farm like crazy and one-hit someone.
Yeah, and it may not even just be the fact that Xiao Xiao's not as good on these melee mids other than Yasuo. It might also be the fact that their team is so used to playing with such a heavy zone-oriented mid lane. Vasily really wants to get in there, and the only way he can do that is if Xiao Xiao creates this zone of opportunity for him to do it. So it just kind of goes away from LMQ's style.
The Fizz has really confused me, partially just because he hasn't been that great on it, but also you don't really see a lot of people blind picking Fizz, and he has done that as well, which is confusing.
Got punished. They looked like LMQ struggled against Lissandra yesterday as well. Didn't really adapt to the play. Let's talk about LMQ's opponents for this matchup, Samsung Blue. They've looked incredibly dominant since they lost that game to Fnatic, and they lost that game in dramatic style. I think somebody who has lived up to the hype when he needed to was Deft, despite being pushed around a little bit by Reckless, I think.
To me, the real hype here is Acorn and his TPs. Like, wow, this guy really knows how to make use of that summoner. The second somebody oversteps, TP, first blood, left, right, nobody else is TPing this well. Like, I've never seen a bad TP that's just like, oh, that's really bad. This cost you something. Like, no, this TP won you the game.
Yeah, and it's not really a surprise that as the TP meta came up in top lane, was also part of Samsung Blue's rise, because that is something that Acorn has always been quite good at. And so is Looper as well on Samsung White.
Talk to me a little bit about Deft, Monte Cristo.
Yeah, Deft, I don't think you can say enough great things about this guy. You know, he did have that one hiccup early on against Fnatic, but he's dealt, as you can see on your screen right now, over 50% of Samsung Blue, the team's total damage to champions. I would say average, you're looking at about 30 to 35% for an AD carry typically. Over 50% is a huge number. Not only that, but he has had 2 games where he has dealt more damage to champions than the entire enemy team combined. That is crazy. So this guy, his positioning in team fights really maximizes his damage. We did talk about him as that positional AD carry, but he is having a hell of a tournament so far.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the predictions. Let's keep these brief as we kick this off down the line. Double lift. Who's going to pick up a win between LMQ or Samsung Blue?
Well, I'm just going to go with the clear favorites here. Samsung Blue, they're just looking better and better as the tournament has been going on. After that loss to Fnatic, they've just seemed to step up. But I do want to see Deft on an escape AD carry, because I feel like LMQ might just throw every skill shot they have at him if he's playing Kog'Maw or Twitch.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the favorites Blue here. I think LMQ is going to just bide their time and conserve their energy and unleash it on OMG later today.
Yeah, I want to expand on that, of course, because if LMQ do lose to Samsung Blue and beat OMG, with the assumption Samsung Blue win their match later today, LMQ does manage to advance. Right, next prediction, Crumbs.
I'm going with Samsung Blue. This win for LMQ looks like a fairy tale, and I don't believe in that kind of stuff.
I'm also just going to take Samsung Blue here. I think that their loss against Fnatic was a wake-up call. They've been ramping up since then. They should be favorites here.
I really think this is an important matchup. Let's see how you guys at home have been voting. According to the masses on lolesports.com, 72% of the fans think it will be Samsung Blue leaving this stage with the win. Analysts think so. The fans at home think so. We're about to find out if it happens. Players are getting ready, so let's send it over to D-Man to get us into our second game of the day.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Interesting to see that Crumbs doesn't believe in fairy tales because he believed in dreams the other day, so I don't know what's going on in his head right now. So let's get to this game. As Quick Shot just alluded to, it is a very big game for LMQ. If they could take victory here, they could potentially upset things in this table once again, and Group C is wide open. So let's check out on the blue side from North American LCS, it is LMQ. That means Ackerman is in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao Zhao in that mid lane, Vasily the AD carry, and more on support.
And on the red side are Samsung Blue from the champions. That means it's Acorn in the top lane, Spirit coming out in the jungle, Dade in mid, very focused as usual, Deft at AD carry, and Hart at support.
And we just heard the analysts talk about how LMQ in this game here, they don't really give them any chance at all. I feel like LMQ and OMG as teams, like the tactic and playstyle, kind of look the same, but there's a small difference. LMQ has shown in the past they can actually split push with Xiao. And I feel like that's the way you have to beat Samsung Blue, because they're going to pick a full 5 versus 5, extremely strong teamfight comp, and if you play like these fight comps with Yasuo and such, you won't really be able to win like we saw OMG yesterday.
Probably the best team fight team here at Worlds. Like,
yeah,
kind of bar none.
Yeah.
Possibly. We'll see. Samsung White may have something to say about that one, of course. But of course, the big difference in the game, the last time these guys faced, was Samsung Blue started very fast, very hard, and just basically took Ackerman out of the game from level 1.
Yeah, completely. I mean, the way they managed to do with the lane swap, shot him out completely in the game, and then suddenly every single lane as well from Samsung Blue just started doing well. We had the big team fight in the mid lane very early on, where Dade was dancing around on like 50 HP on the Yasuo, and everything just went in the way of Samsung Blue. And as soon as they win the early game, it becomes extremely hard to take the game, because they're also good in these team fights.
And I also agree with the analyst desk here. Xiao bringing out this Fizz pick, he thinks it's very strong, but it may not be the style that LMQ has come through with all season. They need to go with what's been working, get Xiao to that farm, and see if they can kind of do what they need to do in the side lanes, as it was in the NALCS.
So 5 games by Samsung Blue, 5 zillion bans so far. Every single time they were banned. Alistar as well has been banned by Samsung Blue every time they were on the blue side. OMG decided to ban it last time. I wonder if it's going to be the last ban here and they're going to leave. A Maokai open for Ackerman up in the top lane. Maybe. We have seen Akon play Rumble against it already, and I'm not sure LMQ can actually punish a Rumble the way Samsung Blue did.
Of course, Zed, Yasuo and Lee Sin banned away by LMQ. Zillion Thresh, Alistair by Samsung Blue. First pick, Nami. That left a lot open. Maokai was in there, which Acorn picked it last time around. Ribbon being considered was, of course, played by NaJin Whitechill before, I believe. Don't think we're going to see a Master Yi in the top lane.
Probably not, but Kha'Zix is open for Spirit.
I forgot his name.
Kha'Zix is open for Spirit here. He's been looking very, very good on it. And it's his kind of champion, because he can farm up in the jungle here, focus on counter ganking and focus on team fighting, where of course he wants to be the janitor, he wants to be the guy cleaning up all the kills in the very end. They can do Maokai, they can do the Kha'Zix, and then later they can take the Janna and pretty much do the same kind of comp they did yesterday against OMG.
That's something we considered. We said, will they do the Maokai again? Acorn actually played this quite well. 509 in their last matchup. They've banned it twice, so there was that little, do they want to play it? Do they feel like it's a very comfortable pick? And it seems to be.
And of course, remember, Samsung Blue LMQ last time was the Maokai from Acorn, baited out the Rumble from Ackerman, and then lane swapped on him and just completely shut him down. Same setup so far for Samsung Blue with the Twitch. I honestly believe an immobile AD carry is just fine for Deft, because the team is so good at protecting him and building comps around him, and force the enemy team to basically say, if we don't one-shot this Twitch, we can win the team fight. And if there's a Kayle, if there's a Janna to disengage, suddenly it becomes very, very hard.
5-0-9 last time for Acorn in the top lane on Maokai. 0-7-0 for Ackerman on Rumble last time around. This is not good news. But as you mentioned, protecting Def, you know, why not? As Monty just pointed out, you know, 51% of all damage done by Samsung Blue, double the enemy damage in 2 of those games as well. Deft is really playing incredible, apart from that one game against Fnatic. Yeah. So it's a possibility. He's not unbeatable.
Of course not.
But Vasily really will need to be on top of his game. And LMQ, if they're going into this Rumble again, have to be really aware of those lane swaps again.
Yeah, we might see LMQ at level 1 go really aggressive, get some deep wards placed to spot where Samsung Blue is sending their dual lane and try themselves and force standard lanes. It is a lot easier, however, to force a lane swap because you can just always recall with your dual lane and send them up to the top side and start pushing it before members and just zone the Rumble away here. So LMQ need to be very, very careful that they don't simply just get zoned out again on this Rumble pick.
Well, it's going to be a Rengar looking to do that in the early game. Second most played for Spirit coming out of Champions.
Is that the first one in Singapore? I think it is.
It is.
It might be. There were bans against it towards
We had a couple of them in Taipei.
Right.
Oh yeah,
That was
Insect,
massive there,
we saw Dandy. Did we see Dandy actually play it here? No, he's very known for his Rengar leads, but Spirit as well is a fantastic Rengar player.
This is what they just talked about. Zhao Wei Zhao and Orianna finally going to come in. You know, we just heard him talking about how scary he is. He's going to sit there farming up. He's going to be coming. There's big shockwaves, a big burst damage. We'll see how it works out for him because it seems that Dade is like, fine, I'll take a farming champion as well and sit with Ryze in that mid lane. We'll see whether he gets locked in.
Yeah, he's Ghost and Flash Ryze in the mid lane. Has been a trademark champion for Dade a long, long time, and he's extremely strong on it. He loves to set up picks with Spirit, especially when Spirit hits level 6 and you have a Ryze. It is very, very easy to room prison, jump in with the Rengar, and suddenly Orianna is dead. But LMQ here, they're not looking to split push. They're going to say, we're going to pick the strongest possible 5 versus 5 we can get. Good mid game as well. You have a Trinity Force 80 carry, you have Orianna, you have the Rumble, of course, who's really spiking in the mid game. And they're looking just to take the fights to Samsung Blue.
Kassadin lock-in does happen. Hart picks up Janna as we see. That'll be switched around. The fight teams indeed. A lot of synergy coming out from LMQ, but will Samsung Blue be able to work around that synergy and pick them off one by one?
Yeah, so a lot more pick potential here from Samsung Blue.
Right.
They won't really be able to team fight early on. This Kassadin needs a lot of time to scale up, and I'm actually not a big fan of Kassadin mid lane anymore. I feel like it's a bit too weak. Kassadin top lane, we have seen a few times against Rumble.
There's just better choices these days.
There is, but I mean, okay, so Kassadin is actually fine against Rumble itself in terms of team fights because you jump in, you silence him, and then he overheats himself anyway, and then he's double silenced, and he won't actually get to do anything, and you're very mobile to dodge around his ulti. But this, I mean, early to mid-game team fights for Samsung Blue, they have to be very careful here and focus more on getting the picks before they get strong enough to really team fight LMQ.
It's a very confident choice from Dade, absolutely.
Oh, very.
You know, obviously the pressure was on him in the early stages. We saw him obviously have that loss. He's been a little kind of separate. I mean, even if you just look back at the LMQ game previously, he was off on his own with Yasuo the majority of the time while the rest of the team were doing the work. So we'll see how the casting works out for him. It's a big, big test.
A little bit of a mind game there. The hovered the Lissandra saying, remember what happened with this? You're okay. Just get in your head a little bit.
Well, of course, the 2 games about to get underway. Game 2, about to begin. We want to know who you guys at home will think will dominate in the lanes. Of course, this matchup is between #LMQwin or #Samsung Blue win. That's SSB win. Don't forget to tweet at LOL Esports, and of course, we'll see who you guys expect to leave the stage with a victory. If LMQ take it, it will blow this group open once again. It's pretty wide open as it is.
Yeah.
Samsung Blue take it, they are guaranteed the place, I believe.
They are guaranteed a place.
In the quarterfinals. Just thinking, I'm thinking that'll take them to 4-1, and I'm pretty sure that sorts things out for them. But who knows? Anything can happen in the next half an hour. I'm going to guess.
Well, half an hour.
I'm putting a time limit down.
I'm going to say 45 minutes here, because Samsung Blue, they're going to need some time to scale up with their comp. LMQ has some very, very strong lanes here. Down this bottom lane, that's going to be scary if Samsung Blue wants to 2v2 it. You have the Orianna in the mid lane. While she can't really kill the Kassadin, she has a lot of pressure against him, and she should be able to shove him into the tower a lot. And then obviously Rumble, give him a few levels, then he can start bullying around the Maokai. He needs his Haunting guys first, he needs to get to level 6. And then you have some extremely good lanes from LMQ and a Jarvan who can set up the early ganks, where Rengar needs to farm to 6.
Well, we'll see if they can get there safely. LMQ not really known to go super aggro in the early game either, but they have the team. At least No Name can get in the faces and maybe put enough pressure on each one of the lanes if he decides to, blowing some flashes early and making it that much harder for SSB to farm safely.
Yeah, very early sweeper coming out of No Name there, and of course Heart. So some ward clearing being done at the start. I wonder if that opens up, and that's gives Samsung Blue pause a thought. They're thinking, hang on a minute, we've got no vision across towards our red buff. Are they planning something? But it's a cheeky move, which will unfortunately get spotted. Again, they're going to leash instead, so they're just going to play it safe. Remember, I think it was Samsung Blue that took all 3 buffs last time against LMQ.
And Samsung Blue, they do get the lane swap here simply because they waited. They were just waiting in the mid lane for such a long time. Spirit, you need to send your support from LMQ instantly to this blue buff. As you expect the lane swap, you cannot just sit back and wait. You have to be there to stop the enemy jungler. Poorly played by LMQ. They should expect the lane swap from Samsung Blue here. Look just at the lane matchups. More should have been at this blue buff to stop Spirit.
Well, it is going to deny his level 2, but it's not going to hurt him too bad. Still getting his buff. Ackerman forced now to hover around with No Name in the jungle. See how this pans out for the lanes. Vasily farming as well as Deft in the top lane, so the 80 carries are going to be farming it up safely for now.
Okay, so the big thing is here, it's going to be a 3-buff start for Samsung Blue. Samsung Blue, will they interrupt the dragon? Oh, it's a very early dragon, okay.
They don't have to interrupt it, but they can still try and teleport down if they want. There's a ward right here.
Great little aggro dance by Moore. Oh! The teleport could come in here.
It's a bait again.
Absolutely, trying to stop him off it, and this is going to take so much more time just because he said, oh, teleport, I'm gonna get in your head. Oh, wow.
Resets as well, that's not good. That's not good. They needed the help from Vasily. Samsung Blue, they're moving in on this one. Spirit's going to get spotted. They see them in the ward, but this is such risky play now. LMQ, they have to run so hard. That Saplin's going to slow down Ackerman. He gets caught out. The Zeppelin is going to be enough. No, they have to flash away. Very tricky play. Samsung Blue very much on the game, but LMQ get the goal.
All right, so Samsung Blue right here with Akon. They did the same trick yesterday against OMG, where it was just Akon faking a teleport in top lane to make go and cancel his teleport. He tried to do the same here, simply to force LMQ off the dragon. You can see he stopped the teleport, and as Samsung Blue noticed the dragon was resetting and it took LMQ such a long time, then they decided to run down and try and stop it. Otherwise, they could have just said, you know what, we try and force your way with this one. If it doesn't work, fair enough, you get the dragon. We still get more experience on our top laner.
I'm gonna say it did cause a lot of chaos, but Samsung Blue always finds a way to get an advantage out of something. Down a little bit in gold, and they look like they could be going for Xiao very low in mono right now. Doesn't have to blow anything coming out of that. Safety for him in the mid lane, stays back and farms as usual.
And because Samsung Blue decided to walk down to try and stop the dragon here from LMQ, it actually meant the 4 members from Samsung Blue weren't on the top side of the map. So Ackerman could teleport top lane, pick up all the farm because the lane from Deft wasn't frozen. He started in the mid lane, remember, then he went blue buff. Ackerman been able to pick up some farms. Samsung Blue weren't there to stone him away.
So the early advantage that Samsung Blue gained before is not there. They tried the same trickery, but LMQ not quite falling for it this time.
Scumbags left the small
left that little minion. No Name not taking it though. He's gonna look towards just giving himself a little bit of coverage, getting that ward down, and Ackerman continuing to get helped out here. They need to get him going, of course. As I mentioned, he was pinned down. Look at more in Acorn's face. Vasily's going to help him out as well. Bully him out of the lane, so they're keeping this one frozen down the bottom.
You're just feeding the tree. He likes water. He's only going to get bigger. 5 minutes on the clock here. A little stall by Deft in the top lane that can't really get Ackerman off the turret. So he's waiting for this one. He's going to be waiting for a while.
Yeah, but nice move by LMQ. Down this bottom lane, sitting with more already, knowing Akon could otherwise walk down and push it into the tower to stop the freeze. Now he's actually going to need help from either Heart or Spirit if he wants to push it out. So he was forced to go back to base. Top lane will be frozen by Deft now. Still, some good farm being picked up by Ackerman because Samsung Blue was on the bottom side.
Look how confident Heart is to just roam through this jungle, warded out. Going to spot a pink ward as well. He's got to be careful. No Name is coming around. If he sticks around too long, No Name's going to find him. We may see Ackerman claps towards him as well. No, it's just going to force him away, keep him off that ward.
And we saw LMQ before place the pink ward before they even looked at the blue buff because they wanted to make sure there wasn't a ward from Samsung Blue to spot them, clear the blue buff, and give them the timer. So they placed the pink, waited even longer, made sure nobody was there, then they killed it. Xiao in here, needs to be careful.
This is going to be big. Didn't have full stacks as well for Spirit either, so that was going to be the slow and hopefully the twisted advance from Acorn. They're trying to get anything out they can right now. Very nice wards. No Name's been having a bit of trouble in the jungle. He is down CS a bit, and he's been trying to being worried about Heart. Everybody else throwing down wards. See if he can get himself back up to strength.
And now Samsung Blue is sending the 4 members to the top side of the map because Vasily is freezing down this bottom lane, and they want to try and shut down Ackerman. Even though he got some early farm, you can still deny him the remaining farm from his top lane. So suddenly, all 4 members on the top side, LMQ just have to back away because your AD carry is sitting in bottom lane.
Yeah, it gives all the AD carries free time to keep that farm going. Samsung Blue very much moving. Full-on buddy system. Clear the wards, clear the jungle, clear everything out of there. Xiao stood on top of a ward right now, not being as sneaky as I think he'd wish. We'll continue to farm though in this mid lane. But Dade doing a very good job at keeping that farm up with an Orianna.
Yeah, again, so people still seem to believe Kassadin is extremely weak in lane, but he's not. Ever since he got the changes, he got the magic shield from his Q as well. He actually became pretty good at just sitting back and farming. Just don't play too aggressive, because then you do get punished.
This is a very good counter from LMQ. Doing exactly what Samsung Blue just did in the top lane. They go round, they get themselves 4, they take away everything from their jungle.
Mirror.
But more importantly, with a minute 40 before Dragon, to take over the bottom lane is a big advantage.
And they learned from the last time they played against Samsung Blue, where Ackerman kept walking to top lane and kept being denied all the farm. Even end up dying for it. Instead, he keeps farming the bottom lane. Xiao, no flash.
Oh, Xiao is going to get the Ignite running. 4 members chasing towards him. He's got the support. They don't know he's there. They go in. The shockwave pulls in Dade. Dade takes it low. One more hit will do it. They get the kill. And first blood goes to LMQ.
And Samsung Blue here just chasing into the river, even though there was a pink ward from LMQ. And they knew they were going to be down on this bottom side of the map. Great response by LMQ.
You could almost hear them yelling, "Surprise!" as he walked into the brush. A minute on Dragon, great time to take Dade down. He's going to be coming back up. He'll be back with a Catalyst, so not too much more pressure to be brought from him, except for Rift walking and trying to take out this guy right here in the bottom lane. Vasily going to look to do what damage he can, hopefully to prep this turret. If Dragon goes well, they may be grabbing that as well.
He's bounced the wave back, so that's going to come back away. Acorn's not going to get anything down that bottom wall. Of course, we do see Death still holding that wave. So Ackerman's going to be looking for something when he goes back. He's not going to be able to get near that wave right now. We'll slowly get reset. Dade back in the mid lane. First blood on him, and more importantly, it went to Xiao. Spirit taking very well by the race there.
And Acorn in this fight, for some reason, oh actually he tried to teleport away, I believe, or maybe down to this bottom lane. Oh yeah, so, sorry. Acorn, he tried to teleport down the bottom lane to pick up all the farm.
No Name slid through.
And No Name just jumped in, stopped his TP, so it's on cooldown now. He didn't get the farm in the bottom lane. They have swapped now, so Deft actually is going down towards this bottom lane because the Dragon is spawning, and Samsung Blue had the timer due to their ward before. But Ackerman can get free farm in his top lane. He has teleport, Acorn has not.
LMQ adapting very well to the pressure that Samsung Blue is bringing to the table right now. See if Xiao can continue to keep his farm up. It's helping that LMQ is able to grab Samsung Blue's jungle farm because Xiao loves to take wraiths. He loves to be taking all the camps and leaves No Name pretty much nothing. Blue's going to take what they can here as they go for Dragon. Even with Dade going down right there, they still feel like they're strong enough in vision control.
Slow reactions from LMQ here. Teleport is going to come in, but it will be spotted out. Dade will have seen that one. The Dragon's taken low already. They may be able to take this before LMQ get close enough. Equalizer completely missing out. No Name comes in. They don't get the smite down. Spirit's going to get caught out around the back. He will go down. More will drop as well. Spirit's still alive. He's got around the side. That's a double kill for Dade. And now they're turning on Ackerman. They're going to keep chasing.
Ackerman's trying to scrap shield out of this one. Dade looking for a recharge on the Rift. Might cost a little too much to continue the fight going.
Got away.
Cannot believe Spirit ran out with that one. Just about 100 HP.
So LMQ, they wanted to have Ackerman hit level 6 in the top lane before they wanted to TP down and join the fight. But Xiao, he ran from mid lane to his wolf camp while he knew the Dragon was about to spawn, so he wasn't there at all to join. If he had been there with the rest of LMQ and then the TP coming in from Ackerman, there would have been a solid 5 versus 5. Instead, split up completely. Samsung Blue managed to pick up the kills. Dade, 2 kills on Kassadin.
The Lava farm biting him in the rear a little bit, and they catch him off guard and map
You
position.
had the timer.
That was an appalling equalizer. And whether we get to see the replay, but that equalizer from Ackerman was completely misplaced. We're going to get to see it here. It goes across here.
Yeah, that was must have been a misclick from him. I'm not sure what happened there. Terrible equalizer. Xiao is running behind him because he had to do Wolf Camp first with the dragon spawning.
Oh, stealth and jumped.
And then Vasily and more down from this bottom lane because LMQ were not ready for the setup. Either they should just say, we are in a terrible position right now, we're completely split up, it's too late, give up the dragon, or they need to commit 30 seconds before, group up the 4 members they do have, wait for Ackerman to hit level 6, and then start the fight.
They're going in, Spirit pounces, he's got the stun, missed it! Oh, caught it on a minion,
yeah,
not even
right
close.
in the face of a minion.
Fully charged. Good stun on the minion though.
That just shows the pressure that they're under though, I mean, to make those mistakes, and that was a straight up simple mistake. Didn't quite run past the minion in time. Amazed he got away last time around. He managed to use the stealth flash away, which is why he was unseen, because I guess they expected him to come back out. Instead, flashed in towards the jungle. LMQ still close in goal. Deft pressured by Ackerman this time around. Will turn that damage back around though. And that's going to keep the pressure on. The AD carries, they may well be a big part of this game. They are firing ahead in terms of farm. They are the leaders on both teams so far.
A real possibility for this gank to happen in the top lane. Vasily's mana bar is completely full. Cataclysm is up. He could even flash to get in range of this one. So the next reset on the wave may be it. And you can see that Spirit sees it as well, reading everything like a book.
Yeah, it's up there. We also see Hard actually recall from the bottom lane, expecting a gank in his top side, and just instantly moving there. So now 3 members from Samsung Blue. It's going to go horribly wrong for LMQ if they go for the dive.
Let's see whether it works out
as
for
well.
us. Spirit comes in, Heart comes in,
Oh,
Dade
they saw
comes in.
Dade.
It's a 4v2. They're going to run. No Name is unsure on this one. Vasily's got nowhere to hide on this one. He's got no flash available. Good slow. The stun doesn't land. And they're safe.
Once again.
Dade in this mid lane here. You see the pink ward from Samsung Blue in the river. He actually expected the river to be unwarded by LMQ, but they had a sneaky little ward just behind it.
Yep.
They saw Dade in the top lane. Now
he said, what? Saw him.
Oh, wow, that was terrible. Showers the flash away. Completely whiffed Shockwave.
It's been happening a bit.
He did defend the ward.
That's true.
It's that false sense of security.
Anyway, man, Dade, he showed Samsung Blue wanted to go top lane. Vasily could manage to escape. End of story.
We are seeing a heck of a lot of missed skill shots in this matchup.
Yeah.
The real pressure is on. Top lane tower may well go down this time around. No Name and Vasily should work that one down. Bottom lane turret still safe, not being pushed by Deft. Spirit will take himself the red buff while this is all happening, keeping that secured. Ackerman's making his way down. He should be able to protect this turret. Equalizer's probably about to go across that wave of minions, and I'll just drop that down there. Nope, just gonna keep it safe for now. Keep on farming it.
You were saying, Deficio, if Dada could get going early, it's going to be a lot better for them. All this swapping benefited him in kills. Shao still has his farm.
Doesn't trust it. He's going to lose the tower.
Yeah, I can't really set him defend.
They've got no wards at all. There's literally no wards in the bottom half of this jungle, which is why Deft is quite happily safely pushing it. He's going to get the last shot. And Ackerman could have done more there.
He wanted every single minion to die first, actually, so he could start pushing back towards Samsung Blue here. But because Ackerman is there, he's going to push the wave anyway. It doesn't really matter for Deft. Rest of LMQ moving down towards his bottom lane. So they keep swapping Vasily around. He got the top tower. Now he wants a piece of the bottom lane.
Well, 4 members of LMQ are down here. We'll see whether they manage to get in unseen. So far they have. This could be the second turret of the game for LMQ. We are seeing Dade moving down. Spirits off the side. It's going to be a 4v4 if anyone gets involved. Dade's backed away. They're not going for it. They're just instead going to let the turret go, it seems. Deft is going to back. Is that going to be a fake? No, off he goes. They're leaving the turret.
So Dragon is spawning now in 40 seconds. LMQ should have the stronger comp for these fights here, and they need to be ready for it. Not like last time where they sloppy didn't even time it properly. I don't know what it was, but they were not in position to fight for it. They gave a free Dragon to Samsung Blue with a Kassadin, by the way, and that Twitch who didn't even get played yet, and you have a Rumble on your team. LMQ finally seem to at least look towards this Dragon here, but they don't really have enough wards to completely clear the area.
You also have a level 5 Nami still, so that makes it a little more difficult to get into these objectives.
Waves. Monsoon is available for Heart. We do see ward placement for both teams, but it is Samsung Blue that are moving in again. Now Pink unprotected, being taken away. This is just a support stood there. Nobody putting pressure on him, nobody forcing him
They
away.
all recalled. They wanted to take the bottom lane tower first, and then there was 40 seconds to dragon spawn. They all had to go back to base to buy the wards they didn't have beforehand. And Samsung Blue just take another dragon for free.
They're charging up.
They're going
Nothing
for the
is
mid turret.
stopping them right now. Rod of Age is already finished. They're trying to defend mid lane now. LMQ putting their foot down, saying we've lost a little too much without gaining anything. They are not going to do this with a wave here. Very, very risky as they are just tanking shots. Moore wants 6 so bad right now, but sharing this experience is only going to hinder that. This turret could really be what they need for it, and maybe they'll go fast after it. From the side comes Dade. In comes Acorn from the front side, actually.
Spirit is here.
From the back. Spirit dives in. The disengage coming in from Hart. Sets it up. A shockwave to lock everything down. One last turn. Spirit falls as well. There's the Acathian surprise to come out. A little bit of damage done there. The double kill again coming in. 2 of them. One for Dade, one for Deft, and that is going to be a rough go for LMQ.
There's so much to pick apart from that fight. We'll get a look at that in a moment. It's a brilliant equalizer, but they all forgot about the rat-a-tat-tat from the side, it seemed, and then Dade and Deft on cleanup duty. Works out well. 4 for 3 fight, though. Big fight, but it's going to be the turret for Samsung Blue.
And this is one of the reasons Deft is so good on Twitch. He knows exactly when to pop out a stealth here, and Samsung Blue as a team know how to start the fights with a Twitch. It was actually first Akon going in, Spirit joins in, so nobody's even thinking about the rat at this point, because it's all about all these bruisers here from Samsung Blue. Dade as well taking a lot of damage, and then we just see Deft on your minimap coming in, completely untouched, pops out, Ackerman goes down easily for him, and the rest of Samsung Blue can now just chase and get the kill. So all the focus from LMQ was on these 4 members engaging, and suddenly the rat is there.
But good future maybe look at the combo that can work there. The Cataclysm and Equalizer piled on top of each other. 3 members of Samsung Blue trapped inside there, all taken down because of that. There's the blue buff going across, waiting. They're hoping that they get near it. I think this may have to be taken away. They're hanging on. Zhao is not anywhere to be seen, which is why No Name's hanging on. Zhao is waiting in base to buy an item there.
So Samsung Blue might actually think the blue buff is gone right now and just time it because they saw the ward die. Let's just see what happens right here. Just sneaking in, Zhao. I mean,
that's why Zhao is not there. He got slaughtered in the replay.
And this is the big potential Samsung Blue can do when you have a Twitch, when you have a Cassidy, and even the Rengar who wasn't even part of it.
They're falling like flies right now. That was a straight up 2-on-1 kill. Deft taking him down on the tower. We'll maybe get another look at that. We can see that they're hanging off just to the side as well, hoping that more will come to try and defend it. But Samsung Blue starting to slowly turn the screws on LMQ here.
Yeah.
Oh, Vasily gonna
wants
get
to fight.
caught. It absolutely wants to fight. Why would you not? It's going to be a Cogmore caught out. Don't think he's got the damage to finish him off. Acathian surprise, not going to be enough to take down Dade.
Fancy feet.
Fancy feet. And LMQ right now completely splitting up. And this is what Samsung Blue wants them to do, so they can just start picking them off in every single lane. You have the Twitch. Blade was completed, of course, and suddenly he can just start picking off people. And Vasily at this point, he can never go to a lane alone, because Twitch can kill him one-on-one. And the Cassidy can kill him one-on-one. Even probably the Rengar, so he has to stay with his team. Top lane, well, same deal. Twitch sneaks up there, Akon just engage, and pretty textbook when you do have a Twitch.
LMQ will always be a team to fight, but individually, sometimes when they're behind, they do tend to tilt. Ackerman in the top lane, a little bit of that tilt in the playoffs, and once again, getting too close. I'm sure Deft just got the assassination out of being invisible on that one, but you have to consider he's always still there.
Yeah, and while LMQ lost the last big team fight, and that's why, again, they're going into the lanes and actually sitting and farming.
Right.
They should have been able to win it. If they have been there from the start, they could maybe try to focus him and take him down. But it's a very spread out fight. There's a lot of small skirmishes in the fight, which is what Samsung want. They need to keep trying the team fights. They cannot do like this.
That's the poison.
When there is a Twitch called Death on the opposition, and he has a Blade of the Runekin and he almost goes Blade, you don't do sloppy backs like that. You don't do
have to
crazy plays. There's so many times. I mean, LMQ are literally just strolling up the lane single-handedly here and getting caught out one by one. While this is all happening, Acorn, he's having a free old time in the bottom lane, just beating down that turret. Nobody can deal with him because LMQ, they have to move as a unit now. They have to move as a group because, simply put, Deft is just on a rampage right now.
And maybe it's what will give them the upper hand if they can get a good fight in here. But that's what we said Samsung Blue is even better at, is getting into these fights. Rabadon's finished up now for Xiaowei Xiao with some items across the board. Would love to have that Leandri's Ackerman would at least. But as of right now, they are still trying to charge up and, I should say, catch up to Samsung Blue right now.
And LMQ is going to have to actually ward in the lanes right now. Like in the mid of the mid lane here, in the top lane you have to ward where your tower had died before, so you can start seeing the twitch when he's stealthed up and he's going towards you. If the Wanna keeps putting up in these lanes, but it looks like LMQ wants to actually try and fight. You do still have the Rumble, you have your Death Cap completed and Trinity Force as well and your AD carry. They have to try and go for a fight, and if they lose this one, the game is pretty much over then.
Not even going to let them get that last hit. Now Xiao wants it, takes it, but they may well cost them because Samsung Blue are all coming around the side. A Force Ball slows the entire LMQ team down. Acorn just baiting out all of the damage while Def sneaks around the side. Ratatatat is activated, but he's caught out. The exhaust is down. They shockwave him down. He gets dropped, but the rest of LMQ are getting cleaned up by Dade. He's going to collapse around them. Vasily got him in. The shockwave's held. Acorn in trouble. He goes down. Vasily gets the kill. Surely one more shot. And Ackerman's going to tree. And they come out ahead in a 3v1. This is the tricky play. The AD carry getting caught out can cost problems for Samsung teams, it seems.
That was all about Death right here. He was on the opposite side of Heart. So once we get the replay, we can just see how there was no synergy between the two dual lane partners. Heart couldn't even try and save him. He just died instantly.
Oh, Daddy wants to clean up.
Coming in on Xiaowei Xiao. I don't think he has too much to get out. Flash is down.
Oh dear.
He's just going to let this one happen, and that
Dade.
makes Dade even bigger. 7-1-2, teleport
no.
Acorn to the bottom lane, trying to go for Vasily. Ackerman, he just wants the back, really doesn't want to show himself in this one.
Please.
Great little speed up there for Moore. Still a flash required from Vasily to get out safely, but we can see how fast these fights change if Deft gets caught out. That was a problem in the earlier games when he was playing Kog'Maw, and a reason that they did not win that one.
And this was the difference in team fights between the first one and this one, where the AD carry actually pops out first and LMQ can now focus him. Look at Death's positioning here, and then notice where Jenna is on your minimap, just on the top of your screen. Heart has no chance of actually saving Death, so as soon as he pops out, LMQ just turn around and smack him in the face, kills him instantly. And now suddenly they are stronger, the Twitch is not there, Shockwave was great.
Spirit literally pounced on Vasily when the Shockwave went off. That was just unlucky.
5 versus 5 here from LMQ. If they manage to see Death in the opening and Heart is not there, you can kill him and win the fight.
And that was a good read by Xiaowei Xiao. They just moved the ball straight away. It's like, Death is coming around this side. No Name went sliding in a quick exhaust the second he showed himself. So a little bit too early, a little bit overconfident. I think that's probably the only chance we're going to see Samsung Blue making that mistake.
Yeah, even Moby Boots actually in Death tier, because Samsung Blue managed to get all these picks, you could just keep roaming around. You have Moby Boots on your Rengar as well. So there was a lot of pick potential for Samsung Blue, but LMQ still looking good in these fights.
Playing very reactively, as they should, against the invisible squad here. Spirit and Deft are going to be popping out of everywhere, so if you're throwing your Shockwave out willy-nilly, you're probably going to be missing those guys. Hold. See if they can keep it up. Pressure in the mid lane as Samsung Blue's cleaning up their jungle. So back to fighting.
This is a good chase team. Samsung Blue want to catch on towards them, but LMQ want to rumble. They want to chase. They want to fight. They go in. Deft is the focus. Equalizer catches him. He goes down again. They're going to trash in. Can they get the shockwave off? The bubble catches Spirit. They're not doing the damage in time though. Daddy manages to rip walk out. Acorn's keeping them busy in the mid side. They're getting him down. It's a 2-for-1 so far, and they're going to keep on chasing. Dade's got no help. Spirit's got no help. They can take the tower.
And again, there's no coordination for Samsung Blue in these fights. Heart, he was running out to ward, and then Dev showed himself in the middle of the lane. Instant LMQ just jump him. He had no flash. The Jarman pick really paying off. Easy kill once again.
More great reactive fighting. Now more to push here. LMQ not just taking that little bit. They want the mile after get the inch, but they're only going to get a little bit more. It's a half mile. They get a bit of damage down on the turret. 25 minutes on. They know when they've overstayed their welcome, and well done on those fights to start stopping Samsung Blue.
The thing is, the way that LMQ are playing, this is how they've worked all season, right? They trust in the power of Vasily and Xiaowei Xiao, and they know how to do these team fights.
So this is just terrible play by Samsung Blue. Spirit pops his ult, and Death doesn't even have his own stealth because he used it just before, so he can't pop out with the attack speed bonus. And two members, Heart mainly being the important guy, wasn't there to help Death, so he just dies instantly. Once again, LMQ can kill Death, win the team fight, and they're sticking together as a unit. As we talked about before, they can't keep splitting up because then they will die one by one. Stick together, kill the rat.
There's just too much synergy in LMQ's ultimates to not be together. Like you were saying, D-Man, the Cataclysm with the Shockwave, and you're just sitting on the equalizer the entire time. One missed equalizer, but he's been hitting the rest, and it's definitely been paying off. Now able to farm this top lane up. He has to catch up. 139 to 93 in that lane, so he could definitely use with a few more items.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just wonder if that equalizer, that one that he did miss, if it was in the right position.
Right,
across that Dragon Pit, that early on, it could have been another lead for LMQ. Right now, though, looking to push in, and they're keeping pressure. They're not afraid to fight right now, LMQ. This is the right time for them to keep that pressure on. This is the power that's coming in for them with that Rumble. Orianna has the right items, got that Rabadon, Deathcap, and Void Staff in there, so has the power. They're just trying to make use of it because we all know Kassadin's going to get stronger and stronger. The item's going to build. He's at 7-1-3 data.
Yeah.
He's kind of going in, sneaking in and out these fights, but he is getting the kills.
He did kind of skip his weak mid-game on the Kassadin because he picked up so many kills and he got his stacks going so fast as well.
Incoming rat.
Oh, definitely. Pick a fight here.
Trying to be sneaky. They have
We've been learning because Hart was on the other side as well of the lane, so he wouldn't have been able to save him again. There is flash ready for death this time around.
Clearing those waves, but they are sitting right on that pink ward, and if they probably go in the jungle, they're ready to lay one more down. Moore has that in his inventory. They have to make sure they have all the vision on Spirit and Daft as they are trying to get these flanks in. 55 seconds onto Dragon. LMQ needs to keep themselves safe here, but Samsung definitely looking for that overextension at this moment. Not going to get anything. Good wards coming out from both teams to really keep them on their heels.
And if LMQ wants to siege up on a tower here, always when you play like this siege game, you have to push your side lanes first. You have to start slow pushing them. Samsung Blue managed to slow push both the lanes, which means LMQ could only pressure mid lane, and as soon as 5 members from Samsung Blue were waiting, they just had to back away here. So you have to prepare your side lanes first if you want to start pushing up as a unit against the tower.
Are they going to try and rush it? Are they going to try and pull?
Set up a trap.
That's, I mean, that's not a move that they're going to...
There's no scrying up for LMQ here.
Yeah, but, I mean, even Samsung Blue, the power they have to try and start out against an Orianna Rumble in a Baron Pit is so risky. Deft has stealthed up, got himself at the side here, ready to flank on LMQ. They're out of position right now. They're being forced back. The Sapling chasing them away. And I think it's just going to be positional prowess. One out by Samsung Blue. Forces LMQ away, but look at this. They've got a wave. They're going to try and push the tower. Can they come in around the side? Will they wipe out the wave? They've got the tower, but behind them, he's on the flank.
He will be able to get some shots down. Rat-a-tat-tat, the entire team. NoName locks them down. They must be shouting. Go for the rat. Ackerman gets hit up, and Samsung Blue takes them by surprise. Instead of trying to, NoName drops. There's not enough sustain from Moore, and we're going to see a 29-minute ace coming in for Samsung Blue. Triple kill for Dade.
LMQ here wanted to push up the mid lane to force Samsung Blue away from this Baron here, and then simply open up for Deft to just sneak in behind them. He had flash ready, and the rat-a-tat-tat on so many members. Let's see it again here. 5 members from LMQ all together behind them. Spirit
their pink ward's gone.
This rat-a-tat-tat is just hitting everyone. And while LMQ can pick up a few kills and kill Deft in the end, it's just too late here. Once the rat gets his 7 seconds of burst, then everyone will drop so low that Kassadin can just finish everything.
Lined up like ducks there, and only the support jungler doing the damage on him. They needed somebody to turn around, somebody to hit him with the power, maybe a Vasily, but the fact is, they were taken out, they were just destroyed, demolished. And of course, Deft coming into that fight, you saw him flash out of that Cataclysm with the heal, kept himself alive long enough to get that entire burst of damage. And it's the flanking maneuver we've been looking for. It's the one where he got caught out last time, but this time you can see the devastation it creates when it works out. Now 6-3-7, but a 10-1 for Dade. Questions on him picking a Kassadin? I don't think so.
Bruh, not anymore. Going very strong right now. We'll see if they can keep it up. They know the flashes are down on the side of LMQ, so they're probably more than ready to keep this going.
Yeah, and all these early dragons, which Samsung Blue managed to get because LMQ weren't in position, really helped this Kassadin pick get going. And the 2 kills he got, they are pushing very split up team fight. They want to push again. Acorn engaging.
This
Acorn
is
goes
LMQ.
in. Defty's around the side once again. He's caught by the wave. The damage is down. Dade pulled in. Tries to get out there. Acorn's taken low. They do manage to get himself a double kill. Xiao Wei Xiao. Deft has to run away from this one. They have to respect it. And wow, a 2-for-0 engage answered. And LMQ, they push it again.
And the ulti from Ackerman here was so good. It completely zoned off Deft here. He couldn't join the fight. And it was only Dade chasing with Acorn.
Textbook LMQ. Lose a fight, come back and fight. Now they're gonna try to go for Baron. 31 minutes. They were aced 3 minutes ago, and they are trying for this right now. Will definitely give them a nice edge. Spirit on the other side. Vision on his Spirit. They're not focusing Baron damage, they're focusing him. Might give him a chance to get back in, but they are gonna be able to lock this down. A little bit of shock and awe coming out.
And LMQ, they know, even though they lose a fight, when Deft has no flash ready in these fights here, they can keep going and keep forcing the 5 versus 5. It's what their comp is built for. They can't just stop doing it, because then they will instantly lose the game.
Yep.
Keep forcing it. Beautiful equalizer from Ackerman here. We have to pay attention to it once we see the replay.
Impressive stuff from both of these teams so far. Mid lane left a little bit exposed. Deft's not going to hang himself out there to be caught by LMQ, but this is the initial fight.
Yeah, so Dade actually jumping in, taking a lot of damage, a terrible engage from him, but then Ackerman, look at this equalizer here. Deft, he can't even join the fight after it, and suddenly Acorn and Dade alone. Easy kills for LMQ, win the fight. Deft will have his flash ready for next one. Let's see what happens. It's really been night and day. It really depends on where Deft is and if LMQ can just zone away or kill him instantly.
That was a big go for broke fight for LMQ. I mean, you have the Cataclysm going on to Cassidy, the guy that can jump out the easiest, and LMQ still made it work. Let's see if they can keep it up. Samsung Blue definitely on alert now for any of that risky engage that LMQ is not afraid to put out there. Their mid lanes, wards are out. It looks like we're going to see Blue starting to focus that bottom lane. That's going to get himself some nice farm out of this as he's getting all the safety for Hart, putting in some more wards.
But look at LMQ, they're pushing, they're straight up that mid lane. They've got a Baron buff, why not? Go for it. Deft and Hart trying to recall as quick as possible, but LMQ don't look to be slowing down. They fancy tanking this one, they've got the regen. Vasily, not the one that should be taking the burst hits when there is somebody that can flank around the side. They've got no vision on either side, so they're so careful that they don't get caught out by Deft. Look at Deft's position. He's looking to go around the side. He wants to flank in there. Pink ward just went down. Nice move from LMQ.
Yeah, very good pink ward on both sides now from them. You always have to pink ward your flanks against something like a Twitch. It's a good setup here by LMQ.
Goes up the top. Pink ward goes top.
Nice cover. That's one reason that Deft was not able to get in last time. They saw that pink ward in mid. As soon as it was cleared, Samsung Blue came up with that ace. Still pink wards in the hands of Moore to lay down if these fights start going awry so they can figure out where the rat is instantly. Holding these waves, they don't have one for too long here, so are they just going to kind of stand and wait? Top lane very much open to be pushed in, but they're trying to put this pressure on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, Vasily can always move in here, just activate his W, hit the tower a few times, you have the Trinity Force, you get the Sheen proc, and slowly take it down. But LMQ, they don't want to overextend because they need to know where Deft is, where Spirit is, so they can't flank around them. But look at this top lane here pushing in. Looking good for LMQ, just keep Samsung Blue in this mid lane and you're fine.
Got a minion wave, it's doing work for them. The Baron buff has still got a while left on it right now. They're going to keep getting some shots on there. Vasily getting some free hits. Every time though, using Hart, keep popping that shield on the tower, just keeping it alive that little bit longer. LMQ, they're trying to work this siege down. Samsung Blue, without the ability to flank them, seem a little bit lackluster in their defense. It's working though, they're keeping them off the tower for now.
Well, the pressure has been relieved a bit in the top lane, so they know if they fight this, they may only lose a little bit or may even come out on top. Great pressure still coming in. The shields onto Vasily, so he can get those shots off with his Bio-Arcane Barrage activated.
And we might see Ackerman just put down his ulti here now. The tower's getting lower and lower to force Samsung Blue away from it and just let Vasily finish it, because they're still staying around and you can simply zone people away from a tower with the Rumble.
LMQ just tried to draw them out there, and that's exactly what's happened. Dade's gone off on the side now. He's just to the right-hand side of LMQ at the bottom of your screen. So you've got to keep your eye on that, see whether he decides to come around. Keeps going in. They're making the move for it. The wave comes out. That's got to be LMQ disengaging because it caught no one. Spirit's looking to try and lock up someone. LMQ will back off.
Such a good wave here by Moore. Just instantly he knows, okay, Samsung Blue, they're going to come in with 2 stealth champions. I just have to pop the wave in the middle of the choke point here, up towards the base of Samsung Blue, and suddenly Spirit couldn't use his ulti.
And it may be soon that they initiate. We see Acorn coming in with captains as well. So if he's in the front, everybody's going to be able to chase, but they're being pushed back right now.
Shield.
One more hit, another one more hit now. That's a pop-up on No Name. They decide to go right for the fight. Where's the equalizer going to happen? Hart gets himself in the middle, tries to throw them in. Vasily is almost dead, but he stays up. Now he goes down. After the can't get the prize, they will try to exit this fight, but they're going to have to do it right quick because on their heels is Def. On their heels is Spirit, jumping into Dade, not where you want to go. Xiao Xiao's being sniffed out by Dade right now. The pull back for the protect actually takes Dade down.
I'm not sure he's got the mana to curse another one. Spirit will take him down. That's saved the ace at least. It was a 4-for-1. Acorn immediately makes the move down the dragon. That's the objective they're going to gain from it. You can see the bottom wave. We asked to see Moore's going to defend it, but it was all about Vasily. He got caught.
Yeah, Vasily got caught here. Let's see the fight. Spirit comes in together with the rest of Samsung Blue. It's actually hard flashing in on Jenna, shooting him back here, and suddenly they can clean it up. There's no focus on Def. Shockwave misses as well. These ultis from LMQ, they need to be timed correctly with each other. Then they win the fights. Once they miss them, suddenly Samsung Blue can just completely clean up. Whew. Well, Dade will actually die.
A tense
and
game.
pull the ball back. Beautiful.
Dang.
So, Dragon was picked up by Samsung Blue. It keeps them in that gold advantage. 4 out of 6 now for that one, but LMQ did get that mid turret. That inhibitor is exposed. A minute now on the Baron, and Samsung Blue are going to move hell on earth to get in there and get them wards down quicker than LMQ, because they are not exactly in a rush to get there.
It's going to be all about the wards around this Baron here. If Samsung Blue manages to take control of it, suddenly LMQ is going to be in a really bad situation where they have no idea where Deft is, they don't know where Spirit is, because they always need to have the pink wards on the flanks so they can see the engage coming. Otherwise, they're going to be caught in a very, very bad situation.
One pocket pink ward as well to make sure if the fight moves, they still have that vision. Keeping their minds in the game. They're not putting too many wards down on Baron right now, and they're still trying to go pretty hard for this mid lane. Maybe just clearing the wave before they get that vision they need. And it looks like they're going to do just that.
Vasily and Xiao at the moment has no flash, which means Samsung Blue can just hard engage onto them. You have flash on Acorn here, flash on Dada. He has the Hourglass, which is really important for him, so he can jump in there, pop the Hourglass, stay alive, and get out again. These two carries from LMQ need to be very, very careful. There's only the Mikhails to try and help them.
Samsung Blue are going to do what LMQ have been doing on them, and that's just push straight at the mid, but LMQ are not having anything. They want to brawl, they want to go. Dade goes in. Oh, that's a fantastic force pulse to get on towards him. Defty's going to get focused. He's gone out the side. In goes Dade carrying on. Xiao with next to no help. He gets dropped. Samsung Blue are in cleanup duty, and that will surely be the ace for Samsung Blue, and maybe even the game.
And instantly as LMQ are moving in towards Samsung Blue, they don't have the wards to spot out the engage. Samsung Blue just hit the bottom and aced them. Destroyed in this team fight here. Such a nice setup, and we're getting to late game now with this extremely strong late game pick comp Samsung Blue does have, where they can just get the right engage every single time and nuke down people.
And look at that, they're pinging saying 3 of us can take Baron. We're still going to go for this turret. The shield onto Dade so we can get a little bit extra damage. They drop an inhibitor on this as well. 2 straight down, probably going to get all of it for themselves. They're going to have so much time to run around the map right now. That was a huge swing in the game.
Dade going down the bottom wave as well. He's not done here. Ackerman's going to have to come in and protect. Force them away, but they see the Baron was taken, so they have the timers on it because they would have seen that buff coming up. But this is a rough fight for LMQ. They're so grouped to that force pulse.
Again, grouped up here, they have no idea where the engage is coming from. Dade just jumps in with the slow, and now Def can clean it up with his Rat-a-tat-tat, and Acorn can jump in the middle of everything. Dade just doing work. Spirit is joining the fight now. He's like, hey guys, I'm here, I'm gonna help, and they've already won it. And I just realized in Champ Select, I said Kassadin could silence a Rumble. Can I just remove that line and say that's been a while?
Forget that ever happened.
Nobody heard it.
Nobody heard it. Well, if they didn't, they definitely did now, because you just... So, 28-14, high kill count, and in goes Def once again. Vasily just dropped, no! Turns it back around! Take down Def! Spirit gets taken down! And what the hell has just happened?
2 people Super from Samsung Blue engaging onto 5 people from LMQ, and Def just dies instantly.
Why would you do that?
What on earth are you doing?
Oh my god.
Sure, they
There's
don't
gonna be
know,
an
but will LMQ be able to take more? 2 of the best Baroned up guys on your team right now are down. They are not going to have super minions pushing in their favor, so they're going to have to take these down first as they get inside the base. A lot of ultimates, actually every ultimate up across the board for this fight to happen with 30 seconds on Spirit and Deft.
LMQ pushing through. Can they get themselves an inhibitor? This would be 1 down apiece. Minion wave is coming with them though. I'm not sure they want to stick around too long. This is going to be an in and out job. But Dade, will he commit too heavily? He's got a heck of a lot of damage and he will force them away. Remember, Samsung Blue still have Baron, so that's just mitigated everything they had with that Baron timer. Everything was delayed. There's no Dragon to pick up for LMQ. They have no idea on the timer on that one. Simply going to pass on by. It's a minute 30 on that. And they will back off and defend their turret. Super minions, both sides now pushing up that mid lane. Your call, Samsung Blue.
Not only do you delay the Baron buff, you get an inhibitor as well. Like, let's just see it again. So Def jumping in. Look at the minimap right here. Nobody else is there. So shield is obviously from Xiao.
Instant summoner
the Mikhails as well.
And it's just 4 members from LMQ saying, okay, we're just gonna kill you.
Well, said it was a big swing in the game, gentlemen, but a swing goes both ways. It looks
swing and a miss with Def.
Just went the other way. Yeah, absolutely. Great play coming from LMQ. Samsung Blue always able to answer though, and that's what LMQ has to watch for. It's still 28-16. There's still an 11,000 gold lead in favor of Samsung Blue, but we know LMQ is an amazing team fighting from behind. Xiao able to pull off pentakills from behind. Granted, they lost that one, but still, the plays are there to be made.
Look how much damage Dade is doing on this tower. Takes that out, forced away. He's caught. Equalizer on towards him. He's going to riff walk away. Is he going to get clean enough? Yes, he will. And he is gone.
He is long gone here. And we keep talking about how Samsung Blue is this great late game scaling. It's not like LMQ has a bad team at all in this late game. Here, Vasily on the hyper carry, probably one of the best in the game. You have, of course, the Orianna and the Rumble ult for late game. LMQ can still take these fights as long as they know where Samsung Blue is engaging from and they can take down Def instantly.
See this Dragon going over to Blue, bolstering their gold lead a little bit more, but it hasn't been what's winning them these fights. Positioning and really being able to figure out your opponent better right before the fight is what's been winning them. 7-5 in turrets, the inhibitor down on both sides now, as we were saying. So we're going to see what other lanes can be the focus here.
No doubt about it. In terms of objectives, Samsung Blue have controlled this game with the Baron, of course, and the 5 out of 7 Dragons. It's given them that gigantic 14,000 gold lead, but as we start approaching these late big numbers in terms of gold, it starts to create less and less of an advantage. But a 14,000 gold is nothing to be sniffed at. When the majority of it is stacked on the carriage, you can see 19,500 on Dade. 17,500. I mean, that's the big difference, the 80 carries. That's like 4,500 gap between Deft and Vasily. That's a big problem.
We were saying it before, Deft bringing out over 50% of his team's damage, and the team actually looking pretty good right now. Their waves pushing in their favor, at least in the bottom lane. We're going to get Spirit to push that top one as well, so LMQ could be spread thin across the front of their base, and we've been saying, guys, they need to stick together, and that's not going to be the case if it comes to their front door.
Right now, they just need to buy time, because Vasily is so far behind in terms of item. I mean, he only has 1 kill to 10 on the side of Deft here, so they're gonna have to just try and sit back, buy some time. They still have 2 towers up here defending their inhibitors in the top side and the bottom side.
On a ward here. I think he thinks he's being sneaky! Flashed out of the shockwave.
That's the shockwave gone now, though. They're gonna need that one in the team fights.
Baron's a while away, so it will be off cooldown before then. It's a pretty quick cooldown as well.
He got a flash for it. So
with the inhibitor just respawning, Samsung Blue know they can freely move in and take the pressure on this.
That shockwave being down is one of the biggest ults to complement the LMQ team fight, and you see how much more sure Samsung Blue is about entering the base. Pink ward's down from both sides. No name, a little bit forward on that one. Knows he cannot engage with the rest of the team so far behind. His gap close could really put him in a dangerous position. Looks like they staved this off for now. But we're going to see pings towards the top lane here from Samsung Blue.
Yeah, this is a very hard place for Samsung Blue to actually engage the fight because you can't really flank around due to going to this choke point into the base. And you already saw the ping walls being placed by them due to spot the Spirit of Death moving in towards them. So Samsung Blue realizing they can just go straight 5 versus 5 onto them. They need to get their surprise element. They need to get the pick with Death popping up.
Well, everybody from Blue back away. 40 seconds on Baron. Everybody top off your health, buy potions, buy wards, buy whatever you need for this next big fight. Of course, it does mean that I think the Infinity Edge was just completed. Just have a quick look at that. I can see what was just completed. Death. Oh, Batches Fail, sorry, was picked up. So he did finally get his big defensive item on there. That could pay.
It can be huge for him.
I thought he was going to go for it again. I was just like, no, no, no. What are you doing, Death? This is insane. And instead, he will protect himself. They're going to jump on hard. They're going to keep him off the side. Looks like they're going to move in.
They go on to Xiao Wei Xiao. That was the flash. Twisted advance. Zanya's is down for him. There goes the equalizer, trying to spread the fight. You're going to see Deft on the backside. He is getting hit up, but he's able to take down more, even with no name on him. A double kill for Spirit as the fight on the left side was just being torn apart by Rengar. Deft getting the kills he wants, and he was fighting all by himself.
LMQ just trying to get the pick on hard here. They didn't even realize the rest of Samsung Blue was nearby. And once the fight starts, well, if you can't get to Deft, if you can't even kill Dade, that is it. Samsung Blue, though, had to fight for this one.
Not putting the right damage on Deft there, and he was easy to pick apart. But the problem is when there's so much damage on Samsung Blue, you can't just focus on the one target. They will take victory here, but it was hard pressed against LMQ. But Samsung Blue now continue at the top of the table and look a shoe-in for the quarterfinals.
A very strong game across the board. Dade showing his Kassadin. But he kind of said, yeah, maybe? Yeah, absolutely. Looking at 13, 3, and 14, and Deft rather, still getting his kills. 12, 4, and 9. Those two stepped up huge throughout the game.
Yeah, Dade really got their perfect start, to be honest, on this Kassadin.
Yeah.
He managed to get 2 early dragons on it. He got 2 kills as well in the dragon fight. And that's really what gave Samsung Blue the lead, because LMQ was actually looking good before, and they got a lot of farm on Ackerman. They won the fight in the mid lane where they killed Dade as well. They should have been able to control the dragons, keep the goal lead, and don't let this Kassadin and Twitch get completely out of hand.
And that was the problem. Like, Kassadin picked up so many kills so early on with the missed equalizer, with the cleanup that Samsung Blue did.
Missed timing
on that
dragon.
very early dragon. Yeah, the missed timing. That's what got him going. That's what managed to pull him out. While Deft was indeed the focus, and rightly so. We saw, of course, Dade answering a lot of the critics, ourselves included. We've been calling him, but 13, 3, 14.
Yeah,
that is a performance when you need it for your team.
Answering a lot of the critics, but a lot of teams said Samsung Blue would come in here and do the same thing White did. They have definitely had a little bit more trouble in their games.
I mean, they're both 4-1 in the groups now, I believe, but Samsung Blue have looked shaky at times. They've been caught out. This is not the massive, scary Korean team that everybody was bigging up, Monte Cristo included, you know, giving this massive praise to these Korean teams. NaJin Whiteshield and Samsung Blue have been far from infallible in these group stages. They are clearly beatable. In a best of 5, you know, you gotta fancy it. Whoever goes against them has got to be looking at these games for Samsung Blue and thinking, we may take them. Fnatic did in a really one-sided game. LMQ almost did there. The problem is, if you look towards the OMG games that Samsung Blue had, they destroyed them.
Completely destroyed them. I mean, when you're playing against Samsung Blue, you have to go back, obviously, watch these VODs here and look at Deft and the way he positioned himself when teamfights actually start, because that's where you can get some picks. LMQ managed to do it, won some teamfights because of it. So there's definitely room for improvement for Samsung Blue, but they are still looking extremely solid.
Absolutely.
Overall.
One thing's clear. Samsung White look worlds apart from these other two Korean teams. They seem to be. I'm starting to understand why everybody has said they are very, very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, with Samsung Blue having destroyed their 4th Nexus so far at Worlds, let's go over towards the analyst desk to take us through their win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And just to kick things off, that victory for Samsung Blue guarantees themselves the top spot in the group. They do lock in that quarterfinal position. Interesting tidbit. Up until this point, the game at Worlds that had the highest number of kills was between Fnatic and OMG in 71 minutes. They got 41. In 25 minutes less, this game had 49 kills. And I don't think anybody can deny Samsung Blue were not mentally in this game. They did a lot of mistakes and they had a lot of misplays. I mean, all over the place for the whole time, Monty.
Really strong early game from Blue, and then I'm not sure what the hell happened, but Deft went from his usual amazing positioning to flashing into 5 people. I think this was overconfidence, but it's dangerous. They can't do that kind of stuff because it very nearly lost them this game.
I think it went from overconfidence to just flat out arrogance this game. It was atrocious the way that they were trying to 1v5 flashing, then 2v5ing in the base. Come on.
Let's talk a little bit about LMQ. Their early game was better than last time. They picked Rumble into Samsung Blue for the second time. They didn't mess up the lane swap quite as badly, and despite Ackerman having some terrible ultimates early, he had a bigger impact. What do you take away from this game as well as Vasily, etc.?
Well, I think Ackerman is normally a player that likes to kind of sit top and farm a lot and then show up later in team fights. But Rumble, obviously, like you saw his farm that game. He was almost 100 down from Acorn mid game, and one of the reasons is Rumble straight up just isn't a very good top lane farmer. So I want to see him less on that champion, despite Rumble being really powerful. And Vasily, he and Kog'Maw are probably the polar opposite in terms of playstyle. Kog'Maw sits back and just pokes, where Vasily is a very aggressive forward AD carry. Some of those team fights, he was actually in front of his entire team. He was the reason why they lost.
Just to add some statistics there for you, at the end of that game, Acorn was 5,000 gold up on Ackerman. So big difference.
Let's pull up the first replay that we've got of one of the mid lane team fights. Prolly, talk me through what's happening here and what caught your eye.
So this is protect the COD comp. So right now, LMQ just wants to stay grouped. So Acorn does a really good flash engage, but LMQ does really well grouping right now. So this fight is how LMQ wants to fight. They have all 5 together, and Samsung Blue's kind of just trickling in a bit. But right now, pay attention to the Janna, because Janna just ruins everything for LMQ. Just roll the clip right now. Janna starts queuing up her tornado, flashes in, and then ults. Boom. Now it's no longer an oriented team fight. No one can protect Vasily except for Zhao, who's busy trying to CC the other team. And now this is what Samsung Blue wants. The enemy team split up, and now Dottie just gets to run around, rift walk, chase and kill people. Deft is doing his nice little flash, twitch, kill, shoot thing.
Yeah, at this point, Samsung Blue also hit some item breakpoints. It was just after Dragon had been secured and absolutely decimated. From there on out, let's get the second replay up. I want to throw this one to Crumbs because it kind of went downhill, and I'm putting that as mildly as I can.
Yeah, this is the one where we see Deft decide to 1v5. So roll the clip, and after this point, Samsung has a massive gold lead. Deft is enormous. Decides to, with barely any vision, throws a cask in, and then it's like, you know what? I'm going to wipe the team solo. That's not how it happens. You get instantly Jarvan combos, bubbles, Rumble ulti on top, and this is the first fight that Samsung Blue loses. And from this point on, it starts looking better and better for LMQ, but in the end, the lead was just too large for them.
Just hands down one of the worst plays we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to just theorize a little bit about Samsung Blue's mindset. The team fight ends up being a win for LMQ, and they trade back and forth. We did say bloodiest game of the World Championship so far. I feel this is either disrespect or lack of focus from Samsung Blue. What do you think? What would you theorize?
Well, Deft's positioning was a catalyst for a lot of Samsung Blue's troubles that game, and honestly, he had similar problems in their loss against Fnatic, so for me, it's hard to say that it's overconfidence. Yeah, it might be overconfidence, but at the same time, his positioning wasn't great in 2 games out of the group stage, so it's not just like this kind of fluke game. And I think, like I said before the game, he needs to play AD carries with escapes, because his positioning this tournament has not impressed me at all.
Well, we'll have to see how he performs later in the day. So with that win, Samsung do have 4 wins in the group. They have clinched the #1 seed in Group C. Let's take a look at the standings and just remind everybody how things are falling into place. There it is, 4-1 in Group C. LMQ, OMG, and Fnatic are still doing battle for that 2nd seed into the quarterfinals. Group D, of course, we will be seeing Ashen White Shield, Alliance, and Cloud9 looking to see how the cookie crumbles. Let's also take a look at the playoff bracket. because we do know that Samsung White is the #1 seed. They have been slotted in to the top half of the bracket where there is a potential sister team kill in the semi-final waiting, as Samsung White will do battle Team Solo mid. We also know Starhorn Royal Club will be playing against Edward Gaming. So we'll keep updating you guys on the standings and the playoff bracket as the day rolls on. We are going to take a short break before Kabum's final game as they go head-to-head with Europe's Alliance. Stay with us.
Dives in. The disengage coming in from Hart. Sets it up. A shockwave to lock everything down. A rat-a-tat-tat through the entire team. No name locks them down. They must be shouting. Go for the rat. They decide to go right for the fight. Where's the equalizer going to happen? Hart gets himself in the middle. Tries to throw them in. Vasily is almost dead, but he stays up. Now he goes down. Yes, he's going to get focused. He's going out the side. In goes Danny, getting on. Zowie next to no help. He gets dropped. Sanctum Blue Ring, clean up duty. High kill count, and in goes them once again. Vasily just dropped. No, turns it back around. There goes the equalizer, trying to spread the fight. You're going to see Deft on the backside. He's getting hit up, but he's able to take down more, even with no name on him. A double kill for Spirit as the fight on the left side was just being torn apart.
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. We're on to Game 3 as Europe's Alliance will be taking on Brazil's Kabum Esports. Considering the perfect game yesterday for Alliance, I think there's a lot of expectations on their shoulders. This will be their last game of Worlds, and their opponents, Kabum, actually looked pretty solid earlier today. Let's talk a little bit about Alliance. Is this just going to be a matter of living up to their expectations and they should be able to beat Kabum?
Well, honestly, Kabum's first game that I thought was actually competitive was today. So they seem to be playing with little regard for losing, and they're just willing to take these risks that they weren't able to take before. So I'm kind of worried for Alliance.
I really liked Tim Owens today, actually. I think that his item build with Syndra trying to carry with the DFG early, since his team was a little bit behind, was really good. And the fact that they really did a lot of work against Cloud9, to be honest, and I think if it was a little bit better decision-making as a team overall, Tim Owens would have been able to actually carry that game.
I also think that Kabum had the better draft in the Cloud9 game as well. They definitely had a really strong plan going in, and if they hadn't lost bottom lane so hard, I think they would have had a real chance.
And one thing we never really got to see was Kabum's mid game. You know, they normally kind of had a decent early game, and then it kind of got bad for them after that. Against Cloud9, they actually had really strong vision control. They had, like, you know, pinks up all the time, and they had, you know, Dragon wards up before Dragon was up. I thought that was actually pretty good to see.
I want to give some props to Lep as well in the top lane. That's probably his best game of the tournament thus far, finally finding some rhythm. Okay, guys, there are only 2 games left in this group, meaning that there are only 4 possible scenarios that can happen. We've generated a graphic to help explain. The way this works: in the Kabum versus Alliance matchup on the left, either Kabum can win or Alliance can win. Obviously, next up, Cloud9 versus NaJin White Shield. Either team can respectively win. So, scenario number 1, let's say Kabum wins, then Cloud9 wins, means we will have a tiebreaker between Cloud9 and Shield for first place, and obviously loser taking second. Option number 2, Kabum wins, Shield wins. We then have a tiebreaker in second place between Alliance and Cloud9 to determine which team goes to playoffs. Obviously, third opportunity, Alliance winning and then Cloud9 winning later in the day. We have a 3-way tiebreaker, and that is going to be another lot of games. And finally, the fourth option, if Alliance takes down Kabum and NaJin White Shield takes down Cloud9, then Cloud9 is eliminated from the group stages here at the World Championship. So we'll keep, once again, being reminding you of those tiebreakers. We're going to head over to D-Man, Riv, and Deficio as they take us into Game 3.
Thank you very much. Quick shot indeed. Lots can happen here. So let's take a look at the lineups for the 2 teams, because this match indeed could be a slippery banana skin for Alliance. They watched the Cloud9 game earlier and noticed that we're going to have to be really cautious of this Kabum squad because they can deliver. Let's check them out because they are over on the blue side representing Brazil. Of course, it is Kabum Esports. In the top lane is Lep. Danagorn in the jungle, Tin Owns in the mid lane, Minerva as AD carry, and Dan's on support.
And their opponent on the red side, looking to dodge slippery banana peels, as D-Man says, is Alliance from the European LCS. That's Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs at AD carry, and Nif behind him on support.
And if Alliance was looking at the last game between Cloud9 and Kabum, I would expect a Syndra ban to come in because Tin Owns was looking pretty strong, and you don't really want to risk being caught off guard and suddenly die like Cloud9 actually did.
Well, it was the burst they had as well, and it was the combo, and we saw actually on the top lane, if you can give them a rumble, they can do loads of things, but of course the Rise and the Syndra combo, boom, big burst.
It worked out for them, also because Lep actually didn't get camped. Now, Shook, last time they played, he lived in the top lane.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just once, it was maybe like 10 times.
Well, yesterday was Shook's day, that's for sure.
Man.
He was absolutely on fire.
As credit to Reddit, the Shook and Awe day. That's how pretty much how they said it would go down, and it did indeed. They'll probably be getting that Lee Sin out of his hands for this game around, but doesn't matter. He's brought a few different things to the table on the stage.
Really good at predicting battles.
Oh, look at that.
Well, we got the first two. Well,
all right.
I'm going to say there's probably a Maokai and Alistair in there, a Zillion possibly.
Oh, now you're just cheating.
Well, no, I'm targeting him just before they come in. Aurelia, well, that kind of makes sense.
It's going to be Alistar ban from Alliance.
And this,
boom.
This is an interesting ban here, the Aurelia ban against Wicked. This is one we were expecting to see today because, as we obviously heard Crumbs mentioning earlier today, this has kind of been his champion throughout this tournament. Obviously, throughout the last 2 years.
His entire life.
His entire life.
Even before League came out, he was like Aurelia.
When will he pick up another champion that he can play to the level of Aurelia?
Well, let's find out, because Alistar is gone, Aurelia is gone for him as well, and Ryze is being picked away. Another good reason to ban Aurelia, because Aurelia could easily set up ganks against Ryze here. So we're going to have to see Wicked maybe on a new champion. He did play Kale once, and he got 1 assist.
Well, if the Vi gets locked in here, we're going to have a very angry Kobe backstage because he's been dying for that pick to come through. Danagorn, of course, pulled it
play it, man.
Back in. Oh, he played it in packs, didn't he?
Yeah.
Pulled it out in packs. Nearly is something we really have not seen come through. We actually thought Alliance were going to have to ban it out the entire tournament.
Yeah.
But I don't recall. No, nobody's played it in Singapore.
It seems like teams have figured out there's a lot of counters to the Nidalee, a lot of champions who can actually do fine in a one-on-one against her and then just be way better in team fights than Nidalee actually is. But I want to see Vi as well from Danagorn because he's normally the main engage from Kabum, and in the qualified Worlds, he played Vi as the only jungler in Brazil, and he was looking extremely good.
Dude, ganks before 6, getting him off right, making sure he hit those fully charged up Qs. His Vault Breaker's going in, but it will be the Elise this time. Ari does come out, one of the champions that's kind of on our MVP list throughout that you can pick up on the store, so check that out. And we'll see if it can be for Tin Owns. He'd love the Deathfire Grasp going in on a Syndra, so why not try to pop a few more people? If Tabs picks up Kog'Maw, he can be the target.
Pretty much the same setup for Kabum. Okay, you don't have the Syndra, you get the Ari instead, you have the 100% to 0 potential as well, the pick potential from Kabum, which is actually a pretty good tactic, because if Alliance is taking it a bit too easy, starting to play a little bit cocky, suddenly Kabum can punish him like they did against Cloud9 here. It was just a little bit too late. It's actually going to be the kill. We're not going to see anything new.
I'm just looking at the difference in players. There's Wicked, the Big Dane, sat in his t-shirt on the stage, chilling. Meanwhile, Tabs is in about 4 different layers, I think, stacked up. Feeling the chill, maybe, of the air conditioning, who knows. But it's a differential. It's just different styles, different ways, to play. We'd obviously heard about it. Obviously, different players like to play different positions. Just got to get used to it. Whereas clearly the Brazilians are not too flustered by it. They're quite happy sitting there. So the KO picked for Wicked, not been massively successful for him. That's for sure. The last time he played it, was actually pretty terrible.
A lot of his positioning affected the use of trying to get the intervention down. He was so far away from the priority targets that he needed to save Tabs or Froggen if he needed it, and it was kind of just waltzing around doing his own thing. Well, flying around, if you will.
Or maybe just forgetting he's got that ultimate that can actually save your AD carry entirely.
It was a little bit slow on the ultis, but Kabum, they get the Jinx once again for Minerva. His main champion. Maybe we're going to see Ghostblade first item like he normally builds. And again, Kabum is basically looking to do the exact same thing they did against against Alliance here, against Cloud9, because Thresh has already been picked, so you have to fall back. Okay, Morgana. Somewhat the same setup, land the binding, and suddenly Kabum can just go in for the kill.
That's it, land the charm, land the binding, land the cocoon, land anything. Basically, burst someone down, blow them up.
You have a lot of CC right
But
there.
with the intervention in there, you would assume that would prevent that target being killed.
Yeah, but Alliance is pretty much responding the same way Cloud9 did. Okay, we're gonna pick Kill because we
Play
know
safe.
Yeah, we know you're gonna go for these picks here, and while Kill might not fit into the siege comp we had earlier from Cloud9, judging from the analyst desk reaction at least, it still did the job pretty much. You have to have the ulti ready for the pick potential from Kabum. Now you have the Twitch, so I like Kill with Twitch. That is a perfect combination because Twitch goes in, engage the fight, and then you have the Kill ulti when people try to kill him. So that's a great combination.
Ooh.
And with an assassin mid lane as well.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that fizz coming out lately. It's been mostly the practice during the boot camps and the solo queue that a lot of these mid laners brought out. Froggen taking that once again, 4-1-4 in his last play. Not too shabby.
Yeah, that was against Kabum as well. So they are well aware of what can happen on that one. Doesn't particularly fit the rest of this, but well, if you were to compare it, I mean, basically it's two scary points of damage coming at you from Froggen and Tabs. So we just saw how that can work with obviously Deft on the Twitch as well, and the Kassadin.
Fizz fits in really well because you already have so much pick potential from Alliance. Again, you can actually do what Kabum hates. You can split up the teams, and you can just start going for these 1-on-1, 2v2 kills, small fights all around the map, and you can instant burst down targets with the Twitch, with the Fizz, and because you already have Kill for the ulti, whoever goes in first and takes all the damage, Kill ults him, and suddenly the assassins can stay alive. So it actually is a very pick-focused comp from Alliance, and I actually like it against Kabum because they have shown they can get picked off a lot.
Well, this is Alliance's last game in the group as well as Kabum, of course. This could take them to 4-2 if they were to take victory. Of course, Kabum, if they could cause a big upset. But if they do go 4-2, that puts them joint at the top, well, second in the table, sorry. And it's all on Cloud9. They will have to beat NaJin Whiteshield to try and create a tie. Of course, now that the champions have been selected, who do you guys at home think is going to become victorious here? Tweet us hashtag KBMWin or hashtag AllWin to @LOL Esports. And of course, we'll see which squad you guys have the most faith in. Have the Alliance fans woken up in Europe? It's around about 11 AM now, I feel. I think we're getting the morning going, so you'd hope a couple of them are woke up by now.
Hopefully. I mean,
it's a Sunday morning. You never know. You never know.
That's true.
A lot of partying could have happened after yesterday's games.
And we will see Kabum in their final as well. This is going to be a strong matchup. We say the laning phase is strong for them, but can they bring it out of the laning phase? We saw them take it to Cloud9 a few times in those mid lane fights when the teams started to get together. A lot more coordination coming out of them from game to game. Lep, don't get yourself into trouble too early. Looks like they're going to trade tit for tat here in the top lane. And that's going to be a hurting unit for Lep.
Ooh, but Shook's walking blindly. Dance is going to come around. Can he land the dart binding? No, he's not going to throw it out. Danagon instead and draws him away.
Yeah, Danagon didn't actually want to hit him right here. They would prefer to land a binding from Dance and then actually try and force the summoner. But Alliance
they're
setting up here around this blue buff.
They want that ward in place. They get it. And now they're all going to back away. That's, of course, going to get countered. We see Dan's going in. He places a ward over at the red buff. They're all still on top of a ward. And they're all seen.
Come on, Kabum. Time to shine.
Can they pick one off at the end? Zap.
Oh, he's baiting it. He's baiting it.
I know he is. It stopped them recalling.
It did, actually. It was enough. Still have time. Now it opens up for Kabum. If Alliance is recalling in this bush here, did it actually spot them move away?
No, they've moved to the tri-bush. It's only Froggen that went back. 4 members around.
There was wards from Alliance, so they actually saw them move into the jungle here. Just a few. There's still the ward from Kabum spotting Alliance moving down to blue buff.
Tricky level 1 skills between these two. Buffs are spawning. Both junglers may well be late to this spawn. Yes, they will be. They're both going to be late to the start, so this is going to delay both teams.
Yeah, and Kabum, they want this 2v2 lane against the Twitch because you saw Lip just ran all the way down to this bottom lane here. So he doesn't have to use the teleport. Gives him a small advantage in the early game because he can now farm up until he can afford his tier, go back to base, buy some potions, buy the tier, and go back to the lane. Wicked won't have the same same option now to use the teleporting. He even used it on a minion, so long the cooldown.
And that's what Lep was matching up against before, so he knows this matchup quite well. That was the Rise versus Kale, and he came out pretty well after the first few levels. Dan's trying to get into the face here, getting brush control. Playing this Morgana after Lemon Nation was able to put a lot of bindings onto them, and his Morgana quite well coming out at the PAX games of the International Wildcard. 2-0 there, so he knows what he's doing as well.
Yeah, and Alliance with this Twitch pick won't be able to put the same pressure on Kabum's bottom lane as we saw Sneaky do with the Lucian here, so very smart play by Kabum, forcing the 2v2 lanes and a 1-on-1 down bottom lane, and hope Lep can do a good job farming on this Rise like he did last game.
Good job pinning tabs there. Chompers slaps on the
Dan
as well.
Good play, good hook into tower range. The Ignite goes down. It's not enough damage though. Dance is going to be safe.
Still, that is a wasted flash by Dance because he stayed. The minions died. Nif hit level 2 and instantly just flayed him in and hooked him. Dance, you need to be careful.
A little aggressive. They liked what they were doing too much, got themselves into trouble. They have to play safe now if we are going to get anything from Shook towards the top lane. Keeping himself safe in the jungle as Danagorn looks to be getting some early wards out into the river. He may have something in the bottom lane.
Wicked won't spot him. There was no wards from Alliance in this river here. Danagorn should be able to set it up.
Oh, that's a good setup as well. The Rune Prison will slow him down. Flash is available. He may need to use it. Oh, has to sidestep the Cocoon. The Repel will come on towards him. Lep's going to get one more hit. Monster goes down. And Wicked, not playing Aurelia, gets caught out again.
And there was no ward from Froggen in the mid lane here. Once Danagorn actually moved down the river, Froggen decides to place it now. Nice setup, and once again, he goes in for the gank. He saves his Cocoon. He wants Wicked to flash first. He fires it, forces him to juke down towards him, and then they can pick up the kill.
A little bit of momentum now put behind Kabum. We'll see if they can use this in every lane as usual. Where will Danagorn go next? Pressure from Froggen here in the mid. 25-25. A Charm, Orb of Deception on the out and the in. Putting down the damage. We'll see Froggen just using that flash to keep himself nice and safe in lane. Wait for his item spikes to come out. He's no stranger to trying to go in very hard, even if he does not have those items. And we can see also catching him off guard a little bit. Nice job by Tinones.
Notice the way Froggen wants to trade here. He will only jump in with his E if he knows there's a minion behind him which he can Q back to. But because Tinones timed the charm so well, he actually caught him during the Q where Froggen was trying to go back to his own minions and got a lot of damage on him.
No flash available in the top lane for Dan's if he were to get caught out. Look at that, they checked the bush. Shook, given good communication by his team, stepped away and went in towards the blue buff area. Now moves back towards that top lane. We're not going to get to see it. Finally, is going to come around. We will see the setup of it. That's good. Chompers going down. Shook's going to come around. Minerva going to get caught out. The Void Spike's not hitting him. And great disengage from Kabum.
Yeah, but 2 flashes down this bottom lane now for Kabum. Didn't have a ward in the river. We'll have to go back now and get it, which opens up for Taps to actually pick up some more farm. Decides himself when he wants to go back to base. He can even push out the lane and then recall.
Maybe a repeat gank to that top lane. Both flashes are down in that instance. Low mana on Lep and Wicked. Even level 4 to 5 here knows he can take advantage of that. Only taking a bit of trade damage back. Got that lane 36-25. Wicked definitely lost out on a bit of CS here, but he may be able to gain it back as Lep is going to be forced to back if he does have teleport. Seems happy to stay. Even off the turret, it'll be good for now.
And normally you want to go back pretty early and get your tier so you can start stacking it up as fast as possible. Wicked should have his teleport ready soon as well, so didn't get to use his TP advantage in his lane. Did, however, pick up at least an assist from the gang. And Danagorn, he's not done.
Oh, Nif's in trouble. He's going to get caught out. In goes Tinone's ultimate available and used to great success. And that's the second kill going to Kabum. Precious, tense times for Alliance fans.
This is great. Sure, NaJin White Shield is very happy about this right now. Kabum takes down Alliance, and they're a number 3 seed team that goes on to the quarterfinals. That was very close. Great moves coming in from Danagorn. Definitely a lot less patience from him, which is working out. He's going to the ganks, and he's making things happen right away.
He's been able to find the right ganks as well. The one down on Wicked in the bottom lane where he was pushing up the wave on Kale like we know he wants to do early on. And didn't just sneak behind him. Nif has no flash.
Oh, there goes a dart behind him. There's the Cocoon. In comes Minerva. Is he going to get him on the turret? Hasn't hit level 6. He hasn't got the ultimate. Now Dance gets flayed in, but he hasn't done the damage. They're going to try and turn on towards him. Taps is going to put the damage down. One more hit. Taps to turns it around and gets the kill for Alliance.
And just as we praised Danagon, he goes top lane and a very, very risky dive here. Ended up actually giving a kill over to Taps. But still, Kabum, they want to play, man. They want to force stuff.
But a gold lead here for Kabum as they start off the game. Yeah, Tinone's backing already. Man, he loves just straight up power to get in this lane. Already the needlessly large rod. Doesn't care about his own life. He wants the damage for the team to come in here, but he's been getting the kills so far, so it is going to pay off. Pink wards and vision wards coming out from him as he's able to set things up, and he'll probably be replacing this one as Froggen exits stage right.
And there it is.
Instantly replaced. Didn't suspect a thing.
Not at all.
I'm not even sure if Froggen actually saw Tinone's coming back from base, so he didn't actually see him buy the pink ward.
Right.
So right now, Alliance won't actually expect it to be a pink ward unless Froggen, of course, is going to run straight up there and clear it. And then maybe he did actually see it. Nope.
Oh.
See?
No.
Yes.
There's the part in there where I said didn't suspect a thing. Kind of gave it away, but there we go. Danagon, he's going to get focused on. Flash is not available. Void spikes in. Shook wants the reset. Get shield. Can he get out? Ooh. Yes, he can. Hit and run.
Trading 1-for-1. Nif took a big rocket to his face. Down his bottom lane, Lep, he wants to keep trading with Wicked.
History repeats itself for Lep. Once he gets a bit of those levels in his favor, he pushes that Cal back. Playing the Rise very well as it should be in the aggression here. Looks like he's keeping the wave up. Whoa! Lep goes in hard, tries to get the kill. The heal comes out from Wicked. Flash for flash on that one, and Kabum is showing some outright aggression in the early game.
Yeah, and he's forcing Wicked away from the tower here, making him lose some more CS. Taps also on this top lane here, falling behind against Minerva. So every single lane is actually winning for Kabum right here.
Which is scary stuff for Alliance, who have it in their hands to take this game. They are good in the late game, we know that though. But Kabum, and that is their weakest point it seems, but we haven't seen them coming out with a big lead. And look at this. Wicked, no flash, teleport available, no intervention. This is problems. Tinones can wait. As soon as that minion wave comes around, I think he may try and point. He's going to come around. The charm is there. Doesn't land it, but it doesn't matter. Lep lands it too. And that will be another kill for Kabum.
It is not over yet here. Froggen and Shook. One apiece of Kabum.
The answer squad coming in here. Shook and Froggen trying to make things work. They have split the fight now.
Oh, they want both.
That dash through. It's going to be a few hits. The ignite. Oh, Chum the Waters is going to eat that one up. Very nice. It looks like Shook able to pick up a kill on the other side. I guess we got a nerf over here.
Yeah, that was a pretty good nerf.
One of my favorites.
Let's see. You want to find Shook?
No. He's gone. Whew. Hit and a miss.
That's all right. Yeah, he did actually go full AD as well. The early BF sword, so no ghost blade for Minerva. Could probably kill Shook. Let's see. Froggen, they simply just split up because they know Lep is pretty dead on his own, and sadly Tinones goes down as well. And everything is silent.
And we're back. 4-4 on the scoreboard right now, 10.5 minutes in here. A little bit of a response coming in from Alliance on these kills. They aren't liking being pushed back consistently. And we see Shook and Froggen taking things into their own hand. We're going to have 3 members versus 2 here in the top lane. Tabs already uses rat-a-tat-tat. That's going to be the hook down as well. Is that the security that they wanted to continue to dive the turret? Tabs is going to get up here. Do they want any more, though? The play just misses, and Wicked comes in a tad too late. But are they able to stick on this fight? No, they are not.
Nif looks completely lost in this game, but let's see what Froggen can do bot lane.
Going to go on towards Lep. Has he got the damage? Lep's going to try and turn it around, but he's only got that catalyst completing. No Rod of Ages just yet. While Froggen has the sheep. Rock it off. He should have enough. One more hit will do it. And Froggen gets a revenge kill. But the first tower of the game goes to Kabum.
Yeah, up in his top lane here. There was actually a teleport from Wicked, but Nif weren't able to respond in time and keep them under the tower here. Black Shield was already used from Dance, if I remember correctly. But still, Tabs went down, he got the binding to his face, got the cocoon after. And Kabum right now, looking really good.
Is this the same Alliance that got the perfect game against NaJin Whiteshield yesterday? I'm not too sure. You take away Aurelia, and again, put Wicked into a sticky position, 0-2-0, started to get flustered, and the rest of the lanes. This is Wicked. Wicked makes a lot of the calls in his team. And if he gets put on tilt, it could cause problems.
Wants to win.
Tinones, though, you can't forget Froggen. Not going to get the kill, though.
Just a wave and a goodbye on that one. The drive-by not working. Kabum could really answer off of this. The Spirit Rush is down. Ooh. Rocket coming out once again. We know Minerva will use that right when he has it. Froggen's going to get a good back here.
They're going to give up Dragon?
Absolutely. They're going to have to give up Dragon unless something just happens crazy in the favor of Alliance. Great movement by Kabum.
Yeah, Wicked had the teleport top lane where he tried to save Taps and it was just too late. Taps already died, so he wasn't able to join here. And Froggen already dropped low, gone back to base. Kabum with a very good strategical call right here. Also, wow, already just instant up there. Kabum looking good.
Everything answered by Kabum. They have themselves a 4,000 gold lead built up over Alliance. Can they cause the big upset we've been looking for in this group? Minerva will step away, doesn't fancy tangling with Froggen. Shook was nearby. Don't think he just messed up his jump. I saw him off the side. I don't think he went for it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Still safe. Won't need it for any time soon. So they're all right on that one. But like you said, that 3,000 gold lead closed up a little bit, but still something Kabum has to work into the mid game. That's where they flaw. We've seen early game happen for them a lot. They got to keep strong.
And Tinon's actually decided to go for the Hourglass here because he's against the Fizz, against the Twitch as well. He wants to try and assassinate him. So one of the defensive items first. So it will cost him a little bit damage-wise. But if it's going to save his life and mean the rest of the team can join in, it's well worth it.
Pressure very much on and showing. It was Shook's actual failed jump. We did catch an eye on the side. I thought I saw that. Just get confirmation. But this is the third outer turret is about to go down right now. This is the 3-0 unanswered. Wicked caught out once again. Left blowing everything on him. And another turret goes to Kabum.
Where's the pressure from the Alliance? Like you said, where we saw it yesterday. Gets hit up. He does so. Jump the waters. That's going to be a nice spell immune coming off from the Black Shield. Not in a good situation here at Wicked. They are fusing everything to get into this one as well. They are able to take him down, but like we said, they've been trading turrets all over. They're only getting kills back.
Yeah, Tinon's moving to this top lane here. Alliance, because they sent Taps top lane, lost the bottom lane. Will get a kill for it. Froggen wasn't actually able to get anything. There's a nice chomp boost. Good Black Shield as well from Dance. But still, you can just see Alliance here falling behind against Kabum, who's been solid in the early game and pretty much all the games they've played, but they've just never really managed to get the lead. They never really managed to get the dragons because they didn't know exactly when to do it. The timing on the dragon before here was perfect. No teleport top lane for Wicked, already forced Froggen back. That was just a good setup.
That's a good point. We do usually see them play solid in the early game, and it's the first time they come out with a lead. Usually they're playing solid from behind, so this may be the kick they need to really turn it around. 15 minutes on, more not roaming, but ward placement deep in the jungle here as Tinons makes sure he's getting himself to safety and clearing out a lot of the wards. They have pinks all over, so they're doing a great job of keeping that stacked up.
4,000 gold lead held by Kabum here. Unanswered in turret so far by Alliance. And the thing is, their team comp doesn't even stack up to shoving down the turrets quickly. They can't pressure, they can't siege on Kabum. They could wave clear for days right now with the Jinx and with the Ahri and Ryze in there. So they really need to try and play that pick game. But Kabum, they're honing their inner LMQ right now and gathering in the mid.
Well, they are stronger 5 versus 5. As long as Taps can flank around and get the jump with them like we saw Def do in the last game, then they should be fine here and just kill the first target who comes in or bait out the ulti from Wicked, and then you can start going for the kills here because Alliance, as you just said, don't have a lot of wave play here. It's all about picking off targets.
Well, once they can get Minerva going, they can definitely start speeding around the map here. He likes to put himself out front, as he does here to get a zap, make sure they see everything on the back line, no secrets to come flying through here. No Shook to be kind of getting himself into a sticky situation where it would cause Kabum trouble. They stay safe, they keep wards going down all the time. It's really paying off.
Yeah, they want these deep wards in the lane, so when they actually go back to their own base, they can suddenly start spotting out if Taps is gonna pop his stealth around his own tower, sneaking up on someone farming in the mid lane. So you need these deep lane wards, and of course you need wards from the flank.
That tower's going.
It's going down. Again, look at the wards. Boom, all around them.
That's the lockdown onto Niv. Can they get any more out of this? The turret already went down. It does not look like Alliance wants to keep the fight going here, and they are really. Wait a minute. Froggen's about to go in. Minerva's a little too far forward. Shook's about to get hit up. They take down Shook. They're looking at Tab. tabs now. Froggen to come back around without Chum the Waters. A very nice repel. He goes down from the dot damage. Froggen's able to answer, and a 2 for 3 as they're still backing up. A nice skill shot binding coming in from Dans, and that's going to stop tabs as well. He's not going to be the only one to keep going.
So Kabum managed to get the tower here, get the first pick onto Nif, but Ari had to use the ulti for it, and suddenly Alliance could re-engage, even though Wicked was actually running from the top lane, so he wasn't there to save Shook. Let's just see it again. They have the one pick, but there's no ulti on Ari now, and Minerva gets hit by the fish. Can't happen for him. And suddenly Alliance can open up. Tabs left untouched in the start. Wicked joins in a bit late. Was no ulti for Shook, and then just start cleaning up. And Froggen, again, he doesn't want to lose, because his face is starting to look really scary. 4 kills already.
I hate to put a guy on the position once again, but where was Wicked with that intervention? Was not anywhere near that fight.
Well, that could have been any champion though, because he was in the top lane and then he had to run down as the engage actually started.
Okay, so what you're saying is communication was lacking with Froggen not telling them they're engaging. So there's problems nonetheless in Alliance right now because they are 4,000 gold behind. They are caught out of position. And Lep is really yet to get charged up, and they're already causing major problems with this Ryze and Ari combo. And again, Kabum in position, dragging up, 20 seconds, Alliance nowhere near. This is going to become a 6,000 gold differential.
Yeah, and as soon as Kabum actually has a gold lead, everyone spams wards here. Look how many wards they've put up around this dragon to make sure if Alliance want to come and try and fight. I mean, land a binding, land a charm, and suddenly Kabum gets the first pick and they can win the fight here. We have to see if Wicked can be ready with his ulti in case Alliance wants to fight. They seem like... Whoa! Moving in. Whoa, Froggen.
Seem like they want to fight indeed. Froggen gets it up here, but could be Nif next, actually. They're looking for more kills on this one. Tino's over the wall. Zap just misses. Nif could be the next one to go down in this fight if Lep gets over the wall, and Kabum goes to Dynamite.
What the hell was that, Froggen?
That was the worst engage I've ever seen. Wicked was still at the boob of. I don't know if Froggen was expecting Wicked to be there with him with the ulti. He doesn't have an hourglass yet. You can't just jump in on Fizz. Kabum is controlling this game.
And they're going to take another tower here, I feel. There's nothing that Alliance could surely do. Wicked has to step away. 5 members of Kabum come around. The minion wave will follow through. And this could well be the 5th tower unanswered in this game by Kabum. Alliance, they have to step away or they're going to get caught.
Such control right now. Could be another engage. Shook trying to get back into this fight with the rest of the team. They do take down Danagorn, and they are going to be chasing on, but might be a disengage. Lep with a great flash over the wall, and now they're only looking to grab Dan's just a little bit more. Will be some Shook's mana bar, but Froggen gets in range to slow it. The rest of the team gets out, but they did just grab another turret.
Yeah, Kabum, they have the right calls, they have the right ideas. They're setting up for this dragon with all the wards here to spot Alliance coming in. But then in these straight-up team fights, there are just some very big individual mistakes. Notice again here how Minerva on this Jinx is in the front line being caught out of position. And I was talking with some of the Kabum fans on Twitter, and they actually said one of the reasons Minerva was kicked from Pain Gaming when he was a support was because his positioning was often bad. He got caught out of position. And whenever Dan is not there with the Black Shield, twice now. First the fish in mid lane onto Minerva, and now down here the hook from Nif. He needs to be so careful because they have the lead.
Oh, you got to remember his ability to change that because he then went on to beat those teams.
Oh yeah,
with the mechanics that he then revised.
That is a fantastic story about Kabum, how Minerva, after Pain Gaming, released him to pick up a Korean support actually. He then joined Kabum, switched over to AD carry, Dance went over to being support and the shot call at the same time. And suddenly Minerva in the qualifier was just looking so good. He was destroying everyone. He destroyed Pain Gaming's and Keatstar's dual lane as well, where it was actually his old AD carry partner, BRTT from Keatstars, and he beat him. That was a good story. At least I like the story.
Well, currently Kabum have the 5-1 tower lead because Alliance did sneak a tower in there while that was all happening, while this beautiful story was being laid out by the wonderful Dane here. Does mean Kabum are setting up, and again, they're looking to pressure this top turret. Only Tabs is there because lack of vision from Alliance is going to catch them out, and that is a turret being taken.
Another turret being taken. It'll be 6-1 right now. Losing turrets means you lose that map pressure, a little bit of that vision on the map. Ulti absolutely used on the rat-a-tat-tat, but a nice binding to his face stops that from even being engaged on by the rest of the team.
5,000 gold lead still in favor of Kabum, and they are pushing fantastically all around the map. Their wards still coming out, and they're pushing the pink wards even farther forward. Right now they have 4 out on the map, maybe a 5th that they're actually sitting on. So they're the only ones taking their pink wards away. And that's because they're being placed farther towards Alliance.
So one thing to take a look at for Alliance is the fact that their carries have got the kills, have got the assists. It's
right.
All on the right people, the money, but I'm pretty sure when they were looking at this game, watching Cloud9 play earlier, they were not envisaging coming out 5,000 gold behind, 4 towers behind, reaching the 23-minute mark. Kabum really has played well. Nif, he's one that has been caught out, but the rest of his team this time do collapse in. Chop the water's thrown out, the Dans are going in.
Yeah, that was the black shield that he knew wouldn't be able to go on Dans after he threw it onto Tinones. They turn this one around and say, yeah, we'll take this fight and we'll take down Nif.
Alliance just keep engaging in when the rest of the team isn't even ready. I mean, Taps, he wasn't part of the fight. He tried to run in there. Shook was barely part of it. Wicked just came in and popped the ult on Froggen. And there's no point in using Kayle ult if the target is already so low, because he's going to, like, he's gone. He's out of the fight anyway.
They're going to try and push up mid as quick as possible. Alliance have to swing around and sweep and try and cause this one. The charm catches on Wicked.
No way.
Tinones goes in. He's got him. He takes him down. And that's going to cause real problems. The inhibitor turret is being bashed off. Froggen moves in. Can he slide across? Tinones, Sonya's hourglass catches him out. The Rat-a-tat comes around the side, but Froggen turned around. He goes down. Kabum are destroying Alliance.
I cannot believe this right now. They are pushing into the base at 23 minutes. They are totally shutting down Alliance, the super team from the European LCS. And as you said, Deficio, the team that went undefeated against NaJin White Shield yesterday.
This is just insane. Alliance, they keep fighting. They're completely split up all the time. There was no hourglass for Froggen yet. He keeps jumping in. I have no idea what they're doing, but if they don't stop right now, this game is over, because Kabum is controlling it. They're getting all the picks they want. They've been setting up for the objectives, and they're looking extremely strong.
Their safety net is gone. The inhibitor is down. And if Alliance lose another risky fight like that and pile in completely uncoordinated, they will lose their Nexus turrets and open up a gigantic chasm for Cloud9 to creak in the back door and maybe, just maybe, take that position. Of course, also if Alliance lose, it does give NaJin White Shield a gigantic safety net for qualification.
Number 3 seed. Crazy, absolutely amazing coming into the world stage, and Kabum definitely putting up a beautiful final show.
This is such a problem for Alliance. They can't even get a Mikhails on this right here. I mean, he's been building towards the bucket instead, and the Mikhails will do wonders against Ari, against the Morgana. No, this is Baron for Kabum.
Wow.
This is all about Kabum now.
Big
Once they go in for the next team fight, Minerva cannot be caught out of position, and then Kabum will win the game.
Anything can happen in group stage. We said it at the start of the day. We saw it yesterday. We've seen it throughout Singapore. There's been so many back and forth matches, upsets left and right, and Kabum would top the lot here if they were to topple the #1 European seed, taken down by a Brazilian wildcard team. It really is showing why these wildcard teams should be here represented, because they can take it to the top LCS teams.
Yeah, and Kabum just really showing once they get out of the laning phase and they have the goal lead, they know exactly what to do and how to finish the game. And we're only 26 minutes in.
They have so much flow right now. The mistakes only being made because Minerva's a little too close, but he's already fixed that. Caught twice, don't see it happening anymore. Even if he is, Mikhail finished up on Dance here, the safety to come in a little bit if they don't get too aggressive on these fights, but they have been perfectly taking as much as they can and not getting into too dangerous of a position.
Yeah, Alliance, they don't have the key items yet. They shouldn't be able to win a fight here again. Froggen, he doesn't have Hourglass yet. He goes in, he's supposed to go out again instantly, or he's going to die.
Such a risky move right now. They're going to go for Danagorn. They're pulling the trigger. Tabs has used Rat-a-tat-tat. He's going to drop down. I'm not sure they've got him out. Froggen carefully goes in. Gets caught out. Minerva, Tinones pulls the trigger. Is he going to get taken down? He gets out alive. And everybody is safe.
And that was a a lot of ultis blown by Alliance here. Kabum, they stay alive. Can back away now, go back to base. Heal back up here and be ready for the next one. As soon as Kabum moved away from this top side and only Danagon was left, Alliance engaged onto him. Stay together, guys. Stay together.
Still 2 minutes on that Baron to be worked for them. That means it'll be up in quite some time, so Alliance is still going to have to stave off that pressure, the sustain that Kabum will be getting out of that strength, and the stats of Froggen finally finishing up his Zanyas. A bit more playmaking to come from him now. We've seen him go very headstrong into these fights. It's causing a few problems sometimes.
Clearly, a lot of pressure on Alliance now. I don't think they were expected to be so far behind coming out of lanes, let alone have their inhibitor taken down by a Brazilian team called Kabum, who have just pressured them with the Baron. Dragon, not even thought of by Alliance. They can't get close. There is no ward coverage. It's not up just yet. That's a lie. It is up. It's down the side.
Oh, this is risky by Alliance.
Very risky. They're not going to go for it.
No, they can't. Go back to your base. I mean, look at the minions pushing in already.
Waves right now. They definitely need to start controlling that a bit.
And Kabum has just outplayed Alliance in this game here. They had the standard lanes. They forced them themselves to send their dual lane top. Once they saw Alliance be top lane with Taps and Nif, and just been winning every single lane. Danagon with the ganks as well.
Still 1 minute on the Baron. Inhibitor. It's exposed. It's being taken. I don't think they're going to risk it. I think they're going to let Kabum have it. No. Just a little peek around the side. Taps trying to flank around, as we saw Def do so well in the previous matchup, but he's not able to get close. And Kabum take down another inhibitor turret. They have an 11,000 gold lead before the 30-minute mark. That is huge over Alliance.
7-1 in turrets right now. That means the only turrets that stand are inside the base of Alliance here on their side of the map. The wards are going down a little bit, but it's not going to be helping. They can already see Kabum and a huge static shift shot, well, the static shift damage along with a nice crit from Minerva.
And because Alliance is running this pick comp here and barely has any wave clear, Kabum can always get damage on the tower here. As soon as Froggen tried to clear the wave, he took a lot of damage in return. As long as they don't make a mistake here, they are going to win the game.
Oh, that's the idea. That's the story. They back out a little bit. We did hear the Ghost Blade go off. That's the intervention down onto Tab, so that ultimate is down. They can get the rat if they need to.
Yeah, and this is Tabs blowing his ulti and his Ghost Blade here. Both are gone if Kabum stays around here and looking for the next fight.
So much pressure on Alliance right now. Can they deliver? This would take them to 3-3 in the group if they were to lose, and then basically it is out of their hands. They've got to be looking towards either NaJin White Shield beating Cloud9 so they can be in a draw for that situation, or if they lose, then well, that would be Alliance going out of the tournament. It is all going to happen. Froggen's going in. He's going to jump on. Lep's going to be the focus target. Can they lock towards him? This is Droplets. Alliance are in trouble. They're going to get away on that. They managed to get one down, but it's answered quickly by Minerva. He gets excited. He chases on Taps. Oh, the Nexus from Nif is incredible. It keeps him alive, and maybe, just maybe, we'll keep Alliance's hopes alive.
Very explosive from Kabum here. They're showing us how short the fuse really is, but Alliance able to snuff that one out. They have 2 kills to 1 right now, and they're going to try to continue chasing this down. He dashes in, but Froggen can't do much. Nice dodge on the binding. That's pretty much what can keep everybody out of the fight right now. A cocoon is really all they have. Lep's going to have to get real close for that rune prison. Now, well, they have a turret still. They have a turret that Alliance has to fight under. They're walking through it. They are going to be able to keep going. The base is getting torn apart, though. They may lose another inhibitor for chasing so far down the lane. Shook's going to get back. He's finally up from being dead. And what a fight in the top lane that Alliance trying to stop Kabum from taking the game.
Oh, this is not over yet. Let's see it again. So Froggen, he actually engaged onto Dan. This is not the target he wants. There's Black Shield, there's a locket from Danagon as well. But the whole fight breaks up. Taps is left untouched for now. They catch Tinones. Very nice catch by Alliance. He's going down. We'll just do a little bit of damage in the very end. And now it's all about Nif landing the hook onto Minerva. Otherwise, he would be able to just keep chasing Taps here. Got the crit as well. Nice hook. He goes down. Suddenly Alliance can chase.
Dan's used that Mikhails to heal That was Danagorn on the way out. It would have been perfect for that hook from Nif to get him out of that sentence.
Whoa, Wicked got out. Big burst on him. 20 seconds till Baron. This is problematic once again for Alliance. I'm not sure they can risk another Baron going to Kabum because they've already been pressured. They've lost 2 Nexus inhibitor turrets. 1 inhibitor is down. Will be respawning shortly, but that has still got a long timer on it. And Alliance, they know it. They know they have to fight for this one, but they're 10,000 gold. That is a gigantic amount of items across the team, and they've got to be careful nobody walks blindly into a Dark Binding.
Slow plays, but good ward still coming out of Kabum. They know this is the tense moment, turning it on when they need and slowing it down when they really need to put Alliance in a sticky situation. Back to Baron, one of the stickiest.
Very nice timing. Tabs used the scrying over the Baron here, and they were just waiting around, didn't actually start it as soon as it ran out. Start the Baron here. Go very low road. Go, Tab pops Zul.
Rat-a-tat-tat used, he's stood on top of Chompers. He's gonna have to have the intervention just in time. Dan's taken so low. They can chase on this one. Lep comes off the side, everybody disengages. Risky stuff for everyone involved.
Yeah, that was a very late ulti from Wicked as well. Just use it instantly as you see the rocket, as you see the burst coming in towards Tabs. Then you pop the ult here. Everyone's staying alive. Still, a lot of wards around this Baron for both teams. Alliance actually managed to get in, plays a lot of wards of their own, so they should be fairly safe now and be able to still move in if Kabum is starting it. Oh, this game is not over yet.
Not at all. A breather definitely needed to be taken for a second. Take stock of everything around the board. The core items really set up for every player. It comes down to pretty much how you play your champion at this point. Quite early in the game, a 10,000 gold lead. It's about 9 right now for Kabum, largest they've had here in the tournament.
Minerva's got to be so careful. He's absolutely going to be eyes on target for Froggen and Tabs. If they can get him down, they can start something rolling. Tinones was almost caught out in the last one. Hit that Sonya's out.
Right.
Just in time.
Oh, Tabs stealthing up here.
Is tricky. They're going to go for Tinones. They see Minerva. He wants to go for it. This is very risky. Sidesteps the charm. Doesn't pull the trigger on the ultimate either.
Yeah, he had no flash here, so he couldn't really move in. There's no Mikhails either to save him in case a charm would have landed. So wise enough, he backs away. Alliance, though, want to take control of this Baron River. Clear some of the wards. They have a lot of pings down and a lot of pings in their backs as well.
The waves are in their advantage right now.
Oh, Tap going in again.
Oh, he's going to go around the side. This time he will catch them. Tinones jumps away from it. Left catches out. The ultimate already used. That's a misplay. And that is Froggen going down. Tap's now on the side there. The Wicked Alliance are completely split. Wicked is helpless in this chase. Kabum are chasing.
Miscommunication from Alliance again. Froggen goes in. He pops his hourglass at the same time as the ult from Wicked comes in.
Still moving in. It looks like they're trying to get back on this one. They don't have the waves in their favor, but they are going to pursue on into the base. Wards here you can see coming out of Alliance to make sure they know exactly what's going on. 29 seconds on Froggen to even get up back into the fight. The inhibitor will go down to give that added pressure that Kabum needs. Teleport coming in from Lep as well. They're staying for the long haul.
The top turret is already down, remember. This could be the second inhibitor going down. Alliance have got no answer. It's still 13 seconds on the death timer for Froggen, and Kabum absolutely leave Alliance's base in tatters.
They definitely have to be careful with that Baron up. They are to back now. Froggen in 3 seconds. This could be big for Alliance to take positioning.
Alliance have only killed 1 tower in this game here. They've lost every single lane. They've been losing the fights, except for the few times where they managed to catch out someone like Minerva.
They're rushing to Baron.
Late. They're rushing Baron here. Oh.
Well, they go for it. They're going to go around the side, but Kabum are chasing. They've got to take this down so quick. Tabs is there. Minerva's just off at the side, as is Lep. Lep can do a hell of a lot of damage if he can catch them all in the pit. There we go. They check them out. Final goes in. Lep comes around. There's the rocket. Alliance are in trouble. They get the Baron, but can they get out? Shook's gone out. Chase leaps away. Lep chases on towards him. Gets away with it. Everyone. Alliance are away. They have to get to the fountain. They have to regen because Kabum are coming.
Well, this means for Alliance, as long as they get back to base and heal up now, with the Baron buff, it might force Kabum to just sit back and wait for another 3 minutes. So inhibitors will respawn. And Alliance buying some time here for 4 minutes.
Well, the old team that Alliance was definitely knows how to buy time. Setting up brick walls at every edge of the base was one of the best things that Froggen and the EU team could do when they played the long matches And right now it looks like they're trying to go brick and mortar on this one. Kaboom's going to pick up Dragon. They're going to get a bit more gold. This isn't really what's going to put them inside the base anymore, but they're clearing out things to stay safe here, clear their waves, and they'll be back in the face of Alliance.
The super minion waves being pushed in against Alliance will feed them the experience they need to try and catch and close this gap. It's still a 10,000 gold differential with that gigantic wave being swept out, and you can see Kabum. They are having control of this map. They are pushed. They've got the wards all across. They are grouping up. They are pushing and looking for that final inhibitor turret, and they may well be able to get it.
Well, this is against a burned up team here, so they have to be careful. Still, dances to Mikhail's in case if lands a hook, so it's going to be all about Frog and just engaging in.
Even if they get caught out, what are they going to lose? There's not a lot Alliance can do. They've only got one tower in the entire game. Even if they push straight down the mid, they're only going to get to the inner.
Take a little too much time to gain a lot of ground for Alliance. Kabum is trying to put the final touches on this.
And it's going to be very, very hard for Taps to find the engage. Again, it's going to be all about Froggen jumping in, pop the Hourglass, and then Wicked as the ult. But look at the super minions in top lane.
One of the best ways for the minions to come in. They're going to get rocked by the one turret.
Oh, and Froggen!
They got Froggen! He gets down on the intervention. Still has the Zanyas up. Communication on that one was right by Alliance, but the turret taken down below half. This has been the story. Kabum has not been pushed off the turrets until they grab it, and the Nexus turret almost about to go down. Alliance has too much on their plate to consider. That's the fight. The control onto left. They are able to take him down. Danagorn very low. Shook gonna get hit up to the middle of the fight. They're gonna win. Nexus turret is almost about to go down. That's Alliance down. Kabum. They flip the fuse, and they are gonna take the game here. It's just a bit more. Frost's charmed up, and it's the kiss of death for him. A triple kill coming in for Tinos, and I can't believe it, D-Man. Kabum takes the game over Alliance.
What the hell just happened? The team that absolutely got the perfect game over NaJin Whiteshield just got decimated by Kabum Esports from Brazil, representing the wildcard tournament. And that, ladies and gentlemen, blows this group wide open once again.
I don't even know what to say.
Speechless. Those are the words.
They won every single lane against Alliance here. And then just destroyed them, picked them off. Is this the biggest upset?
It has to be. I mean, that's, I think, the first victory for an international wildcard team.
What amazing.
Certainly in this tournament. I'm trying to think of last. No, tell a lie. They got one last year. It was.
Mineski.
No!
Gaming Gear
EU beat TSM, but
that was a team.
I'm not sure you can take that.
This is bigger. This is way bigger.
This is way, way bigger than LEP. What a performance. What a game. Tinones 8-2-8 in the mid lane.
Absolutely amazing throughout. Impressing me the most is actually how definitive in closing out the game once they got out of the laning phase with a lead was for Kabum. That was day and night from any of their play.
So many wards to set up every single objective for them. Yes, okay, they lost a few fights, but that was also credit to Alliance finding the picks. But Kabum, they kept going. They knew Alliance didn't have enough wave clear and just managed to get the win. They played so well.
You know, Double F said it. The ceiling in Europe is high, but my God, are they inconsistent, that's for sure. Let's just quickly break this down. NaJin Whiteshield are 4-1 in the group. Cloud9 are 3-2 in the group. We'll be playing NaJin Whiteshield later on, and could possibly, if they win that game, both go through, and Alliance are out. Alliance, they're 3-3. They now need NaJin Whiteshield to beat Cloud9 to get a tiebreaker game. It is no longer in their hands, and you've got to be looking at today's results after yesterday and thinking it's in the bag, but what the hell? They didn't even turn up to play, and all throughout the entire lane phase, we said it ourselves, what can Kabum do? They win the lane phase. It's the first time they had won the lane phase. Can they take it? Can they push it? Can they take the dominance? By God, they could. They grouped. We said they love to group, and they did just that. And God, Alliance had no answer for them.
No, and Kabum, they kept punishing Alliance every single time. Like Froggen, before he had an Hourglass, would jump in and Wicked would be standing at the blue buff. No coordination between the two. Over and over. We saw it so many times. Alliance jumping in, end up just instantly dying. They're not ready to fight and just fell so far behind.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. We said there were surprises, and damn did we have some. Let's go back over to the analyst desk for a breakdown of Kaboom's stunning win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Now, with that win, by Kabum rather, NaJin Shield has clinched a spot in the quarterfinals. Let's take a quick look at the standings before we talk about the game, because I want to highlight some of the things that have happened. First and foremost, NaJin White Shield guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals. The seed is what matters. That will be determined later in the day. And regardless of the results against Cloud9, there will be a tiebreaker, either against Cloud9 for first place or Cloud9 against Alliance for the second seed into the quarterfinals. Let's go back to the game, talk about what happened. First and foremost, picks and bans. I feel like Kabum had a very good strategy going in.
I think you really have to praise Kabum for their planning in these games, because both of their games today, they had the better draft. And if we look at Alliance's team comp here, this is just, it's bad. They've got a pick comp going on, but they have no wave clear. And that was like a major problem in this game, because when you're playing against a Jinx who can just take down these towers so quickly, you have to have some way to stop her from just standing there in minigun form and taking all your turrets. And when you have no pressure, when you have no zone, it makes it all too easy for her to do that. So they played it out. They played out their win conditions really well. You know, even though Froggen had some nice roaming in the early game, every time he left, it seemed like Kabum would just take another turret. And then when you have that kind of lead, you can snowball it pretty easily.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the pick comp from Alliance, because it was Kabum finding picks in the early game that snowballed each of their lanes, that allowed them to pick up towers unanswered. Double lift, care to chime in on what Kabum did right?
If you told me that a Hex Drinker second item Jinx would beat the team that had a perfect game against NaJin White Shield, I would have called you trash. But, I mean, I don't know what to say. These guys played really well. They made it work.
I want to quickly ask Crumbs something very quickly, because you called on day one of this stage that Kabum would win a game.
That's right.
I'm still not sure if you're a prophet or a false prophet.
Told you Kabum would win one game, and it came down to the wire last one. So,
and it's against Alliance. I mean, it just looked like they fell to pieces. Let's pull up the replay that we've got from the game on your screen. It really just encapsulates everything that Kabum did right. Roll the clip out, probably. Talk to me about the god that is Tinones in this play.
Oh, Tinones is a beast. He sees Wicked through that ward, and he knows Wicked doesn't have ult, so he goes all in. But watch, he gets an auto every time he spirit rushes, and that's what seals the deal on Wicked. And now he's just, you know, groups back with his team, and he's still paying attention to all the skill shots that are about to come out, though. He hits the charm on Twitch, which is super strong for that follow-up, because that's what would have got Tinones out. Tinones was wait for Zhonya's to flash Froggen's E, and now Froggen's in the vulnerable spot. They basically just collapse on Froggen and, you know, they win the game, man.
Yeah, and this composition too, we saw a lot of really nice chaining of CC from Kabum here over the course of the game. I mean, this is honestly like a nightmare team comp for Fizz to play against. You look at the Black Shield, so many binds, roots, Jinx traps, they can just stack it up as soon as somebody goes in. And that was combined with some misplays from Alliance where during crucial moments, they would use both Zhonya's on Fizz and the Kayle ult on Fizz at exactly the same time, layering that on top of each other. And that means that Fizz was just blown up as soon as the Kayle ult ended.
I also feel Froggen felt pressure to carry. Some of the decisions that he made were very hard, very rash, very quick, and it felt to me, because I've watched this team a lot, like Froggen went, I have to win this game, I have to carry it.
Of course. I mean, sorry. Of course. With a team comp like that, no one's going to carry.
Yeah, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't siege. That was a terrible composition with Twitch for sieging. They had a melee mid laner and effectively, a pseudo melee top laner. And so you can't defend the siege, you can't siege yourself, you kind of just have to all in. But against the comp that Kabum fielded, it made it very, very, very difficult.
Final thoughts, Probably?
I just want to know if Kabum mind-gamed it, because they know Froggen is a ridiculously good Fizz. So they pick Ahri, really, really vulnerable against Fizz. But then they have Ryze and Morgana to back up the Ahri. And they're like, pick the Fizz. Pick the Fizz. And they got in, they're like,
I think so too. Right, guys, we're going to throw things over to Sharks, who's standing by with a member of the victorious Kabum Esports.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined here by Tinones after Kabum's incredible win over Alliance. First up, congratulations. That was one heck of a performance. Talk me through the first thoughts that went through your mind First Brazilian team to win at Worlds. First wildcard team to win at Worlds. Crazy victory.
Muito parabéns pela participação, foi sensacional a sua Ari. E comenta um pouquinho sobre o jogo, porque foi o primeiro time brasileiro a participar do Worlds e a primeira vez que um time do International Wildcard ganha uma partida no Worlds. Como você está se sentindo agora?
Obrigado pelos parabéns. A gente estava muito experiente quando a gente veio jogar a primeira vez aqui. Faltava muita coisa, as rotações deles eram melhores, o estilo de jogo dele era diferente que a gente estava acostumado. Então, acho que esses primeiros dias foi bastante para acrescentar experiência para o nosso time e a gente conseguir surpreender um time.
So yeah, when he got here, he wasn't that experienced, but the last 2 days we could see that the teams had more map rotations, and we improved a lot in that matter. So all the experience that we got in these 2 other days made us do a difference right now.
You made it happen. Talk me through picking Ari and then going up against Froggen's Fizz and doing so well.
Fala um pouquinho sobre você ter escolhido a Ari contra o Fizz do Froggen.
Eu escolhi a Ari para tirar um pique dele também, que é um pique bem forte, um champion que ele está bastante acostumado a jogar. E nós tínhamos em mente que o pique dele ia ser Fizz ou Sheriff, então a gente estava bem confortável com isso.
So I picked Ari because I wanted to take that away from him, because I know he's a very good Ari player, and we knew that he would pick either Xerath or Fizz, so we were prepared for anything.
You guys sure were. Talk to me through what happened in the team communication at the end of the game when you were so close, but you know you can still lose a fight, possibly.
Então fala um pouquinho de como é que foi a comunicação do time, porque vocês no final do jogo vocês estavam bem próximos, mas ainda poderiam perder o jogo se perdesse uma luta.
Eu acho que essa parte é a mais difícil para a gente, que é para acabar o jogo, que é o que a gente chama mais de dificuldade.
So this part was the hardest one for us, to end the game. So our communication was regarding that was really hard.
Finally, what does this mean for you as a Brazilian team coming here to represent your region, and what do you want to say to the fans?
Então, o que isso significa para você, sendo o primeiro brasileiro a estar aqui, jogando e ganhar uma partida no Worlds? O que você gostaria de dizer para os seus fãs?
Eu acho que estar aqui e ganhar o jogo de um time no Mundial é mostrar que o Brasil tem chance, que a gente vai crescer bastante ainda e vamos chegar no nível das outras regiões. E queria agradecer o pessoal daqui, que sempre apoia a gente, torceram bastante por nós, e agradecer aos fãs do Brasil também.
So yes, that was really good to show that the Brazilians really have potential to grow. We're on the right path to become a problem to the other regions. And I want to say thanks to all the fans out here. They've been incredible, shouting our names in every objective. And also the fans in Brazil that's watching this right now.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. What an amazing victory here for Kabum.
Thanks.
All right, we have to take a short commercial break, but when we come back, it's a clash of Worlds veterans Fnatic as they take on Samsung Blue. Don't go anywhere.
Flash is not available. Void spikes in. Shook wants the reset. Can he get out? Yes, he can.
Wait a minute. Froggen's about to go in. Minerva's a little too far forward. Shook's about to get hit up. They take down Shook. That was the black shield that he knew wouldn't be able to go on Dan's after he threw it onto Tinone. They turn this one around.
Alliance have to swing around and sweep and try and cause this one. The charm catches on Wicked.
No way.
Tinone goes in. He's got it. Froggen's going in. He's going to jump on. Lep's going to be the focus target. Can they lock towards him? This is Droplets. Alliance are in trouble. Alliance are in trouble. They get the Baron, but can they get out? Shook's gone out. Leaps away. Lep chases on towards him. Gets away with it.
Danagorn very low. Shook gonna get hit up, starting on the fight.
They're gonna win. They're gonna win.
Is almost about to go down.
Oh my God.
The Lions down. Kaboom. They flip the fuse, and they are gonna take the game here.
welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Before we get into our next game, there has been some controversy regarding the results of yesterday's Fnatic versus OMG game. Our league operations team will put an official update on lolesports.com shortly, so make sure you go there to check it out and read up on the details. For now, I'd like to welcome Mitch Crepo Forceballs and David Freak Turley to the desk, who've swapped in for the second half of the day. Guys, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
It is time for Fnatic to take on Samsung Blue. With Samsung Blue's win earlier today, they are guaranteed that #1 seed going into the quarterfinals. And in order for Fnatic to take the second seed, they must win this game, and they need help from LMQ later today because they will need LMQ to beat OMG. All right, that's the important thing to note if you're rooting for Fnatic. Let's talk about Samsung Blue because I think they played extremely sloppy, and I was incredibly unimpressed with their match earlier today.
Well, they had a very clean early game. It was only in the mid game where Def started flashing into 5 that things got a little crazy. But yeah, their mid and late game was pretty bad.
I do have to, though, give some credit to their actual teamwork adaptations. I was watching that game upstairs, and I started thinking about the team compositions. And what I liked so much was that they actually put together this 3-man tanky dive squad, the Kassadin, the Maokai, the Rengar, who can't die against Orianna Rumble. Like, they're not going to blow up to that, and Kog'Maw's the guy getting jumped on. And so Deft was kind of on his own being like, okay, don't dive into them, but just don't die. And even if you do die, that's okay because we've killed their AD carry as well. And so they kind of had this game where they got to stall out for a while, get that front line too big to be killed, to burst, because that's how that works generally as a sort of class matchup, and then play the game out from there. I thought that was actually very stellar.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but I really think it never should have even gotten to that
Sure,
point.
no. I'm just saying, for what it's worth, the good sides was they found that good winning condition in the end.
Crepo, Double have brought up a point regarding Def's positioning, not only in this game, but some of the other games. The last time Fnatic beat Samsung Blue was an incredibly clean win, and Reckless was a large part of that. So let's talk about the AD carries, what you think about Def, what you think about Reckless in this matchup, and just how important it is as well.
I think both are just really good at this game. And Deft, I think Deft at his highest skill, if you see like the best moments of Deft, they're just flat out amazing. That dude can like sidestep everything. But on the world stage, people have been picking a lot of CC in his direction. Yeah, I'm sure he'll dodge the cocoon and then the hook, but then El Charm will come out afterwards.
Yeah.
And then people are literally targeting him with everything. What impressed me the most though about Deft and just Blue in general is their stealth play. They have this ability to get these stealth gangs off that just make their opponents look dumb. Sometimes they'll show up with, why are you still there? Why are you getting caught right now? But it's so subtle, and you only realize it unless you've played on the highest level and you've played against the teams that do this. Their like ganks are just perfect, and I really want to look forward to see if Fnatic will actually let them do that, or even let them have those picks.
Well, those mind games that we saw in their last one in the early phase, where they kept thinking Deft had recalled out of top lane, but then he just showed up and just
Guess
killed.
who's back?
Yeah, just
back again. It's Deft.
All right, well, let's talk about some of the scenarios. There are 2 games left in Group C. Therefore, there are 4 potential scenarios to take a look at when we consider tiebreakers. So let's take a look at what the 4 options are. The way you read this graphic, you read from left to right, top to bottom. So in the Fnatic versus Samsung Blue game, either Fnatic or Blue can win, followed by OMG versus LMQ. Again, either LMQ or OMG can win. Depending on the results, depend on where the tiebreaker or potential tiebreaker will land. Option number 1, Fnatic against LMQ. If Fnatic wins and LMQ wins, Samsung Blue will obviously take first in all scenarios, but is a tiebreaker once again between LCS regions. For all remaining options, depending on the wins, either OMG or LMQ automatically get that second seed into the quarterfinals. So this is a battle between 3 teams chasing for second spot. Right, that does it for the tiebreakers. I want to talk to our analysts and get some predictions, see where you guys are standing. Are you with Fnatic or are you with Samsung Blue? Knowing where some of these possibilities are, knowing who's going to be more hungry for the win. Crepo, you're new to the desk for now. Who is your prediction and why?
Well, every time I've gone against the grain and tried to like not predict an upset, the upset happens. So this time I'm gonna beat the race. I'm gonna say Fnatic's gonna win this game.
All right, so Fnatic. Let's go, Crumbs.
I'm going to have to side with Samsung Blue for this one. So even though they look pretty sloppy in that game against LMQ, if they were to just have closed the game out the way it should have been, that would have been just a complete slaughter.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Samsung Blue as well, although I do think that it's very possible for Fnatic to win again, not only because they did have such an impressive victory last time, but because Samsung Blue is out of this group at number 1. They're going to be eager not to show anything else to their opponents going into the quarterfinals. So they don't really have much to play for right now. They'll probably just fall back on, some old champion picks, old strategies. And so it should be something that Fnatic has seen and can read. But even so, Blue still.
Yeah, I do agree with all those points. I do think Fnatic has a chance, but last time even though Fnatic beat these guys last time around, it was off some incredibly good, best they've ever seen them individual plays, and I don't think they're going to have that again. Samsung Blue probably 80% of the time is going to win this game.
There's a new prophet in town. Fnatic's going to take this.
Right, let's get an update from lolesports.com. Right now, it is sitting with Fnatic, leading the vote with 63%. Let's see if they can come out on top. We're going to hand things over to our second rotation of shoutcasters to get the games underway. But first, a closer look at a friendship that has blossomed from the rivalry between these top-tier AD carries.
I'm really looking forward to facing Blue again, because I feel like Deft played good, but not good enough for me to be like, wow, this is actually the idol I've had for the last year.
Trying to turn this one around. There is a tidal wave coming in. Cyanide down in the middle though. They managed to pick up the Fnatic take down Samsung Blue.
Def there is absolutely gutted. Mutual respect between him and Reckless, and honestly, out of the two, it's Reckless that's shown up today. You can see for Def exactly what that means.
우리나라 한국에서 푸나틱의 레클스 선수와 많이 비교를 하기보다는 레클스 선수가 유럽의 데프트다 그런 소리를 듣고 실력들은 다 데프트 선수를 밀어쳐주니까 자기도 그걸 증명하고 싶었을 거고.
I saw Deft crying after the game, and I literally love the guy. He's my idol, so I really respect him, and I went to him after the game and I gave him a hug and I said, shit happens, in the end, life continues, you will do better next time, and I think he was really grateful for it.
일단은 이번 경기에 패한 게 저희 팀한테는 엄청난 약이 됐다고 해야 되나? 아마 제 생각일지 모르지만 다음 푸나틱과의 경기에서는 압살하지 않을까 싶네요. 그리고 혁규는 더 이상 우는 일 없도록 해줄 테니까 나 믿고 따라와라.
Wow, some big words coming out of Samsung Blue there.
Out of nowhere, right? It's this mutual respect for you. It's like, it will never happen.
Follow me,
crush them.
and it'll all be good. Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Miller, taking the desk with Joshua Jack Leesman and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Guys, I'm not sure how we're really supposed to follow on from what we've just seen. Kabum taking down Alliance, but we've got 3 very important games coming up.
Yeah, and a guaranteed tiebreaker based on the results of some of the next 3 games. But this one, it's Fnatic's last chance to try and make it out of groups.
Well, we just saw, a team with Ahri with a whole bunch of picks, make this big upset. Last time Fnatic beat Blue was an upset with Ahri and a bunch of picks.
Well, let's get to it, because I'm sure everyone's excited to see this match and have a look at the starting lineups for each squad. Take it to the Rift on the blue side from the European LCS. It is, of course, Fnatic, with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in mid, Reckless the AD carry, and Yellow Star on support.
And on the red side is Samsung Blue. Acorn is up top. In the jungle, Spirit. Mid, Dade. AD carry, Deft, and support, Heart.
And I really can't wait for this rematch. It's actually Fnatic on the blue side this time. It's even harder to imagine that they were able to pick up the red side win when a lot of the pick and ban differences have shown a decent size advantage for the blue side teams, at least in this group. However, Blue didn't really use good use of their bans in that last game.
So yeah, Blue keeps banning Zillion, Alistar, and Maokai on really both sides, whether they're red or blue. So we'll see if they switch it up here, maybe target some of those pick champions, because that's been a deadly weapon so far today.
Where do we think the important areas to focus on? We were talking about Xpeke earlier on, the Ahri that he played in that one, really stepping up his game. Do they look towards Peke and change some of those bans?
I feel like they're still going to go with the same ones that they've been using all tournament long.
I think for Fnatic, at least watching the games that Blue has won, which have been actually kind of close. Blue's game against LMQ was a bit of a nail-biter. Blue channels so much of their farm into Deft, and they sacrifice other people for it. Going into the day, as far as point in the game when people hit level 6, Acorn was last amongst top laners in the entire group. It's because he basically is a martyr so Deft can get more farm. And that's one of the big reasons he had dealt 50% of his team's damage coming into today, and one of the reasons he had such a big impact in the last match.
And one of the reasons, once again, Fnatic banning out Twitch, just like they did last time against Blue.
And the bans for Blue so far, Kobe, you are not wrong at this stage. Zilean, Alistar, we'll see if Maokai will be that third and final choice to come out. Actually, no. Going for Lucian there. On the other side, Fnatic took away Kha'Zix, Yasuo, and the Twitch that we already mentioned.
And we'd mentioned that Cyanide had struggled a little bit during the regular season playoffs on Lee Sin, but he really showed up on Lee Sin in their win against LMQ, so he definitely has some more confidence coming in here. I think it was a really nice ban change to get rid of Lucian, since they know Soaz isn't really one to pick Maokai readily.
Also, again, it's Fnatic focusing sort of on Spirit. You know, they ban the Kha'Zix and they first pick away Lee Sin, two of the strongest of those early game duelist junglers. We've seen Spirit on the Jarvan and on the Rengar. Not quite the same performances that he was on these other top two junglers.
Well, let's see what Samsung Blue go for here. Thresh. Timo being hovered over right now, but you know, Yellow Star did play Thresh in the last encounter between these two teams. Heart settling for Nami in the end after that, and they may look to take this Thresh away. Where is Spirit going to go? The hover between Jarvan and Elise coming in. I think Elise will fit in better.
You know what's really cute, actually? When Fnatic was on the red side in this exact same matchup, the first two picks by Fnatic were Thresh and Elise. So they're actually just kind of taking the things that were so successful against them the last time, specifically to pick champions. And when we mentioned how Blue has so much of their damage dealt from Deft and they put so much farm into him, it actually creates a bit of a vulnerability to single target focus and stuns, which is what Fnatic used last time to win. Blue is trying to control those champions this time.
Not gonna fall into the Cyanide trap here, hovering between Victor and Volibear. Down on that side, down by the V's in Champions League. Not gonna go for that one just yet. So Fnatic, of course, have that Lee Sin, and completely agree with the fact that when we saw yesterday Lee Sin locked in, we were like, I'm not sure how successful that's gonna be. He's not had a good season with Lee Sin. However, yesterday he came up big, had 19 assists and 11 KDA overall in that match against LMQ. Looks like it will be the bottom lane locked in here for Fnatic, then Janna and Tristana for Reckless.
And talking about, you know, focusing on those AD carries for late game team fights, looks like Fnatic are sort of switching shoes here with Blue and going with that Tristana. They will have that mid-game dip. They'll have to get him past. Pairing Tristana with Janna does definitely bring about a pretty strong duo lane though. So we'll see how they fare, because Deft, he's been switching between not Corki and Jinx, but Corki and Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I really wonder which one he's going to go for, too. I feel like with things that he's had success on, Corki would be the logical choice, since Fnatic's already going a little bit more to the late game with Trist, and because after Deft lost the last game to Fnatic, he destroyed on Corki, something like 14-1. It would make sense if they try and just destroy the mid game the instant they see the Trist pick.
Well, it looks like it. Hovering over Rumble would not hurt that mid game either. Several teams have used that strategy so far, but the last minute switch to Maokai, a little bit later, but still very strong for team fights.
And being a good pick for them as well, 5-0-9 in the one game. And you mentioned Deft there on Corki, 16-1-6 in that kind of beat down after they lost to Fnatic in their next encounter. We'll see if he could continue that trend here. And you've got to be fearful of a play like Deft when he's already shown that kind of performance on that champion.
Well, again, it's shaping up here for Blue to be a two-threat team. It's going to be about Deft and Dade dealing the damage in that late game. A lot of weight on Deft's shoulders. As you said, he has a really, really big portion of the team's damage dealt. The average is 31% for AD carries.
Yeah.
But you mentioned he's over half.
Yeah, and at least Blue has a ton of area of effect damage here, just with Corki Maokai, almost irregardless of their mid lane pick. Fnatic's going to have to come up with a strategy in these last two picks. If they pick Zed, it's going to be very split push focused actually, and they're going to need to completely focus on disengage. That's what they do.
It's interesting because Rumble and Zed want to do fairly different things, but Zed is strong as well once he gets his first item. Whoa!
One thing I will say is that Rumble is pretty good when the enemy team tries to dive on you, at least at trying to punish them for it. I just don't know if Fnatic has enough auxiliary damage outside of him with Janna, Lee Sin, and a mid-game power dip and Trist they're going to be in a very dangerous position the instant they try and start split pushing with Zed, especially if Dade picks Talon for an even more potent dive.
Could be interesting, this one as well. And building a similar composition to that win against LMQ that we were talking about before, where Def went 16-1-6. They had the Thresh support, Maokai top lane in that one as well. They had Yasuo in the mid lane, which of course is banned away this time by Fnatic. And the question is, where will Dade land? Talon seems to be the choice.
And this Fnatic team, okay, so it is going to be Talon to go into that Zed. We've had a lot of discussion about the Zed and Talon matchup. It hasn't shown to be quite as one-sided as we've heard. There are several things here. Talon, we've seen a lot of the successful Talons that are going against Zed use their ultimate very, very early in lane, you know, shove it and get harassed at the same time. But if you do that, then you leave yourself vulnerable to Zed. But as far as the whole team here from Fnatic, the Rumble seems a bit out of place. They have a lot of knockbacks and, you know, protective spells they can use, but nothing really to hold anyone down on that Rumble ultimate. So it's going to be up to Soaz to fit that in a very small corridor or somehow use these knockbacks and kicks to kick people onto it, because that's going to be very difficult.
I would have to just say it might just be because Soaz hasn't found success on his other champions. He's not going to pick Lulu again. And Rumble has found success against Maokai, so it's kind of just a pick for the matchup here, and they're hoping it works out in the overall context of the game.
And I think there's no doubt that Soaz is a huge part of this team as well. When he's playing well, Fnatic are generally doing well, but I have to say I've seen Soaz hanging around this morning, and he looks very, very nervous. Of course, Fnatic have to win this game, and even then, it's not even in their own hands.
And what a situation to be in, where in order to even have a chance of making it out of the group, they have to beat Samsung Blue twice in a row. It's a ridiculous situation they put themselves in.
Yeah, I mean, everybody here at Worlds has been through just a roller coaster of emotions, but especially this Fnatic team.
Well, as both teams prepare to face off, we want to know who you guys think will come out ahead in this one. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag FNC win or SSB win, and we'll see who you think is the stronger team as we get into game. It's a big one, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic versus Samsung Blue. All on the line here for Fnatic. Can they pull it off? We're going to find out.
I was actually a little giddy last night thinking about the games that we were going to get to see. This matchup, could Fnatic upset Samsung Blue again? The next matchup between Cloud9 and NaJin White Shield. I wasn't even considering the fact that Kabum would win a game today. Everything has delivered thus far. I want to see if these games do as well.
Yeah, group stages at this World have been so exciting. We thought we had seen the big upset in the last couple of groups.
They just keep
when
happening.
AHQ took down the #1 seed from China, Edward Gaming. But then Kabum one-ups them. Let's see if Fnatic can actually repeat their upset against Blue.
And obviously, it's going to be very heavily about the AD carries. Both of these guys have bounced back after some pretty devastating losses. Yellowstar's caught way out of position. Hart with a beautiful flank.
He's miles away from everything. There is a flay coming in, but they're going to try and close him off before he gets to the tower. Exhaust used. He's going down. It's going to be Talon to get first blood. Meanwhile, Fnatic trying here on the top side to get into Acorn, but what a disastrous start, and it might not be over. Well, it will. Hart's all on his own there. He's not going to be able to take down Peke, but what a crazy start.
How in the world did Hart get into position there? I'm going to have to go back and check and give you guys an update, because it was a remarkable flank there. Yellowstar had no idea.
They did not cover every entrance here into their side of the jungle with the defensive warding. And Fnatic do give up that first blood. That is really going to swing
Watching it again,
Talon Zed matchup.
Watching it again, Hart walked right in through the front door where everyone normally invades, and then just walked around the red buff in order to get the kill. There just wasn't that one defensive river ward you normally see from a team, and it ends up costing Fnatic.
Yeah, first one there. Early Bird does get the worm. Yellowstar now under attack again. Looks like it will be the lane swap call here from Blue.
Could be so dangerous. They're going to fight over that Blue. A big damage coming in there from Def with the phosphorus bomb. Cyanide actually going very deep from this one. Acorn in there. Cyanide having to flash away. Def has gone low. There's another phosphorus bomb coming in. Hart will get the summon to heal there from his AD carry, but he's going to go down, and it's Soaz that takes the kill. 2.5 minutes in, we're tied on kills at 1-1. Might not be over just yet. Def trying to recall there, but they're going to try and hold him down. Soaz, nice flash from Def, gets him away from the harpoon slow.
An inch away from being able to close that one in. And in a sense, Fnatic equalizes that early first blood by getting one back, but it really depends about the buff control and how they manage their experience at this point.
Yeah, you can see it was a very quick call for Fnatic to go invade this red buff because they knew that their bottom side was open to blue and Spirit would rush in to grab that red buff. Now he's coming around for the level 3 gank.
The biggest thing that I actually see in all this is for once, Deft wasn't farming his lane at level 1. He is at 0 CS, 3 minutes and 10 seconds into the game, and considering Blue completely relies upon him, the fact that Reckless was in the lane shoving and Deft was in the jungle invading will put Reckless in a potential edge.
Yeah, remember, this is a 2-threat team here for Blue. It's going to be a lot more on Dade's shoulders, and he got that first blood. So it's going to be a lot about how can Dade snowball Talon. This is a very snowbally assassin. Starting out with first blood and the extra flask for his laning phase should do wonders for him. Also, you mentioned the area of effect already when they only had Maokai and Corki on this team. Talon, not only is he good at roaming and assassinating people, but even in the team fights, for an assassin, he does much more area of effect damage than you usually get from an assassin.
Just about to say there are pressure in there. You do see Deft onto the Fnatic tower. Actually get a key deep ward in there, which will spot Cyanide coming earlier on. We are also
the
seeing
dive.
Spirit moving down to that bottom lane, and they're gonna go here. Oh, with a flash cocoon doesn't land. It's Spirit that's tanking up the turret. They'll juggle that one off, but Spirit going crucially low from that one. Soaz just walking rings around them.
Soaz quite clever there, skilling up his shield second despite not having a point in Flame Splitter because he knew he might get dove there. The fact that he was also able to avoid the flash cocoon, which to be fair, Spirit should have landed, saves his skin.
Yeah, that was definitely a fumble there by Spirit. And again, back to the picks and bans where they ban Kha'Zix once again and they take away Lee Sin, forcing Spirit onto something else.
I'm back to the video where Spirit said, "Follow me, Deft, and we'll not have those problems
not into the turret
ever again." Yeah. Well, didn't quite work out as intended there.
Don't make promises that you can't keep.
Well, he didn't die yet. He's not crying yet. Okay, we're getting a little ahead of here.
Let's have a look now while we're on the topic of definitely AD carries. 29, 30 CS to 15. There's Yellow Star here.
Oh, patient Heart.
Get some wards down. Actually, we'll throw the Howling Gale. Heart just going to go through that. There is the hook coming down, but there's no one really there to give Heart the back over. There's the Lantern. They're going to try to pull in one man, but that won't be enough. Cyanide and Peke had already reacted to that one and tried to come around as well.
Please, nobody there to back up Heart on his solo play. All right, let's check in on those side lanes. So because Soaz didn't go down, he's been able to keep up an experience. But again, Corki doing a pretty good job trying to keep him off the minion wave. Up top as well, we mentioned Reckless did get to start in that lane, so he got those early minions and then came down for part of that kill. He's doing very well right now. He has the experience lead over Acorn.
Yeah, and he's also saving his skill points, actually. He's got 1 point in Q and 1 point in W, and 3 unspent points because he doesn't want to unnecessarily shove the wave. He was trying to freeze it for quite some time. When he decides to go aggressive, he'll have that huge jump in power.
They're playing this very defensively, too, because they don't have an extra ward, and Yellow Star still feeling fairly vulnerable because he's been roaming so much, sitting at that level 2. It always helps when you do have a range support as well to go along with a melee top laner. They can CS much more effectively.
Yeah, you can see he just jumped all 3 points into explosive shot there since he was trying to get into the turret. This map is still really wide open. I think experience-wise, Fnatic will have a bit of an edge, but experience-wise, Fnatic has an edge, CS-wise, Blue has an edge.
I mean, I think the biggest point is that this Tristana is having a very good start here for Fnatic. Meanwhile, once again, for Blue, it's going to be Dade. Can he start roaming around with his talent and making some plays because of that first blood? So far, it didn't really swing the CS in the mid lane towards Dade's favor. So far, so good for Fnatic's point of view. Deft down bottom, though, level 6 Corki, that's really hard to lane against whoever goes down there. So I was going to head back and have a hard time.
Yeah, only 13 CS up until now. Going to that Haunting Guys first of all, but let's see that Deft brought that CS back to just a 10 difference and will continue to do well there as Reckless throwing everything at Acorn will knock him away from the tower. Fnatic might want to look to get a bit of damage on that.
On Dragon.
We can see, yeah, Dragon going. They've seen the recalls on that top side. There is a ward in Dragon. Seems to be enough to stop Blue from doing it.
Look at Heart still up top, though. Since he's babysitting Acorn, Blue don't actually have the numbers advantage, even though they've got the top laner with teleport. The duo lane up here for Blue, support and top laner, they cannot force that Dragon. So as almost to that level 6.2, that will be a huge, huge amount of control for Fnatic on the bottom side.
Yeah, the top lane having the teleport though versus Fnatic just having Reckless up there definitely opens up a big Dragon vulnerability. But now it's completely gone actually. Blue really just not using Dragon as a priority right now. It looks like they're content here with the laning game.
Reckless has to be careful here. Now, we haven't seen as much roaming from Heart as I would have expected. Staying up there for a very long time. And, you know, now that they have used that teleports, it's 2 people committed up to that top side. Let's see what Fnatic can do with this. Maybe at least regain control of vision coverage on the bottom side of the map. Now Heart recalls.
You're not going to see a bit of a swap around in lanes as well. Look at Reckless and Yellowstar. They're headed to the mid lane, and Peke's gone up to the top lane. So just switching things around there a little bit.
I think they may have juked Fnatic here. Peke up top showing. Acorn actually goes back to defend. He doesn't have any armor yet, still with the fairly squishy Catalyst. Peke going to try and make use of that Zed split push really early on. This isn't even that first item we were talking about. This is just the first half of an item here. Cutlass completed.
Maybe Fnatic is thinking of a 1-3-1 split push as well if they want to try and get Trist going a little bit as well. However, they just don't seem to have the main team damage if that happens. I'm thinking they're kind of pushing Blue into a little bit of an uncomfortable situation here, specifically since Acorn was so under-farmed in a sense on a top laner. This game, it's more farmed than usual because he's at 50 CS, but with just the Catalyst, he can't do much.
Yeah, and because of the level discrepancy, you know, a level 8 Zed versus a 6 Maokai, that kill pressure is really, really threatening. 3 people committed up top, though. Blue decides to take that trade. They'll go for this Dragon. See how much Fnatic are going to get on that top side. Duo farming it now, and they don't shove it too quickly into the turret. Turret's pretty low, though. They should be able to answer.
Probably going to be a trade.
Yeah.
It depends, though, how quickly Blue decides to shove their own bottom lane and how much pressure they can put on Soaz. Otherwise, it will basically be a turret trade plus the Dragon for Samsung Blue. They do seem to have the superior amount of pressure because for some reason, Yellowstar is aiding Reckless when he doesn't really need to be.
And you said that Hearts almost surprised you in the way they...
Oh!
Soaz gonna find Spirit here. Gets that kill as well. And that was strange. Samsung
That
Blue,
was a lot of damage.
Yeah, I thought they got Soaz away from that area of the map just with Heart's presence. Cyanide was hanging around as well, and just in the 1 versus 1, is Danny going to take the jump in? Going for Cyanide! That is a brilliant move from Blue.
Just striking directly back. 2-0 now for Dade. He had a pretty good game earlier on in the day on Cast, and it seems like he may be out of his group stage funk.
Now, they did catch Spirit in that red side jungle, but they still had vision, and so Dade makes the move, uses his ultimate, though. As we said, Talon without ultimate, very vulnerable to Zed.
Not a problem when Zed isn't around. Catching out Cyanide there in that jungle area. Peke got the edge here over Dade because of that free time he had in the top lane. Sat at 90 to 83 experience. Meanwhile, Deft will be able to finish off the first tower of the game here for Samsung Blue. Just making sure that those minions go down and the wave goes through. I believe he did group them, actually. Pulled them off and went into the brush, so see if that holds at that midway point. A Spirit here going to get knocked up. Cyanide actually hop into the ward, but the Q misses. Peke is going to be coming around the side, though. But look at the closing. Samsung Blue want to go at this. There is the death mark coming onto Spirit. Peke using that pretty much defensively, but it's knocked back. Howling Gale comes in. Dade will dive in. He will actually end up going down, but the hook onto Yellowstar.
So I love to be coming up.
Can they actually pull this one off? Spirit going to try and do that equalizer, and that will stop the chase.
Woo, that Rumble ulti just came off cooldown. Here comes Reckless and Deft joining at the same time, so nobody else should fight.
Yeah, you can definitely see Fnatic running away a little bit on that one. A pretty great escape attempt by Peke and a nice kill going to Acorn as well. Him being tanky will be incredibly potent if Blue needs to turret dive later in the game.
Can they hold this tower though? Problem with Deft in there, who's already Phage and Sheen gonna be taking chunks out of Fnatic with those ultimate rockets. In the end though, Fnatic do send Reckless back and they're able to clear out those waves. But if you look at the overall story in this one, 1,000 gold is what separates the two teams. Tied up there in kills, tied up in turrets as well. Just the Dragon separating them.
All right, so you mentioned Acorn starting to get fairly strong. He does have a completed Rod of Ages now and a lane pushed up all the way in his territory to farm up. Yeah. Meanwhile, they've also got Dade with a split pushing Hydra completed now on Talon, so he can annihilate waves very quickly. Soaz here takes Deft down to half and they catch Heart.
Heart in all kinds of trouble. There are 3 men on top of him. Should be enough control, and it's Reckless that gets it. There's the reset to jump back to that mid lane, but Deft had already run away. That's a catch for Fnatic.
These are the dangers of overextending when you have your top laner up on the top side by himself. We talked about that large wave for Acorn up there. Blue, the 4-man team, makes an aggressive move on the other side of the map where they're outnumbered. Heart gets picked inside the Fnatic jungle.
And I think another thing we have to talk about is just nerves. We saw in the Blue game versus LMQ, there were a few uncharacteristic mistakes by both sides. Ackerman had that weird rumble ult. Blue was making some strange decisions, and I think we're seeing that here as well. Heart trying to overward where he really didn't have the backup ward coverage or the backup as far as his teammates are concerned, and it opens a vulnerability in Blue's shell.
Fnatic here as well with the Zed Janna combo. Those shields add a lot to his burst potential. And it's very easy for him to dive very, very deep and come out back to Janna for protection. You can see that the ward coverage that they've set up as well, Fnatic do not want to give up the second dragon. They're trying to fight back here. Gets a preliminary ring of wards around that dragon pit to see where Blue's next layer are placed.
Well, they've done well on their side of that dragon pit. Managed to clear things out. Obviously, they'd seen that Heart was headed over there before. Wanted to make sure that they have full control.
Failed shadow doesn't matter.
and moving down surely now onto the outside. In fact, Cyanide may just prove it if they go towards the equalizer. Was a misclick. Surely that was a misclick.
What is it about equalizers against this Samsung Blue team? Another big whip. I think he was expecting the ultimate to knock him back in a different direction or something, but it was still a big miss there by Soaz.
Okay, so to be fair, Rumble Ultimate is one of the hardest skills to aim in the game, but really these are professional players who have played Rumble many, many times, and we have seen uncharacteristic Rumble Ultimates today. Talk about those nerves. Those cannot be overstated. The nerves up on the last day of group stages, all of these teams feeling tremendous pressure.
None more so than Fnatic. I mean, they have to win here against what everyone had pitted as the team from Group C. Fnatic already beat them though, so, you know, I'm sure that gave them that extra little boost of confidence that they needed coming into today's must-win match, but currently they are behind by 1,200, 300 gold.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams so emotionally invested in this. We've seen both of these teams have players tiers up there on the stage.
And then come back huge in the next game as well. I mean, this dragon fight is going to be absolutely insane. They know that Soaz's equalizer is down for a short time, so if they rush it now, they can force Fnatic, I feel like, completely away.
Yeah, he has a teleport, but you don't want to use that unnecessarily. Right now, he's heading up top. Fnatic might just give this one away. Soaz has only 15 seconds left on this ulti,
You can make it pretty quick, but Samsung Blue does count ultimate cooldowns very well as a team. They're just going now, even without Heart there, since they know Heart backed on a pink ward, the threat of all of them being there is real, plus they can now counter the potential invade a little bit with some vision.
What's the move from Fnatic? They are pushing that top wave out. They've got Reckless and Cyanide on that top side of the map, but the flash into the hook onto Cyanide. There is a twisted advance. The box is down, and Cyanide picked up by a rocket there from Deft as he comes up to join the party. And now Samsung Blue with a man advantage might look to push this mid wave down. There's a TP actually coming into bottom to save it.
The overall map play by Samsung Blue right there was just extraordinary, using the pink ward to fake the recall of Heart, having Heart go to the collapse point, and then still having Acorn's teleport to guard the bottom lane split push. They did everything right there.
They not only got the dragon and saved the huge wave bottom, but they also picked Cyanide for the red steal there. What a play from Samsung Blue. They controlled literally the whole map at the same time.
Bringing Dade there back behind the tower with the lantern. Will allow them to clear things out before Fnatic could actually get on top of it and do the damage. Just want to touch on the top laners at this point and where they're at, because 124 to just 67 CS in favor of Acorn. Those 3 kills though helping out SOAS, no doubt about that.
Even with the 3 kills though, Joe, he's still down about 1,000 gold to Acorn. And we can use this to talk about what's gone right for Samsung Blue and what's gone right for Fnatic. At the moment, Acorn is way more farmed, way more leveled than he's pretty much been this entire group stage, and that's great in the sense that they need a strong tank to be able to dive when they have those pressure points. For Fnatic though, Reckless is actually bypassing that mid-game power point relatively well. It's just the farm is not necessarily on the right people for Fnatic. They would rather have Zed be 3-0 because he's the guy who's going to have to split push. A farm Rumble generally wants to team fight, which, as we said, Rumble not really fitting with Fnatic's team composition. Team fighting's not what they want to do against a fed Maokai.
Plus, if Peke does go and split push, the mobility boots have been completed on Talon, so if Zed is split pushing against one person already, if that's Acorn, Acorn can set up that gank really easily. One twisted advance and a Moby boots Talon coming in, that would be a dead split pusher. So he's got to be very, very careful with this. Fnatic have to ward extensively if they want to pull that off.
Well, they're going to try and do that, certainly with double Spirit Stones down. The same on the other side. Sight Stone, sorry. And Deft, ooh, you coming out from Cyanide as they're just fighting over that vision control in the side brush on River. But Deft using a quick Valkyrie just to get over the top of the wall, make sure that it doesn't take too much damage from it. And I have to say, so far, Heart being a real highlight for me in this Samsung Blue team. Always there, seemingly, to either bring people into fights or take them out.
And this would be the point in the game where Heart needs to bring people into fights. Deft just finishes Trinity Force. Dade's got his Shadow use Brutalizer. It's all about finding fights.
Deathmark going down, but is it going to be enough? Dade is going to be... Whoa! Peke! Oh, the Ignite! Not enough to finish off either. The burst, just enough to get Peke the kill and survive.
What a pure outplay from Peke. We have to see that one again in slow-mo. He already had used his Shadow, and Talon got the silence off on him, yet he still won the fight. Amazing.
Just because he was able to flash away at the last second and avoid Dade's auto attack. Still doesn't tick out, but let's see how Fnatic can hold off this dive if Acorn
does have teleports, so if they dove under the turret, he could join the team, but they're spread out very thin here.
Peke going to be taking that bottom turret after that 1 versus 1 victory over Dade. And just showing that Peke, you know, despite being around for so long, still has the moves when it really comes down to it. Samsung Blue, though, here looking to come in from behind.
They're flanking pretty well. Cyanide's in trouble once again. Should be enough.
Moby boots Talon!
There we go, Dade. Where's he going to go to? Cyanide actually will queue over onto the red buff, and that gets him out of range of danger. SOAS has come down as well. There's the knockup, but Acorn's not really the target that they're going to be able to take down quick enough, but they will be trying to steal this red buff away. That goes to death.
In the jungle, SOAS could actually get a good equalizer here too. We talked about how hard it's going to be for him to land those good equalizers against this team. In those small jungle corridors would be the best opportunity for him. But Blue are able to steal that red and get out. Man, was Cyanide lucky Blue was up. Or red was up.
Yeah, we'll get to see this 1v1 again. So the Shadow goes down, immediately Dade sees him.
I think he canceled his auto attack there too. Using great ulti from Peke.
While Dade was in his own ultimate to avoid the second part of the damage. And then this flash, plus he landed his spell right as his Deathmark procced. Could not have timed it any differently and still survived.
Amazing 1 versus 1 play there out of XP.
Dead now though.
But he is dead now.
Yeah. In the context of the replay.
He survived. Oh, there's Acorn, but where's your damage? Lee Sin and Janet going to take down this Maokai with the Glacial Shroud with the Rod of Ages. And look at the move from Deft here. He's coming in towards that top side. Reckless is actually there as well. So the 3-on-2, I think Fnatic will back away from.
That Janet move speed doing wonders for them to retreat here. But Blue are not giving up on this siege. They're keeping several members here, and they're looking to extend this vision coverage. They've got very deep coverage on Blue side.
You can just see with the mobility boots Talon, and the general ward coverage that Blue have acquired, their map control is just really great right now. Even when Fnatic tries to collapse on Acorn, they were still not able to, and Rumble Ult's being burdened just to try and save turrets. That opens up a free dragon for Blue.
Yeah, it just spawned now. There's no way that Fnatic can actually fight that. So they have to think now, we're giving up this dragon, we gotta trade something for it. They send 2 members top for a little bit of extra pressure, but Acorn is so tanky now. You can't dive him, and he does have a lot of AoE. He can clear at the tower. So another uncontested dragon for Blue that will really be unanswered by Fnatic, and they have to worry about the repercussions of 2 people top showing. It's just Heart again.
Oh, Reckless. Oh, will knock him actually against the wall and not away as he would have liked. Twister advance comes in. Phosphorus bomb comes down. He was focusing hard, but not enough damage there from Reckless. You can see on his camera, bottom left, not happy about being caught that far up the lane.
I mean, it was also just a spectacular flash by Hart. The only thing that saved Reckless there is if he's able to ult him away. But Hart saw the play coming, was able to bring in the backup, and it puts Deft in a pretty strong place of mid-game power. Reckless was just trying to farm just that little bit so he can get his Infinity Edge, but it ends up costing him his life.
And again, even though Blue commit 3 people top, there's no pressure from Fnatic. They can't get anything back off of this. Peke split push is stunted right here. Dade comes over in time, cleans it up. Another pretty big lead here for Blue.
The map control, just controlling each and every lane. Right now is the moment Fnatic can't safely farm their lanes, which is why the gold lead is ballooning so much for Blue.
Look at the wards as well on the top side of Blue's map. Have complete vision control there. Bottom side's a little bit of a different story. That's mostly because Yellow Star is down there right now getting that vision in place.
And think about it, they already took Dragon, so Blue don't really have to waste time and money warding on that side of the map anymore. They've got so much control on the top side. Really, they're going to get the last mid turret here is the point of contest.
I feel like I've seen this before. Rumble using his equalizer again to try and save that mid turret. That's just making it so much that Fnatic can never even think about counter team fighting if they're using that Rumble ultimate to clear waves, but they're just trying to get that Tristana to turn on, and it's just taking forever.
And in that time, Def just going from tower to tower, picking up those objectives, getting this red buff now as well. It's a 5,000 gold lead for Samsung Blue. Still fairly close here in the kills, and if you look, Soaz, of course, the one that picked up most of those for Fnatic, got his Leandris now in there, got himself a needlessly large rod as well, so will be doing decent amounts of damage. The question from that is, what can Fnatic use that for? When the fact is, they probably don't want to go head-to-head with Samsung Blue.
Yeah, exactly. It's fairly easy for Dade to juke it. It's fairly easy for Def to juke the ultimate, and Acorn's going to be alive this entire team fight. So it looks very, very dire here for Fnatic.
And you can see Blue is just kind of turning it on. They only have lost that one game to Fnatic this entire group stage. They had a slightly shaky early game against LMQ, and they're just trying to bring it together. You know, they were not wanting to lose a single game in the group stage here, but this game, their map control, their itemization builds have been really on point, and they're definitely executing on this strong roaming mid game that they're going to have. Blade the Ruin King now finished on 2, Deft, Acorn with the Frozen Heart. The pressure's not going to relent from Samsung Blue.
Megatron Cloak as well for Acorn, so going with a bit of magic with this, which means Soaz going to be a lot less effective in theory. Okay, also added a pickaxe now on top of that Ghost Blade and the Blade of the Ruin King, but honestly, he's not been able to push too far up the map at any real time. Yeah, he managed to get that bottom outer turret after he won that 1 versus 1 against Dade, but it's behind at this point, and the pressure that Samsung Blue are putting on them means that Peke just can't get into a position to do anything on the split push.
Yeah, Blue are splitting here because the wave clear is still very limited for Fnatic. They've got Zed.
Going in towards Dade. Is he going to go down? Certainly looks that way. It will be the death mark from Peke to finish off. Took 2 of them. Will Samsung Blue try and push that pressure back in mid? Doesn't actually look like it.
I feel like that's how most of those split push battles are going to go between Dade and Peke. Only when someone brings backup are we going to see a real big fight, because they're too explosive for each other to really want to actually commit on. I think the person who commits can get counterplayed a little bit by the opponent, whether it's Dade going into stealth on the Deathmark or Peke using the Deathmark while Dade goes into stealth. They kind of need a friend to pull off the right 1v1. That was just a nice collapse by Fnatic.
Yeah, Prawley on desk was saying it's pretty much whoever of these two assassins uses their ult first is kind of going to be at a disadvantage in that. And we did see that in the first matchup between those two guys.
Yeah.
Dade used his ult first and ended up going down.
Battle of nerves almost.
Yeah.
To say, okay, who can hold out the longest? Take advantage of the opponent going a little bit too deep early on. Right now though, Peke has been joined by Reckless and Cyanide. Look at this, they're going for the inner tower, but Blue say, you take that, we're having a Baron.
And they'll be able to get back and defend this inhibitor. Oh no, they won't. It's going down pretty
has
slow.
done this type of play before where they try and trade inhibitor turrets for the Baron. They did it in their game against OMG. Let's see how long Soaz can interrupt these recalls. He does have Equalizer, and he does not want to get caught.
Gotta worry about the hook, though. Fnatic pressing in.
Yeah, going on to Acorn here. That's not really going to do much damage to him, but it's all about the tower. They kill off Rumble. Can they get the in? If they do, Fnatic trade Baron for the inhibitor in that bottom lane.
Can they chase here, though? It looks like the three-man squad all need to heal up. So Fnatic do get away with the trade at the cost of Soaz's life. So that's really the best of a bad situation. There's no way they could have stopped that Baron, and it was a good exchange considering how far they were down.
And Fnatic can't teamfight Samsung Blue. They need Reckless to be ridiculously strong. If they can sneak this Dragon as well, the gold will be normal. And at this point, it's going to be all about what Samsung Blue can do while the Baron buff is on them. If it falls off without them taking a couple of turrets or a big-time one-team fight, Fnatic made a great trade there.
Now they need to get really far back inside the base, though. Everybody has to get back and heal and defend the second line of turrets. If they can defend that second line, then they'll be okay. All right, so Soaz, as he said, he's trying to delay these backs. He does get very close, and he does a decent amount of damage to delay them long enough for that inhibitor to go down. He got everybody so low. You can see the effect of Rumble.
If he had one other person with him, they could have got a triple kill at that point. But obviously, Fnatic had sights on the inhibitor.
And that's why everyone talks about the team fighting of Rumble. The only reason everybody did stand on it there, though, is because they knew nobody else was going to be there. So like, okay, whatever, he'll get us all low, but nobody's going down.
Once again looking for Peke. Actually lands the hook straight through the wall. I'm not sure about following through, but Dade will join in, and Peke goes down the death mark. Not going to really dent Heart. And now they've got full pressure inside the red side of Fnatic's jungle with minion waves coming towards that inner bottom turret.
Heart is just a spectacular playmaker right here, and that's kind of exactly what Fnatic did not want to happen. Luckily, though, it happened in the lane where super minions were aiding Fnatic, so it will take probably the entire death timer of Peke to set up a proper push for Blue.
Definitely validating the first round pick here for Thresh. Once again, both teams really highly prioritizing that champion. And as we've heard so many times, all of these world level top support players have been changing games with this champion.
Yep. Especially in these last two groups. I mean,
look at that. It's even blind.
He saw him go around the corner. He's like, I guess he'll be there.
That's just great prediction.
With the lantern, too.
Yeah. And Peke uses Shadow still as the ride from the death sentence was in motion from Heart, so he got to go with them, traveling the distance of the Shadow Dash as well.
That was like beyond max range of both the death sentence follow and the lantern, because the timing was just right. The chains of both of the spells hadn't broken.
And because Dade had that extra out-of-combat speed, he was able to get to the lantern just in time. That was ridiculous.
Went perfectly right for Blue for the one kill, except they weren't able to even get objectives after the fact.
No, and you know, I even said the minions are coming their way, the way that Dade was actually so far stood up the lane there. And then, of course, you realize that Fnatic have already taken down that bottom inhibitor, and that the super minions had pushed quite far back in that lane as they continue to do, once again, reaching that halfway point. And Fnatic, I think, have said, look, guys, we can't afford to lose control of our jungle, and to get that back, we're going to have to go as a full 5-man team. Clear everything out there, and in the meantime, Samsung Blue are just getting the top side all to themselves.
Yeah, Blue kind of still have to split up a bit here. It's very hard for them to dive against a Janna, especially since after the Janna can reset the fight, then Soaz can lay down his ultimate if there's any sort of re-engage. So it's really dangerous here for Blue to try and crack in through these second line of turrets.
If somehow Blue can find that organized team fight, though, with Acorn in the front line zoning out Reckless. Even though Reckless has his last Whisper, there is 272 armor plus the auto attack damage reduction of the Ninja Tabi on Acorn's Maokai. He is an absolute brick right now, and it will take so long to take him down.
Samsung Blue now moving in towards the inner turret in the top lane thanks to Deft, who had gone back to push that wave up completely. Dade waiting off to the side. So has it also decided to come in from the jungle angle to defend that tower, but it's already down to half with that single wave going through.
There's a lot of pressure on Yellow Star's shoulders right now to pull off this defense. The entire team of Fnatic have to watch out constantly for the Thresh Hook and the Elise Cocoons. If somebody's out of position, a lot of burst damage from Blue.
So hard to defend.
Oh, there's two!
Give it up.
Well, coming on to Soaz, Cyanide will have to back off somewhat. Deft not scared here of tanking up the turret, getting those shields his way. And, well, in the end, I think without that Janna shield, would have probably just stuck around to get the tower.
Mid-game double buff Corki is such a beast here. That blue buff, he can continue to spam rockets during the siege. He opens up windows for both the Cocoon and the Death Sentence to get through. And then he gets Sheen. Or no, yeah, Trinity Force empowered auto attacks off on the turret.
Yeah,
there goes.
Dade there throwing 2 men away.
There goes
There's
Peke.
Equalizer coming down. Who are they going to go for? Cyanide was trying to get in. Acorn actually dived pretty deep. Soaz here caught all on his own on the backside. He will be the focus for now. Monsoon comes in. There will be the Zonyas, but Soaz will go down. That's a 2-for-1 for now.
And Peke fell on the other side trying to take down Dade. Reckless had no flash from the previous hook that he had to dodge. Big fight for Blue there. It was pretty organized for them. Acorn did not take much damage.
Yep, that's going to be this Nexus or inhibitor turret going down here. I think that Fnatic engaged that fight because they thought Peke was coming around for the flank, but Peke got cut off by Dade, forced into that 1-versus-1.
And that inhibitor is going to fall here. Nothing that they can do to stop that one happening. Samsung Blue bursting through the base. Now have a 7,000 gold lead, 10-7 up. Look at the Baron timer as well, less than a minute until that comes into play. And Samsung Blue have been on the offensive for quite a while here and should have a good amount of cash to go home and actually spend to come back just in time for the Baron.
Yeah, I really want to see that interception of Dade. So Peke actually turns back around, and Peke is the one that goes for it. He ults first.
Wow. So that's the thing about Dade's build right now. He has an Infinity Edge with the Ghost Blade, so if he turns to fight and he gets a crit on one of his abilities, it just devastates Peke in that 1v1.
Waiting for his dragon.
Now he's got a QSS, so I think he wins that duel from here on out.
QSS. Oh, Dade, here is a dragon, or at least the start of a dragon. Art and the rest of Samsung Blue, though, I feel are a little too slow to react and will take too long to get there. That will go over to Fnatic.
And I really
still holding on with a couple of dragon pickups.
Yeah, I think that Peke switching his targets there and going for Dade instead of joining the team is going to come back to haunt Fnatic. As you said, now Quicksilver Sash picked up. That is a huge game changer for the split push matchup. Baron control for Vision right now is in Fnatic's control, but it's so easy for Blue to take that over. They're the ones with the team fight.
Last time Fnatic was in position to trade an inhibitor. This time they don't have the wave management, and Blue can take the Baron honestly quite quickly. So Fnatic is in a really difficult situation. If they get caught out here, it is basically the game.
Getting it by the Q off Cyanide. Pushed that middle wave, or just pushing that middle wave on through. Fnatic trying to hold it as far up the lane as they possibly can. And these saplings keeping Peke at bay, and
Baron's going down so fast.
Samsung Blue, they sent Acorn to the front to just be an annoyance, basically. Meanwhile, 3 of the other players just moving into the Baron pit will start it off. Scrying up used, but they're too far away. It's another Baron for Samsung Blue.
You know a team is pulled far ahead when they can just take Baron straight up without trading a single objective or even really much farm to the enemy team. If Fnatic loses this one as well, they are eliminated from the World Championship, so they have to win.
Oh.
Oh. Yes.
Didn't quite end as they expected, though, did it? We are going to see Blue pushing in. Just notice, by the way, that Acorn now has a Thorn Mail, so, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do against him? Not a lot.
Well, 337 armor to go with that Thornmail. And the interesting thing about Thornmail is it returns the pre-mitigation damage. So Reckless will be doing a whole bunch of damage in just trying to kill Acorn.
Trying and hitting a brick wall though, I think. Of course, Acorn then will be able to also go under these towers without any problems whatsoever, without amount of armor. Let's see though how they crack these last two lanes. Dade already pushing up bottom, will actually be helped by his teammate who just zoned Fnatic completely away from that. Not I think that Fnatic would have come out of the base to try and defend that last inner turret, but now it's going to be Blue knocking on the door of Fnatic's base with that top lane pushing through his super minions.
Yep. Samsung Blue slowly closing the noose here. It's going to have to be Fnatic catching out Deft with some miraculous play here, bursting him down.
And this is what I liked so much about Blue's team comp, picking away Thresh and the Elise. Where are the spells to actually catch Deft? Cyanide would have to try and kick him backwards, but he could just get flashed in the process.
No chance there. Fnatic, in fact, decide we just have to leave this one. Second inhibitor is gonna go down for Samsung Blue. They can just go straight to the third one. As I mentioned before, Acorn can tank those turrets all day long. Actually, they're going to go to top because the inhibitor just respawning there, giving Fnatic a brief respite, but it looks like Samsung Blue could be picking up the victory, which would put Fnatic out of the World Championship.
What a roller coaster it has been for Fnatic. So many close games for them. Ups and downs. Being the first to upset Blue, the only team to take a game off of them.
And honestly, even though Blue, if they win this game, ends up 5-1 in the group, quite a journey for them as well. They had that really close game against LMQ. Fnatic dealt them a shocking defeat. They're going to be much stronger going into the bracket stage, having this group stage experience behind them.
Look at the damage coming through. Samsung Blue not scared whatsoever. Taking a couple of turret hits with that Baron buff still on them. There is Acorn, a big tree, tanking up the turret all day long. No problem whatsoever. It's basically Yellow Star that's keeping that turret alive for so long. Getting those shields in. Reckless, just be careful about stepping forward because I feel that Dade will jump him. But Acorn, well, he's not scared of anyone at this point.
Yep. Acorn able to tank turrets, the constant barrage of missiles with, again, Blue buff Corki here. One last inhibitor turret to go for Blue.
And if they just
there's the hook coming in. Cyanide gonna be an easy target. Surely, actually, he will go out trying to get the kickoff. And I tell you what, not doing bad there, but Dade will finish him off. Acorn at the back is tanking up 3 men. They kill him off, but also nearly dying all of them themselves. Couple of low men still here for Samsung Blue, but it's 4 versus 4.
Yeah, they have to take advantage of this window here. I mean, trading Cyanide for Acorn is a huge, good trade, but everybody got chunked in the process, and there are 2 lines of super
so
minions
hard.
into the
Reckless
base.
needs to be in 3 places at once right now, but he is in the mid lane right now. He's going to have to peel back almost immediately.
Base are going down at this point. We can see that inhibitor turret is still alive, but what's it going to cost them? The base is just falling from Fnatic. They're still trying to hold on to it. Peke and Soaz both got hardly any health remaining finally. Soaz does go back. There's the diving from Dade. Are they going to finish the Reckless? They do. He's definitely gets that one. He's not done just yet. He wants to kill Yellow Star. Get the big one! The big bomb comes through. That will kill Yellow Star. And Death still alive. They even turn around for another fight. Deathmark comes down, but he's dead. That will pop. Will he get the kill? No. And the hook afterwards from Hart. But Peke gets him. And they kill each other.
There's just Cyanide alive though for Fnatic and 2 members of Samsung Blue.
Acorn teleports in.
Acorn with the TP back in. They've got Spirit. They've got loads of super minions with them as well to help things off. And that's going to be the Nexus turrets going down. The Nexus itself will be focused here by Samsung Blue. They will be, of course, going through to the quarterfinals. But for Fnatic, the world's dream is over.
It's a tough loss for Fnatic, but also a redemption win for Samsung Blue. Dade, having not making it out of the group stage in the 2013 World Championship, goes 5-1 in the groups with his new team. Deft as well goes 6-1 in the victory, and they end Fnatic's World Championship hopes.
And a heartbreaking, and what a way to go out for Fnatic as well. Having to beat Samsung Blue was one thing, but being knocked out in the group stages after beating the top seed out of Korea in the group, the only team to have done it so far, is just a cruel way for Fnatic here.
And now we have this team right here, Samsung Blue, on a collision course with their sister team.
Yeah.
Poised to meet up.
With the way the brackets will fall in the quarterfinals, if blue and white both win their quarterfinal matchups, they would meet in the semifinals, but that's not quite the story here today. It's about all the opportunity here and the end of certain teams' journeys.
Not for Samsung Blue though. They're going to be going through. Fnatic, Season 1 champions, still with 2 men from that original roster. Not going to have a chance to go that far this year. And as I said, group of death is always going to be hard. When we saw that group come out, everyone was like, wow, who's going to come out of this one? People looked at Samsung Blue and said they are the big favorites in it. Up until, I'd say yesterday, after Fnatic beat them, there was some question marks, and it's not been 100% smooth sailing for Samsung Blue in their other games either.
It hasn't been 100% smooth sailing for anybody except maybe Samsung White over in the other groups.
Yeah. Since we got to Singapore, it's been rough waters right here. Honestly, though, just this means that the group of death here will come down to the second seed being the winner of the OMG LMQ game, which we have at the end of the day. That's going to be pretty crazy. Blue, of course, moves on as the #1 seed.
Absolutely incredible stuff here. And of course, the teams from those other groups that played last week in Taiwan will have been watching, albeit for a little bit later on in the tournament, since the A and B groups do cross over, and C and D will do exactly the same once we do get to Busan. But I think job done for Samsung Blue. They wanted to come in for, you know, and have a perfect record, but in the group of death, I think they can actually be fairly happy with the fact that they only lost the 1 game.
There were some really close games today as well. That LMQ game, I'm still wondering what would have happened if Ackerman's Rumble Ultimate was, you know, a screen off in the other direction.
Yeah, so many what ifs.
There's so many what ifs because Blue made a bunch of mistakes in that game as well. They've really just been trying to clean up and make their play much crisper because they need to make it crisper for their eventual goal of winning the World Championship.
Well, I mean, for Blue, they weren't even secure coming into today either. So, you know, they had 2 games against LMQ, against Fnatic. The LMQ game had its rough moments. They'd already lost to Fnatic. So I'm sure that from Blue's standpoint, they were not feeling 100% coming into today. We heard that they'd done a lot of training last night, though, to actually come through and have a good day today. Works out for them. They go 2-0. Fnatic, as we said, will be going home. We do, however, have Shocks for a post-game chat with one of the victors.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm joined here by Spirit after that victory over Fnatic. You did say in the pregame video you were going to dominate them. They put up a good fight, but how did you end up beating them?
그 사전 인터뷰 때 프나틱 상대로 압도적으로 이길 거라고 이제 말하셨는데 좀 경기가 어땠나요?
일단 경기 자체가 그렇게 사전 인터뷰처럼 압도적이진 않았고요. 근데 저희 팀원이 모두 잘해줘가지고 이렇게 이길 수 있었던 것 같네요.
The game was very hard. It wasn't as dominating as I thought, as I said in the pre-game interview. But my teammates played very well, so I think we were able to win because of them.
You also said you swore to protect Deft. Do you think you did a good job here in this game?
그 데프트 선수를 무조건 지켜주겠다고 말씀하셨었는데 어떻게 그 목표를 달성하신 것 같나요?
일단 이 경기에서 제가 데프트를 지켜줬다기보다는 혁규가 데프트가 저를 지켜준 것 같아요. 그 약속을 제가 못 지켰는데 8강전부터 이제 제가 데프트를 지킬 수 있도록 그 약속 지키도록 하겠습니다.
I think for this game, Deft actually protected me more. So I wasn't able to keep my promise, but hopefully from quarterfinals, I'll be able to protect him more, yeah.
Tell me about those quarterfinals, knowing that you guys had some really hard games here in the group stage. How do you reflect on that?
이번 조별 예선 때 되게 힘든 경기가 많았었는데 조별 예선에 대해서 좀 다시 한번 되짚어 주세요.
일단 C조에서 정말 많은 게임들이 있었는데 저희 팀이 확정되기 전까지도 정말 확정되는 날까지도 그렇게 간절히는 이런 점이 없었는데 일단 모든 팀들이 정말 대단한 팀인 것 같아요. 저희 팀도 저희 팀 나름대로 엄청나게 잘하지만 다른 팀도 다른 팀 나름대로 진짜 대단한 팀들인 것 같아요. 긴장해서 말이 잘 안 되는데 제 생각에 아마 이번 롤드컵 C조가 가장 정신없었던 그리고 예측하기 힘들었던 조가 아닌가 싶어요.
Okay, I think Group C, our group, was the hardest group to predict which teams would get out. Each team, they performed very well. They were all really good teams, including our team. So, yeah, I think until the match, we decided that we were at first place. Each game was very hard, and it was a very hard group to get out of.
Absolutely was. You guys did amazing. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And as for us, we're going to break down that game further over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And of course, just want to reiterate, with that loss, Fnatic's run at the 2014 World Championship is now over. Samsung Blue go 5-1 in the groups, and it looked a little close at the beginning. I feel like Samsung Blue is just one step ahead of Fnatic. Let's talk about some of the picks and bans and some of the strategy that they used to take down Fnatic. Despite Soa's getting some kills, he really struggled on that Rumble.
So the one thing I really like was the fact that Samsung Blue banned away the Lucian away from Reckless. The only weakness we've really ever seen from Samsung Blue is getting snowballed on early game. They removed the big snowbally AD carry. We saw Peke make good moves. We saw Soaz start 3-0. We saw Cyanide make good ganks. But Reckless is stuck farming in the bottom lane. And he still opted to pick Tristana second round. I would like to see him find more champions, like maybe bring out Caitlyn, even though she's not that common, because strategically you're going to beat this team by pushing things down in 25 minutes, and that's where I would have liked to see Fnatic go.
I'm glad you mentioned the Reckless point. Reckless did not win a game when he did not play Lucian. The only wins Fnatic have is when he's on that single champion. We saw him struggle on the Tristana in other matches. Samsung Blue did some good early game shenanigans. Let's pull up the first replay that I think Crepo was quite excited about. And Crepo, you can talk us through this.
Yeah, so first of all, Yellow Star gets caught here, so we could run the clip already, and I'll talk over everything else I want to do. So he tries to sweep that ward, and then eventually he'll get caught going back into the jungle, I believe. Hard double checks with his sweeper that is there, and then they kind of get surprised that Yellow Star finds himself all the way in the jungle. He completely loops around. And yeah, this is just not good play. You need to respect the entrances to your jungle. Yellowstar completely doesn't expect him to be here. I think if he went left and flashed over the wall anyways, he would have lived. So this is just you're not used to that. You know, you play your scrims all the time and then you just get caught out.
Yeah, not only that, but this is what happens when you, let's pause this real quick. This is what happens when you have sometimes, when you take that early sweeper, you actually sometimes can't ward all your entrances. And so you leave yourself vulnerable to those kind of plays.
So yeah, we can roll the clip again. This is actually the main point I wanted to say is Fnatic, basically, they react really well, and on the top side, they catch out Acorn. So both teams actually don't play safe enough, you know, not enough respect for the possibilities of being caught. Reckless blows a jump early here and he's killing W, but that'll come in handy when Samsung actually decides to 3v1 invade and tries to debuff Fnatic, and they bite off a little more than you can chew. Just look at what Reckless does here. This is so unexpected for an AD carry to come down after freezing so quickly, and then he'll just go full man mode and jump on 3 people as an AD carry, and I really like that play because this basically gets Fnatic back into the game. If this invade works well for Blue, Fnatic gets 3-buffed and they completely lose out, and yeah, Cyanide makes it out by the skin of his teeth. Def goes real low. He has to like move out of that, and then Hearts ends up dying in the pit. And I think I really like what both teams did in terms of catching people out, but I think Blue got a little bit too cocky there. But they did make the right reaction going for that play, because you know that Tristana and Janna are gonna swap away from that cocky Thresh lane, and they read it. They just predict the swap and they go for a counter invade. Just a little too greedy doing a 3-buff counter invade, in my opinion.
I found it really interesting, actually, as the fight was going on. One, you talked about the man mode, unexpected Tristana jump. You saw Hart didn't flay it out. He could have flayed the rocket jump, saved the slow from happening. This is 4:14, so I'm pretty sure rocket jump is still a 2.5 second slow back in this patch. And then also Fnatic's shot calling, their target calling. They had Deft at like 100 health, but they realized they couldn't catch him with harpoons anymore. They said, let's go for this Thresh instead. Like, again, great choices. So
Crumbs, we haven't heard from you yet. What happened to Fnatic in the following 15-20 minutes that started their eventual downfall?
To me, what stood out this game had to be, we have usually every game that Fnatic was doing really well, Pekka was not on a split push champion. He wasn't something that was able to group with the team and generate plays that way. He was landing charms, he's playing really effectively. But as Zed against Talon got pretty far ahead, especially with that first blood. So it was a really difficult 1v1 that we saw get traded 1-for-1 left and right. And just the 4-man squad from Fnatic just didn't have enough coordination to surpass. Even though SOAS was 3-0, they were just, there was no communication between them to actually be able to come out ahead.
Yeah, both teams played a similar style where they have their mid laner split push on the side lane and they have this 4-man squad try and like play the map. But because Tristana scale so slowly compared to Corki. Deft was basically, he was winning that game for his team. He was influencing the map, going from one lane to the other, going around, pushing down towers. Well, Fnatic was playing catch-up, and they had these couple of moments where they could capitalize and just counter-engage, but they kept using their Rumble ulti on every wave, and they basically dug themselves a hole they could never go out of because they need that Rumble ulti.
Let's pull the next replay up real quickly as we move the conversation along. Monty, you were quite excited about this particular kill.
This is just a beautiful kill, and it shows how confident Samsung Blue are in each other's playmaking ability. So let's just go and roll this right now. And so Cyanide's going to come into this rush. Now Heart's going to see him right here and wait for it. So right here, there's the Lantern going to go out. Dade's going to flash to the Lantern. Heart is going to flash forward after that, and then the ult and Ignite coming in from Dade after the cutthroat in order to get the kill. I mean, to be that confident against a highly mobile champion like Lee Sin, that you're going to use 2 flashes for that and then execute it perfectly, they got some balls.
Mind-boggling. We do need to move this one on. There's only 2 regularly scheduled games left in the group stage, so let's actually take a look at where the teams stand in Group C. So, Group C, Samsung Blue rather, are 5-1. They've finished their group stages. The second place seed will be wrapped up in the final game between LMQ and OMG. The winner takes that last spot, and they punch their ticket to Busan. Guys, we're going to step away for a moment, but when we come back, it's a fight between North America's Cloud9 and Korea's NaJin White Shield. Don't go anywhere.
Just finished his Trinity Force. Got his Guardian
Shadow used.
Brutalizer. It's all about finding fights.
Deathmark going down, but is it going to be enough? Dade is going to be able. Whoa! Oh, once again, looking for Peke. Actually lands the hook straight through the wall. I'm not sure about following through, but Dade will join in, and Peke goes down. SOAS here caught all on his own on the backside. He will be the focus for now. Monsoon comes in. There will be the Zonyas, but SOAS will go down. SOAS does go back there to dive in from Dade. Are they going to finish the breakless? They do. He's definitely gets that one. He's not done just yet. He wants to kill Yellow Star. Gets the big one. The big bomb comes through.
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. Our next match is all important for the members of Group D, and it features Cloud9 versus NaJin White Shield. No matter what happens in this game, Cloud9 will take part in a tiebreaker at the end of the day. If Cloud9 wins this game, they guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals, and they will play White Shield again to determine who is the first seed. However, if they lose, they'll be playing against Alliance for the final spot and the second seed in playoffs. So not only is North America's hopes relying on Cloud9, so is Europe's for this particular matchup. I just want to start this off. I think Cloud9 looked a little shaky against Kabum, but they beat them and Alliance did not. So what do we take away from that comparison?
There's not much you can take away. If there's anything we've learned in this tournament is teams arbitrarily decide to show up and not as games go on. Like the thing is, like, you can't just pick results as the predictor of what's going to happen, because we see teams bounce back all the time. Edward Gaming lost their second match against AHQ, but then beat them later in the day. Fnatic got crushed by OMG, but then beat LMQ the next time around, right? That 71-minute game where they barely lost. Kabum got eliminated and then beat Alliance the very next game. So these teams are constantly bouncing back and sort of surprising us with their performances. Cloud9, I think, does need to play better than they did against Kabum, but we have to see which Cloud9 shows up. On the same side, NaJin White Shield, last time we saw them, got perfected. So which NaJin White Shield shows up to this game, obviously also very relevant.
Yeah.
Crumbs?
Well, I think for this matchup, actually, I really have high hopes for Cloud9, seeing as how they're on the blue side that means that highest champion pool gets opened up quite a bit, seeing as how NaJin has basically banned Maokai every single game regardless of side, and they ban Alistar every time if the opponent does not ban it, which should open up the entire champion pool for high. And if he can get his hands on a Syndra or a Zed, I think that it's looking really good for them.
Yeah, and of course, Gorilla talking about, on the topic of NaJin Shield, Gorilla on Thresh, is this going to be a champion that's going to be banned away or given to them? That's something we're going to have to see. Let's talk a little bit more about this matchup, Monte Cristo. NaJin Shield, you and I had a discussion earlier today. I feel Cloud9 can match up against Shield, and I want to know how you feel, if that's even a possibility.
I mean, it's a possibility, sure. I think that in these, like we're talking about, best of ones in this double round robin mean that there's a lot more possibilities. When you get into a best of 5 scenario, that's when typically, of course, the best team will win, because you have that chance to adapt and kind of make alterations to your gameplay as time goes on. So sure, they can win. Do I think it's likely? No, not really. I think that NaJin White Shield got a big wake-up call, and they're going to come out with a better pick and ban phase than they did last time. They're not going to pick like 3 scaling champions again, I don't think, and maybe Watch can get his act together.
So we're going to naturally transition to the prediction. On the spot, who is actually going to win, NaJin White Shield or Cloud9?
NaJin White Shield for me. They did very well against Cloud9 last time. I don't think the blue side's going to be enough to save them.
Freak.
I agree with Monte Cristo here. I think Cloud9 absolutely can win. Depends which C9 shows up, but odds are NaJin White Shield wins, and either way we'll see C9 in a tiebreaker.
Crepo, you were incorrect last game.
I was.
False prophet trying to claim a title. Unjust.
Can't blame him after
Who
trying,
is
right?
picking up a win here and why?
I do agree with Freak's point entirely about like these teams having like different versions of themselves. I feel like it's Schrodinger's Cloud9 here. We don't know what's going to happen with them. So I'm going to take the safe bet and go with White Shield here. I think if they get their act together, they should win. But both teams have looked shaky at various moments throughout this tournament. So honestly, I have no idea, so I'll just pick Shield.
Crumbs the Prophet predicted correctly last game. What is Crumbs the temporary Prophet going to predict for this game?
Now, for me, these games have really come down to the draft. And I've put a lot of faith in NaJin White Shield, thinking that they're going to have, don't worry, they'll pick a good draft this game around. They'll do intelligent bans. And it has not happened any time. So I think that they're probably going to go with a not too good draft and end up paying for it. So I'm going with Cloud9.
Well, all done to pick some bans from the Prophet. It's Cloud9 who also takes the vote over on lolesports.com. Far from convincing, though. 59% of the fans think that they will come out ahead in this game. We'll see if that comes to pass. Our players are ready to get into the next match, so we're going over to the caster desk. But first, a video one would categorize as a must-watch.
So I'm Eurostar from Team Fnatic. I've been attending World Finals since the season 1, so it's been 4 times in a row. And there is one guy called Darius that has made 4 times as well. But I heard that in Korea there was some guy that was called Watch that made it 3 times. Watch? Who is this guy?
나를 몰라? Watch? I don't really think I know who Watch is. 나를 몰라? What? 진짜 나를 몰라?
Zoom Beast! I got it so big! Darian's gonna be able to take them out, but they stopped that goldie.
제가 월드 챔피언십 2번을 나가면서 해외 팬들이나 선수들에게 많이 알려진 건 없었던 것 같아요. 시즌2는 되게 아쉬움이 많이 남는 시즌이었어요. 저희가 8강 조추첨식을 하온이가 갔었어요. 스누페 선수랑 표를 뽑았는데 서로 바꾸자는 그런 돌발 상황에 하온이가 그때 바꿨었는데 상대방은 WE를 뽑고 저희 TPA를 딱 뽑았었는데 그때 되게 나이스했었죠. 4강까지는 무리 없이 올라가겠구나. 8강 막상 경기를 시작하니까 TPA 선수들이 라인전이면 라인전, 시야 싸움이면 시야 싸움. 그러니까 모든 게 저희한테 완벽했었어요. TPA한테 일격을 맞고 8강 탈락 이후 좀 살짝 패닉도 왔었고 약간 힘들기도 했었어요. 시즌3는 집중이 잘 됐었어요. SKK 전에. 기세상 저희가 2대1로 유리할 때 이길 것 같긴 했었어요.
Piglet almost been blasted down. And there is Bray going in with the vote. Pick up another one.
아, 이건 결승 가겠구나. 경기 집중도도 되게 높고 잘 돼서. 근데 역전을 당하면서 좀 슬펐어요.
This is the victory here. This is the final for SK Telecom T1. They will be
지금의 제가 그때 있었더라면 어땠을까 아쉬움이 지금 생각해보면 되게 크게 남아요. 네, 아시아 최초로 3연속 이렇게 롤드컵 가게 돼서 되게 영광스러운 일인 것 같고요. 3연속 진출하는 게 되게 욕심이 나서 그만큼 더 열심히 한 것 같아요. 경기장을 딱 들어서는 순간 가슴이 뛰면서 정말 경기하고 싶다는 욕망? 그런 게 정말 차올랐어요. 나진 실드 팀의 그런 끈기와 노력을 한국인뿐만 아니라 세계적으로도 다 보여주고 싶어요. 사실 시즌2나 시즌3나 제가 뭐 주목받고 싶다는 그런 욕심이 전혀 없었어요. 그런 여유도 없었고 3번이나 진출했는데 아직 저를 기억 못하시는 사람도 많더라고요. 이번 롤드컵을 통해서 정글러 하면 와치가 떠오르게끔 보여드리겠습니다.
Three World Championships in a row, and I think Watcher's not too far off the mark when he says that still a lot of international fans aren't focused on, you know, who Watch is and maybe don't know who is, but I think third time lucky might change that.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact they've already clinched a spot in the quarterfinals, so every single year he's made it to at least the quarterfinals of the World Championship. It's a pretty impressive resume.
Yeah, and Cloud9 know who he is, and they've been banning Lee Sin against him, so I think they'll continue to do that.
Certainly could do with a win here. We are going to get towards the game, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's the North American LCS's Cloud9, with Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky the AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And on the red side, it's NaJin White Shield from the champions. We have up top is Save in the jungle, Watch, mid Goom, AD carry Zephyr, and support Gorilla.
So Jack and Kobe, well, you
Sure.
can join in on this one.
Yeah.
Picks and bans, we heard. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're allowed.
We're gonna do picks and bans.
We heard from Crumbs that actually White Shield, he feels that their whole draft phase has been kind of ropey throughout this tournament. Do we agree with that?
Well, when they didn't ban Aurelia or Lee Sin, but instead banned Rammus against Alliance, that was one red flag. The last game against Cloud9, I thought they banned okay, even though they only banned 2 champions. It was Maokai and Syndra, I believe. I think they actually have a lot of ban flexibility against Cloud9 just based on the fact that they passed on one last time and we're still fine.
Yeah, I think that was because they're blue side and they will use all 3 this time. Last time they also first picked away Zed, so it was kind of 2 things at High there.
And for this game, we actually have a featured matchup which will be focusing on the battle in the top lane. Balls and Save are arguably the top 2 players in their respective positions from their regions, and both have shown that they can carry their teams to victory if they get going early.
And we could see last game, it was actually Save who got going early. His rise was way ahead of Balls, despite Balls getting multiple ganks there from Meteos. It really just has to be a return to past prime for Balls because he hasn't had the best World Championship. He's been missing out on a fair bit of experience, and if Cloud9 wants to win, I feel like they got to get him going.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed in the matchup last time, even though it was one of the rare games where Cloud9 actually did regular standard lanes and they didn't lane swap, so we got to see them match up, but Balls on that Lulu just didn't have the same impact that Save did for his team with Rise. Absolute beast of a guy in the top lane, and he's really performed, especially on Rise, over and over throughout the group
4
stages.
games on Rise that he's had throughout the group stage out of 5. He's been pretty impressive on it. 13 kills, and just a lot of farm and pressure was the main thing.
And that's then, you'd feel, got to be a consideration when it comes to bans and picks. We know how good Save is going to be up on that top side of the map. But what about the rest of the map? We heard before, White Shield had a game where they only banned 2 champions because they couldn't decide on a third. Some questionable decisions, maybe not to ban Irelia, for example, in that perfect game yesterday from Alliance. Banning out Rammus instead. Where are the focuses got to be really from White Shield if you look at their draft here against Cloud9?
So I think one of the biggest strengths for White Shield has been their bottom lane, and that was a really big thing last time against Cloud9. They definitely beat the bottom lane really hard because Gorilla keeps getting this Thresh, and Zephyr with the Corki and comboed with Thresh keeps bullying the bottom lane, and then they allow Gorilla to roam around and extend his influence all over the map. But here we go, Cloud9, they do their research as well. Thresh already banned out.
Along with Lee Sin. On the other side, though, NaJin White Shield going for Maokai, taking away Zillion, and we'll finish off with Alistair. I think that's the most common 3 bans that we're seeing throughout these World Championship as a group.
Yeah, and Hai's actually played a different champion in every single game, but honestly, by far and away, his most successful game, I feel like, was on Syndra. There's still a lot of things up right now. I would love it if Cloud9 picked Syndra here.
As the first choice, will they dare do that? We know Cloud9 is a team who are very snappy when it comes to picks and bans, and actually it won't be Syndra that's locked in. It's going to be a first pick Zed for Hai.
So that's sort of a takeaway from Goong, but Goong also does play Ahri too, which is, as we've seen, a skill matchup with Zed, and Peke, when he ran that matchup, he got the advantage in it. Interesting, again, they are focusing here at Gorilla. They snatch up that Nami as soon as they can. We don't get to see the Janna again.
No, I mean, it didn't exactly go very well when he played it against Alliance. That was one of the things that got perfect game done. I feel like he just really wanted to play it, even though it didn't fit their overall team composition. I do think Jan is actually pretty good against Zed, but Nami can do the job as well. That's just a good amount of CC from their first 2 picks.
And again, the focus on Watch, this guy that a lot of people don't know from Cloud9. They banned out the Lee Sin, so Shield immediately, first round, they grab him a suitable jungler here, Elise once again. They have some good pick potential, some of that stacking CC that we've seen from these very successful skill shot combos between jungler and support so far.
Cloud9 picking away Corki is so smart at this point because they can't afford to just wait till the late game against White Shield. And White Shield has typically won when they go with the mid-game champion. Zephyr was actually unkilled on Corki in 3 games. Sneaky is a very good Corki, and based on the 80 carries on the board, it basically forces him to go into Lucian if they don't want to get mid-game.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk coming into these group stage games about the solo laners of Shield, and rightfully so. Save is a very strong carry, but in the game versus Cloud9, it was the bottom lane where they got so much pressure. We do see the Ahri coming through.
And along with Kayle, which honestly, top lane Kales, have they impressed us so far this tournament? I go ahead and just guess that you're going to say no.
I'll say inconsistently unimpressive. Because there's been slight moments of impressiveness, especially when we saw it comboed with Twitch well. Actually, that was in one of the Samsung Blue games. And theoretically, NaJin White Shield could still go with that type of composition.
Yeah, and the thing about running with Kayle, almost all Kayle compositions are very delicate compositions, so you have to have that communication with your team. Your team definitely has to be in sync to make use of it. This ultimate is all about blocking damage, not putting it as an emergency ultimate on somebody who's already low. It's all about the right timing to block big spells.
Well, we'll see if they can combo that up for Cloud9 here. We are going to be seeing Janna for Lemon Nation, and Balls going to get his hands on Rumble. Already seen it come out for him once, and we know how good of a Rumble player Balls is.
Yeah, this is definitely going to give him much more of a chance to shine through than last time when he was on Lulu. It also gives him that massive mid-game spike, the Corki Trinity Force champion plus the Rumble. We've said it so many times, but even Zed does funnel into that too, even with just a couple items.
So much discussion about the draft. Cloud9 got most of their favorite champions across the board. If you had to say which champion is X player best on, Cloud9 has at least 3, arguably 5. Right? Because Balls best on Rumble, High best on Zed, Lemon best on Janna. Sneaky and Meteos, there's a few champions up near the top.
Yeah, and I have to say, they're going to have to worry about all these picks from Shield, because even though this comp from Shield is delicate, if they do perform with that timing and with that precision, it's been so deadly. We've seen it so many times.
And the last thing is there's such a small amount of lockdown for the Twitch. If he opens up in the right spot with a Kayle ult on, there's not much Cloud9 can do to stop it.
As you mentioned, we have seen glimmers of that combo actually working out for some teams. Of course, we should go over the main storyline of this game because there are a couple of different outcomes. Of course, if Cloud9 are able to win, they secure their spot in the quarterfinals and knock Alliance out. Means that they'll actually play White Shield once again to decide who's first and second seed. However, if they lose to White Shield, Alliance still have a chance and they'll play Cloud9 in a tiebreaker at the end for that second spot. But guys, while the players prepare to face off, we want to hear what you think about this game. Tweet hashtag C9win or NWSwin to cast your vote, and we'll see throughout the game who you're picking as favorites. Talking is hard, apparently. Luckily for me, we're going to get into an awesome game, though. It is, of course, Cloud9 versus NaJin White Shield. How is this one all going to go down? Big one for Cloud9. They could make their lives a lot easier by just winning this match straight up.
All right, let's see if Cloud9 can get some deep lane wards down to see if there's going to be any sort of lane swaps here with Twitch. Now, Nami does have a strong laning phase, so even though Twitch is a bit weak, Nami can help him out with that. Both AD carries do head down bottom to try and claim control of these side lane bushes that have been so important in putting down those deep lane wards. Sneaky gets his down, and they see Zephyr.
I'm really wondering if NaJin Shield is going to 2v2 this Corki Janna lane. Corki Janna isn't the craziest in Fear, and Nami as a support is a strong laner, but as far as AD carries go, Twitch generally wants to lane swap. You also add to that, though, the Rumble versus Kayle matchup. We've seen everyone swapping the Rumble to try and keep them out of the game. If Balls has allowed solo lane experience, maybe that quick level 6 could force some early dragon fights. Likewise, if Save doesn't get shut down, maybe a Kayle could actually reach late game and become a massive force.
So a quiet start, lots of wards going down in very similar positions across the entire map, in all those areas that you'd exactly wait them to be put down into, including that bottom brush there where Lemon Nation put in that ward. Of course, we are going to be seeing Goong against Hai in this mid lane. Zed versus Ahri. We talked about that matchup quite a few times already, that you've got to be on form from either side to win it.
Yeah, last time we saw... bottom lane might actually meet up here. The ward expired for Cloud9 because Sneaky put it down so quickly. Gorilla's in a tentative position here, and he's already shown.
Whoa! This could be bad news for him. May have to burn something. No, plays it very calmly. Jeez. Loses almost half of his health, though, right from the very get-go.
So since they hadn't scouted, Gorilla was trying to get lane position so he could freeze the minions for a potential farm with Zephyr. It ends up actually taking a fair bit of harass because there was no swap from Cloud9, something NaJin White Shield was probably predicting that.
Gorilla and Lemon Nation continue to battle it out. Sneaky position quite far up here. Zephyr actually going to trade with him, and to be honest, Sneaky's the one that's come out with less HP after that. Lemon Nation, of course, continues to fight against Gorilla throughout those brushes. A very, very interesting start from both sides.
I got to point out that the junglers started on opposite buffs here, opposite sides of the map. So since there's so much trading down here, Meteos would actually end up on this side of the map after his double buffs. But because Sneaky and Lemon Nation got the lane to push in their favor, that gank is not really a tenable position for them. I mean, they can't really go for that early tower dive. So it's probably going to be a rotation back up to the top side where Kayle is shoving in.
And it's probably just going to be a farm jungle for Meteos. That's typically how he ends up playing Kha'Zix. In the games where he's tried too hard to set up specific ganks, I remember a couple games where he spent far too much time top lane. He's fallen really far behind. He's all about efficiency, and it would make sense if he just continues to farm for now.
Yeah, the thing about Kha'Zix versus Elise, if you go face checking with Kha'Zix, then you're going to be in trouble because Elise definitely has that advantage early. And walking into a cocoon means you are going to give up your double buffs early. So Meteos, he doesn't even take that small risk.
What an early back by Sneaky and Lemon Nation.
Yeah, leaving that lane straight away. It's going to give Sneaky that second Doran's Blade and more pots, which might become crucial. Obviously, Nami, we saw earlier on, was able to get those heals in, and Zephyr is at full HP despite those trades that they had going on. So a few pots just to help Sneaky out, and that second Doran's Blade to maybe give him a bit of an edge.
So much trading going on down there in the bottom lane, yeah. I'm wondering if Zephyr and Gorilla are going to try and shove this hard and back as well to try and answer that combat effectiveness in lane.
The double Dorans is definitely, I think, a call for a bit of extra sustain. Sneaky was taking a little bit of extra damage. Didn't want to invest all the way into Vamp Scepter, but instead will get the small amount of lifesteal from the Doran's Blade. Plus the lane was in a spot where he didn't lose too much CS. Really great NATO.
Yep, Gorilla gave it away there. I'm not quite sure if Lemon even saw Zephyr go into stealth, but they did stop the back, so there won't be the evening up of items here for Zephyr and Gorilla. But again, they're hard shoving, pushing this in, and they've even called Watch to protect them. Because their back got called, they made the audible to bring in the extra ward.
And Zephyr and Gorilla have been playing this lane really well. A 2v2 Twitch lane, shoving in and being ahead on CS is quite an accomplishment early here. Watch makes it into the brush, whereas Kha'Zix decides not to gank. This is pretty dangerous.
So they did place that pink ward though.
There is a cocoon landing onto Elimination. He's going to be forced to flash away. It was good from Watch. His ward that he placed just moments before up by those Wraiths actually saw Kha'Zix coming, and he snuck into the rush, ready in case there was a gank down there from Meteos. In the end, it was a face check from Lemon Nation that got him started, and there is the recall again for Lemon Nation.
And I gotta commend Watch for his pathing this time around. Last time we saw him versus Shield, very predictable pathing. This time around, coming down through that side of the river, sneaking into the bush, waiting just to get the flash there, and a successful and efficient use of his time.
I will say, all the lanes for NaJin White Shield are winning right now, which is really good for them against Cloud9. Cloud9's a team that typically, if we think back to when they were so dominant, Meteos would just be farming the jungle and they'd rely on their lanes to be win, but every single lane on their side is getting pushed back, which really doesn't create any playmaking potential for a team that already has very lacking initiation.
See how Meteos decides to remedy that, actually picking himself up an extra ward. Obviously switching out to that sweeper lens so he can try and get some control. Currently soaking up a bit of experience in that mid lane, since we did see High recall him for the first time to come back into lane with a Cutlass. It's actually the Seeker's arm guard that we see Goon going for first of all, so he's going to be going up to that Zhonya's, whether he goes directly to that or just wants the Seeker's flash.
And look at Meteos here, because he's so scared of getting counter ganked by an Elise, wards the very tip of that bush first, and it's only saves intuition that causes him to back off here. Balls gave that away with his... Oh,
yeah.
Zed also
intuition
left lane.
And the fact
Zed
was MIA, so Goong's going, hey man, there's probably some friends heading up to the top lane, and he had to back away.
Sometimes overcommitting and sending two people to gank is just too many, and you overcommit, by giving away that there's no mid laner. It kind of ruins the jungler's gank when Meteos actually had a good position there.
Well, back to this bottom lane, it is Sneaky that holds the lead. We did see Zephyr go back though, Vamp Scepter and a longsword for Zephyr in these early stages, so sustain with the heal from Gorilla as well. Certainly going to be helping out that bottom lane, and I won't say necessarily massively need it right now. It's not a huge margin, especially with this wave pushing into Zephyr's direction.
Yeah, that's fairly even down bottom still, and Twitch did get to go back to now have the upper hand as far as items in lane go, but I do want to talk about a little bit more about this shield composition, because during their gauntlet run, their 5 ranged comp was my favorite of their choices that they made, just because of the way that they play teamfights so well. They spread out and they kite back for just long enough until you overextend and give them an opening, and they quickly turn it around on you. They have these options with the Nami Bubble and the Elise Cocoon. If anybody gets up too close, all members on their team being ranged can immediately switch targets and focus fire anybody that gets caught out. So Cloud9, they're going to have such a hard time nailing down any one of these shield members. And as we said, it's a very delicate comp, but Watch always builds full tank on his Elise. Doesn't even go for the AP item for Elise.
And he's going to be basically a stun bot. It's going to be made even harder by the fact for Cloud9 that they don't have any real initiation. Look at that team. Not a single stun. They have a couple slows from everyone's kit, but that's about it. A few knockbacks. That's not that great for initiation from Janna. So yeah, that 5 range is going to be really hard for Cloud9 to initiate on. Basically, unless NaJin White Shield gets baited into some fights around objectives, they get to control the battles.
Well, Meteos has come down to this bottom lane. Watch is actually on his wolf camp right now. There are pings towards that tri-bush though, so I don't think that NaJin White Shield going to go too far on this. They have seemingly called down Watch for now, and they've got a lot of wards in that bottom side of the river as well.
Yep, they are calling down some extra pressure to the bottom lane. Both teams do have their junglers in the area though, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Really just fights over vision because they got the jump there. Oh, Meteos does want to continue the fight over vision.
Bubble comes in. Actually, the cocoon was chained on top of it as well, but a little bit too deep there for NaJin White Shield to commit to.
All right, so they don't exactly decide to go for the engage here, but once again, trying to clear out all these pink wards. I'm waiting for this action to disperse on bottom lane because I do want to talk about what Save just did on the top side of the map. We didn't get to see what Save was doing, but this is a top laner that focuses heavily.
Oh, Zephyr actually may be caught out. He is going to get the heal from Gorilla, and the turnaround, a great bubble comes in. There's the tidal wave. Monsoon was used early. Watch tried to get in. The poison is ticking away, but the shield will make sure that he doesn't go down. Actually had just enough health anyway. Meteos is coming down to that party, but he's late to it.
Oh!
Decides to turn around.
A lot burned on both sides there in the bottom lane. That may spur on a Dragon attempt for NaJin Shield right there.
Plus that last charm hitting and a huge chunk out of Hive really, really frees up Shield to easily take this Dragon. They time aggression bottom lane and mid lane and then immediately swap over to Dragon. Good objective control there. Hive's made his roam up top. We'll see if he can actually catch Save.
Yeah, we'll see about the instincts of Save here because he should know that High's on the way. He burns his flash very early on. He should have known that High was there because Meteos went immediately to the mid lane after giving up the Dragon.
Well, one thing it has opened up there is for Goon to get a lot of damage onto this middle turret. He's got another wave coming in there, and I'm not sure that Meteos alone can hold this one. One more auto attack or two will be able to finish that one off. That's the first turret of the game going to NaJin White Shield directly after the Dragon, which just puts that 2,000 gold lead in their favor.
Yeah, early game here going heavily in favor of Sword. Now, I want to circle back and talk about what Save had prepared on that top lane when so much action was going on bottom. This is a guy who had the highest number of wards cleared for his team, and he just went down and brought 2 wards for himself and placed them extremely deep in the blue side jungle. You can see the spots
You're talking about Watch, right?
Or no, Save. I'm talking about Save. The top laner. He went into the blue side jungle. These 2 deep wards that he placed, the camera was not on. He placed them for the white, which Kha'Zix goes to very often trying to clear with isolation damage, and this little path here coming from the wolves too. So he can see anything that's going on his side of the map. That's how he controls his lane so well and why he plays with so much confidence up there.
This could be dangerous down bottom for Zephyr. We saw Sneaky actually managing to stay away from the damage, but Watch is coming down. Goong is coming down as well. Cloud9 need to evacuate this bottom lane. Zephyr gonna stealth up there, but doesn't actually get it. Gets a slow onto Sneaky, but he's full HP. That's not gonna mean the world to them. And NaJin White Shield not able to get in for the kill, and of course the Dragon already gone.
Yeah, it's just all about their control. Obviously, the deep wards that Save had in the blue side of the jungle gave him a lot of presence up there. The best laning performance we've seen on Kayle in the 1v1 so far here in this group stage. And honestly, every lane, except maybe Zeph and Gorilla, despite the amount of times they're able to force Sneaky Elimination back, have just been straight up winning. So mechanically, 1v1, Shield has woken up, and if they continue to play like this, Cloud9 will not be able to force any fights with their low amount of initiation.
Comes a 1v1 again. Zephyr definitely on the losing end of that.
Gotta run
now, but Watch is going to come down. Lemon Nation face checking towards the brush. He's going to get a decent knockback there as he uses that Monsoon, but Sneaky's the one they're going to try and push. TP coming in from balls, but that will be a little too slow to get in on the action. Tidal wave actually thrown back that way. There's the cocoon into the bubble. Meteos comes around. Ignite is going to go down. Will he get the kill? Goon comes around. He gets first blood. Will use the Spirit Rush to try and get away. Flashes the void spikes as well, and White Shield hits and run. Goon super low. Zephyr even lower after that.
Zephyr flashed off of the Rumble ulti with double-digit HP. Almost died there to the burn, but the split second that he got his flash off saves him, and they get away with a sneaky kill. This is what I'm talking about with the way that Shield play these 5 range comps.
Is there a danger underneath the turret? Doesn't look like it. High has come down, but nothing opens up there for Cloud9. Still leaves them behind them. Just a single kill on the board going to Gungan. I question whether it was just the Seeker's Arm Guard for the lane phase into something else, but he's gone fully into that Zhonya's here. Gets it at 14 minutes.
It's all about being able to avoid Cloud9 focus and specifically the death mark from high. But to just expand on Kobe's point right there, when Zephyr got away with the sliver of health, everyone on NaJin shields getting away so low, we're going to see a lot of that. A, because they're 5 range and they can keep their distance, but B, because Cloud9 has no lockdown to actually focus targets and keep them in the right place. So as soon as someone starts getting low, they're free to disengage and take and soak damage until the last second before escape.
He was just spotted there. He also saw that High was on that top side of the map, and the fact that they've seen each other, and also saw Gorilla moving top side. In the end though, those extra men in the top lane back away, and Save is able to hold on to his tower. Just blasting through that minion wave. Slightly ahead on that front, also now has a Nash's 2 complete. Haunting Guy Sorcerer Shoes, of course, was the start. 4 balls on Rumble, pretty standard stuff there. We also saw that High now has been able to pick up his Brutalizer and the Cutlass. So we'll see if that helps him out in that lane against Coop.
It's just so dangerous to split push against this team. We've seen it so many times where bringing in a team with a Twitch, if you're split pushing 1 versus 1, you always have to be worried about that AD carry assassin. Right now, Zephyr is holding his own here versus the Corki. A lot of action down bottom. Every time Sneaky goes for these aggressive trades, he keeps getting baited in. The rest of Shield, they call their team down. Once again, running through the river here, everybody's on point. They're there to back up.
Yeah. So much Roman vision control as well. Sneaky really wants to punish Zephyr here, but he ends up getting punished himself by overextending.
Yeah, they spotted that Meteus was around, so I don't think they wanted to fully commit to that one. Actually, Save started to move down as well, and partially probably to do with the fact that there's 30 seconds until this next dragon comes up.
Looks like Cloud9's not in position to contest here. Ball's all the way in the top lane, and High recalling with 20 seconds left on the clock. Plus, they don't have vision in the area. They're going to get themselves in trouble if they try and contest this, it really feels like.
Watch it come around the side there as well. That was dangerous for a Cocoon through the wall. In the end, though, it leaves White Shield in a position to do the dragon. They're on top of a ward, though, so Cloud9 have full vision of them trying to set up that trap. There's a scan coming in, and White Shield will realize what's happened. There is Zephyr. He's actually stealthed up there, so no full vision of him. The scan does come down. Dragon started by White Shield. Can they stop them this time around?
I mean, it's getting so low. They're not really in position. If they try and fight, it's after the fact, and they don't necessarily have the ability to lock anyone down if they collapse.
And Dragon without anything to be said by Cloud9. What are White Shield going to do? 5 men moving from that Dragon takedown straight into this middle lane. Actually, there's no real defense there. There were 3 men in the bottom lane. And this is White Shield now going to be putting a lot of damage onto the tower. Can they take it? Half HP gone already.
Looks like they're waiting in the wings here. Cloud9 might engage.
Oh, they're going to push it from the side. Balls. Where is he going to go? Equalizer onto 3 of them. Deathmark goes to the back. Watch is definitely going down. Goon may fall as well. He's super low. Gorilla comes in from the side. Tries the bubble, which she doesn't need in the end. And that will be a 2 for nothing.
They got to shove back up mid and get a turret off of this. Cloud9 needs some extra global gold to even this game right back up. They've got a minion wave. They got control of mid.
As far as the goal goes, though, Kobe, they can even it out really easily. They didn't even lose that interior turret, despite losing most of its health, and Sneaky was able to take the side turret while the fight was happening mid.
Outer turret down for Cloud9. That actually gives them the turret lead and closes up the goal to just a 200 difference. They're going to be stealing away a blue buff as well, so that won't be going over to Goon. Nice moves overall from Cloud9.
Yeah, that was a combination of Shield being a little bit greedy. They sent Zephyr up top to answer AD carry split down bottom for AD carry split up top to get that farm, and they thought they could just 4-man this mid, but it was a beautiful Rumble ulti from Balls. Watch the position. He lines it up right next to the wall, so it doesn't even have to be straight in a corridor. It's right next to the wall. Everybody's through it, and High got a great ulti off with Zed timing it. Both members tried to jump away as soon as the ulti went off, so he traveled with them to get that huge chunk.
That's the way Cloud9 has to fight if they want to be able to actually get kills, but it requires NaJin Shield to be pushed up pretty far because the chase distance in order to actually close those kills is really great. If NaJin Shield is turtling or if Cloud9 is doing an objective, it's going to be much more difficult for them to find those fights. But that is just a really great sign for Cloud9 that they could find those fights, especially now that Meteos has gotten his second evolve, more slow from his W, better chase for Cloud9.
Again, focus down bottom here though, and they've got the red side warded up, so Shield are going to see the reinforcements coming. It's up to Lemonation to shield the turret as much as he can.
Honestly, didn't really do too much damage there, White Shield on that one. Still holding vision control. That's something that we've seen quite often out of these Korean sides when they kind of have that fight and realize that Dragon's gone down and that area might not be priority anymore for the blue side. They'll go in and try and get those deep wards in position so that they can keep a hold of that. Also means that they can more safely push the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and it's so important for Shield to do that because they love running these champions that pick people off from Fog of War. They're all about getting this deep coverage and keeping it that way. Cloud9, though, have defensively warded fairly well on that side of the map now because they've seen how much Shield are focusing down there. Right now, though, Zephyr free farm at the bottom, 5 members of Cloud9 up top, so they need to make a play up top because they know the AD carry's not there. Right now, they're just getting vision.
It's a Trinity Force window for Cloud9. Whenever Corki hits his Trinity Force, what is that team able to do with said advantage? Because Zephyr, with that split push, being able to take down turrets will become more and more powerful. He can get a Ghost Blade, even now with the Blade of the Ruin King, he can start picking people off. It's all about the team fight right now with a level 12 Rumble who has his Leandries and a Trinity Force on Corki.
So they do answer up top side. I like that they answer in a trade rather than trying to run down to defend because Zephyr already had position down bottom. So Cloud9, they commit to this top side. They've warded up red side. Now it's them looking in the bush for a pick. Goom walks right by.
Death mark down, but I don't think there's enough damage in there. Goon lost half of his health bar. Cloud9 utilizing those deeper wards that they've got in, even finishing off that red camp as well. Cloud9 really sticking together, trying to make picks of their own inside of the enemy jungle. If you look at the gold, there's basically 100 gold that separates them.
And remember how delicate this team from Shield actually is. If Cloud9 ever blow up Zephyr, then they will have a huge advantage because you can see already 2 Hex Drinkers coming out. Most of the other damage on Shield is magic damage. Well, Ari's got true damage and Kill is sort of split. So they do have other answers, but if Twitch ever goes down, that is the main point of power for the Shield team.
Absolutely. It's a good thing they have a Kill intervention as well. I mean, we mentioned how squishy or fragile the NaJin White Shield composition is. Cloud9's comp is just as fragile. They don't have a tank line either, but they don't have that invulnerability, so if the team fights get late game, Cloud9 can't actually pile through to get to Twitch because Twitch will kill him before the intervention goes off. No one's going to be able to tank up enough to actually disrupt him well. So Cloud9 really has to act fast to make this game fall in their favor.
Yeah, both teams really. It's going to be all about the positioning and those couple of seconds of damage exchange because both teams are packing a lot of damage. While they have a Kale ultimate for Shield, Rumble ultimate can get multiple people low at the same time. So there are answers on both sides. Right now, once again, Shield are split. They're 4-1, and Cloud9 are trying to answer. So top turret goes down. They've got everybody committed to the Dragon to get vision around it. And if Shield funnel through one of these corridors, that would be the Rumble ult they're looking for.
Going for Gorilla here. He throws a tidal wave, which catches a few of them. Will it be enough to keep him alive? Actually surviving for now. Oh, they're going for Zephyr. There is the invulnerability. Balls goes low as well. This is a big, messy fight. Meteos will jump away, but Goom chases through. Not quite enough damage with the orb. On his return, he gets the kill. But Sneaky, he's still going. Where is he going to head to? He stood on a ward. Safe going around the other side. I think that's the end of that fight now. Or is it? Meteos being chased down.
Good thing they got that vision first. Good thing they got that vision first. 3-for-2 trade. You can tell how close these battles are. They balance on the point of a knife's edge.
And that's the explosiveness we're going to see in all of these fights. This Dragon is not convinced yet about who is going to go to because they're so safe.
Oh, Dragon at half HP. Cloud9 starts to move away. Save is going to burst down Lemonation. Meteos sneaky in the back. But here comes Balls from the side. Dragon, where does he go? It goes to NaJin White Shield. Save surely going to die to Balls though. But he's in trouble himself. Has to flash over the wall.
What a bad turn of events for Cloud9 and a fantastic fantastic turn of events for White Shield. Save coming in there, popping Lemon Nation, getting a double kill, and then also forcing Meteos out the back of that pit to secure the dragon for their own team. It was anyone's dragon once the smite was gone, but Shield comes out big after some bloody fights.
Yeah, such a risky play from Cloud9, and Shield capitalized on it perfectly coming down. All right, let's look at the beginning here. So High goes all in on the support. They draw out the exhaust as well. Good Rumble ultimate right on top of Zephyr, and the ult from Lemon makes sure that Zephyr can't even walk forward off it. There's the intervention that you talked about. It does save him for a little bit, but on that side with Meteos, he won't last long. Sneaky from the bottom side, of course, exploding watch, and then he's got Lemon to back him up with the extra attack damage for the shield.
Yeah, but looking at the items now, I see Sabe with the Death Cap and Zephyr with the Ghost Blade. So that combination of Twitch Kale just spiked up huge, and I do not see the same itemization from Cloud9 as far as power spikes.
Oh.
Shield wants to fight now.
One thing that Cloud9 did just get, though, they've got these early Captain Boot upgraded Janna. So we talk about how close these fights are going to be and how important the positioning is. This Cloud9 team has a lot of extra speed that they can work with. Uh-oh, Sneaky though.
Oh, there comes Zephyr on towards Sneaky, who will just Valkyrie straight away from that one. Actually used in the rat-a-tat-tat, but not got the damage there. Pokes him down. Meanwhile, High is split pushing this bottom lane, and White Shield needs to make a decision here.
Well, it looks like they are going to swing back over and try and cut him off. It's up to the rest of Cloud9 to keep up the pressure or tell High to back off.
Back off. That's what they're going to do.
Right.
Those were the words.
It's actually High telling them, hey, do I need to back off now? And they
Well, obviously, they lost war control and they weren't able to just go back into a Twitch. Obviously, they were able to withstand that one Twitch ultimate. The speed that the Janna granted them there is actually really critical in running away from spray and pray. I wonder if we're going to see many disengage style fights like that, where they just wait for the Twitch to use spray and pray and then try and just bail as soon as possible.
Also, keep your eyes on the poke that Cloud9 deal while they're retreating. They're dealing out damage in between attack moves here. So as Sneaky's walking away, he's throwing the missiles back, so is Meteos from the side, and they chunked Zephyr just as hard as he chunked Sneaky in that exchange.
Red Bull nicely picked up for Cloud9. Have a look at the gold here. Just 3,000 separates them. I think just 3,000. It's a decent chunk at this point. 26 minutes in. Cloud9 actually looking at Baron here. There's no vision, funnily enough, on that area of the map for NaJin White Shield, which means Cloud9 basically have free reign up towards that Tribush. However, they've spotted High now going to that top lane. White Shield are moving in from the bottom side. Pink Ward in the Death Brush will spot them.
They've got position on this mid lane here. Cloud9 look like they're going to commit to the split push, so they're going to leave High up there, but they can't get behind this turret in time. Oh, it was way too low anyway, so that one goes down. It's going to be that inhibitor turret defense. They need to use a Rumble ult probably to get him off this.
This is really poor positioning for Cloud9. NaJin White Shield gets almost the whole turret.
Well, then, oh no, almost about it. They're going to take it here. Zephyr will finish that one off, and that is the exchange that Cloud9 have taken, but will they keep going? High is pushing up there, and he's going to be chunking through that one. We see the recall coming in. Goon specifically will be the first one to get back, but High's already got this turret down to less than half, and you know what? I think he might have this one. Home Guard is going to come in. There is the full push. In comes the death mark up from High. He wants the tower. He gets the tower. Zhonya's to get away from the damage. High will get off with his shadows.
For now, unfortunately, the whole team's there.
That's why Goon lets him walk away. He knows he's got teammates coming in to cut off High. Mission accomplished for High, though. He at least got that turret down. So in the end, it was an exchange of inhibitor turrets, but the extra kill going over to Shield, as well as control the map so they can set up more vision for those picks. The mid-game picks are going to be crucial here.
Such an interesting game. White Shield, of course, already through to the quarterfinals. Win here means that they get that top seed, and I think from their point of view, avoid Samsung Blue in the next round is a big part of this one. course, if Cloud9 win, they'll have to play this game all over again later on today to decide the 1 and 2 seed. Alliance, I'm sure, waiting backstage somewhere, watching this game with bated breath and really cheering NaJin White Shield on.
Yeah, either way, Cloud9 are going to play another game today. We're going to determine, will it be for first in the group or will it be for second?
Definitely changes the mindset they would have going into that game, but all eyes are on this one for them. They're still in this. However, this team composition from White Shield is really, really dangerous. And honestly, Cloud9 doesn't seem like they have the tools to deal with this Twitch KO.
Mid-game pick, here it is. Zeph on the front line.
Oh, there is a tidal wave going through Lemon Nation. Preemptive flash there, and I think that's got him away from danger. I think Goon puts down the DFG. Got one more charge. The charm goes wide, but they've got Sneaky. He will just walk out as well. And that means that they can actually turn around a little bit more damage there, Cloud9. Close, though, on a couple of fronts. The early flash from Lemon Nation saved him.
Wow, yeah, exactly. Lemon Nation. I mean, while this Janna is providing speed to the whole team, the speed boosts on individual targets for Shield are immense. So they put the Nami and the Kale onto Zeppa. He can position very, very easily, and they get enough of a health advantage out of that engage to take the objectives. Even though they didn't land the kill, because of the repeated waves of target swaps from Shield, they chunked down so many members of Cloud9.
Well,
they have control of the map.
It's just the fact that Cloud9 can't retaliate when Shield does that, so they get enough damage done on them. And now, how do you actually run away from this?
Wow, that's the problem that they're having, isn't it? As the charm comes in as well. He lands on balls. Meteor's still running. Can they actually finish off? No. He will Valkyrie out of there. And Meteor
split pushing again.
Stars. He's split pushing. He's going for the inhib. Is there a recall? Yes, but it's Nami. That's a squishy fish. You can't kill off a Zed with that thing.
Well, he could delay a Zed though, so it would be tricky for Hai to stay around. He does decide to play it safe because they lost all vision. Once again, the vision from Shield, they're so diligent about their mid-game vision, especially with these pick comps, that it just removes so many options from Cloud9.
And what it's showing us as well, teamfight after teamfight, is that Cloud9 just has to duck and run as soon as they see the Twitch. If they decide to turn, it's the Kale ult. So they really have to take a punch from NaJin White Shield and then try and land a counter, which so far, they take so much heat from the first punch, they're not ready for the counter, and Shield uses it to get dragons, they use it to get turrets. High split push is kind of the only chance they have, but even at that point, Save is getting to a point where he might just be able to kill High.
Yeah, that first punch is a doozy of an uppercut.
I speak for all of Europe when I say I don't really know what that means, but...
That's the only move I knew in Mortal Kombat. It's the easiest one to pull off. Just keep spamming it.
Like a punch right under the chin.
It definitely hurts, Save. I mean...
Haymaker, is that better for you?
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Now I'm on the same page.
Different punches, but all powerful.
Yeah, they all hurt. Needlessly large rod on top of that death camp and the Nashes too. Cloud9 here actually grouping up inside of the mid lane. Just going to try and push that one back and looking for some damage over the side onto Watchu. Continued that build that he goes with the release into, you know, the tanky type of build. Also got the haunted guys in there though as well, just to make sure that he is doing a little bit more extra damage.
So we've seen Shield start almost every fight. If Cloud9 could somehow get High in a flank, ulting onto Kale to force Kale and ult on herself, then they could jump onto Zepha's Twitch. I feel like that's the only situation in a team fight where Cloud9 can come out ahead. They are dead set on the split push strategy, however.
Alright, still going. White Shield around the halfway point of the map. Will they pull a recall? Will Zephyr go stealth and go into the front? Gets hit with the bomb. A little bit unlucky for him there.
Sneaky's got those heat-seeking missiles, actually, courtesy of their sponsor, Air Force Reserve. All right, so they do head up once again, though. Mid wards here from Shield. They can keep track of the four-man group. So it's really hard here for High to work with this split push because constantly Shield are coming through their red side jungle and clearing it all out.
I mean, we're really seeing why Twitch is such a high-value pick the entire regular season in Korea. It shuts down split push well, and it also creates an amazing...
Oh, High's going for it. He's got the minion wave there.
It's just a Nami.
That would really open him up to getting cut off. Can the rest of the team get vision?
Yeah.
That's what he's working with.
High is just trying to read where the rest of Shield is, and every time Shield pushes back, they can't safely get vision, and they can't actually keep close to Shield either.
They gotta have double threats here, so they're threatening for the Baron at the same time that High is threatening that inhibitor. Teleport here, High's gonna get this inhibitor, but he might die for it.
Watch is there on the Baron as well, trying to stop them from doing that, and they've actually pulled them away from Baron, but they do get the inhibitor. There is a death mark going on to Gorilla. I can't see him escaping this one, he doesn't. The splat comes down. Where's High gonna go now? He's kind of trapped inside of the base. DFG will be put his way. Goong is surely gonna finish him off, but look at the damage back. High does a lot, but not enough.
Inhibitor, but that's their main mid laner. That's their only mid laner down, and he's the highest level on the team. That gives 50 seconds here for Shield with a little bit of a power play. Those super minions up top, though, are going to be crucial for Cloud9. They need multiple points of threat for their team to work out. That's why they threatened the inhibitor. At the same time, they timed it with the Baron threat, pulling Shield in 2 different directions.
And I think it's very unlikely that Shield tries to force a Baron during the downtime of High, only because we think about their 5 range composition and how, yes, they want to get fights with Zephyr, but the one thing they don't want is to be backed up into a corner where they can never disengage or choose their fight. Baron would do that, they would be a victim to the Rumble Ult and the Quirky Missiles, and it's just not a smart idea for them to force.
Those just nerves of steel from High, the main shot caller on this team, the one voice you hear if you get a listen in on their communications in game. He made that commitment to the top lane inhibitor, got it plus the kill to exchange to delay Shield's rebuttal here. Now they do have, they've got full vision control around that Baron.
Lots of walls being scanned away here by NaJin White Shield. Zephyr is stealthed up. Not going to have an opportunity to get onto anyone though. And Cloud9 have done a decent job of that in recent minutes, keeping themselves grouped up.
I think that Cloud9 should invest in sneaky switching over to a scrying orb, because this Shield team is all about picks. They're not necessarily going to start the Baron. As you said, it's always going to be a dangerous prospect for them to start that Baron, so they'll be hesitant. But if they just get vision control over Baron, then they open up for picks.
He's got a good spot here.
Going on towards balls, there's a tidal wave, he's not by the Monsoon. Actually gets the ultimate out of KO, meanwhile. They're going on towards Zephyr. Can he finish him? No! Zephyr lives and manages to get the kill on his way out. Lemon Nation at half HP. Is maybe going to try and lock down Watch here with Sneaky. Can they actually get in onto him though? Sneaky still going down. Is the jump off to the range, and Watch will be able to walk away. 3 for 2 there in favor of NaJin White Shield, but look at them out.
What a close fight that was, and we see Shield getting away with low health. That's going to happen. These fights are ridiculous.
So that should give Cloud9 the Dragon, because they've got that inhibitor still down during this whole fight. But man, I want to go over High's use of his shadows in that last fight. It was ridiculous. Yeah. They got the intervention onto Zephyr. Okay, so let's watch. Yeah, zoom in on High, because this is insane. They get the intervention onto Twitch here after he gets picked. High uses his first shadow, ultimate over to Gorilla. He can ult back to that shadow as soon as intervention is down, and he tries to pop Zephyr with Meteos here. It was so beautiful, but they couldn't get him. The flash away plus heal, and Zephyr survived with a sliver. That was the turning point.
Even with everything High did in the shadows, the amazing thing is, White Shield won that fight. That's how hard it is for Cloud9 to team fight against this Twitch kill combo. The amount of outplay required to have a chance at killing Zephyr is extreme.
Talked about the precision needed for this team comp, for both of these teams to come. This is one of the most exciting games that we've had. One of the most well-played team fights. Meteos gets caught.
He's invisible though, and he gets away from it. Charm going in, DFG was used as well just after that. We also see now that Sonya's 4 save complete, so harder and harder each time for High to pick a target that he can get through, especially if you combine that with the intervention. What is the plan then now for Cloud9? They could start with getting some vision back over by Baron.
They have to. That is the name of the game right now. And you can see they're focusing on it heavily around this Baron. When they shove up mid and they get a little window of opportunity, try and clear that out, because that is what Shield are working with. Once again, they're looking for those picks. Every pink ward counts here for Cloud9. If they ever see Zephyr going aggressive and he walks by a pink ward in a bush and it's not known to him, that could be the turning point for Cloud9. If That's why you leave extra pink wards in your flanks on the off chance that if they ever catch that guy out of position.
And at this point, look at how good Goong has been doing as far as farm as well. Like, it's been Zephyr who's been the main threat that everyone on Cloud9 is paying attention to. Goong may end up being the one winning the game for this. That if he can land a charm onto higher Sneaky, he will blow them up before they can react.
And you got to give credit to LemonNation for keeping Sneaky safe this whole time. Who's the guy alive at every single end of these team fights? Sneaky's always up, due to LemonNation.
Tense game here. Save has just showed himself down the bottom side, but does have teleport, so can get himself involved if need be. While Cloud9 continue to try and get some vision back, this time on NaJin White Shield side. Shield themselves actually repositioning a couple of men to push back on this middle wave. So for now, it's a tug of war on those minions until someone finds the right positioning. It'll have to be the perfect position. Zephyr actually going in, went towards Sneaky. In the end, was blasted back by LemonNation though.
They disengaged, but the Rat-a-tat-tat was not used by Zephyr, so they still had everything available here for Shield. Cloud9 have to be very careful. High waiting in this bush, as he should be very, very wary of the collapse from Shield.
Ward after ward put down in the back of the pit. There is Goong clearing out the wave that hired Chuff forward as I actually decides to go home. Spend up before coming back in. LemonNation continues that war with Gorilla inside of the Baron pit. All about getting each other's vision in and out of that one. He needs to be careful how far forward he goes there though. Same jumps on him. Has a lot of burst potential from that Kayle.
They're making a strong move on mid here. They've got position with the minions. Charm barely missing, just an inch, and Shield take over, reclaim this small area of the river.
Yeah, and Cloud9's been spending 15 minutes finding creative ways to avoid Shield. It's a wonder they've lasted this long, it feels like, because the potential of this team is just so great. High is not in a split push position here. They still can't get control of the Baron pit, and Shield is just biding their time. 41 minutes in. It's crazy how quickly this game has gotten late.
Yeah, and the only reason that Cloud9 were able to even do that is because High got that inhibitor down, because they had that pressure top, so that kept Shield from committing, and it drew their team apart.
Yeah, Alliance,
look at them watching.
Just hoping that NaJin White Shield can pull off this game. Remember, if that happens, it would create a tie for second between Cloud9 and Alliance and force a tiebreaker game there. However, if Cloud9 wins, they tie for first in the group and will play another game against White Shield. So a battle for first or second going on at the same time.
I have to say, Shield have done such a good job of slowly regaining control. He gets revealed, the missiles hit, so they've slowly regained control. They fought until their inhibitor respawned, and then they warded up that top side with a crazy amount of wards to make sure that if High ever goes for that split push again, it'll be really dangerous and he won't get in for that inhibitor. Now they've regained vision control around Baron, once again looking for the pick. Cloud9 shoving mid though. They know that Shield are not going to start off that Baron.
This is where games
they're going to get clapped on. This is it. This is it.
Turret is going to go low. Zephyr trying to get around the side. He gets us low to balls, but they decide to just back off into the side there on the jungle. Actually, the bottom tower went down.
It's a massive minion wave down there. There's two cannon minions just...
And they're running up mid here. Cloud9 are out of position.
Oh, actually, they've got Meteos behind them. High is also behind them here as well. What is the plan? They need to deal with that big minion wave that's already taken a turret on the bottom of the map. The charm from Goon goes wide, and it stays tense here in the middle.
Side lanes are pushing with massive minion waves. Shield are gaining small advantages as time goes on here, and they keep Cloud9 in the middle of the map.
This is what Shield does. They won so many late games just letting the minion waves go back and baiting the other team into jumping to them because they have no other choice. Either Cloud9 goes back for the minion waves and gives rid of Baron, or they fight now. Zephyr goes in.
Oh, he's going for Sneaky as well. The Valkyrie instantly. LemonNation uses the monsoon. Instant equalizer as well. Zephyr stood on top of it. Gets the intervention. Goong at the back. He's going to get one. Sneaky will go for him. Meanwhile, over by the Baron, Meteos gets Zephyr. Gets the reset. High is all over the place and will pick up the kill onto save. Ball still alive. Finish
finished up by Watch, but Watch is going down as well. So behind, it will be another one. It's Kha'Zix in the end that gets it. That's a 4 for 2. This is a chance for Cloud9 to push.
Sneaky let Goom live after that Zanyas. He wanted to join the rest of his team, so Goom got away with his flash. Now Cloud9 make the decision to go back towards Baron after pinging the turret. This is dangerous.
Do not have much time.
Goom can make this count. If he hits the charm on Sneaky and 100%s him.
Meteos low on mana. Goom does not have an ultimate yet. 30 seconds until save if this one gets delayed. I wonder if Sneaky tries to jump over one charm.
They got it low. It's going down quickly though.
No flash to get over the wall though. That's the danger here. The charm misses. Goong is going to get his W1, but it won't go that far. And there is the Baron going over to Cloud9. They're still 4,000 gold behind, but they've got the Baron and they got to make it count.
The biggest thing about that fight and how great it was for Cloud9, they had 2 GAs going into that. They did not consume either Guardian Angel. The fact that Zephyr opened up and had to use the Kayle ult, the key is without Cloud9 committing. If they commit, Cloud9 loses, but the Rumble ult just
intervention blocks nothing. That intervention was completely
that Cloud9 just goes in.
We said it was all going to be all about blocking damage with it. Meteos jumps in, gets the reset, and they again corner save. Meteos and High in these team fights have been spectacular for Cloud9. Man, you can say what you want about group stages. They have delivered every single day. We are getting these crazy, crazy games. Shield gonna get Dragon Wild. Cloud9 rush up for the inhibitor. They don't have vision of it though, so they aren't committing.
They did not
They don't
the
have vision. They aren't committing to the inhibitor. They could rush it right now.
They could rush it, but they got to be really quick because the recalls have already come down from White Shield. They've got a lot of damage. They've got all 5 men there. Inim's down. They're backing off.
Still a topsy-turvy game. White Shield has held this gold lead pretty much the entire time, but however many times they try and open up with Twitch, Cloud9 has been able to disengage. Probably the highest pressure set of disengages I have seen in so long. Every game is absolutely delivering here. Cloud9, if they win this, once again, forces a tie for first place in the group with White Shield and also clinches their spot in the quarterfinals. If they lose this, they still don't clinch a thing.
Now they're up at the turret again. Every single player in this game is crucial to their team. Talking about the supports, the disengages, meaning the difference between life and death. One more attack on that. Oh, it does go down. The minions, the heroes. Now it's Cloud9 with the top lane pushing, swinging everybody down bottom. They have the super minion line that's going to go up there. They have the Baron buff. So much control for Cloud9, yet these team fights can be won so quickly still.
Well, Zeph is off clearing a super minion wave, so they're conceding everything that's not their inhibitor turret.
So
I
much
wonder how
pressure.
quickly he can make it over here, though.
Yeah, he's got to come over quickly because Cloud9 aren't
very
messing
slow
around.
rotation.
They're
Very
going
slow
straight onto
base.
it. Are they going to get it? They will take the turret. Will they find him? Trying to stay around. Goom goes in. Balls are going to use his Azonya's really quickly. High at the back. Gets the Guardian Angel down. And that could be problems for him. He's going to come back up. Can they finish off Goom? Oh! No! Shut down. Goom goes down. His GA's popped. Meteos has his Guardian Angel popped. Sneaky there. He's full HP. He could be a hero for Cloud9 right now. Oh! Valkyrie's done. Oh, he gets stunned up and finished off. It's Zephyr that gets that one for the super minions. They're in the base and they've taken a Nexus turret.
You can see how hesitant Sneaky was to fully commit to that fight, and then when he finally does, cooldown is back up for both Cocoon and Charm. Shield hit them, they stack them perfectly and take him out. What a huge, huge fight though. The base is in rubble.
Dodged a bullet here because super minions were killing the Nexus during the duration of this fight. Such a crazy, messy fight. This was the most Cloud9 has committed yet, and you can see why it's so dangerous. Zephyr, as he opens, gets the Kayle ult, so no choice of retaliation. High could not assassinate either, and remember, Goom is the sneak attack threat in this one. He dodges pretty much everything. The nerves get to Sneaky a little bit. They do not time the damage properly with the revival of the Guardian Angel. Sneaky misses a monster missile there. Meteos goes back out, and then Sneaky, when he commits,
both back up.
Perfect stun. Watch wants to be known. Stuns like that get you known and get you first place in the group.
And you talk about that commitment. That right there, jumping in, Shield already were trying to pull back to defend their Nexus. So if you played a little bit more conservatively at that point, they may have been able to stick around and get more damage down on the inhibitor, but man, so close this team fight. Once again though, a big chunk taken out of the Shield base. You saw Alliance in the picture-in-picture cheering after they got that kill on Sneaky, but once again, that was a big chunk for Cloud9. They have no GAs though this time around.
No. And
keep track of those cooldowns.
That's soon to be a 6-item kill. When Save gets that Lich Bane, good luck, because that's 3 monster damage dealers that would be arrived for a NaJin White Shield. Cloud9, they're pretty much at max items as far as Corki and High are concerned.
Yeah, we're getting to that point where everybody's maxing out here.
We are almost 50 minutes into this game. That tug of war that's gone on for, I think, what is 30 minutes by now, leaves Cloud9 still behind in gold kills, ahead in turrets, and already taken a good portion out of NaJin White Shield's base. The Nexus turret, of course, being a key component of that. They're pushing up to the inhib now.
They got to keep making use of the super minions that are going on top. They need to make use of that pressure.
Cloud9 did this last time with Baron. This time they do not have Baron. A good amount of poke onto Gorilla there. They really want this inhibitor, but boy, is this a dangerous move.
It's dangerous for them to funnel in here. Because this wall is going to push them up for Zephyr to get that line damage, they had to be very careful spreading out. And once again, there's no Mikhails on Cloud9. If Sneaky gets hit with one of those skill shots, it's going to be a hard time.
QSS on Sneaky because they couldn't get the Mikhails. Everyone trying to ward up against the AoE magic damage. They do not have the super minion threat on the other side here. Shield is actually primed for a counterattack. That's the reason Cloud9 backs off.
The inhibitor respawns, so they don't have any extra super minion pressure up top now. Time to regain vision around Baron. Baron coming up in 1 minute. Cloud9 do have more vision on the map right now. They need to replenish these wards. Right now they're going Dragon.
Time is off a little bit.
Those things are coming up at the same time. If you choose between those two.
Cloud9 actually wouldn't have the Dragon timer because they took the top inhibitor.
They didn't have vision of it.
Taking the Dragon. So they're basically just going to be working around the Baron timer. They all have to recall, and this is another problem we run into in these super long games. Ward control falls because everyone else has to max out their inventories and they can't buy those extra luxury wards.
That's why we see it upgraded to Ruby Sightstone here for Meteos on the Kazakhs. He just upgraded to Ruby Sightstone so they don't have to return to base like they just did without laying down more wards on the map.
And GAs are coming up here soon as well. Not quite in 10 seconds time though, so this Baron might be a little bit delayed from both sides until they get those Guardian Angels in position.
Oh, goes
off to the side falls. He's going to be the focus, but he flashes. The Cocoon misses. Oh, they've got the Charmer high though. He will put down his Deathmark. Goon uses his Gorilla low the back. Sneaky coming around after using his QSS. It's going to be Cloud9 to win this one. They take out Watch. They go into Zephyr. It's the ace for Cloud9. They could go through and win.
51 minutes in, Cloud9 finds the amazing fight. 5-0 ace. Nothing will stop them from winning this game.
It's all about the disengage. We mentioned so many times how Cloud9 don't have the lockdown, but they're the ones kiting back, and they kite back perfectly. Even though Goon gets that
time they needed to disengage, they did. Zephyr could never find the fight he needed, and Cloud9 takes down Shield.
Nexus turret's going down, and Cloud9 picking up a massive victory over NaJin White Shield. They're going to play them again later today to see if they can beat them again and go through as first in the group. It of course also means Alliance are out of the World Championships.
I don't think I can make it to that next game.
This was...
yeah, that was...
You're on your own, Kobe.
Too absurd. Also, I think that's the first North American team to beat a Korean team at a World Championship in the history of League of Legends. So a monumental occasion for Cloud9 right now.
The first time in years that a North American team has beaten a Korean team in any competitive match, period. And man, that last team fight, every ultimate so on point. They had balls with the flash. If he didn't have flash up, that was a completely different story. After he flashed away and Lemon popped his ultimate, the Rumble ulti on back, straight across Zephyr. So many things in this game. That whole game was just a cacophony of well-played team fights.
But both teams, like that's the thing, NaJin White Shield, try as they may, they were doing all they could to find the right fights. They had the range composition. They were trying to play that engage-disengage game. They had a farm Twitch that entire time. And the ultimates in general were on point from Save. It was just a 52-minute slugfest. And here's the thing. They have to play again. They have to play for first place in the group.
And that's a massive game as well because, let's be honest, you don't want to finish second and play Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals. That is what these two teams are going to be trying to avoid. It also means, and I'm sure you guys would rather be the ones saying this than me, that 2 out of 3 North American teams here at Worlds will be going through to the quarterfinals. Of course, our last game of the day decides if it's 3 out of 3.
Yeah, well, everybody's already looking to the sequel to this matchup. Up next, we have the OMG LMQ. And this is another decisive battle. Oh, all right. Deep breath. Need some more water.
Yeah,
no more Red Bull, only water now.
Breaths for Cloud9 and NaJin White Shield will need to be had because the difference between first seed and second seed is whether they have to play Samsung Blue or the winner of the OMG LNQ game. And even though every team has showed up and everyone can beat everyone, as we saw with Kabum beating Alliance earlier, it does matter a lot.
Yeah.
First seed.
And you know that loss to Kabum from Alliance is basically what's put them out.
And it's also what's preventing a 3-way tie for first at the end of the day, which would have been absolutely ridiculous.
It would have been nice to have all those extra games at the end, but credit to Kabum.
Quality,
I
though.
was saying it the entire time, Kobe. Kabum are going to pull off an upset at some point.
I can vouch every single day.
We got that one down. And Kabum do it on the last day, in the last game against the team that had to beat them to actually go through or to stay in with a chance. That was an absolutely crazy game. So we're going to give it straight over to the guys at the analyst desk to take on Cloud9's win.
Thank you very much, Joe. Cloud9's indeed. First and foremost, all hail the
Never
prophet.
doubt my children.
All hail the prophet. I want to kick things off and make it very clear. NA is indeed greater than EU. Let's kick this off. Pick some bans. I want to go straight to pick some bans.
And Korea, apparently.
I want to talk about these picks and bans because I looked at the statistics behind both these teams, and it seemed like the blue side was really going to affect Cloud9 for the best. And you said it would not. And in the end, Hai got a champion that he was actually able to perform. They got really comfortable champions for every role. And it showed it was a really back and forth game. But in the end, it was a rumble from balls that paid off. We've seen him time and time again for years now.
Every single one of these champions at some point or another is one of the preferred champs for these players. One of the big stories that the casters were talking about was how the top laners got their respective, preferred champs statistically and favorable. Save's best stats are on Kayle. And we were discussing, how do you deal with Kayle when you've got Hourglass? How is Zed going to deal with Kayle when there's Hourglasses, and et cetera, et cetera? Monty, team comps, what did you like or dislike?
I mean, I think that this game was not so much determined by team comps as it was just by smart rotations overall. And that's where Cloud9 really excelled. And I think when we think about NaJin White Shield, we think about them as this very late game team. But I mean, Cloud9 beating them there is just a testament, I think, to how good Cloud9's strategy is. And they used their Zed pick extremely effectively, getting down that inhibitor on the Baron bait. It was a very crucial pick for them, and they played it up really, really well.
Just before we get to you, pull that replay up.
Right, I was going to say, we have a replay actually. I can do it too, don't worry. I've hosted the analyst desk before. So this is the very marvelous sort of Baron bait inhibitor take by Cloud9. Before we start it, I want to talk about a couple of things. Specifically, when you do this kind of a thing, if you're ever playing this game yourself, number one, vision control. Using both wards and minions. Hai never shows until he knows where NaJin White Shield is. He will never walk in to a knowing 1v2. And so it's up to his team to pull everyone else into vision by going to Baron disengage. Let's roll the clip out, and you're going to see what Cloud9 does here. So they start up on Baron. It's pink warded, so they know they require some kind of face check, or they just get Baron. No matter what, something good happens. So NaJin White Shield comes over. They force the TP. They say, guys, they are here. Hai, go for it. And now Hai is on the inhibitor. and now they say, oh, High's going to pull attention. Guys, get ready to put some pressure back on the map. Cloud9's been actually persistently hitting the minion wave down in mid lane as well, and this is just a nice all-in here. He potentially could have shadowed to dodge the bubble if he wanted to, but he gets the kill regardless. And then the escape's actually interesting because he tries to outplay the charm, but it's actually very well played by Goong. He saves it for a very long time, makes High juke like 3 times, and then lands a point blank charm to get the kill.
Crepo, talk me through what Cloud9 was doing in terms of their map play and controlling it, because even though it was very close for a long time, you felt like Cloud9 were in control for a large portion. Not convincingly, but they were dictating the tempo.
I just think they played really smart, and just that rotation alone highlights how well they understand the game, because they needed that at that point to get back into the game. I think at that point they were like 6,000 gold down perhaps, but the real beauty of Cloud9 came on how well they respected the invisible Twitch, because they kept fishing with skill shots to find him whenever he was likely to come. Whenever they saw Nami walk up in lane, they're like, yeah, she's never going to be here alone. Don't engage on that. There's definitely a Twitch near. Let's spam some rockets in the general direction, see if we find him. And then the unsung, or just the sung hero of this match is basically Balls. Those Rumble ultis were just insane.
Yeah, now, I think that one of the key things that allow Cloud9 to make these really good rotations was the fact that we rarely see a Kha'Zix come out with a Sightstone. And they're doing double Sightstone on a very unconventional jungler that may throw off NaJin off shield, because NaJin off guard, just because when you play against Kha'Zix, you're thinking, oh, he's gonna be this tanky guy that's just, this really high damage guy, not tanky support. He went with a really heavy tank and utility oriented build until the very end, where he got a Last Whisper, and he had a GA, Hex Drinker, the Merc Boot, so he was just a really utility oriented playstyle of Kha'Zix that allowed Zed to make plays.
I want to talk about some of those team fights. Let's pull the second replay up onto your screen. It was one of the more chaotic ones, and I think, Crepo, you were quite excited about this, if recalls.
Yeah, so before we roll this clip, I just want everybody to look at the minimap. Just take a nice look there and see those red giant balls of doom approaching both side lanes for Cloud9. So all Shield have to do is nothing. If you wait right here, you win the game just by doing absolutely nothing. The only way you can lose is if you go for a fight right now and you die, and that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna go out, not wait for the side lanes to push in and draw Cloud9 members back. So if you can roll the clip right now, we're gonna see Zephyr. Yes, he wants to go for a pick. Yes, that's good, but he overextends way too far. And just look at what Balls does right now. That equalizer that's gonna come out is just gonna be insane. They also disengage with Lemon, and look, like the entire team is split up right now, so they don't know what they're doing. And Goong goes in from the side, and he wants to go aggressive. Zony has bait, and his entire team is backing off in the back. KLT gets used as well. I don't know what Weisil was thinking here. Just look at the side lanes.
Yeah, exactly. Not only the side lanes, but honestly, at that point, even the Zephyr's engage wasn't the worst thing in the world as long as they went back afterwards. But they walked forward, Goong split off to try and kill a Rumble that had a Zhonya's and had already used his equalizer, so he's not a priority target, especially when he's at that distance. All you have to do at that point is walk back, because instead they stood in the equalizer for longer than normal. You just walk back in that situation, you take that win, you say, okay, no more equalizer. We have 2 heals on this team with Nami and Kale. We'll just continue to stand at Baron, and you can't stop us anymore now because no ult, and you have to deal with these minion waves.
I agree.
Just a really mixed call there from Shield, and I think you're absolutely right. That's what cost them the game.
Very good strategic calls from Cloud9. Just to remind everybody, with that victory, it does mean that they advance to the quarterfinals and will be doing a rematch against Shield later. Let's take a look at where the teams stand, as there's only one regular game left in this group stage. We've just wrapped up that matchup over in Group D with both Cloud9 and NaJin White Shield on 4-2. It's simple for Group C, however. Win one game and go to quarterfinals, lose a game and go home in our final showdown between OMG and LMQ. Then, as I've already reiterated, that tiebreaker position for Cloud9 and NaJin White Shield. I want to look at the playoff bracket really quickly and just talk about some of the theoretical possibilities. First and foremost, we know Samsung Blue is locked into the top half of the bracket. They will be playing the loser of NaJin White Shield or Cloud9. Over in Group D, the winner of Cloud9 versus NaJin White Shield will then do battle with either LMQ or OMG. So we're about to find out who the final quarterfinal matchups will be. We're going to step away for just a moment, but when we come back, China's OMG goes head-to-head with North American LMQ in a winner-take-all match. You guys do not want to miss it.
Just do it. Just play good. Let's play the best we ever will, and I'll be happy.
Where is he going to go? Equalizer onto 3 of them. Deathmark goes to the back. Watch is definitely going down. Actually surviving for now. Oh, they're going for Zephyr. There is the invulnerability. Balls goes low as well. This is a big, messy fight. Meanwhile, over by the Baron, Meteos gets Zephyr, gets the reset. He's all over the place and will pick up the kill onto save. Balls still alive. Finished up by Watch. But Watch is going down as well. Sneaky there. He's full HP. He could be a hero for Cloud9 right now. Oh, Valkyrie's dead. Oh, he gets stunned up and finished off. Goon uses his Gorilla low in the back. Sneaky coming around after using his QSS. It's going to be Cloud9 to win this one. They take out Watch. They're going to Zephyr. 58 for Cloud9.
This is for Kabum!
Crepo, anything to add there?
No.
Well, I think let's roll on to the predictions and start talking about who you guys think will be walking away with a win and who will be taking that second seed and the right to do battle with either NaJin White Shield or Cloud9. Crumbs, you've spoken quite in depth about the matchup. Who is walking away with the victory and why?
I think it's going to be OMG. I think that LMQ is not doing too hot, and I'm not liking Ackerman and Rumble anymore. After people figured it out, how to beat it, he's just not been successful at it. He's not as good as a Rumble as Balls is. And OMG's Going has really had a dominating show this entire tournament, and I think that he's going to be the one to carry.
Profit or false profit, you guys be the judge. He's 2 for 2 so far. Crepo, who are you voting for and why?
I'm going to follow our glorious leader, Alberto Renhipo, and I will go with OMG as well.
All right, next is going to be Freak.
My predictions to come out of the group back in the preview show were Samsung Blue, and they did, and it was also OMG. As you guys said, after the first day, LMQ have not looked very strong. OMG have continued to look better, and they're my vote.
All right, so let's see who is next on the list.
Me.
Wait.
Monte Cristo. Initially, you voted LMQ.
I don't remember voting LMQ.
Initially, you voted LMQ.
Apparently, I just keep flip-flopping.
Apparently so. So,
Okay.
sorry, production from
My fault. I actually think it's OMG.
It's a weird way to spell OMG.
Yeah.
I agree with all of you. I think this is the time that Going and Cool get their revenge on Ackerman for beating them and for Royals win in the quarterfinals for last year. And OMG will take it, and they'll go on to the quarterfinals.
All right, so it is a clean sweep despite Freak lying to production earlier today.
Sorry.
I'm going to quickly take a look what the international fan base on lolesports.com is giving the vote to, and they've given it a very slight edge to OMG with 51% of the votes. The players are getting themselves ready on stage. We're not quite ready to jump into picks and bans, but I want to know how much weight is now on these guys' shoulders knowing they have to face either a NaJin White Shield or Cloud9, and even more so, knowing that quarterfinal matchup, I think both of these squads are at a disadvantage to both of the potential opposites. You know, Cloud9 and Shield, more strategic, probably able to deal with that. You're sticking your nose up a little bit, Monty?
I don't know. I think that Cloud9, like Alberto Crumbs was saying here, is very strong as a blue side team. I'm unconvinced that that's going to be able to carry them through a best of 5. I think of these best of 1s, it's pretty good for them. And I think that OMG, if they win, has a little more more depth to their champion pools. Now, if LMQ wins, then I think Cloud9 would be the favorite there.
Well, we'll have to see who is victorious. We have to send it over to the caster desk for Game 6 of the day.
Thank you very much, guys. And what an amazing day it's been up until now. And we still have 2 games left.
Yeah. I mean, a fan got so excited during the last game, they threw this giant Poro up here. And I can understand you get excited sometimes, but you have to promise never throw anything up here again. I'm a benevolent caster. I will give it back. But promise, no more.
To someone.
Please no.
It's right over there.
That's for sure. Well, guys, we are going to be getting into the next game here very shortly, so let's get straight into the lineups. In the blue corner, it's OMG from China's League of Legends Pro League, with Going in the top lane, Loveling in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, San on AD carry, and Dada777 on support.
And in the red corner is LMQ from the North American LCS. Up top is Ackerman in the jungle, No Name, mid Xiao, AD carry Vasily, and support more.
And like those guys were saying on the analyst test, it's teams going in different directions. LMQ started the group 2-0. OMG started the group 0-2. However, you have to really just think clean slate. LMQ had a really close game against Blue earlier, so they can still kind of come back from confidence. And if we remember the regular season, every time LMQ lost a few games, people were like, these guys are done for. There's no way they bounce back from this one. And then they
all that hype.
it. Yeah.
But yeah, they definitely delivered in the end.
Well, I think, today's already shown us that you can't necessarily kind of predict games from the form that we've already seen so far, as, Alliance manage a perfect game over NaJin White Shield and then lose out to Kabum, who, fair enough, they were actually getting better as things went along and really capped off a great event from them by beating Alliance.
Isn't it so interesting that 2 of the 3 teams that were able to beat a Korean team didn't even make it out of groups, right? That's how competitive these groups were.
And we also have to say that the brackets right now look so very interesting, with the Koreans on one side, the Chinese teams on the other side of things. We could even have, if the stars align, a definite North American semi-final. That obviously depends if LMQ can actually win here and whether Cloud9 can win in their game later on in their tiebreaker game against NaJin White Shield. But for now, we're into OMG versus LMQ, and it is a Twitch Jarvan ban for OMG.
So, yeah, LMQ did use Jarvan in their area of effect combo, but that was not really the crux of their combo. Interesting choice of bans here from OMG. Yeah. They take out all 3 parts of it. They just want to get that all off the table and see if LMQ have any other strategies.
The only 2 picks that LMQ could use again against OMG from their previous victory at this point is Thresh and Syndra. It was really all about the Twitch Jarvan Rumble. Every single component of that composition taken away, forcing LMQ to use a different strategy. Speaking of which, with different strategies, LMQ has lost 3 games.
That is very true, and OMG were also going to get their Maokai pick once again. They had it in game 1 against LMQ. Of course, that game went to LMQ. We'll see if they can do that here again and secure that spot in the quarterfinals. For LMQ, will they take at least some parts of that composition that you were talking about with Thresh? More started on day 1, being an absolute beast on Thresh. I think it's safe to say that there's been a little bit more to be desired, but that Thresh may well get locked in.
Yeah, I definitely think it will get locked in. The reason that LMQ first picked it last time is because they want to take it away from Dada, because Dada has had a lackluster performance on other supports, like Nami or something like that. He's kind of a liability for OMG. So LMQ, this is a really big takeaway from OMG, locking in the first round Thresh this time. Plus, they get that comfort for no name, Lee Sin.
Also, stop that going to Loveling, although his most played champion, albeit just with 2 games, he's played 4 up until now, is of course Kha'Zix. Looking like he will be able to get his hands on that one straight away. They're also going to take the AD carry, picking up this time Lucian for San. He's also played that once already.
Yeah, so that is definitely not a late game OMG comp. They're looking to brawl with those champions.
I'm very interested to see what they use for Cool as well, because there's been very little attention paid to the mid lane and bans this time around, and LMQ have the guaranteed counter pick for the lane. So Cool have to show his cards early and pick something that doesn't have hard counters. Like Zed and Yasuo still on the table, Ryze is already banned out, but Orianna Syndra was what actually Xiao used last time to get his solo kill. So Syndra is going to be available. That means no melee assassin for Cool, and he's going to play much safer.
It's a lot of shields and heals that they'll be able to throw out with the Janna ultimate on top of the Maokai. I think that's a really solid team composition from OMG, nothing miraculous. I wonder if LMQ can try to pick it apart.
Interesting sniper composition from LMQ though. Last couple lock-ins here, they do get a lot of long-range artillery, and they've got double shields for themselves. So once again, Vasily, a lot of weight will be placed on his shoulders again. He performed so well on the Kog'Maw last time around.
Unfortunately, his score didn't necessarily reflect that, though, in that game. They were getting
trying
jumped on pretty well. He did a lot of good damage in team fights, and with the Lulu, that will be incredibly amped up. These are pretty exciting team comps. LMQ was pushed away onto something completely new, though.
Yeah, and you have to say, Lulu in the top lane has, been sort of lackluster in the group stages. She does have a good matchup against Maokai, and we'll see what Ackerman can do this time around, because he definitely wants to redeem himself for that Rumble ultimate that cost them the game. Well, That was definitely didn't help him with that game.
Definitely part in the game. And I think you're right with that Ackerman, you know, since they went 2-0 where he definitely looked solid, but you can't also sometimes judge those performances when you do pick up the wins. But since then, been missing something in that top lane. Confidence would be a big thing to have coming into this final game. Of course, this is another game that really, really matters. The winner of this one will slot into second position in Group C, in the Group of Death. Could mean that we see all 3 Chinese teams going through into the quarterfinals, or all 3 North Americans. We'll find out here soon. Well, with both of those compositions locked in, have you guys seen anything that made you want to switch your vote? You can tweet to @LOL Esports using the hashtag OMGWin or LMQWin, and we'll check in throughout the game to see exactly who you guys are standing behind. But for now, we are going to jump into the match. It's OMG versus LMQ for a place in the Final 8.
Let's see here. Some early wards started by both supports. Now, this duo lane matchup, if they do go head-to-head here, there's a lot of harass that a Lucian Janna lane can pull off early, as we've seen. And
I feel like Janna is one of the most potent combinations you can go with, specifically for turret pushing. OMG does have just an incredibly solid, almost circular teamfight team. Thinking about the Maokai ultimate, the Jan ultimate, if they do get engaged on or need a clutch heal, the amount of just damage they can put out if you try and engage on them, Lucian taking advantage of the short range and walking into shockwaves. It's a really well-constructed teamfight team. LMQ will have to pull ahead in this one, I feel like.
Defensive wards do go up for both sides, and the constant ring of pings. Music to my ears. No invades though. Let's see here. Top lane is the only thing curious. They might go for a deep ward in this top lane. Ackerman just sitting in his bush that he loves so much. Sometimes he gets some extra experience sitting there during lane swaps.
Sometimes he gets spotted right away. But for now, it looks like LMQ are going to be sending Mort and Vasily up there, and it's not just Ackerman that sat inside that brush. They're not spotted here, moving to that top lane either.
There's that tricky delayed invade where they circumvent this Tribush ward. Haven't been seen yet, but they did get intelligence on LMQ because of their defensive ward, or I mean on OMG. So LMQ have the full advantage here in this early game. See what they can do with it. Are they going to try and trap them? It looks like an even exchange here. 1 buff for each on top, and they're going to catch the duo coming back. Oh, they're setting a trap. Do they get there in time? They got there in time.
They did. They're in.
Vasily
not seen them.
It's all about Vasily's bait here.
Oh.
The investment for this,
they're all coming up around
pretty high as well.
3 of them. Vasily can simply walk down to that side.
He's got to hit the sapling.
There he is, the sapling is going to hit. Here comes the fake jet. They're going for San. Exhaust is down. Fast blood for Vasily. Can they get more? Dada will flash off. Ackerman still chasing. They get the 1 for 0 and it goes to Vasily.
What an early game play for LMQ. Defensive ward, the ramp. That OMG go for the delayed invade on, and they work around the 1 defensive ward.
If we think back to all their games this group, LMQ has been playing a really aggressive early game. They seem to always take that 1 big risk. This time, it pays off in spades.
And they did their research as well, working around the most common wards there. NoName wants to chase off here for a triple.
Oh, lovely actually getting spotted here. Pretty obvious, I mean, considering the start that happened. There is the slow coming down, and Lovely going to be forced back and possibly even to recall at that stage. Maybe we'll get the golems on the way out, but that means that NoName is going to double up on the blue buff.
Alright. So there was 2 reds who went to OMG, but Kha'Zix does really need a blue in the early part of the game to start clearing. He's going to slow down his early game here significantly. See how Lovely can recover. He did at least get to level 2 off of the first buff, even though they did give it away to San.
Yeah, I think it's really just about how the top laners can deal with experience and how farmed the AD carries get in these lanes. I still remember, I'm sure LMQ does as well, the reckless 18-0 Lucian game. He had a Jan on his team. It happened against Ackerman. If San gets too much experience and level, he can really just bully this lane and get incredibly farmed.
Well, so far, LMQ are receiving 3 lanes worth of experience. Ackerman here, he's having a hard time CSing under turret because there's 2 members, but 3 lanes of experience going to LMQ. Vasily's got that freeze up top, still going strong. So it's been forced into a double jungle here for Going, and they're stunting the growth of this Maokai.
See how that one all goes. That was a nice little treat. I wouldn't. I mean,
let it go. Just let it go.
I don't think I would have got it if you didn't do a little dance after you delivered it.
But I wasn't going to say anything. I know Freak was smiling. That's all that matters to me. A smile on Freak's face.
This could be dangerous, though, actually, if OMG decides to try a 4v2 dive.
Let's see about that. It's going to put Loveland and Going at level 3. Ward comes over. That ward not spotted. They're going to wait for those waves to close in. There's no ward in the tri-bush. Ackerman and Moore see that one's coming. Who's going to take the damage? The knock-up will hit both of them.
Great turret,
that's tanking the turret there at the back. Ackerman, oh what? He actually died to the turret there. Moore is trying to escape. Lovely gets him, but will go down to the flay in the end of the tower.
It was an execute, so they still got the first blood. Or no, they didn't have the first blood from the early action, but they still got the double kill there. And it was just an execute, so the money doesn't go back over to LMQ.
So Dada managed the turret aggro perfectly because he was the one who got it on him until he died. In which case it was a little bit lackluster. That dive actually worked out pretty well for LMQ considering the circumstances. So right here, the thing you want is the Janna, since she does the least damage, tanking the turret. The last hit was the mistake.
So yeah, remember the damage of these turrets ramping up over time, each consecutive shot, especially on the same target there. So it ends up being the 2 for 1. They get a little bit of gold back, but as you said, wave at the turret, so that little bit of advantage.
Ackerman got a lot of experience during that dive, which is really critical for an underfarmed Lulu in a lane, because now San, who is supposed to have a big edge, is actually being out-leveled by the top laner Ackerman.
Interesting maneuver here. Vasily, they've called Vasily all the way down. They want to go for this dragon now.
It's because the teleport's down from Going. It's pretty much an uncounterable dragon.
Yeah, and he's in base, so there's nothing that he can do about that. There are pings towards Xiao in the mid lane, but not sure that they'll be able to kill him off. And that will be here, the dragon falling towards LMQ. Nice bit of gold injection. 1,000 gold lead that they have from that. So, nice little start here for the North American 3rd seed.
Loveling, though, doing his best to work with the situation. So they know that they can't go for that dragon because of the teleports being down. He takes that opportunity to get vision down on the top side. And this pink ward is one of my favorite pink wards that he's placed in deep inside the red jungle. Whoa. Okay, he goes back for that one. But this one, very rarely do teams check that bush on their own side of the jungle early on. So they tend to last very long. We'll see how long that one lasts. Support fight here. Nobody should be walking away with too much of a bruise.
That pink ward you mentioned, Kobe, will give so much intel for Loveling and even the rest of OMG. Being able to have eyes on Lee Sin when he least expects it will allow the lanes to play with a lot more impunity.
Seeing the recall there, which means mid lane and top know that they're safe from that. San gonna put down some decent damage. Actually, will hit level 6, throwing the culling out, and a lot of it connecting there onto Vasily, but it is Vasily that still holds a slight CS lead. It was a pickaxe first pickup for San. Phage for Vasily, who's also level 6, so a bit more power in that lane with his ultimate available.
Yeah, and San has expended all of his mana pushing this, so he's going to go back after this wave, and Vasily can decide to either keep this wave here, or they can shove it back in very quickly. They already have ward on the lane bush. Will they try and stop these backs? No, Moore does not go for it.
No, not
too far out of vision.
Not going to see that happening, and that will be them going back into base. You see double longsword actually was the choice here for San, and a few wards, potions and what have you will be brought back into that bottom lane as they come through. There's a blue buff being given over on its second spawn to Xiao, and Loveling also hitting level 6.
Pretty much all the advantage from LMQ is based off of that first blood trick they played, and the fact that the turret dive went a little bit wrong for OMG down to the bottom lane. The lanes are kind of evening out here. They've reverted into the standard lanes without very large experience advantages on either side.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, even though LMQ do have this gold advantage, though, OMG still have that slight vision advantage, and it really matters what they can actually do with that. If they actually make a move when they see No Name on top side like this, so they know where he is, and this is all about what Loveling can do with the information he's been given. So right now, he thinks that it's going to be a gank top, and Kha'Zix is extremely strong at counter ganking. He's already level 6, and he leveled the spike rack, but No Name not going up there. So at least that ward coverage will tell Loveling that they know there's no Lee Sin up top.
So much value from that pink ward. It basically enables the dive. It enables this aggressive culling from Sen.
Oh,
and
there we go.
This.
Ackerman going in there and going on top of him. Can they finish? Flash in, and Loveling will pick up the kill. The patience and the deep ward really paying off for OMG.
100% no counter gank. Let's see here, though. No Name on the bottom side of the map as Xiao rotates over for a possible dive. This is dangerous, though, if he goes all the way in. Dada!
Oh, they've got no ID. Dada is completely on his own. The hook. There comes the Xerath ultimate as well. Dada will flash, but where's he going? Into the stun, into the slow, and a burst down from Xiao.
So I don't know, maybe OMG, or maybe Cool called that dive, because Cool came down first, and Dada runs straight up into there. Big kill here for LMQ.
Dada led the way a little bit too preemptively right there.
He has a habit of going deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, he goes a little bit before the play when he's not playing at his best as well. That's one of the reasons he gets caught out so much, is he's always trying to make the play, but the team doesn't always seem like they're on the same timer.
It goes back to that first big Thresh. I mean, LMQ used it against them last time.
Thresh always gets to bring a friend if he goes in early.
Exactly.
Throws a lantern back, guy comes in.
It's such a big takeaway from this team, I think. LMQ doing some good research on OMG. Uh-oh, Ackerman, though.
Oh, gonna walk out. There is Loveling. Slow comes down, jumps over to the other side. There's a shockwave. Ackerman is dead again. 3 deaths. And we were questioning how he was going to perform in this all-important final game, and so far it's not been good.
That was perfectly played by Loveling and Cool. Hops over the Glitter Lance, returns to the top laner who does not have his flash anymore, doesn't have his ultimate anymore from the previous gank. Great repeat gank there by Loveling.
It's really going to be on Loveling to carry this one through. Remember, he got the double kill on the dive in the bottom lane, and he's really making Ackerman pay. The deep ward has been doing so much to keep him ahead of No Name. Just now has No Name matched him with a jungle item of his own, and it's Ackerman who's paying the price for those deep wards.
Down bottom, though, everybody knows the pain of that post-6 Kog'Maw. Vasily starting to exert his will over San. So he did get a nice piercing light through the minions.
See how that one all continues to add up fairly even in this stage. Obviously the kill and assist over with Vasily, that leaves him with 2 out of 3 components of that Trinity Force. Is Lovely again gonna head into the jungle, and look at this.
Ackerman, oh man, the camp
walk straight over the top, and the ward actually surviving there, couldn't quite take it down. And Ackerman, at least knowing this time around, that Loveling was still there.
Yeah, that was fortunate for Ackerman, that Loveling thought there was a ward in there already, had previously used his sweeper before the ward was placed. Just a trinket ward, though. It does expire in only 1 minute.
You can see some really tense moments, obviously. The top laners do have teleports up. However, OMG, because they just have had better ward control pretty much this whole game, will have priority queue for this dragon, it really seems like.
It's all about the poke here. They need to land some Xerath poke before going with this team fight, because that AoE combo from OMG of the Maokai rooting somebody and then you get a shockwave right there too could be devastating heading up in these pathways to the dragon. LMQ have to be careful not to funnel.
Which is hard, because all the paths to dragon are funnels.
Maybe you have to start from behind OMG. Trying to get in from there. San's going to just use his culling to get rid of that minion wave in the bottom and should join the rest of his team for the dragon attempt. And this is where we see what the plan is from LNQ. Do they let this dragon go? Do they try to fight it? They miss the hook, and then they're going to start off the fight. Xiao actually going to get pulled in there by the shockwave. The shield's doing a lot of work there, though, for LNQ, and OMG realize they have to back away. This might actually be a turret.
Yep, a little bit out of range for that ultimate. However, they've got control of mid because there was so much damage sustained taking that dragon. They can shove down mid. They make the call though. OMG here might answer.
Great move by Sen. He knew that the rest of the team was going to have to give up that turret, so he just goes bottom lane to keep the gold in OMG's favor for that trade. They had the vision control, and that's their reward.
So, turret apiece then. That leaves us with 1,000 gold lead on OMG's side of the board. Second 3.
And getting a little risky.
Yeah. Needs to be a bit careful here, but he's gonna try.
What a
the
move!
steal and
Whoa!
Wow.
There was no smite for No Name, and they didn't decide to push him off. San just being really, really brave.
He just beat
right there.
that one. That was ridiculous.
That's huge. Xiao is a little bit low on mana, and that's going to diminish that wave clear substantially.
Yeah.
Shockwave's coming up here soon as well. LMQ needs to be real careful how close they stick to this one. Going's ultimate running, but they're going to get the tower. Nothing that LMQ can do to stop that one happening. They're trying to reply with Ackerman up top, though.
What a ridiculous play there from San, and they get the mid turret on it. No defense there left from LMQ to spread out. Ackerman does not stick around for the top lane either, so OMG do get a nice influx of gold here for the mid game.
Just want to point out that OMG's favorite pink ward is still alive.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it was a little bit of a gold lead there for LMQ, but you get so
They're
much
going together
value
right
out of
now,
that
actually.
invade.
Vasily should be walking through
Oh,
it.
he's got it.
And suddenly, No Name realizes why all of his ganks haven't been working.
Yeah.
Look at this move up top, though. OMG commit everybody up there. They've gone through the lane into the side bushes, wrapping around. This could be a collapse of both teams.
Oh, gonna show themselves. Going says, I'm gonna keep pushing. Oh look, I'll pretend that I don't know about this one happening.
This is
but
dangerous.
surprise, here is Lovely. Here's the rest of the team collapsing in. More goes down. Ackerman has to flash away. Dada under the turret here. He's actually gonna fall as No Name comes around. The focus should be No Name now. There is the Zereth ultimate coming in. Can they get away? Oh, Amit! Onto the tower, and there is Ackerman actually burning down in the last second, and it ends in a 3-for-2.
Despite the jump that OMG got on LMQ, a little bit of an overdive, and it ends up trading 3-for-2. But if they can get the turret reward, they can keep the pressure on.
Here comes more, though. Their reinforcements are on the way for LMQ. Vasily's so low, he's going to back out. Everybody going to walk away from that team fight. A little bit dirty, that one.
I mean, we can really see here OMG's ability to find the right fights. Maokai Kha'Zix is a great combo for a reason. LMQ used that combination of top laner and jungle in their run against Curse in the North American playoffs. They know the power of it. It's really hard for a team like LMQ to work around it too, because LMQ is a kind of a one-directional team. They do something until it works or they lose.
And you got to give Loveling credit here. He's the one who had to make the plan for OMG because he got the money early, and his plan has worked out so far. Every move that he has made up top has paid off.
That was a good stun from Xiao. That probably possibly saved his life. Dana came through with the Zephyr, and he stunned up the damage threat that was chasing in the form of Orianna. So, things now possibly at least quieten down somewhat. Let's take a look at where we are. 3,000 gold almost is the lead for OMG. 5 kills out of the 7 on Loveling, and he's got 2 assists, so being a part of everything so far. And I think it's fair to say that Loveling was a question mark for some people coming into this event, and honestly, these last 3 games at least, he has shown up big time.
And the entire OMG team has been in this constant state of underperforming, actually, even throughout the Chinese.
Whoa!
Because we look at all their individual players, Cool, Loveling, and Going by many are kind of best in position for their region. Yet they were the 3rd place team at regionals, and they're 1 game from not even making it out of groups. They really just need to come together as a team, and this team comp has some pretty good teamwork elements in it.
Xiao is not with LMQ here. This is a 4 versus 5 collapse from OMG. LMQ have to be very careful under this turret. They need Zereth with them to clear out the minions and help lay that poke down. This is a long-range duo from LMQ. They want to get some damage before the fight even breaks out.
Well, switch to mid lane for OMG. Still around about a minute until the next dragon actually comes up, but That's still maybe a sign for OMG to start getting some vision down. They've gone over the top of that ward in the Death Brush though, so their position actually revealed already.
OMG is trying to lay the trap to land the right shockwave to destroy this game. They already have Ackerman really far behind, so they've kind of removed him as a threat. And the vision control and just general map control has been lost. It's all a matter of how well OMG uses that advantage to try and close in on a victory.
Yeah, they've pretty much already earned themselves this dragon with that vision control. Uh-oh, here goes LMQ for the face check.
Again!
And it's just a whitewash. I mean, Ackerman's going to go down. More might fall as well. He actually got away with the help of the shield and going. And the rest of OMG just turn around. They spot that actually there's a blue buff available for the taking, which of course San stole away amazingly last time around. They're going to get that one again. Just refresh the buff on Cool, and they're in prime position for this next dragon.
A bit too predictable here for LMQ. Oh no!
Going, actually diving straight into the middle. Cully comes through. It will be the Lantern that brings him to safety, and a kick onto Loveling will also make sure that they can't chase No Name down.
LMQ keep going back to this area to try and fight 4 versus 5 even after getting chunked.
So Ackerman does have his teleport, which is why OMG actually doesn't feel safe doing this dragon. But they do feel safe going for more kills.
Wow, there's not much mana left there for Loveling, but he goes in and he's actually Cool that's able to finish off Xiao Xiao. They saw the Howling Gale come from the Death Rush, but he wanted to get the ward down, and that's another death for LMQ, and it's another dragon for OMG.
Plus there's a huge wave top, so that is the only thing that pulls the trigger here for LMQ to stop running towards this death dragon pit. Vasily does go up top to clean that, but so much momentum here in the favor of OMG.
Oh yeah. They're sitting on some pots of gold too, if we check it out. 3,500 gold actually on Cool, 2,000 on Sand. They're going to be building some monstrous items the next time they go down to base. That's how much map pressure they had actually. They didn't want to recall because they knew they could keep milking the advantage for what it was. Because as soon as they go back, they might lose their vision control. And they got so many advantages out of it. Blue buff dragons, a straight up death cap was built on Cool.
Yeah, that's going to sting the next time that shockwave is going to land.
It's funny, you know, LMQ started this game out really well with a bait in the bush, but since then, it's been all about OMG's baits in the different brushes and in the different patches of Fog of War. They've made magnificent use of that vision control.
And OMG just appears to be the stronger mental team in a lot of ways. They started this group 0-2 despite getting caught out by forming that brush. They've kept it together, continued to ward properly, continued to play as a team, and not many teams can say they started the group 0-2 and managed to make it out of there.
No, but one team might say we started 2-0 and ended up losing all the games after that.
They're still holding on here, trying to defend on secondary turrets for LMQ. Good news for LMQ is that they do have pretty good wave clear. Lulu and Xerath, good combo for that. Vasily will also be a substantial source, so they're going to try and hug their defensive structures.
Trying so hard to get in there and get that Baron ward. Finally do manage to get that in place, but it's just going to be cleared out instantly. OMG once again reigns supreme on that area of the map. Are a couple of recalls coming in there, which cancelled, and OMG is stacking up.
Again, the dangerous game. OMG, they set up the vision, and they're trying to bait. Oh,
they're going towards No Name. He's going to go, surely falling near. He actually flashes away, so flash burn easily in, so it doesn't completely rule out anything around that Baron, but flash down means that he's vulnerable next time a fight happens.
It's
Baron
just a rinse and repeat for OMG. They feel like if they kill LMQ enough times, they're going to stop checking, and then they can go for the Baron. They thought that that catch on a No Name would be enough to deter LMQ from coming through. It was not. However, it just starves LMQ so heavily from farm. They can't really go to their lanes because there is this constant magnetic force towards objectives that LMQ cannot give up and cannot get vision of.
Wards were put down at the back of Baron Pit. None of them actually going over the wall, which is a slight concern. Why don't you come back in, because they do have 2 side stones. They're actually going to go into the Baron Pit. try and do a quick kill on that pink ward, and then he sees the rest of the team and he's gone again.
He almost didn't click that lantern. That would have been really bad. But
well, he could safeguard as well. I think that would back up.
OMG then going back to buy up again. Oh, back in position.
They're never going to get those 3 on the backside of the pit, though.
Well, that is definitely true. However, they're not going to see along.
They don't really need to get.
Well, it's actually not the worst place for wards, considering OMG is generally trying to bait on the other side of the Baron pit instead of doing
They
Baron.
stop baiting, though, and they go straight for this turret here. So I'm getting some good damage on it.
And
fancy feet.
Juking away from every single charge of that Xerath ulti. Turret has taken a bit of a beating as well. They need to be careful of Kha'Zix from the side. Jumps in after the slow with a ball on top of him. Shockwave could be absolutely devastating. And you can see already OMG, and I say that almost like it's a new thing, which it really isn't. They're pulling LMQ all over the place.
Yep, slow control here from OMG. They want to get through to the next round. We've seen this a lot in these very high pressure games where teams are going to take them very, very cautiously, and they focus heavily on controlling that vision and strangling the supply lines of their enemies here. OMG are doing just that, slowly growing their lead.
They really need to make it out of group stages to try and make up for last year. Last year, they destroyed many of the teams in their group, and then were really upset in the quarterfinals by Royal Club at the time. It's a redemption opportunity for them here, especially after starting the groups 0-2. It's really kind of OMG coming together and trying to make that run. That's the whole reason these guys have been motivating themselves throughout this entire 24th season, is to try and make it again past this moment.
Wow. LMQ story is also a pretty impressive one when you think of it that way.
Yeah.
It's coming from China to North America through the challenger scene and managing that 3rd seed to come into Worlds. Big pressure on their side as well. So far this game, this final match of the group to decide which of these teams will join Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals is looking better for OMG. 6,000 gold lead, and now they're pushing onto this middle inner turret. There's no real reaction here from LMQ. I think they might end up losing it.
Yeah, too dangerous for Xiao Xiao to get close to clear any more than the front line of minions there. They really need Ackerman there as well to combo Glitter Lances.
I will say, though, that despite the huge vision advantage OMG has pretty much since the last Dragon, they haven't done much. LMQ did not suffer casualty, and until that turret almost went down, hadn't even suffered turret damage. OMG has to take the small prize instead of the big one, just going for a Dragon. But the stall has been pretty good here by LMQ. Death Cap completed on Xiao Xiao, and Vasily well on his way to Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, LMQ, they committed a full year of their lives traveling overseas to come to North America and train up and work their way all the way through the Challenger League for this game. The game to get them out of group stages and the next round of Worlds. So they're hanging on with everything that they have.
That pink ward is just a little bit too far into the Baron pit. Won't want the ward outside, so in a similar fashion to those 3 on the back side of the pit, it will be in a somewhat position there. It's no name going through. More will give him a lantern as well.
That's the trick about pink warding around Baron. Wards we'll see in straight lines, so since the cove of the Baron wall cuts off the vision on those wards outside, so unless OMG wards really far on the outside, kind of where that sapling is, they won't see the outside wards. However, if they place a pink ward that far back, then the wards over the wall won't be spotted because the range of the pink ward couldn't see the ward on the inside. So LMQ was using all of their game knowledge to keep this Baron visible.
In the end, OMG might put down a second pink ward, one on either side. That's
what they have to
what
do.
You've got to do.
They've got 2, and they've got plenty of sweepers ready.
So, setting up now a bit of a trap. Xiao Xiao says, seeing you already, make a blast through into that rush, so that you know that I know that you're there. Xiao Xiao, with that death cap for the Athene, Sorcerer Shoes, and Amto, he's ripping through those minion waves and being able to keep them back from these towers for quite a while. Lulu, of course, will good clear on that front, and Connell can keep the range, stay safe behind these turrets. And then at OMG, yes, as you mentioned, Jack, they've had big control on this top side of the map. They've done a lot of damage to that inner turret in the mid lane and in the top lane, but actually not taking anything apart from the Dragon.
It hasn't been the most successful siege. They are powering up a little bit though. Obviously going and just getting more and more armor will make a turret dive less threatening. But if they wait too long, Ackerman with a death cap would make up for a lot of his early game deficits. Despite him being so far behind, he'd still provide some massive shields. And you don't want Facility to get to late game Kog'Maw, he would outscale, but that's the guy they want to catch.
Going right in there, the Wild Growth was using a Lantern as well, will bring Vasily back from the danger zone. Going actually losing more health there than that of LMQ. They did, of course, take that top tower. The mid one is just a couple of auto attacks for San. And once again, they're going to pull off to Baron.
That's a lot of damage sustained by Going here. And LMQ, all they have to do is land more poke onto OMG. All those nooks and crannies we talked about paying off for LMQ so they don't have to face check. No name here.
He doesn't have to do that!
Wow, I'm really surprised that he's done this. I mean, he's cleared out the ward. He knew he'd been spotted moving over there.
He didn't know if it was a two-man bear or not. Yeah, he did actually have to do that. That was my mistake.
He saw them going into the pit, so they didn't actually have vision inside of the pit.
True.
That's what he thought it was.
He knew they were setting up a bait, but he also knew that two people could kill the Baron. And OMG is just using that to pick up that kill on No Name, making this hold even more difficult for LMQ.
And Loveling, every time they come near, especially if it's a single target, no, not scared at all of just jumping over the back, and of course can poke away more than one with those Void Spikes. So OMG then, Culling again, going to come out from San, to be honest, could maybe afford to just tank up that tower just to get those final couple of hits, which he will get from Maxim in one go. However, again, it's a trip to the bottom side of LMQ's jungle, clear it out completely. As we see that one again from No Name, from his vision this time.
Do not see a single thing in Baron. The ward outside, obviously because ward's seeing straight lines, doesn't see into the pit. Kha'Zix's Lucian at this point in the game can very easily two-man the Baron. So he tried to make an escape, but his ultimate was down for a disengage, and he ended up dying.
Oh, they're making a run on mid here. Only Xiao Xiao is there for wave clear. That turret's going down. That thing's dead.
Yeah.
Got it.
What a call there. It's only got...
You are a bit of a prophet, Go. Minions, I think, would have done that all on their own. Seems to be pushed down towards this bottom lane where the minion wave is finally coming up. And apparently they don't even need the minion wave there either. And they're just going to take down that final inner turret of the game. Just a couple of moments when those minions do start to come on through. In fact, no, they're just going to leave it. Take that later. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, again, this is the cautious play that we see under these very tense games where this is literally the game that decides if you continue at Worlds. So, playing it nice and slow, OMG, taking everything on the map. LMQ trying to scale up, trying to farm as much as they can. Vasily at least got his 2-item combo. Got 2-item combos for Xiao Xiao as well. Ackerman has yet to go back though and complete that death cap he spoke of.
Yeah, he actually ended up spending something on wards and probably home guard boots because he's not even close actually to death cap. He's sitting on 195 gold. So he's going to have to do with that amount of underfarm. They're channeling their farm into people that are already farmed as well, just to try and get them into those item breakpoints. Xiao Xiao really trying to power farm for that Void Staff. And Vasily probably working towards either a Last Whisper or an Infinity Edge, depending on if he's planning on targeting Maokai later.
Go once again, round 2 of ward clearing. I'd say round 2, it's more like round 22.
Yeah,
on that
and it looks like the Dragon's going to cycle again. OMG's taking this really, really, really slow. They don't want to get trapped in the Baron pit against Azereth, and even though they aren't crushing LMQ, I feel like OMG has enough confidence in their late game team fight, even if there is a Kog'Maw and Azereth on the other side, that the fact they are taking these small gold leads, it's grown from 7,000 to about 12,000, despite big plays not happening. So OMG is just going to continue to do this until they feel comfortable.
And they are making headway, too, as far as map control is concerned. They've got this entire outer ring of secondary turrets down now. So it is slow but steady, but they are going with that strangulation method. Now, that being said, the hardest line to crack are always those inhibitor turrets because they funnel you into that small area. And this is the point where we may see them finally pull the trigger on that two-man Baron, on that committing to actually killing the Baron. Looks like they will try and bait once again, though. Try and get another pick here. They've got plenty of ward coverage. And they...
But kind of a few of them coming in there, and we see Dada getting a big blast from Xiao Xiao. Pink ward was put down on, be swiftly cleared out again. Dada, I think, taking the right decision here, will recall back home. And then speeds back out. Mikhails is done.
That's a big buy
as well, so that's going to prevent basically more this done from Xiao Xiao coming out. Should give them an advantage again. No wards down. No Name a little bit scared now of actually stepping forward just to put that ward in.
He dies so fast, and when they're getting frozen, it's really only Xiao Xiao and Vasily who've been able to pick up farms. So No Name is just trying to do just as much, if not more, with less as far as his comparison to OMG's farm levels.
And Loveling is about 3 times as important as No Name is right now. Loveling's got not only a tremendous advantage as far as damage and teamfight impact, but he also has a Guardian Angel on top of that. He is a huge threat just hitting level 16 for the evolved claws as well. Improved isolation damage.
That's just going to make it even harder for No Name to try and check things on his own. 4,000 individual roll gold advantage will do that for you. The scouting methods of LMQ are getting more and more dire. They had to use Zerathal just for vision there because they're not able to get enough wards over the wall this time. It seems like this strangulation strategy is about to choke LMQ out.
Whoa! Oh, they're going to make the move themselves. Quick dash out, though, from No Name. Oh, but look at the tree. It's a fast tree.
I am Brute.
Well, that's going to push LMQ out a fair ways. OMG finally committing to the Dragon. Really safely trying to get the wards in, but they know that Baron is low. They have to commit.
Baron goes low. Dada actually taking a big blast. Where is the Baron going? He goes over to OMG. No Name tried to get in. He got out, but Loveling chases him. Vasily is there. The Cullen shredding him down. That gives a reset, and No Name will fall. It's a double for Loveling with the Baron. This is OMG's chance to take in hits.
Loveling is a monster this game. Fully evolved, everyone on OMG doing work. There's not much damage to take out Sand.
There is a flashing go going for Xiao Xiao. There's a shockwave to finish him off. Wild does nothing. More will fall. They go into Ackerman. He's going to be knocked out of the game as well. And that is an ace for nothing. The Baron to OMG. They possibly could try and win here.
That's going to be the game. And what a well-played game here.
They just strangled LMQ out. They never took too big of a risk. The Baron was a bit of a risk, but they had enough strength, and once LMQ committed, they would have won the teamfight anyway.
Nexus turrets do fall. The spawn from No Name won't be enough to keep LMQ in this game. It's OMG to pick up the victory and claim the second spot from Group C to go to the quarterfinals.
And they also ensure that every LPL team in this World Championship makes it through to the quarterfinals. They started the group 4 0-2, but then they won 3 of their next 4, including this all-pivotal win against LMQ to make it through.
And really push Samsung Blue as well in a game where you thought that Samsung Blue was gonna steamroll them as well. So OMG definitely on the up and up. Obviously it was a ropey start for them. It's almost the exact opposite story of LMQ's run here at Worlds. They both started with a 2-0. That fell by the wayside. And that means that OMG will be moving through to the quarterfinals. We don't know just yet who they're playing though, because we have one more game here today in Singapore, and that will decide who gets first and second place. NaJin White Shield versus Cloud9.
Round 2 coming up.
Winner of that game.
3.
Winner of that game plays OMG in the quarterfinals. That's going to be all important. We're not done yet. And every game matters so much.
And that's the beauty, you know. Last day, all these games have been super important. Kabum, who had not won a single game until they played their last final matchup against Alliance, managed to beat them, put all the stress then, I guess took the stress away from Alliance as well because it was out of their hands.
I'm sure they were still
It was
stressed.
a crazy day. I'm sure they were very much still stressed. I mean, we actually saw them watching that game as well, and they didn't look happy bunnies. Of course, it was Cloud9 that, in theory, then put them out of the tournament by beating NaJin White Shield. That means we get a regame of that one in the tiebreaker system, and the winner will then go on to play against OMG, second place in Group C, and obviously the loser will play Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals.
And
We're in overtime.
Yeah, the winner of our overtime match, our tiebreaker, is going to have to look back at this game because there's a lot that you need to pay attention to when you're watching Loveling, who's a guy who last year at Worlds impressed everybody and got a lot of fans, not only because he's a world-class jungler, but also he was a world-class support before that. And he impressed so many people with his innovative jungling routes and the changes that he made. Just using this game as an example, that one move when they had to give up Dragon, they were at a disadvantage. He never wasted any time, and he got so much done on the top side.
And that's the thing about Loveling and the entire OMG team, whether or not they can return to form, because they haven't looked to be playing up to their potential. So much talent on this team. Loveling from last year, cool. One of the best players in the world when he's on his game. Especially we saw even when he was at All-Stars playing with everyone. And going. Long Respect is the best top laner in China. If they can bring their team together, they're a huge threat in this World Championship.
Well, they of course do finish second and will be going through to the quarterfinals. So we're going to head over to Shox, who's standing by with one of those 2014 World Championship quarterfinalists.
Thank you very much, guys. And he joined by Cool, the mid laner for OMG, after making it to the quarterfinals. Talk me through what was a key element to taking down LMQ for you in this match.
你觉得你们战胜 LMQ 最主要的因素是什么？
应该就是我没有选亚索了。
It's because I didn't choose Yasuo.
Well, you guys absolutely did it here, and you're going to the quarterfinals. You're going to be playing or C9 or NaJin White Shield. Which team has your preference and why?
你们现在已经进入了8进4，后面你们会要么是打 C9，要么是打 NaJin 白盾。你觉得你们更希望打哪一支队伍？
我觉得我们应该更希望打的是 NaJin 吧，因为我们在看他们的比赛的时候，觉得可能 NaJin 更适合跟我们觉得更有胜算一点，可能打起来的话，看起来。
We prefer to play with NaJin White Shield because based on the video, based on the match in the World Finals, we believe we got a better chance to win them.
All right. That means some love for C9 here as well. Finally, you guys came into this tournament as a third seed from China. It was a roller coaster. How much bigger can you guys get? How much bigger can you guys grow going further in this tournament?
你们是以中国第3名的这个种子队身份来进入总决赛的，这样一路走过来，你觉得你们以后还有多大的进一步的空间？你们还可以进一步提高多少？能够走多远？
希望能进决赛和韩国队伍好好打一场比赛吧。这是我们队伍来 S4的目标。
We hope we can step into the finals and have a good game against Korean team. That's why we are coming here.
All right, big words. Finally, is there anything you want to say to the fans here and who are watching you from home?
你现在有什么想对你的现场的粉丝以及在电视机还有电脑前面观看你的粉丝们所说的吗？
等我的亚索练好了，下次再给你们打给你们看。
Let me get a better practice of my Yasuo and I'll show you next time.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. Congratulations and thank you very much. We'll be seeing OMG in the quarterfinals, but for now, we're going to break down this game at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. And with that win, of course, OMG will be advancing to the quarterfinals. And it does mean that LMQ is out. So the top 8 teams rounded out. 3 Chinese, 3 Korean, 2 North American. Let's talk about this victory. First thing that I think I have to highlight, picks and bans, top lane Lulu once again. Ackerman went on tilt. I know you dislike the Lulu as well, but let's talk about the picks and how the game played out, Crumbs.
They went for a team comp that was more of a kind of death ball team comp for LMQ. They had the Lulu top, Lee Sin to get through the early game, and then the Xerath Kog'Maw, real late game champions that don't really set up Lee Sin that well early game. And the Lulu fell for a gank in top lane that with the Kazakhs and the Maokai, which just led to a continual snowball of just death after death. And that's why I'm not sold on the champion. It's just just too squishy, and when it gets that late, even if you're a death ball, Maokai is going to outshine you every time.
I think they were really trying to go for more of a siege composition there with Xerath, Lulu. I mean, they had a lot of good poke had they been able to group, but they missed kind of that timing because of Ackerman dying so many times. But, you know, it's not only on Ackerman dying. You have to talk about Loveling, who was just outstanding in the jungle that game, constantly being in the right place, delaying that power spike, getting huge on his own, and contributing massively to that victory.
Yeah, I would have definitely loved to see more just tanky top laners coming out of Ackerman, staying closer to his style of yore. We've actually jokingly started calling him Snackerman because he keeps feeding these games. But, he is a really good top laner, but just didn't show up this tournament. It's really sad.
Yeah, I've really just not been a fan of seeing the mage tops come out. All these Lulu players have been disappointing. Quas disappointed back in the North American playoffs. They nearly 3-0'd LMQ and would have had this spot if he had just had the idea to, you know, spread apart his champion pool more. We've seen the Rumbles do fairly well, the high damage top laners. We saw the Mundo come out from Freddy, do great there. The mage tops clearly aren't working right now.
On that topic, very minimal Nidalees this group stage as well. Not really picked or banned, more so from the previous group stage. Let's talk about the mid game. It felt like OMG had a massive lead and really didn't know how to pressure it. We spent, 13 minutes looking at warding back and forth around the Baron pit. What was that about?
That part really worries me for their upcoming matches in the quarterfinals because they really struggled to close out that game with a 13k gold lead, and eventually the way they closed it was doing a 50-50 Baron smite, just how they're used to doing it in the LPL. That is not going to fly to advance to the semis.
Well, I don't think that was the worst thing ever to 50-50 Baron. They were like 15k gold ahead at the time, and it was a way to force a fight. So even if they had like given up the Baron, I'm not saying it's the best idea. I'm not. I'm not. But it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
And I mean, Crepo was yelling during the desk about their side wave control.
They literally made the game in really easy for entry-level people that are new to League of Legends because the game was only played on 2 lanes anymore. They just completely ignored that side lane on the 3rd lane, and they just kept going back and forth, and then they ignored top lane stacking, so they build up vision control, and then like, oh, look, that wave's really big, let's deal with that, and they lost vision control again, back and forth, back and forth, and then it's like, okay, well, screw this, we'll just try Baron, see who gets it, and we'll play on from there.
And why this is so worrisome is let's just compare this to the last game that we saw with Shield and Cloud9, who are both very good at manipulating sideways.
Higher RPM.
And higher rotations per minute, RPM, the best statistic in League of Legends. But, I mean, look at how Cloud9 won that game. Just fantastic pressure on that inhibitor, and it was just vacant in this game.
Yep. The only stat that is eclipsing those rotations per minute is the number of selfies per minute that Crepo takes. Let's pull up the Baron fight replay, the 50-50 that you guys were talking about. Freak, maybe you can give us some insight about the calls. And, you know, this is OMG really, pushing buttons.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, OMG has been building a lead this whole time. And one thing with sort of people talking about Baron throws is Baron only does so much damage. I think you can actually quantify sort of any ability or something like Baron as a value of gold. At a certain point, the items you have beat what the damage output's going to be here. So as you talk about Monte Cristo, just baiting a fight at all is going to work out here. And OMG's been consistently building a gold lead throughout this, so they're just very, very far ahead. And even with Baron, they're going to fight pretty well. So let's run the clip out. And basically, yes, it's a 50-50 smite, but because a battle's going to be started, because OMG has so much lockdown, it works out. Yeah, Lee Sin's going to come across. Yeah, Jana took some damage, but now he's stuck inside the pit with the rest of the team. We're not in here with Lee Sin. Lee Sin's in here with us. So let's go ahead and start killing people.
Yeah, but imagine if they comboed Xerath damage with Lee Sin. They could have easily stolen that Baron. Kog'Maw Living Artillery, Xerath ulti, and a Lee Sin smite. Timed right, they could just get him, sacrifice Lee, trade Baron for 1.
And if Lee queued Baron instead of Maokai.
Yeah, he would try it, I imagine.
Here's the thing, so Baron buff is nice, but a 5v4 is better. I would take a 5v4, just push down the game, get rid of one of disengage. Exactly, yeah, go in 5v4, drop it in and do a bunch of cool things.
I think it's good for LMQ. This is the best outcome for them, is getting Baron and losing an inhib and holding the rest.
I disagree entirely. As soon as you lose a member of your team, you can't hold your base.
No, that's not true, because the entire game, OMG had no idea how to siege. They never grouped up and even tried to siege at all. I don't think that a 4v5 advantage would have made them click inside and be like, oh, let's just go try to siege.
I think they would have just dove the turret. I mean, you were talking about Maokai was so
Chinese League of Legends.
They could have done it in the
but then why don't just dive anyways if they can do it? What is LMQ realistically going to do at that point? Except that was the best outcome for them, and it could have worked. But just OMG's like
no. I think it totaled to 6 items because it's a Chinese LoL team, so you know OMG are bred in the scene where you dive turrets for a living, like literally. And two, once you have the disengage tools down, the reason they were diving before is because Xerath is wave clearing, Lee Sin kicks them back, Lulu Whimsy's the diver and Wildgrow, so you push on, and then the box comes out, but you get rid of the safeguard and the kickback, and now you've got a way in. And the Xerath ult's down, so you have another way in.
Well, either way, LMQ did not do any of those things, and they lost. Right, the North American versus Korea rivalry in Group D isn't over yet. We do have that additional tiebreaker game coming up to decide who takes the first place spot in the quarterfinals. A few moments ago, we did actually have the coin toss to determine side selection for our tiebreaker game. And after actually winning, NaJin White Shield will be getting to choose the side. I'm glad you know that. It's impressive. They did actually opt to go blue side in that matchup. The 2014 World Championship continues in just a moment. Guys, stay with us.
Here's the rest of the team collapsing in. More goes down. Ackerman has to flash away. Dada under the turret here. He's actually going to fall as NoName comes around. Dada actually taking a big blast. Where is the Baron going? He goes over to OMG. NoName tried to get in. He got out, but Lovely chases him. Vasily is there. The Cullen's shredding him down. That gives a reset. Flashing, going for Xiaowei Zhao. There's a shockwave to finish him off. Wild Total dodging. More will fall. They go into Ackerman. He's going to be knocked out of the game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a tie-breaking match between NaJin White Shield and Cloud9 to decide who will be the first seed going into next week's quarterfinals. Here's what's at stake in this match. The winner of this game will avoid Samsung Blue and the top half of the bracket and will be seeded against OMG and the rest of the Chinese squads in the bottom half of the brackets. The loser, of course, will go against Samsung Blue and will be seeded with the Korean squads and Team Solo Mid. So there is a lot to play for. Cloud9 brought us to the tiebreaker by taking down NaJin White Shield earlier in the day. And I want to start talking to you guys about what we can expect from this particular match. We do know White Shield are blue side. Crumbs, I know you felt very strongly about picks and bans in terms of which side Cloud9 is stronger on. Why don't you kick it off?
I think that Cloud9 is a very strong blue side team, as Monty pointed out earlier, and unfortunately for them, they lost a coin toss, so they will be having to play on purple side, which is not a strong side for them because that means that High's champion pool can be dwindled severely, unlike on the blue side. And that's the way that NaJin White Shield beat them the first time around, and I think that is going to have a big part into this next game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Cloud9's strategy is, because in order to defeat that, maybe they change up their bans, some of the Alistair bans that we've seen on red side, bans like that. Do they leave those up and try and perhaps bait them out? Are they that confident? I mean, we've also been talking a lot about Balls' Rumble on the desk, and all-time professionally, Balls is now 16-0 on that champion. So that is ridiculous. I mean, Dade Zed is up there in terms of win rate as well, but this is one of the most dangerous champion player combinations of all time.
I still disagree with the fact that High's champion pool in that particular game was the reason they lost. I think the Talon Zed matchup did well, and we saw earlier as well that the Talon can actually just go head-to-head with Zed to a point where it depends on the rest of the team how they play the game. And Cloud9 fell behind early on all the other lanes except mid, in my opinion, and they should have lane swapped that game. And I feel if they would have done that, they could have actually won that game relatively easy. So, yeah, while Hai didn't have the winning lane and couldn't enforce his will upon the map, he could still keep that mid lane even and then just have the rest of his teammates play 4 against 4.
See, I kind of agree with you in a way, but the game that we saw Talon do well against Zed, he was 2-0, 2 kills up before beginning to 1v1 Zed, and that allowed him to really get going. And they lost. They were winning the objective game as well, which allowed him to have a lot more global gold. But I just think that that Hai, as a player, it's not the champion necessarily being bad, but as a player, you saw in the previous game when he played NaJin White, he was making a lot of smart decisions by moving around the map and generating plays for his team to follow up on. I don't think Talon is a champion that he's so comfortable on to know the limits of how far can he go and how far can he push the opponent to react to him and be able to capitalize on it with his team.
Well, Freak, we haven't heard from you yet, and I do want to move on to the predictions for this one. Who are you picking to win the game and why after everything that we've just heard?
So, Crumbs, first of all, can I take some of your power real quick?
Oh, no way, man.
Denied. Denied.
I'm going out on a limb, and I'm hoping I get to be the real prophet. I'm going to say Cloud9. I'm going to say Cloud9 takes first place in the group. I think they are in high spirits. Teams that are in high spirits tend to win games really well. And also, I actually think because of all this extra emphasis on Rumble, Red Side helps them a bit because there's not enough bans for the Blue Side team to lock things up. The 2 picks first round for Red Side will actually be a big thing for Cloud9 here.
So Freak attempted to take the Prophet's powers. The Prophet is next on the prediction list. You denied him. Who is actually going to win this game?
Now, one thing I've learned from all these games is that the most important thing is to not take into account the emotional state of these teams. Just ignore all of that and just think about it so only on strategy and picks and bans. And that's what happened in the previous game. And I'm going to go with NaJin White Shield for this time around because I think the purple side and hopefully a Rumble ban if they want to win is going to benefit them.
Monte Cristo.
Yeah, I'm going to take NaJin White Shield as well for the reasons Crum stated. And I think they'll come up here and it'll be a clutch game. And I'm hoping they win as well because what I really want to see, really want to see, is Save versus Going in the quarterfinals.
Well, we'll see if that's a reality. Final prediction, Crepo.
Part of me agrees with Freak. I don't think no one man should have all those powers. So I will go with Shield here, and I'll follow the Prophet into a glorious victory.
Well, we'll find out. To get us into the game, we're going to send it back over to the guys at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And it is time for our final game here in Singapore. And if the last encounter is anything to go by, this should be an amazing game.
Absolutely. The last game was so ridiculously close and tense for the first 51 minutes, but a lot of that gets set up in the picks and bans.
And as they said, the important part of that, it was determined by a coin flip. Cloud9 do not get the blue side this time around. We'll see if they can actually do it from the opposite side of the map.
Well, before we actually get to the champion select, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, as Kobe mentioned, it's NaJin White Shield with Save in the top lane, Watch in the jungle, Goong in mid lane, Zephyr on AD carry, and Gorilla on support.
And on the red side, it's North America's Cloud9. Up top is Balls in the jungle, Meteos, mid-high, AD carry Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
So I'm going to go back to the question that I had just a couple of games ago when it comes to Champion Select. We heard the thoughts of the analyst desk on that front. What are your thoughts, Jack?
I mean, Hai's played 6 different champions in 6 games. His success on those champions has been incredibly varied. I think the first pick Zed that has happened in both of these games is actually really critical. I make sure I didn't misspeak there. I'm pretty sure NaJin White Shield first picked the Zed when they played him.
Yeah, they banned Syndra, then picked Zed away.
Yeah, getting Hai off of his comfortable champions, he hasn't shown much comfort on things outside of Zed and Syndra, I think is critical. As nice as it is to have balls on Rumble and the stats to back it up that he always wins on it, I do think that Hai is the factor here.
I also do like the fact that Balls didn't play Rumble in so long. It's like this kind of sleeper pick for him. Yes, when they were on their crazy run and they were at the top of North America, everyone was like, oh my God, we got to ban it against Balls. But it hasn't been done in so long. And then he resurfaces here at Worlds. That is a mandatory ban now.
Yeah, gone this time around. Syndra will also be taken away. Other side, Thresh away from Gorilla. Rise away from Save from Cloud9. The final banner of Shield, Alistar.
That's really interesting. It basically tells me that Save was not prepared to play Alistar in a high-pressure match. However, the 2 bans they threw onto Rumble and Cinder were super high value, and unless Cloud9 wants to give up a Zed, I think they have to give up Zilean. They try to give up both so that they get one of them.
Well, it was Maokai. Zilean is through. Will Shield take that first?
Picking Zed into Zilean if they do take that first is really difficult. I've almost never seen a Zed work against a Zilean mid.
Yeah, that's a really tough position Cloud9 have put themselves in. Maybe they take a different tact here and focus on the bottom lane, because we talk about so much the impact of the bottom lane from Shield in that first matchup. when they have Sneaky performing well early on, it's such a huge boost for Cloud9.
I also think what White Shield did here was brilliant because they either force High into a really disadvantageous matchup, Zed versus Zilean mid, or they get Zed for themselves and they put Zilean on the board.
All right,
that's
split push. We talked about split push last time from High with Zed. This time around, Balls. He's had a lot of success with Nidalee split pushing before, and this isn't a champion that has been popular so far here among the Chinese teams.
The teams that have not been able to play it have banned it away. It's very much an NAEU thing that.
Well, the thing is,
and it's a save thing too.
Exactly. The team they're playing right now is the team that actually did use it in Korea as the AP Nidalee up top. But Zed will be answering that split push from Nidalee.
And Lee Sin goes over here, possibly at least.
All right,
to
man.
watch.
Yeah, so many things here for Shield. They get the #1 pick here for Goom, the #1 pick here for Watch, and that Zilean. So Cloud9 had to give up a whole lot to switch over to this Nidalee split strat.
I mean, that's just the way the picks and bans fell. I feel like Shield played their ban cards really, really well. And then when they first picked that Zilean, they basically made it so High couldn't play Zed. And it guaranteed a late Zed pick for White Shield, even though it had been the first pick in the previous 2 matchups.
They did secure something for the bottom lane, though. Talked about that. They took the Corki away from Zeph and got it on Sneaky again.
Yeah,
he had a
it's
strong...
come to this. Corki, first AD carry picked.
Yeah. It's Worlds, chat. We're everything comes full circle.
So for Cloud9, what do they go into? Of course, the game #1 between these two teams, it was, in fact, a Talon pick for High against the Zed of Goom. Didn't work fantastically for them. 274 was what High played on that, but they're not going to go that way just yet. In fact, they're locking Elise in the jungle there for details. Taking away Janna as well for Lemon Nation, which you have to feel then maybe just leaves the Nami pick for Gorilla.
So they take Elise over Kha'Zix because they don't want to have to go with that late game reset mode. They want to make that push with the mid game of Corki here and rely on those picks.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
with Elise,
at this point, the Elise is just to stop straight up dives from NaJin Shield. If someone gets in a little too deep, they try and stun and just run away at this point. They are really focusing on disengage here because they're going to be trying to split push.
And of course, as I mentioned, Nami for Gorilla, I just totally overlooked the fact that, you know, Zilean was already locked in there. We will be seeing Lucian full Zephyr and a
classic save.
Top lane.
They've done it before.
Save, yeah.
Classic save. It's something that they did a lot of over in Korea, and it's a pretty darn good answer to a split pusher because Kassadin can keep up with people until the rest of the team arrives to finish them off.
So for Cloud9 and for High, not on his screen in particular, what will he go with against Goong? As I said before, game 1, NaJin Shield versus Cloud9. Goong took away that Zed early.
Again.
Was the talent pick, and it's going to be the same matchup.
Now, he actually played the matchup fairly well last time as far as the laning phase goes. The mid game,
it doesn't fit with the team, though.
The mid game gave them problems. Well, if you think about them having another split pusher and him trying to go lock down Kassadin and silence and try and burst him, then maybe.
There's also the chance here. So much of NaJin Shield's composition is built around preventing split push that Cloud9 may sneakily have a better team fight now. One of the big things you want to get against Zilean as well is AoE damage to make his ultimate targets difficult to choose. And when you throw in Corki and Talon, that's actually a substantial amount of burst. It's almost like Cloud9 switched tactics a little bit at the last second and said, actually, we have to be able to team fight.
I mean, Talon is good at killing support Zileans before they can actually get their ultimate
During
silence. It does rely on Medios, getting High a good start to this game though. And Talon versus Zed is by no means easy in the beginning.
And we saw in the lane as well, ultimate came up for High, used it instantly, pretty much every single time to actually just clear out those waves and have that lane dominance. We'll see exactly how High plays this matchup here. And of course, the teams are in a tiebreaker for a reason, so this match could really go other way. But you guys can always tell us who you think has what it takes to grab the #1 seed by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag NWSWin or C9 win. Definitely going to be an interesting one. It was an epic matchup when we saw this one just a couple of games ago to set up this tiebreaker match. And we're going to do it all over again. NaJin White Shield versus Cloud9 for the top seed in Group D.
It's going to be such a crazy battle. Even if it goes one-sided, because it has so many implications, as we saw, the bracket implications. Winner faces OMG, loser faces Samsung Blue. 4-2 tied, first place in the group. What a better way. There may be a few better ways if we had some crazy three-way ties, but one of the best ways you could close out this amazing group stage we've had in Singapore.
So early game then. Before we even get to that one, I mean, if you think back to LMQ versus OMG, there was some craziness at level 1. For now, though, it looks like just a little bit of damage being exchanged. Watch actually waiting in the death bush. Lemon Nation on the bottom side will put his ward in, and they basically all ward right in front of each other. Balls actually getting the most damage down here at the start, trying to force save off, but he got his early ward too.
Yeah, when that 1 minute mark comes down, all the trinket wards drop. Make sure you can see the late invades. Top side lane swap here for Shield because they saw balls on this side and Sneaky down bottom. So they don't want to have to do Zilean in the lane phase versus Janna.
It might also be the fact that they don't want to do Kassadin against Nidalee in the lane phase. Kassadin sometimes used to get 80 carries laning against him, or even Talon, stuff like that. 80 champions in lane, especially with balls starting the game with 79 AD, would destroy the Kassadin. So
yeah,
the swap is definitely for sure.
That is the difference here. We mentioned Save using that Nidalee, but he actually used it AP, North American Nidalee, traditionally Bruiser.
Triforce. There's 2 people, balls.
Yeah, that was
not the best of trades.
An interesting one. I guess it didn't spot Zephyr actually going through there with him. Either way, see early damage coming out for Cloud9's. For NaJin's duo lane. Down bottom, Sneaky is all on his own. Got a free time there, at least for now.
And it's the double jungle start for Shield, of course, because they were the ones initiating the lane swap. They had their top laner with their jungler from the very beginning.
Yeah,
very
that's a cleaner start.
Very good early start for them. Ball's going to have to start his jungle half-life here.
Actually, when they went to do the red buff, while Balls helped with the damage for Meteos, he didn't take any of the experience. So they're trying to get Meteos ahead of Watch here rather than get Balls ahead of Save. Which is kind of crazy in my mind because Nidalee needs to pull an advantage for split push.
Well, at least the good thing for Balls is that he is a range champion, so him plus Lemon isn't going to be the most disastrous of lanes, and Cloud9 have actually laned Lemon and Balls together quite often, especially since the North American regionals. Now they have 2 range champions, and they should be able to scrounge up some CS up here.
Pretty big level discrepancy they're going to be walking into, but Zilean isn't tremendous until he gets a few points into his bombs.
So that gives Balls his first CS as he gets into lane. Actually on the other side for Save, he will be going towards that bottom lane. Flash to start, got a couple of wards as well just to make sure that he doesn't get caught out in that what will be probably a 1 versus 1 scenario against Corki.
We only saw 1 trade in the mid lane, but already Goong has got a large CS lead here over high in the mid lane.
Sent him back,
sent him all the way back to base. Got that giant 10 CS lead really early on. It's going to be difficult for the mid game then for Cloud9.
So Watch going to try and stamp his authority on this top lane. It's going to be hard to lock down the Nidalee especially. That shield of Janna, and I think Watch seeing that no real opportunity available to him there. He has decided to back away. Zephyr actually going to go aggressive here onto Balls. That's a lot of damage back though. That is a lot of damage back. Zephyr forced to now get on the run. 1 more auto attack comes out and he's going to be burning the pots.
Balls does not have Q yet, that's why. If he could get a mark and a Q, they would have gone aggressive there.
A lot of people say
no takedown yet.
Nidalee is like an 80 carry in lane. You can kind of see that there. Zephyr not respecting the damage from Janna plus an Nidalee, and it definitely cost them no sustain with the Zilean there, and kind of giving the lane back to Cloud9 a little bit.
Meanwhile, down bottom, of course, Kassadin having a hard time against Corki. Melee trying to CS with his Q, staying back and using his flask for regeneration. He's still controlling the wave very well on his side of the map.
These lanes right now, even though NaJin White Shield had the initial good move on it, are quite favorable for Cloud9. The top lane and the bottom lane seem to kind of be going their way. Corki against Kassadin is a completely lopsided matchup, and Balls and Lemon are definitely holding their own here against Zephyr Gorilla.
See how that experience disadvantage for Balls does turn out, though.
Yeah.
Especially if we have jungler intervention. Right now, though, Meteos heads mid, gets seen by a pink ward. So Goong knows he's under attack.
Oh, Meteos will dive in there. Actually, the flash away from the cocoon. I think it was a wise choice in the end. And Goong will stay alive in there, but is now vulnerable once again.
So, Watch pinging
level 6.
on the
High's
top
pretty low.
side. Watch comes in for the gank on the other side, and once Zed gets level 6, High has to move back off the wave and respect it. He needs his level 6. Oh, Meteos getting collapsed on.
Oh, this could be bad news for him.
That pink ward saw him.
Oh, saves come up from the bottom as well. He's going to flash the Dragon Pit. Oh, but the death mark takes him over, and that will pop and be the first blood going over for Goong.
Meteos didn't check that bush for the pink ward, the super common pink ward at the back of your red. A little bit careless there from Meteos. Didn't check around, got seen going to the raids. NaJin White Shield, they waited. They waited for him to commit inside there, and they laid their trap, called Watch down from the top side. Great communication and great bait there from Shield.
Plus the timing on the ultimate from Goong right as
going
to
to
be
jump over with them.
Super easy conversion for their kill there, and that's just going to make life harder for High in that mid lane. Goong looking strong on that set. It's been such an important pick between Goong and High.
Let's have a look at some CS numbers here now as we approach 10 minutes. Obviously, Nidalee having a much better time than save on Kassadin, but the mid lane, High has managed to claw his way back in the CS. Between the AD carries, it's Sneaky that has the advantage at 66 to 57. We'll see if he can keep that up. He's got 2 levels over Save as well, which makes it a lot harder for Save to get in there and farm.
See here. I mean, so the reason why Meteos invaded that side of the jungle
didn't get that much damage down. Zillion is also helping experience in the lanes for NaJin White Shield, which is something that cannot be understated enough. It's one of the reasons it's such a powerful pick as the support. It was the big reason Goong got level 6 before High, and also Save hitting level 6 on Kassadin. This is going to be a very strange looking game, just because Goong is not, Zed himself is not that great of a team fighter. Kassadin needs a very long time to turn on. There's some very low damage from NaJin White Shield across the board, and Cloud9 is also going to be with a bit of a split push strategy again with Nidalee. These teams don't necessarily pick very tanky champs when they've played each other, even though all these top lane tanks we've been seeing, not in Cloud9 versus NaJin Shield games.
Certainly not. Kassadin versus Nidalee this time around. See how that all factors into this one. Sneaky gets another big wave onto his turret. And actually, Save is going to be changing lanes now. He's headed up to the top lane.
Well, if he's level 6, he feels like maybe he can stay with the Nidalee. But that's a pretty scary matchup for Kassadin, in all honesty. He has a Catalyst and a Crystalline Flask. I think he's just going to be trying to survive that. And they wanted to be able to match up a VF Sword Lucian with Corki.
Also, it does give them more security as far as the mid-game Dragon. Matching teleport for teleport up there. Save did not have to burn his.
Oh, there's the death mark going down. High is maybe in trouble here once again. Not enough damage put down by Goong. Watch was also a little late to that party. Might just force High to back out a lane. Of course, the Flask will help with that, so seems like he will actually just stick around for now. But if we look at the wards, we were just talking about Dragon and the control of it. That's all blue wards down there.
And that's all 4 pink wards here on the bottom side for NaJin as well. They do not hesitate to lay those down very early in the game. High going in for a little bit.
Took a lot of damage for that trade. High definitely not getting the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, Shield are already making the call towards Dragon.
Cloud9 needs to run away right now.
Oh, Watch coming in. Can he land the Q? High almost stepping into it, but he's going to be in trouble either way, and it's Goong that gets another one. A 2-0 Z.
Are they going to dive to Meteos? They probably are. Zillion Ultimate is on save. He will need that as well as the turret takes him down. They won't quite be able to finish off Meteos, but Save gets his Rift Walk back up in time. Elimination coming around to get the slow, but it's on to Lee Sin. NaJin White Shield backing off.
Yeah, just a great move by Shield right there, using their superior ward control to catch High out of position. Talon will not have a very good time in this game if they can continually collapse on him. Additionally, they got the teleport away from Balls and still have decent control over the Dragon area.
And again, it's the entire team of Shield lending a hand in those vision wards very early on. They all are paying their dues. Now they've got very deep coverage as well inside Cloud9's blue jungle. So this control over the river, 11-minute Dragon here on the table. Both teleports were used, so if anybody goes top to match save, it evens up the pressure.
Cloud9 also must be a little worried about this Zed. Ahead in farm by considerable margin, 2-0 with those kills as well. Could be a problem for them as we move on. Just to keep tabs on Balls versus Save there. 82, let's call it 60 CS at this stage. So Balls still holding on to a considerable lead.
Yeah, and it's the control here by Shield, though, that's mainly keeping them ahead. Barely getting the repel out. That probably would have been his life.
Oh, we're seeing a big reason why Cloud9, before this stage, had prioritized banning that Lee Sin against Watch. Watch having a significantly better performance here on Lee once again. That is going to be the early Dragon for them. Chasing off Meteos, just chunking him that much is enough to get them Dragon.
One step ahead of the game in a lot of ways. However, that's a bunch of damage bottom lane.
Oh, forcing out the ultimate from Gorilla as well. He actually went back in there, realizing he could just ult himself in case those big missiles hit, but actually will be used with nothing pushed back. So, looking at the gold, 1,500 in favor of NaJin White Shield.
So Cloud9 here, they really do got to make use of what's strong for them. And Balls with that extra CS and gold lead, still at an experience disadvantage going up against Save, because Save keeps moving around the map so much better. So really, maybe a play down bottom here with the Corki Janna could be their strongest points.
Yeah, it seems like
level 9.
If Shield just has such a huge level of control, it's kind of like watching the advantage OMG had over LMQ last game, where they just get a slight edge and are conservatively and smartly using that advantage. You can see more pink wards out of the map, some nice invades, and they're always chunking Cloud9 down before they try and make a big move.
A full blade completed on Goong right now means he can take somebody out of a fight instantly. He doesn't even have to kill a person. If he just ults and does one combo on a person, even if he's not able to secure that kill, they will get an objective off of it.
Yeah, starts the strangulation as well. The blue buff will be taken away by Watch. Had to smite that one down with the presence of Meteos as well. It's a blue buff steal, and any blue buff steal is a good one from NaJin White's side of things.
They can also easily just feed their own over to either Save or to Goong in the mid lane. They would have rather had that blue buff on Goong so that they could give the other one to Save, but they'll take what they could get, denying more experience from Meteos. Just completing the Ancient Golem, he's still extremely squishy because the base HP from it was taken down quite a lot, and it scales only
good roam.
Additional
really good roam.
items.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Paul's going to have the death mark onto him. Is the damage enough? It is. Goong's on a killing spree. All 3 kills for Shield are sat with the mid laner.
It's going to be the dynamic duo there with Kassadin and Zed. 2 well-known assassins that are usually seen in the mid lane get to team up. And if they go on the same target, there's really no escape because of their closing capabilities and their burst.
That early blade already completed. That's the ult from Goong. Didn't even have to burn Ignite. Pretty easy kill. Bottom side of the map, though, is Cloud9. They try and make a push down there since everything from Shield was committed top.
Yeah, at this point, Cloud9 almost has to accept that the Zed and Kassadin are going to be able to roam and kill someone and have to be able to take advantages and ward control when those things happen. So a large roam up towards the top lane from Goong, but Cloud9 does respond in a very good way by getting deep vision in the red side jungle of NaJin Shield and also by taking the bottom turret.
There's that blue buff that we were talking about on Shield side of the map. Goes to Goong. rather than on to save. So, how does that set us up? Fluidity, a long sword sold out by Goong, and he's going to go straight towards High again. Constant harassment. Goong's roam has allowed High a little bit of free time, though, to get some farm back on his opponent.
Man, it really does set up Goong for domination right now, though. Uh-oh!
Where Watch coming in, and there is the kickback, and High trying to get the kill, but not got enough damage at this stage to go through Goong. And yeah, Gorilla was there anyway, had the ultimate available to him, should he need it.
It's the way the cookie crumbles right there. Goong, level 11, in large part because of the Zilean experience. Just a more powerful ultimate than High. Despite getting kicked back there, if High was level 11, he probably gets a kill back.
Plus, he's got 3 kills on Goong right now. Plus,
they're trying to bait a Rift Walk here. Not to be.
Oh, save. Heading further and further up this lane.
There it is!
There it is, Riftwalk coming in, save though, will head off to the other side. Flash already used, where's the next one? He's going further into enemy territory though, and this is going to be hard for him to get away. There is the spear landing, another Riftwalk. Lemon Nation will get the Zephyr and the knock-up of the Howling Gale. His balls against Cloud9's first kill, but Shield are pushing the bottom lane.
Yep, they committed everybody for it. 3 members top, so Shield shove a turret, and here goes Goong mid.
He's coming straight back down on top of him. Managed to get away from a little bit of that damage, and a good cocoon will actually stop Goong from chasing through.
Still burns a flash though. Goong is creating so much pressure on the map. However, that kill top lane, while it was attempted to be responded to by Shield, they could not get the turret, and it looks like Cloud9 takes another turret to keep this game pretty close.
Dragon coming up in just over a minute though.
High still not level 11. He should get it on this wave.
Yep, there it is. Himself, pickaxe, brutalizer, a couple of long swords extra in there as well. A brutalizer was just done for Goong, and look at the preparation here for Shield. If you look at their inventory, full of wards in preparation for this next dragon.
Yeah, and they already had vision control. What I was about to talk about, they've got the deep wards in the blue side jungle already. Plus they have all these true sight pink wards and sweepers ready to pull it out. Every single person going to come. There's no way Cloud9 will have vision, and the double assassins are way too threatening. This is basically Shield Dragon right now, even though Cloud9 are working with their double Trinity Force spike right now. Corki's got his, Nidalee has hers, but she probably needs to... Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Back off.
At this point, Cloud9's playing with the lights out. Even if they have 2 Trinity Forces, they just can't find targets. NaJin, Shield will get the jump on almost any conceivable fight. Cloud9 might have the strength to get a fight, champion-wise. The vision is not cooperating.
Lacking completely. Goong going to try and flank around. One ward that they do have, funnily enough, will spot Goong, but they made it a little bit obvious to him. Did get a good blast onto him, but that dragon available for the taking. Cloud9 going to try to get back into that area with some wards. They even tried something on the towers there. They are going to go in high, going to be knocked back. He's finished off another kill for Goong. The ultimate is on to watch as well from Zilean. This could be a complete whitewash. Balls is going to fall. It's a double. It might be a triple. There it is for Goong. He's now 6-0-1 on Zed.
Goong is going off, but it's all because the ability of Shield to collapse so quickly. Watch, save, Zilean, everyone piles through, and Cloud9 just cannot get the upper hand at the start of a fight.
We're seeing how important blue side first pick is in this matchup of these two teams. When Sneaky going for the duel!
Oh,
they got him!
He's going to get the blue buff there as well. I thought Zephyr was going to dash away, stay safe with that.
Teleport coming in as well from Nidalee, actually.
Oh. Is that play from Sneaky going to be enough? Goong looking to kill him!
Oh, he actually missed.
Kill from Balls.
Ignite coming in though, and Balls is now going to be chasing through. Can he actually finish off Goong though?
Gotta land a spear.
Oh, there is a spear dodged away from, but here comes Meteos, and there's the shutdown.
Wow.
Finally, they stop Goong.
That solo play from Sneaky, dueling Zephyr, gonna earn them actually this dragon. They've got plenty of wards.
What a miraculous turnaround.
They're gonna get
this dragon. They were completely starved in vision control. They got triple killed in mid lane by Goong, but they get a shutdown worth a whole bunch of gold, plus the dragon. Cloud9 keeping it close.
Little bit greedy, I have to feel there from Shield. Zephyr probably could have just got away from the danger of Sneaky. Let's watch though that fight once again, starting with that triple.
This is the importance of that Lee Sin forward watch. Every time he's controlling high so easily, getting that vision on him. Goom, it takes away all of the counterplay that Talon has in this matchup, and Goom just goes crazy all over the team, flashing in for the extra kills.
The fact that he could get the initial kill onto high without using his death mark just made the chase potential of that fight even greater. And you can see Lemon Nation, Jan is probably the best peeling support in the game. You can't peel what Sword is bringing to this game with casting his edge.
Gold remains close though. Just a couple of thousand between them. We'll see now that a Ghost Blade is done for Goong on top of his Blade of the Ruined Kings. Infinity Edge for Zephyr. Rod of Ages. Needlessly large rod in the top lane for save as well. And White Shield moving back in, trying to set up what they had before here, which is complete vision domination of that bottom side of the Cloud9 jungle.
Goong is such a monster on Assassin. This Zed has been so great. With the Ghost Blade now, what is Cloud9 going to do to peel him? Basically, they have to be able to either get the initiation on him, which they can't do until they can clear vision, or they need to find a stun onto him the instant he goes in for a death mark, which puts so much pressure on Meteors.
What's the plan here for Cloud9? Actually grouping with 4 on the top side of their own jungle. There's Watch actually spotting balls, trying to get the slowdown. He already pounced away from that. Zephyr, he is pushing that bottom lane out as well. They could move through the jungle with all that vision they've got. They know how safe or dangerous it could be.
Yep, they're flanking around on the 4-man squad here of Cloud9. Sneaky's in the middle though. He's the one with the longest dash with Corky's Valkyrie. Trying to get this turret and sneak out.
Oh, save gonna go for him. There is the Valkyrie though, over the top of the wall. Turret actually survived that onslaught. So that's still for the taking there for Cloud9. Wood level is up on towers and bring us to just 1,000 gold difference if they can pull that off. But White Shield once again just starving the jungle.
And funnily enough, Balls is building for his split push versus the Zed and versus the Lucian here. He hasn't built magic resist for his matchup with Save. He's looking to actually try and deal with Goom.
There is the potential that Cloud9 can be stronger in team fights at a certain point of the game. It is before Save hits his really crucial item thresholds. If Balls and Meteos can stack enough armor, since it's just Lucian, Zed, Lee Sin, they may become somewhat unkillable. It would be the point when Sneaky has a QSS and Meteos and Balls have some completed armor itemization. Would be a very strong point in the game for Cloud9. However, if it waits too long and Save hits like a 500 AP point, all that armor stacking would get shredded through by Caston. But as far as AP mages go, Caston has very low sustained damage.
Right now, Save just completed his Zanya's Hourglass as well, so he can actually have the confidence to jump in and proc that, then wait for his Riftwalk to come back up, allowing for much more aggressive plays with this Caston to catch out members of Cloud9. Use that slow as an initiation.
That was nicely done from Goom, slowing them down, actually doing quite the chunk of damage to the Lemon Nation as well as he was chasing through. Cloud9 trying to flank around and get some work done. There's a good scan will reveal 2 wards actually that were placed previously by Shield. We will see Goom headed back off onto the side lanes to start pushing this one back out.
Yeah, you can just see the tension growing in this game because Shield, once again, had a pretty big edge. But Cloud9 is finding ways to delay the game. The question will be if they can somehow get a split push going. They're really blocked on that by how farm Goong is on Zed right now. And they're just kind of trying to play this dance back and forth. If somehow Cloud9 could get vision control around the Dragon area for the next contest, they might have a chance of getting a team fight. At the moment, though, they have no answer for Zed, and they're really just trying to force aggressively. Zed may try and collapse. The split push would actually be a better option for Shield right now.
Save is flanking around back. Here comes Goom. They're looking to close the trap. They have him surrounded.
Early Valkyrie from Sneaky. Here comes Zed from the side, but can't really 1 versus 5 at this stage. The team a little bit far away to help if he'd have jumped right into them. There is a big bomb actually coming through onto Gorilla, forces Zilean low. There's Save actually diving in. This could be what they're looking for. Zonia's will be used a little bit earlier. The Cully comes out. Death mark from Goong as well. Sneaky does go down, and Goong in the back is still alive. They keep going. Cassidy chasing through. The burst is massive. The kick comes in. Balls, what is he doing? Stepping forward there. Will be able to pounce back behind the turret, but this is going to be an inner for Shield.
If Hai is forced to use his ultimate defensively, Cloud9 has no chance in team fights. Cassidy will just chase through. There will be no retaliation potential. Zed will be free to kill Sneaky, and it'll be curtains for Cloud9.
Yeah, Shield have so much control of this game. Their assassins can play so aggressively. They have this Zilean backing them up. All that damage onto Hyde. There goes his ultimate. Goom dives in onto Sneaky and even flashes over to proc enough damage so his death mark will get the kill before backing out. They don't even need to use a Zilean ult this whole time. There's that reinitiation from Save going in for the slow that we talked about, getting them another kill. The chase potential is ridiculous on this Shield team.
Here's the question though. They actually have Deathmark down temporarily. Cloud9 coming straight back to the Dragon fight. They may be able to try and jump the gold back. If they lose yet another fight and a Dragon though, it's probably game.
Cloud9 really need to be the ones getting the jump here. They have to get some burst in with that silence of Hai. Hai actually has his three main items, the armor penetration with his Tiamat extra proc. But they're shoving down 2 lanes and they're trying to make use of the ball split push up top.
This is, I think, really good for White Shield actually. They get the Dragon plus the ability of collapsing. If Cloud9 gets caught here, Hai's already canceled his recall. They
what a fake!
Faked it out actually. They're going for a turret.
They're going to be caught here though.
Yeah, Shield have just seen that happening, so it's going to be a turret for Cloud9.
Cloud9 pretty much has to fight in this situation. We know they're not very good at running away. Where's the ball, CP? Where's the catch from the rest of White Shield?
There they are spotted. The initial damage comes in. Save will dive towards Lemon Nation. It's Hai that will be the big target though. It's Zephyr that gets that one. Save will continue following. Gets Lemon Nation. Looks like Corki is home free though. And Meteos, I believe, is also going to be safe from this one. Maybe save as well. Watch actually gets in off the wall. Lands the Q. The kickback from
Balls
Meteos.
going for an inhibitor turret.
The jump off. Meteos will go down, but Balls is down there. TP will come in from save though to stop that.
You can tell Cloud9 are desperate right now. They're trying to sneak out any sort of trade that they can get, but they're just so far behind that Shield can collapse on them. Shield doing a very good job.
Gold at this stage though is just increasing. 6,000 in favor of NaJin White Shield. There's Balls getting back towards that bottom lane. Actually no wards directly on that bottom side of the map. There's a big line from the blue buff of Cloud9 all the way down to the red buff of NaJin White Shield, but currently Balls not spotted, so got a bit of time on that front, but can't really afford to go all the way to that inhibitor. Hai joining him though. That might actually be a decent little team to pick off the likes of Lucian.
Definitely seems like they would have a chance. They're putting almost no emphasis on Baron here for good reason, because every time Cloud9 has tried to posture around an objective, Shield has come out very victorious. So they're just hoping actually that Shield would go for a Baron, or even try and push that bottom wave so they can get a kill.
The thing is, Cloud9 have to get several of these sneaky sort of cheating trades in a row to catch back up. They're in such a deep hole right now that they have to pull off something crazy by pulling Shield across the map. However, Shield are the ones with the extra mobility on these assassins, and it's very, very difficult for Cloud9 to make that maneuver repeatedly. There's just so much ward coverage of Shield. They can see almost every move that Cloud9 are trying to pull.
Still for now keeping both Balls and Hai down on the bottom side of the map though. They've just spotted Hai. They've seen Balls' position as well. It looks like they're trying to close in. Credit to Cloud9 though, they've got wards down to spot that counter attack coming. Allows them to actually get away. Goom going towards Lemon Nation. Couldn't quite get on him though with a Ghost Blade.
Luckily Ghost Blade cooldown is only 45 seconds, so you can try again with that one. They're really trying to force around Baron here. If White Shield gets any type of pick, another great escape by Cloud9, they'd be able to get Baron, but the split push down bottom will kind of put Shield on a timer here.
Interesting, they're sending Corki down here as well, and Shield can see that, so they're forcing this Baron because they see 2 members committed down bottom for Cloud9, and they do it really, really fast. Can Cloud9 shove in on that inhibitor turret in time?
Gorilla trying to keep Balls away, but Balls doing a lot of damage. There is the Baron picked up. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, Save struggling to actually hold on. They're going to go for Save as well. Sneaky will Valkyrie in. They've got rid of the turret. Can they finish the inhib as well? Meanwhile, going ham there onto Balls. Not quite enough to get the kill. Watch comes in. Great monsoon from Lemon Nation. Meanwhile, they do get the inhibitor. I went back though to Save. Ultimate came out of Gorilla, so he focuses on Gorilla. Gets the kill. Sneaky gets Zephyr. Save did finish off high though.
Sneaky's getting collapsed on though. Here comes Watch, and he's followed up by Goom.
Oh boy, but you can see the
Balls
rest of
and
Cloud9
on the trail.
Where's he gonna go from this one? Watch coming around, and he's managed to stay alive. Lemon Nation and the rest of the team backing out.
So again, Cloud9 trades an inhibitor with White Shield. It's kind of the same thing that they were able to do last game, a 6,000 gold disadvantage and a traded inhibitor. They clearly can't win team fights, but can they pull off the same magic again?
This is one step on the road back to even footing for Cloud9. This is one of those tricky trades that they were able to make. And they called down Corki, they brute force, shoved in on the turret, and then committed to save. So once Zilean gets here, High decides to go back in on save to pop the ultimate, but he gets so much area of effect damage here because they're standing right next to each other with his ultimate that he's able to turn around and get the kill on save only because of this exhaust.
The duel between Sneaky and Zephyr on the other side was ridiculous. He got an Infinity Edge crit right in his face on top of the Triforce and just destroyed him. That's the mid-game.
Second time that Sneaky's been able to out-duel Zephyr in this game alone.
Shield have got 2 men pretty deep in Cloud9's jungle there. Meteos was just recalling right in front of them. Ward goes down. There's a Dragon in 40 seconds coming into play as well. Shield gonna push this mid lane up first of all. Save pushing top as well, or will be, once he actually reaches that wave.
Ball's going for the split push down bottom at the exposed inhibitor. Gonna try and put some pressure on those Nexus turrets. Now, a side lane of super minions will eventually take down a Nexus turret if left unattended. Balls does have
time when Balls played this split push game.
Lemon Nation takes a blast. I mean, Shield here.
Balls is in on the turret.
They're not recalling. There we are. Save recalling. Can they stop? No. Save come from.
He got the silence.
He got it. Get it. No, he didn't get it. They came through, but Balls is going to surely take the turret down. He does. He might pay for it with his life here. Bomb on top of him. Save gets the kill, but it's a Nexus turret down. Looks like he'll be an inner turret down for High as well.
Guerrilla warfare tactics for Cloud9. They're striking from the shadows, all places at
now
once.
Shield needs to make a decisive move. They're afraid of getting backdoored, so they're trying to take an inhibitor of their own, but they give up the Dragon. Cloud9 needs to defend their base now.
Cloud9 attacking from every side. Multiple points of threat here, but now Shield make the call to go straight up mid, and they are going for inhibitor.
The thing is, Shield must know that Balls' teleport is up. They can't operate in a base race at this stage, surely.
There's nobody to stop their backs, so it's not that scary for them to do that. They can all just blue pill back.
High did a very clever thing there. He worked like he was going for a Nexus turret. He actually took turret damage, and that immediately stopped Shield's ability to push the mid lane turret because they had to defend.
They didn't even get the inhibitor turret because he made that threat. Interesting little feint there from High. He's commanding this squad of Cloud9 so well. Even when down, outmatched with so much more gold on the other side. These guerrilla warfare tactics striking over and over. Cloud9, such a good tactical game here when working with less.
And we're saying a load of gold behind, but that has shrunk. I mean, 4,400. Yes, it's a lot of gold, but it's definitely not an amount that they can't come back from here. And all this time that they're saving, of course, slows down Shield with that Baron buff on.
And if there's one thing that has stood out about Cloud9, it's been their teamwork and team play. Ever since they joined the North American LCS, that is generally what has historically separated the Korean teams from the North American teams, is their ability to play the mid and the late game and the map. But Cloud9, they came back from behind in the first game against Shield today, and they are actually on their way to do it again.
And it does take its toll on High. He's usually the guy to start off the fights and start off the initiation. You can see it in the scoreline. He's got 6 of the team's deaths, but he is controlling all of the members, making those calls. And again, they're shoving bottom.
There's 2 people bottom. If Cloud9 gets caught, by Goong at this juncture, they would lose their inhibitor, but you can respect that Shield is actually paying this Cloud9 split push.
Yeah, recalls are coming in here from Shield, deciding not to stick around there, and they'll try and force this bottom wave back towards Cloud9, who, you know, Shield, if we think back just 5 minutes ago, they controlled the jungle, warding was all there. Since then, those wards started to time out, and they've not really been able to get any of them back, which means that Cloud9 have walked in and out of this bottom side of the map time and time again.
Something we have to note is Save is rapidly approaching his death cap. When he does that, he will pop a bunch of damage onto balls in split push scenarios and also rapidly increase Shield's ability to collapse on team fights. So as much as Cloud9 has done in this split push, it's just going to become a higher and higher risk with higher and higher rewards.
So, what is next for Shield? They're actually going for High. The Q of Watch, though, goes past, and High just kind of dodging out of the side of that one. 1 minute and 20 until the next Baron comes up. And I'm interested to see what Shield do about that. What decision they make there.
Flanked a little bit by Goong, but I don't think Goong realized where he was. Yeah, there's a really heavy split by Cloud9 here. They could be completely outnumbered. Remember, Safe does have teleport, so in an instant, there could be 5 members of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Cloud9's base.
And there we go, it's Goong to go on to Sneaky, Deathmark down, but it's not enough damage. He has to go back off to the shadows. But it might be enough here to get the actual base. Talon still pushing Baron, they kick Lemon Nation. Oh, what a Howling Gale! Knocks them both up, but the inhib turret is down. S.H.I.E.L.D. are backing out.
Can they stop these backs safely? It's up to the missile accuracy of Sneaky.
That's a lot of prevented back. Talon is free on the inhibitor.
They have them all on their sights.
That's a massive damage as well. One more will take down Gorilla. Flash away. Surely will die though. That's Save now unstoppable.
I didn't get the inhibitor down there. He went up towards mid. He was going to cut them off for kills.
Not killing the
he was going to cut them off for kills, but he actually didn't get anybody.
Oh, Goong coming around, watches there, he goes for Goong.
No, he didn't get anyone!
He doesn't get the kill.
High gets completely destroyed when the pressure is at its highest point. Save kills balls. High makes a poor decision trying to switch away from the inhibitor, and the miraculous turnaround does not happen at this point. S.H.I.E.L.D. gets the Nexus, the inhibitor turret of Cloud9, and does not suffer many repercussions.
Higher risk, higher rewards. Very, very high risk that time around. So close to pulling that one off. But Cloud9 do not get either thing. There were too many things they wanted. They wanted to cut off for the kills. The 4-man squad or 3-man squad in mid lost sight though, and they ended up not getting the kills or the inhibitor. Now they can get pretty easy Baron committing 2 down bottom. They really want to commit.
Just for an inhibitor, they'd have to fully commit here.
Meteos is there though.
Save is already down bottom with Zillion. They can defend it.
He may try for a steal, but it would mean his life.
He's got no flash. It is going to have to cost him his life if he goes in. He goes over towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Sneaky. And he's alive there. He's going to have the bomb, which will finish him off. Balls will force Gorilla away from that. Are they going to try and stop them? We've got Zed recalling. Balls is going for the inhib. There's the Monsoon to stop Zephyr going back. But they get 2 back into the base. Gorilla has the ultimate on himself.
Can he even get it?
Can he get the inhib? He can.
Cloud9 still suffers massive casualties, and the death timers are no longer trivial. That's 50 seconds onto balls, 30 onto Sneaky, and 30 onto Meteos. How quickly can White Shield trade inhibitors but still maintain the Baron buff?
Well, Goong is kind of fast when Zillion's there, speeding him up this entire way. And who's going to be able to defend? High's on the top side.
Remember,
recall.
There is no Nexus turret down on the bottom side, so these minions are going to funnel in towards the last remaining Nexus turret. S.H.I.E.L.D. need to do this very quickly. High is split pushing up top, so S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot go for the end of the game here, just the inhibitor, and then they have to defend.
Saves Castion is the great answer though this time. With his teleport still up and that death cap working on his Void Staff, we've seen his ability to just decimate these split pushes of Cloud9, and he's really been the one to turn on once he got that death cap and start shutting this down.
Well, they're going to go back, pick up the extra gold here to fuel that war chest. Again, another big pickup for S.H.I.E.L.D. All the global gold has been going towards them. They got the Baron, they got the Dragon, and they've traded inhibitors now, so even the pressure has equalized.
Cloud9 is going to have nightmares with that High trying to collapse for a team fight when he could have killed the inhibitor clean out.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Cloud9 holding on just about in this game. See More items coming in across the board. That Bloodthirst is done for Sneaky. Getting out Negatron cloaks. On the player cam, having a bit of a stretch there as well. This is, I think, a pretty stressful game for, you know, an assassin shot caller. Like, he's got a lot to think about this game.
And you can tell they're committed to this bush gank right here. That's why he's stretching out. They're just going to wait for this. This is one of the only ways they can get back in the game.
Oh, Gloom going low. He's going to put the death mark onto High. High's going to fall from this. The death mark is enough. And Gloom survives it. Balls will go down. That's 2 men dead. Gloom pinging the base,
played
though.
that amazingly. I can't believe he escaped that and then turned it around. The base isn't shambles, however.
Yeah, Corky Elise going down. Goong now has recalled. Look at that Nexus turret. So very low. They've gone over a ward.
Whoa, Sneaky. What does this guy have planned here?
Goom, he used both of his blades already.
Yeah, there's no death mark for Goom. Sneaky can actually kill it off here. He's going to go in. Kassadin is coming back. There is Goom. Meteos needs a couple of hits onto that Nexus turret to finish it off. He's going to jump up in the air, but he's not going to escape. And the rest of Shield are still pushing.
Goong is just a magician. NaJin White Shield Houdini, able to get out of that and get back to finish and save the base. Too much. Shield are going to take this one in.
The solo lane performance from Save and Goong, dealing with this ridiculously skirmishy and annoying Cloud9 team who just keeps trying to get those pesky Nexus turrets. They could not. That is the second inhibitor from NaJin Shield. They have surmised control of this game, and they may even try and end.
3 of them there. They're going for High. He has to pop the ultimate here underneath the turret, though, so feeling a little bit safer. Shields are going to go for the victory. There are 2 super minions in. There is Balls going to half HP. He gets kicked away. Is he going to escape? No, he won't. They'll be finishing that one off. They kill off the 2 Nexus turrets, and NaJin White Shield are going to win the tiebreaker map, finish first in Group D. Cloud9 get the second spot and will face off against Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals.
Such a ridiculously close game. Cloud9 nearly pulling off the miracle comeback, but it's actually Goom who is the magician today. So many clutch plays down the stretch, Save with tremendous map control on his Kassadin, and Shield get first in the group.
Whew. So this means it's going to be them, or Cloud9 versus Blue, and it's going to be TSM versus White in the next stages.
The top of the bracket
gonna
will be Samsung, White, and Blue versus North American teams. The bottom side of the bracket will be 3 LPL teams and NaJin, White, Shield.
Absolutely insane stuff, and you can see from Cloud9 there, you know, that kind of game, you hold on for so long, you make these big clutch decisions that sometimes work out for you, sometimes they don't quite, but they've done, I guess, what they really came here today to do, which is get through the group stage and get into the bracket.
Yeah, there was a big emotional roller coaster after beating them the first time, so they didn't have to play the tiebreaker for the group. This time they were kind of playing with house money a little bit, trying to get first place.
Well, it looks like Cool will get its wish. He wanted to play Shield. He wanted to start facing Koreans as early as possible.
That's an interesting way to do it. Some teams would argue that avoiding the Korean teams is exactly how you want to play it, but I guess if you're going to win a world championship, you've got to beat the best of the best anyway.
Yeah, that's the way it's going to be. I can't wait for the quarterfinal stage. Only less than a week away before it gets underway. The 2 teams from the group stage here in Singapore will be the last 2 quarterfinals play to maximize their ability to prepare. That's kind of a happy yet somewhat disappointed Cloud9 team. You can see they're still relieved to make it through the group stage, but they were oh so close to taking first place in the group.
And you can't imagine the pressure as well, I think, on these guys. You know, sitting up there, sit down and say, okay, we have to beat NaJin White Shield to secure our spot. And then, you know, we got to play them again at the end of the day to see if we can take the first spot and try and avoid Samsung Blue at the end of it. For Alliance, you know, that they didn't really have that luxury. That was kind of taken away from them by the group.
Three-way playoff. We were so close to a three-way playoff right there. We could still be going for hours on after this if things just went a little bit differently. Honestly, these group stages were way more than I expected coming in.
and both of them as well. I mean, let's not forget, last week in Taipei, we saw Tiebreaker as well. EDG losing out to AHQ, had to play them again at the end of that day as well. So I think we can safely say the group stages have been very, very exciting. I have to be honest, they were better than I ever imagined.
Had a great time in Taipei. We've had a great time here in Singapore. It's only going to get more exciting, too, because next we move to Korea.
Yeah, and we're going to have a little bit of a rest in between then. I think we're all a little bit fried after some amazing, amazing games. Now, though, we do have shocks with one of the members of the first place team from Group D.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing by here with Gung after that victory and taking first place in the group. First question, just a little before this, C9 managed to beat you guys out. This time, the annoying split push was back. How did you guys deal with it this time around?
오늘 C9과의 경기 첫 번째 경기도 그렇고 지금 두 번째 경기에서도 스플릿 푸시에 많이 당하셨었는데 두 번째 경기 때는 어떻게 대응하셔서 이겼었는지 설명해 주세요.
네, 일단 C9 선수분들이 좀 이리저리 다들 나눠서 게릴라 전술을 많이 펼치더라고요. 그래서 저희가 제드를 갖고 있으니까 제드는 1대1에서 가장 강하기 때문에 제가 이제 한 명씩 계속 끊어내면서 이제 저희가 기회를 잡자고 했어요.
Like C9, they were all over the map and they were playing this guerrilla tactics. So, but I was playing Zed, and which is very strong 1v1 champion. So I was just hunting one of them down, each of them down, and that's how we won the game.
You had a fantastic game on Zed. What were your thoughts when Hai picked the Talon again, a matchup you'd seen in the first game versus C9 already?
이번에 하이 선수가 탈론 뽑았을 때 다시 한번 제드 탈론 리매치였는데 탈론 픽을 봤을 때 어떤 생각이 드셨나요?
네, 저 같은 경우는 제드 대 탈론이 엄청 자신 있는 편이라서 상대가 탈론을 해도 저는 오히려 고맙다고 생각하면서 했어요.
I'm very confident when I'm playing Zed against Talon, so when I saw his pick, I was very thankful.
Now you get to go to Korea and play the quarterfinal versus OMG. Cool said before, I'd actually like to play NaJin Shield because we think we can beat them. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
OMG의 쿨 선수가 나진 실드와 붙는다면 이길 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기했었는데 그에 대해 어떻게 생각하시나요?
네, 저희 같은 경우는 이제 8강에 올라오면은 어느 팀을 만나도 솔직히 다 자신 있다고 생각했는데 이제 이렇게 그룹 스테이지에서 약간 고전했지만 저희가 좀 긴장을 많이 해서 고전을 했고 이제 8강에서부터는 좀 더 멋있는 모습과 이제 좀 더 다듬어진 모습으로 상대할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Even though we struggled a bit during group stage, I think we were a bit nervous and we didn't play our best. So we're going to prepare much more for the quarterfinals, and I think whoever we play against, we're very confident that can beat anyone. So yeah.
All right, well, looking forward to that matchup. Congratulations and thank you very much. And as for us, we're going to go over to the desk to wrap things up.
Thank you very much, Sharks. And congratulations to NaJin White Shield taking the top seed in the bracket. Let's talk about the game before we move on to the quarterfinals. I want to start with picks and bans. I think it was an interesting composition that NaJin White Shield put together. Not totally unexpected. And top lane Italy. We've finally seen it. Definitely didn't show up as often as we were expecting.
Yes, this was kind of interesting here. Cloud9 definitely, I thought, had really good map play eventually with this team composition. It's a lot of heavy split pushes, a lot of duelists, and then a pretty good defensive team with a Corki and Janna sitting back. What I didn't like, though, from their picks and bans, though, was I feel like Cloud9 pinched champions really weirdly. On red side, your main goal is to basically pinch 3 champions, where blue side gets 1, you get 2 high priorities yourself. Nidalee and Corki both didn't feel like pinchable champions, whereas like banning Lee Sin, taking Kha'Zix, to me would have been the more obvious choice for setting yourself up for a powerful composition.
Monty?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. The thing is, though, is the early takeaway of Nidalee really... NaJin White Shield is a team that likes to play Nidalee in the top lane. And just to go over to picks and bans here a little bit, what people may not know is that Save will play Teleport Zed in the top lane. And so what was so intelligent about Shield's pick and ban process here is that since Save and Goong both play Kassadin and they both play Zed, they didn't actually have to make a decision about where their lanes were going until they actually saw that final pick, which gave them a lot of versatility. Now, what I didn't like about what Cloud9 was doing is we've seen very similar compositions with an AD Assassin mid and Nidalee top from NaJin White Shield in the past. But what Shield will do in this circumstance is instead of building a Trinity Force Nidalee, they will build Sheen, and then they have the option, the Nidalee has the option of then building into Lichbane and Chalice and having an AP Nidalee. Because their problem was that they focused a lot on one type of damage with that composition, just overwhelming amounts of AD, which made it easier in turn in the long run for Shield to itemize again.
Talk to me about the Nidalee top. I know you quite like the pick in that setup as well, Crepo.
Yeah, I'm a big Nidalee fan just because I feel she 1v1s almost any lane, and she's incredibly good in 2v2s. Put a range support next to Nidalee, and she will come out of the lane swap less behind than the enemy top laner in nearly all the cases. The only thing that can really rival it in my opinion, is a Ryze and a range support. They did really well. You saw that early as well. They couldn't deny them anymore. They were struggling. At one point, Nidalee even came close to a kill. The only reason I feel like you could swap into a Nidalee is if you just want to keep her down. You don't want her to become a split pushing monster if you have no way for doing that in lane.
Now, something I point out with the Nidalee is that I'm almost certain that Boss has never played against a Kassadin top as Nidalee. That is not a champion you see in North America ever. And it's only almost exclusive to Korea. And I don't think they expected that, because when you think about that matchup, you're like, oh, I wouldn't want to take that matchup. And they lane swapped, and they were doing pretty well in the lane swap. But the Zillion passive allowed Kassadin to get the levels he needed to make sure that when he swapped back into Nidalee, he was able to actually lane from a little bit of a CS deficit.
Yeah, I really like the Nidalee, the Zillion pick router as well, because I really like Zillion with two high damage, high mobile assassins that can just go in, and when the enemy team tries to kill you, you just cock block the with the ultimate.
Wow. Right, let's get to the replay really quickly. Pull this one up onto your screen. The mid game played out in favor of NaJin Shield for the most part, but Cloud9 really made Shield work. They put a lot of pressure on this bottom lane. They, got the inhib down, I think, twice. Let's roll the clip out, and Crepo, maybe talk to me about, the way Cloud9 was trying to play this. This is the play that eventually led to the Baron for Shield.
When you're this far behind, all you can do is open up the map and try and bait people into overkilling your split push. Right here, he barely gets out and just gets enough damage, and this is a mistake. There's a Zhonya's and there's a Zillion ulti. Neither get used. Balls recognize he doesn't have to chase that anymore, and he goes for the inhib. He will get that inhib at the end, paying his life for it. But that's the way. If you can't deal with him 5v5, you need to open up the map, and Cloud9 did that brilliantly. They pushed bottom, then they backed off. They pushed top, then they backed off. When White saw an opening in mid, they went all the way down to mid. Cloud9 said, okay, well fine, you get mid, we'll trade both sides of the map for you, and Wild should realize that, and they had to base. So Cloud9 was dictating the tempo with a significant, as best as they could from a position behind.
Yeah.
And that was really beautiful to see.
They did play really well from behind, it has to be said, but Shield is used to these kind of circumstances as well, so...
There was a lot of respect from Shield as well.
There was, definitely. I think that was just a fun game to watch. I really enjoyed it. It was pretty darn even.
It was the opposite of what we saw earlier.
Well, final thoughts from Freak.
Yeah, I think it's just unfortunate. Cloud9 gave away so many early leads. Meteos walking into a pink ward, getting first blooded there. I mean, Goong hard carried this game, and you saw how damn smart Cloud9 was. If Goong wasn't 9-1-10 this game and Watch didn't get probably Lee Sin, it's probably a Cloud9 win.
Well, we'll have to see. They're going to have some chances to prove themselves against some other Korean squads. Now that our quarterfinalists are set, let's actually look ahead at the 2014 League of Legends World Championship shifts to Busan, Korea for 4 best-of-5 elimination matches.
Victory for Samsung Blue. Pentakill! A complete shutout coming in for Samsung White. This was a quick one, that's for sure. Team Solo Midvans, you have yourself a North American team into the quarterfinals.
NaJin White Shield, despite the heavily behind in this game, turning around.
What a game for World Club, though.
And a convincing win once again for Cloud9.
Absolutely incredible. The Singapore group stage was phenomenal. The Taipei group stage was phenomenal. Thank you for everyone who watched, and thank you for the teams playing. The action gets underway on Friday, October 3rd with those quarterfinals at the Bexco Auditorium with Samsung White taking on Team Solo Mid. Then on Saturday, Samsung Blue will clash with Cloud9, followed by Starhorn Royal Club going up against Edward Gaming. Finally, OMG will face off against NaJin White Shield. The bracket is locked in very heavily. North America versus Korea in the top half of the bracket, and China versus Korea in the bottom half of the bracket. Let's talk about some of these matchups and what we can expect. Monty, you're itching to get in there.
Yeah, one thing that has been kind of reiterated by fans and some of the casters throughout this tournament is the following statement. You ready? Got my rose-colored glasses? Hey, wow, you know, Korea doesn't look as strong this year. They're actually beatable. But when we take off the rose-colored glasses, when compare this to last year, okay, last year a Korean team failed to make it out of the group stage. Fnatic and Gambit made it out of the group. Gambit narrowly lost to NaJin Blacksword, and then we had SK Telecom win, right? This is actually the first World Championship where we have 3 Korean teams in the quarterfinals, and Korea went 16-3 in the group stage. If anything, to me, this says that the Korean teams are more dominant this year than they ever have been before.
The Prophet, I hear you sighing. What are you adding to this,
I can't
Crumbs?
argue with that.
Stats don't lie.
Exactly.
What matchup are you most looking forward to, Crumbs?
I am looking forward to the most Samsung White versus Team Solo Mid, because I have been deemed to be eating shoe soup, and I don't think that will happen.
Well, we'll see how that works out. Freak, talk to me about some of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know for sure. I feel like this is the worst win rate that Korean teams have yet had at Worlds, though. They've dropped a fair number of maps, a lot of 4-2 teams. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
16-3. Ozone didn't even make it out of groups. I think Ozone alone lost more matches last year than the Korean teams as a whole have lost so far.
All right, fair. But as far as matches I'm actually looking forward to, honestly, I am looking forward to EDG Starhorn Royal Club. I think that's going to be a very fun match of different styles. We'll see who ends up being top dog in China. I also really want to see Cloud9 versus Samsung Blue. I think C9 are going to continue to improve. We can see how smart they are. I want to see how they rival the best strategic team in Korea as the best strategic team in the West.
Okay, but before I get your opinion on this, we did ask you guys earlier in the day our Twitter question of which hype train have you boarded for the quarterfinals and why. You've heard some of the guys talking. We do have a tweet that I just want to talk about very quickly from the Sleepy Player. All aboard the Gorilla hype train. He makes so many plays for his team. If you let him have Thresh, nowhere on the Rift is safe. After that terrible pun that you had before the video, what are you looking forward to for the quarterfinals, and is Gorilla on that list as well?
Yeah, he is. I think all the Korean supports are on my list. I'm taking notes every game. I'm just looking mostly for the top side of the bracket, because either NA is getting an epic upset, and I'll be happy, or we'll get the team kill in the semifinals, which will be really interesting, because those are sister teams. They've scrimmed a lot against each other. They know each other in and out, and in a best of 5, that can lead to some beautiful League of Legends.
And we've already had 2 best of 5s between Blue and White this year, and Blue won both of them 3-1. So it's been a really, really good match. The games are always awesome in that, so it'd be fun to see it.
All right, well, there is one more that's come in that I do want to read as well from @lolshades. I'm still on the TSM hype train, although they have a very slim chance of making past quarters. I'm still a believer, as am I, because I want to see him eat shoe soup. Guys, thank you so much. Those were some great answers. We'd love to hear more. Keep tweeting to us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag Worlds. I want to thank all of you once again for joining us, both in Taipei and Singapore. We'll be seeing you all in Busan. In the meantime, I'd like to thank our special guest analysts, Crepo, Prolly, Crumbs, Doublelift, Monte Cristo, as well as Freak, D-Man, Joe, Riv, Jet, Deficio, Shocks,
and Quickshot.
And from myself and the rest of the World's broadcast team, guys, thank you for watching. We'll see you all next week.
All right.
In the heart of Singapore, the second group stage of the 2014 World Championship will be taking place.
The Super Minions would end the game as long as they keep Alliance occupied. He gets bubbled in. Will they be able to get a good fight out of this? Zanya's thrown down in from balls, and it looks like they're actually pushing Alliance away from their base. This is
Again, Fnatic decide, screw it, let's take it. Back range onto Acorn. We'll get the one. Hard will be the next one.
We have had some insane games today.
But they're going for Yellow Star. Second man down. Make that third and fourth. Pepe will fall. It's an 8 for OMG. And that's going to be the game.
Group stages at this World have been so exciting.
Cyanide and Pepe both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in and gets the pentakill. The pentakills, man.
There goes the equalizer, trying to spread the fight. You're going to see Deft on the backside. He's getting hit up, but he's able to take down more, even with no name on him. They're going to win! Next turret is almost about to go down. Down, the Lions down. Kabum! They flip the fuse, and Kabum goes to dynamite.
Play the best we ever will, and I'll be happy.
Sneaky coming around after using his QSS. It's going to be Cloud9 to win this one. They take out what? They're going to Zephyr. It's the 8 for Cloud9.
The group stages have been very, very exciting. Had a great time here in Singapore.
What's up, everybody? The World's Preview Show continues here in Busan, Korea for the 2014 World Championship quarterfinals.
Yeah, we started with 16 teams from around the world. This weekend there will be 8. Afterwards there will only be 4, and they all want some of that Summoners Cup.
And not only that, we've hooked over Quickshot and Freak from across the Pacific to join us here in Busan.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
So don't touch that browser.
The World's Preview Show starts right now.
Can anyone stop Samsung White? You have yourself a North American team into the quarterfinals.
Will they be able to get it? Pepe up from the Guardian Angel. A few more hits. Will this really happen? They saved the Nexus.
Welcome to the World's Preview Show, coming to you from the Bexco Auditorium in the dynamic Busan, Korea. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining me at the desk today is Shoutcaster and pundit Mr. David Freak Turley, Evil Genius's Chairbreaker, Mitch Crepo Forcefuls, Counter Logic Gaming's AD Carry, Yiliang Doublelift Ping, along with On-Game Netcaster and Tinted Glasses Wearer, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels. Guys, thank you for joining us, gentlemen, and welcome to Busan. Now, as you can see behind us, they are getting things ready for Friday's first quarterfinal series. So let's get this show rolling and take a look at the bracket. First up is one of the tournament favorites and the only team to make it out of the group stage, undefeated Korea's Samsung White. They'll be taking on North America's Team Solo Mid. And then on Saturday, White's sister team Samsung Blue will take on the other remaining North American team as they square off against Cloud9.
Then on Sunday, it's the rematch of the Chinese regional finals as Starhorn Royal Club batters Edward Gaming. And then on Monday, the quarterfinals come to a close with Korea's NaJin White Shield taking on China's OMG.
Now, a quick heads up about the dates on the bracket. Those are when the matches will be played here in Korea. And those dates will vary depending on where you watch the matches from around the world.
And so instead of giving you guys a geography lesson, we decided instead on a graphic that reminds you to head over to lolworldchampionship.com. Once you're there, click on the schedule tab and double check the dates and times the quarterfinals will be broadcast live in your region.
Yeah, very important you do that. But first, let's take a look at the first quarterfinal series. It will be Korea's Samsung White taking on the North American champions, Team Solo Mid. Samsung White was the #2 seed from Korea heading into the group stage, but based on their games, they were easily the best team in Taipei. White absolutely crushed their competition. Not only were they the sole team to go a perfect 6-0 in the group stage, but they had the highest team KDA with 10.72, the shortest average game times, 28.59, and the most dominant player, Imp. White's AD carry amassed 57 kills and a ridiculous 14.14 KDA, the best of any player during the group stage.
And spawning on the other side of the rift in this best of 5 match is going to be the North American champs and huge underdogs, Team Solo Mid. Now, even though TSM was the top seed in their group, they dropped games to Starhorn Royal Club and SK Gaming and finished second overall in the group. That being said, TSM does have the second fastest average game time of all the quarterfinalists, led by their mid laner Bjergsen, whose 7.0 KDA is third best among the mid laners in the quarters.
So we've set this one up, and this match will mark the first time that Team Solo Mid has faced a Korean team in the 2014 World Championship. And I want to ask you guys, what's your prediction on this matchup? Let's start with Freak, and we'll move down the line.
Well, honestly, I think it's going to be a little bit grim for TSM. They are lifetime 0-13 against Korean teams on LAN, so it's a grim picture for them, and I'm not sure they're even going to pick up their first win here.
Yeah, and it just seems like White outmatches TSM in every lane, but the closest one I would imagine is Bjergsen versus Pawn. He can just pop off and carry. Bjergsen is like a really clutch player. He's really solid and consistent. He can carry a single game.
Yeah, going off that point, if you would go down the bottom lane, that's where things get a lot less close, in my opinion. I think Imp and Mala are probably the best bot lane in this tournament. Imp has shown up to prove that he's one of the, if not the best AD carry in this tournament, let alone the world. And I don't think Wild Turtle and Lustboy have what it takes to match up against that.
Not only that, but I mean, we start talking about the jungle as well. Amazing. When we talk about him, he does tend to be fairly predictable as a jungler. He likes to camp in that mid lane. And Dandy Man, he is so good at getting reads, at researching his opponents, and setting up for counter ganks. That is his style. And Amazing's going to have to be really, really unpredictable to beat him at that game.
Now, Monty, I remember you saying something about White being a better version of TSM in many roles. Is that an opinion you still share coming into the quarterfinals?
I mean, absolutely. I think it's really undebatable. Yes, Bjergsen is a great mid laner, but he's a great mid laner in North America. Pawn is a top mid laner in a much stronger region. And yeah, Bjergsen can carry, but we kind of go down the list and we're like, well, these guys are good on TSM, but they are utterly fantastic on Samsung White.
Well, we'll see if TSM can step up. This is the second trip to Worlds for the members of Samsung White, and even though they've already improved on last year's performance, they are not satisfied with just making it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah. This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals. Go wild, boy.
롤드컵이라는 무대까지 와서 막상 바로 탈락하니까 뭔가 어떡한 느낌? 나락으로 빠진 것 같아요. 세상에서 더 피하고 싶었어요. 너무 부끄러워가지고.
삼성 화이트 롤드컵 2위로 진출을 확정 짓습니다.
So Ozone, they won the spring season in the Korean League.
작년 롤드컵 때 조별 예선인 벌컨과의 경기였었는데요. 조1위 예상했었죠, 저 그때 당시에는. 8강 가면 4강 그냥 무난하게 가겠네요, 이런 식으로 생각했어요. 처음에 그냥 겜비타 때 졌을 때 롤챔스에서 졌던 거와는 다르게 좀 많이 와닿더라고요. 힘들게 왔는데
Gambit, they never let Ozone back in, and there is the surrender. Surrender, brilliant victory here from Gambit.
본능적으로 왜 이렇게 힘들지? 이렇게 싸우면 절대 못 이길 것 같은데 좀 이런 생각을 좀 많이 했었어요. 우리는 우리 실력이 어딘지도 모르고 잘하겠지 하면서 아직 우리가 처한 상황을 모르고 있어요. 픽을 뭘 해야 될지, 초반 운영을 어떻게 해야 될지 아무것도 준비된 게 없어가지고.
Is going to be hit. That's a flash ball from Diamond. They've got him. Everything is burned. This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, in
다대 선수가 한 말이 있어요. 그냥 못하니까 지는 거였다고. 내가 나 스스로 뭔가 나에 대한 의심이 있는데 잘 안 되는 게 당연할 수밖에 없었던 거. 하루에 거의 한 6시간 자고 게임만 했어요. 나를 믿으면서 게임을 하다 보니까 우리 팀도 점점 올라가는 느낌이 들었어요. 롤드컵을 가기 위해서 순위 결정전이 남아 있었는데 그 팀이 마침 전 시즌 롤드컵 우승자 팀인 SK텔레콤 팀이었어요. 페이커라는 그 이름 때문에 저희 미드라이너를 그렇게 신뢰를 갖지 못했어요. 제가 미드라인을 계속 봤거든요, 게임을 하면서. 보면서도 그냥 믿기지 않았어요. 그냥 저희 팀 미드라이너가 폰인지 페이커가 우리 팀인지 막 우리가 지금 페이커랑 게임하냐고 너 페이커냐고 그냥 그런 식으로 계속 농담해줬어요. 결국 저는 페이커 선수를 솔킬 4번이나 따게 되었죠. 감독님이랑 코치님이 저를 안아주시더라고요. 이번에 진짜 잘하자고. 아, 우리가 다시 저 자리에 갈 수 있을까 하는 생각이었는데 결국 노력해서 오게 됐잖아요. 이번에는 달라진 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같아요. 꿈을 꾸기만 하기에는 이제 저희도 시간이 별로 없는 것 같고 이뤄야 되지 않나 싶어요. 우승하고 싶어요, 지금. 결승은 무조건 가야 된다 생각해요. 그 무대를 한번 느껴보고 싶어요. 결승이란 무대를. 더 열심히 해서 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
Incredible video and 2 takeaways. Let's do it right. And they want to make it to the finals. I want to put this to the panel. In this matchup in the quarterfinal, who do you guys think is going to walk away with the win? I also want you to give me the series scoreline overall. Freak, who's it going to be and why?
Well, you said, are Samsung White going to make it to the finals? They'll at least make it to the semis. Samsung White, I think, easily has this matchup. I think 3-0 would be the scoreline here. They just vastly overmatched TSM.
Yeah, I have to agree here. There's really nothing that you can pinpoint that says TSM has an advantage in this area. It's going to be White 3-0.
Double Lift, you believed in Bjergsen. What is your prediction for the series?
I don't believe in Bjergsen that much. Yeah, it would be silly for me to bet anything on TSM. It's definitely going to be Samsung White 3-0.
And finally, Crepo?
Clean sweep here, I think. Samsung White 3-0.
Well, convincing opinions from the analyst desk here. Now, let's shift away from Samsung White to their sister team and our second cross-Pacific matchup. It is the favorites, Korea's Samsung Blue, versus the other North American underdog, Cloud9. Samsung Blue came into the World Championship as the #1 team from the #1 region, making them the de facto kings of the hill to very many people. However, Fnatic proved to the world that Samsung Blue could bleed, handing the Koreans a surprising heavy-handed loss in the group stages. But despite that setback and some less than dominating performances, Samsung Blue did finish 5-1 with a 6.4 team KDA, the second highest in the group stage. And while Dade got a lot of the love, it was actually Spirit who led the team and all junglers with a fantastic 9.8 KDA.
But on the other side of the rift is Cloud9. They drew into a very tense group alongside Korean NaJin's White Shield and Europe's #1 team Alliance. Cloud9 ended the group tied for first place, earning the first win by an American team over a Korean team for over 2 years in the process. Now, C9 earned their second straight trip to the quarterfinals at Worlds with incredibly smart strategic play. And despite having the worst team KDA out of the 8 squads here in Busan, they certainly got that by killing turrets more so than the champions.
I really like that thought, Freak, because when you see C9 play, they are fairly strategic and, very mental team. Double Lift, when you look at this matchup against Samsung Blue, what is it that stands out to you about the two squads?
Probably the most notable matchup is, for me, Deft versus Sneaky, because they play very similar. They're kind of the consistent, solid carries of their team, but Sneaky hasn't really showed up, and Deft has. I mean, both of these AD carries aren't particularly good in 2v2, but I definitely think Deft holds that advantage. And also, Sneaky is just really a worse version than Deft in almost every way.
Well, for me, it's interesting to talk about the AD carries because to me, in both teams, the AD carries are sort of the glue for the team. Their big strength is their strategic play. They set up fights really well. They set up objectives really well. And the AD carries are there to play cleanup. They'll have great stat lines, but they're entirely set up by the intelligence of their shot callers.
Yeah, and talking about those shot callers too, we're looking at Dade and Hai here, both mid lane kind of primary shot callers on this team, and they've shown a lot of overlap in their champion pool, a lot of Zed emphasis, traditionally a lot of talent emphasis as this tournament rolls on. And I'm very interested in how this is going to go, just because Dade is a very conservative laner, and Hai kind of has a weakness in the laning phase. So if we get the 2v2 in the bot, if we get the 1v1 in the mid lane, then we're probably just going to see a lot of farming early. Now, I think that there is an advantage here for High since he tends to split push a lot more than Dade does, and that may be what allows Cloud9 to do well here.
Crippa, one final thought. We've talked about Cloud9 winning on blue side and struggling on purple side or red side. How difficult is this going to be for them in the matchup?
Well, they've had time to look over the matches and see what they did wrong already, so hopefully they learned their lessons. But they're definitely going to struggle because they're playing against a team that adapts well in best of fives already, and with the inferior side choice as well, so they're gonna struggle a lot.
And with that, what is your prediction for this series and why?
I think both teams, as Monty pointed out, are very similar in that regard. We'll see slow games, but I think Blue will take it 3-1. Cloud9 is basically just an inferior version, but with using the split push that Monty highlighted, that's one way they can break open these games, and that might be enough to win a game, but not more than one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 3-1 for Samsung Blue as well. They pretty much outmatched Cloud9 in every single lane, but you saw how well Cloud9 played from behind against NaJin White Shield. They were down so much gold, but they still managed to split push their way into a win. I don't think they can take the series, but they should be able to take a game.
I agree with you guys. I do think it is going to be Samsung Blue 3-1, and I also agree that Cloud9 has a lot of interesting edges here. They could win the matchup. I wouldn't be wholly surprised. I could see going anywhere from like 3-0 one way to like 3-1 Cloud9. I kind of averaged it out to probably 3-1 Samsung Blue, but really it could go either way. I do feel that.
Final thoughts, Monty?
I agree with you guys. I do think it's going to be that 3-1 for Samsung Blue. I really was quite impressed with the play that we saw from Cloud9, though, against NaJin White Shield. Blue tends to be a more 5v5 oriented team. If a split pusher on Cloud9 gets out of control, if they come in with some 1-3-1 split pushing strats, I think they can take a game.
Well, there we go. Another clean sweep from the analysts, guys. We are just a couple of days away from seeing if these guys made all the right choices, and it's time to reveal which of you got last week's World's Trivia question right.
And of course, this was an open book test, and thanks to the internet, a lot of you guys got a perfect score with Zyra, who was picked 42 times in 63 games during last year's World Championship. In fact, so many of you got it right that you're probably going to need to freeze frame this graphic if you want to see your Twitter handle.
Yeah, and for comparison, this year, Kha'Zix has the most picks so far with 36 out of the 48 regularly scheduled group stage matches. But this week, we're going to make you dig just a little bit deeper if you want to get your name on the preview show. So our World's Trivia question is, which two players tied for the most deaths at last year's World Championship?
Be sure to send your answer to @LOLesports on Twitter and use the hashtag WorldsPreview. Otherwise, it'll count as an incomplete, even if you have the right answer.
Right, we'll see if you can get that one right. Now, let's take a look at our third quarterfinal matchup as two Chinese powerhouses will do battle once more. It's Starhorn Royal Club and Edward Gaming facing off in a rematch of the Chinese regionals. Even though Starhorn Royal Club was China's second-seeded team at Worlds, they were the region's best team in the group stage. They finished their time in Taipei with 5 wins, 1 loss, and the #1 seed out of Group B, led by Uzi's incredible 46 kills and 10.25 KDA over their 6 games. Royal Club put up a team KDA of 6.39. It is the 3rd best in the tournament thus far.
And they've been great, but on the other side of the rift is, of course, in this Chinese matchup, Edward Gaming. These guys are the 2-time Chinese champions and the regional #1 seed. But as we said before, they weren't quite as impressive in their group stage games. BGG was taken out by Samsung White twice and were upset by the GPL's AHQ Esports Club once as well, forced them to play a tiebreaker match to even make it out of the group stage. They had a 4.41 overall team KDA, which ranks them 6th amongst the quarterfinal teams. The biggest actual surprise for this team was the underperformance of their superstar AD carry Name. He had 17 group stage deaths, which is the most for any AD carry here in Busan. However, Name and company are up against more familiar opponents this time around, and they're going to hope to repeat their Chinese regional qualifier victory over Starhorn Royal Club.
This is a series I'm very much interested in looking into because both of these teams had different expectations coming in. Monty, start us off talking about the matchup and what you're going to be looking at.
Yeah, I think this is probably the hardest of our quarterfinal matches to predict because it is so even, because we have one team in Starhorn Royal Club that looks like they're on the rise and another team in EDG that really failed to live up to expectations. And when we look at a featured matchup here, we can talk about Uzi versus Name. Uzi played out of his mind, fantastic AD carry play as his stats show. Name, on the other hand, disappointing considering how well he plays in China. He's really going to need to step up here, maybe lane swap away from Uzi just to get into that more late game status.
Yeah, that was actually what I was going to say as well. Name just didn't impress in group stages, and he will need to show up because EDG apparently is a lot better against teams that they know how to play against, that did their research again. They even said that in the interview. If I know my opponents, that's where my comfort zone lies, that's where my strength comes from. So we will need to see Name step up. But even then, I think the disparity between both teams shown in group stage was already big enough.
A lot of talk about AD carries. Double F, can you chime in?
Well, I'm just keeping my eye on FCCF and Zero, actually, because these guys are so different. FCCF had an underperforming AD carry, so he really had to step up and make those plays. If anyone's going to make the play or the initiate, it's probably going to be FCCF on EDG, where Zero plays a really supportive role. He has that kind of one-man army AD carry with Uzi, so he's just sitting back. The Zero build is rushing Captain's Boots to make your team more fast, so this guy's like a true support in that sense.
And I'm actually interested in this match just in general because it's an intra-region fight, the first we've had so far at Worlds. And overall, these two teams are incredibly close. The actual total record between these two squads is 4-3 in favor of Royal Club, 3-1 in their favor in the regular season, a 2-1 in the Chinese regional finals for EDG. So it kind of depends which of those two teams shows up, the regular season one where Starhorn Royal Club is better, or the playoff Edward Gaming where they won the whole thing.
Double F, that's a question I want to ask you. When you look at these two teams, considering Starhorn, Sean, and Edward Gaming did not, who will show up in this quarterfinal series in your mind?
It's so close, but I have to go with EDG 3-2. It is super hard for me to call because I think it could go definitely either way. But in my opinion, the fact that EDG even made it out of groups with an underperforming AD carry just goes to show this is a really good team. They can work together to win. Where on Starhorn Royal Club, I feel like Uzi is like kind of the pillar of that team, and if they shut him down, then that team falls apart.
Monte Cristo, is this an opinion you share as well?
I'm taking EDG 3-1 here, and the reason why is I think, again, we've talked about this. This is an opponent that they know. This is the momentum they need. They've had an additional couple weeks to work out all the kinks that they were having before. And the other reason is EDG is a team that always didn't do amazingly in the kind of league part of the LPL. But when it comes to the best of series, when it comes to those high pressure knockout moments in the playoffs, they always delivered. And I think they'll do it again here.
I actually think Royal Club's going to be the one taking the series 3-2. I agree EDG has to step up, and they will step up, but I don't think it will be up enough to the point where they will take the series.
And I actually agree with Carpo here. I do think that it's going to be Starhorn Royal Club. I also say 3-2 along with you. And the main reason for me is even though EDG are fighting more familiar opponents, and even though they are a very strong team, it is still the first international tournament for 3 of the players on this roster here, and I'm not sure how well they've acclimated to playing in front of foreign audience, to playing in foreign countries, and I think it's going to be a difficult road for them.
Just before we move on, Crepo, the last time you put your faith in Royal, you tore up a train ticket and believed in the Royal Lucian. That did not pan out to be true. What is the likelihood of the same prediction happening when we get to this quarterfinal?
To be fair, I had a spare ticket in my pocket. I still own that one, and I was still secretly riding that SKT hype train. This time, I actually believe Royal's going to take it.
And also keep in mind, though, Edward Gaming could just ban Lucian, and then there will be no Royal Lucian in any of the games.
All right, well, we'll see how it pans out. Before we get to our last quarterfinal matchup, NaJin White Shield versus OMG, we need to take a step back and relive one of the most intense, unbelievable, get up and scream at the monitor moments in League of Legends history. It's OMG versus Fnatic, World's All Chat Edition.
I have TP when I come back. Coming too. Good. I have TP when I come back. Can I TP top? They don't have TP. I TP top. I'm right behind you. I TP top.
You're
Chase.
Bottom side of jungle.
Can they TP on me?
Soaz trying to be the hero. The recall's coming in, but Soaz is on it. One goes back, the rest come in. He's got the damage here, but the super minions are coming in. I say he's not got the damage for the Nexus. He's down to half HP. He's already used his flash, and he will end up falling down.
Yeah, but they're playing the stop the recall game, and Reckless is on the heels right now. One of the big damage dealers, Gogoing's gonna make it in. Can Cyanide slip in as the spider on this one? Will they be able to get it? Peke up from the Guardian Angel. A few more hits. Will this really happen? 66 seconds. They save the Nexus.
他们大嘴没状态，没事，别急。He's gonna call me Tongar. Just run.
I've never seen a professional game this close.
We needed one more hit though.
Absolutely unbelievable game. Words cannot express how those players must have been thinking and feeling.
I think the team name says it right. OMG.
Right. With that, let's move on to OMG's next monumental task. It is our fourth quarterfinal matchup of the 2014 World Championship. Korea's NaJin White Shield versus China's OMG. NaJin White Shield was the favorite heading into Group D, but things were much closer than their 5-2 record would suggest. Alliance and Cloud9 each secured a win off the Korean squad, and it took a tie-breaking extra game for Shield to walk away with the top spot. Leading the way for Shield was their mid laner Goong, whose 9.57 KDA was second amongst mid laners, making the trip to Busan.
And on Sunday, Shield will be facing China's OMG, who was only picked by one of the analysts on the preview show. But while they advanced to Busan, OMG had a rough but successful time in what everyone was calling the Group of Death. They were the only team in the quarterfinals to lose 3 games. Their 2.95 KDA is the second worst, and their average game time of 40 minutes, 24 seconds was actually the longest among the top 8. But if it wasn't for that amazing base defense against Fnatic, OMG wouldn't even have made it this far. But they did defend the base, they did secure the win, and now they're competing in their second straight World Championship quarterfinal.
All right, let's talk about these two teams just a little deeper, both of them demonstrating weaknesses in the group stage. Monte Cristo, what's your take in this game?
I'm actually really excited because of the save going matchup in the top lane. I am a great lover of top carries, and we have probably the 2 best ones in the tournament going head-to-head in the best of 5. Ryze should be a very contested champion from these guys. Really dangerous to give either of these players. I think Save's deeper champion pool is the edge, as well as Save's willingness to split push when he gets ahead, whereas OMG seems to only have that 5v5 grouping and team fighting. I feel that Shield is more diverse strategically.
I think Going is used to these sort of top lane brawls, though. I think back to their Chinese LPL playoffs against Starhorn Royal Club, where Royal spent 28 of their 30 bans on top lane champions. And OMG still managed to pull out the win there, so I think Going can handle that kind of a test. But the matchup I really like is the mid lane matchup between Goong and Cool. Cool is the primary carrier for OMG. I think he can break the map apart by himself, and the team relies on him so darn much. Goong actually also impressed me heavily. I think he was one of the primary forces as well for NaJin White Shield. If they won, it was because he got a freaking ton of kills, and that will be a very interesting matchup in the mid lane.
And I've just been keeping my eye this entire tournament on supports because I think there's such a skill disparity between a lot of these teams, and this is the perfect example. Gorilla is the guy who made a ridiculous comeback for Shield when they were down 0-7 against Alliance. He was one who was able to pull the trigger and make those plays happen so they could come back into the game. And it just seems to be Gorilla who's just like the glue that holds that team together. But Dada777, really unimpressive. He's definitely, to me, the weak link of OMG. It's amazing that San is even able to put up good numbers on that team with such a lackluster support. So I'm just really going to look forward to watching those two play against each other.
Well, you've been looking at supports and watching them. I'm looking at a support and watching him. Who is your prediction for this quarterfinal and why?
I think Shield's going to take the series 3-1. I feel if they can lose against OMG's brute force style, but I feel if they don't gut themselves with a draft, leaving them with no wave clear at all, they should be strategically better and individually slightly better as well to take the series 3-1.
Yes, I'm also for Shield 3-1. I just think that support controls the tempo of the game so well mid-game and is such a big playmaking powerhouse that the skill disparity just won't be enough for OMG to win.
Yeah, I got to agree, too. It's going to be 3-1 to Shield, I think. And again, it's that disparity in the strategy. If we think about OMG, they don't really do anything besides group as 5 and try and team fight. Shield is a very good team at doing that, and it's split pushing. Also, role for role, you look at this and you say, okay, it's about even. Both of these teams are powered by their solo lane carries, but then you look at the duo lane and you remember that it's Gorilla versus Dada777, and that is just a massive, massive edge to NaJin White Shield.
Well, I actually think it's going to be a much closer match than you guys are saying. It's really hard for me to call. I'm going to say 3-2, and ultimately I will say that Shield is probably going to win. But again, I think it's incredibly close. I think you're overstating the early game of Shield a little bit. We've seen them get repeatedly shut out early on, and OMG are very well poised to strike at that, though I think the strategic power of Shield will probably make them win the series. Again, 3-2 Shield for me.
I like hearing the difference of opinion, and we'll see which opinion is going to come out on top. So you've heard what these guys think and who they feel will be advancing to the semifinals. And now it's actually your turn at home to pick him. Head over to pickhim.lolesports.com to choose your winners for the knockout stage.
And even if you didn't get your picks in time for the group stage, you have a second chance. From now until the start of the first match, you can make your choices and share your picks with your friends to prove who's smarter. Like, for example, in hypothetical situation, whoever chose OMG to get out of the group stages on the analyst desk.
Who was that?
Just saying, right? Well done, Freak. Well done, Freak. All right, anyways, let's recharge your neurons with some of the completely insane plays straight out of Singapore, or as Reckless can now call it, the Penta. Coming in at number 5, Spirit and Dade in perfect harmony.
Drawn out, spread out team right here. Trying to get the little skirmishes, but it goes Spirit!
Straight on, perfectly placed on towards Cool. They get themselves a double. Lock around the side. Lovely tries to escape here, but that was a very quick, clean double kill by Dade.
This was blue. As soon as they group up, huge advantage.
Boom.
Take that combo.
And number 4, it's Tinones with the wicked play.
They're going to try and push up mid as quick as possible. Alliance have to swing around and sweep and try and cause this one. The charm catches on Wicked. Tinones goes in. He's got him. He takes him down.
And at number 3, Balls puts Cloud9 into the quarterfinals with a well-placed equalizer.
To the side Balls. He's going to be the focus, but he flashes. The Cocoon misses. Oh, they've got the charm on high though. He will put down his death mark. Goon uses his onions. Gorilla low in the back. Sneaky coming around after using his QSN. He's going to be Cloud9 to win this one. They take out one. They're going to Zephyr. It's the aim for Cloud9. They could go through a win.
Coming in at number 2, Xpeke shows that he is a flippin' ninja.
Whoa, shadow used.
Deathmark going down, but is he going to be enough? Dade is going to be a... Whoa!
We have to see that one again in slow-mo.
Xpeke farming that! Not enough to finish off either. The burst just enough to get Peke the kill and survive.
What a pure outplay from Peke.
And your number 1 play from Singapore is Reckless's pentakill.
Oh, Death Rush. Who's going to be the first target? Ackerman actually diving to the backside, but he's going to be going down quickly. Yellow Star actually focused by Vasily, trying to get the reset. There's the equalizer. They've got to walk back over it. Double kill for Reckless. Can he get any more here? He will get more. And now they're on towards No Name. Are they trying to give a pentakill over to Reckless? They are. There's the Quadra. Can he get himself the pentakill? Cyanide and Peke both closing in. There's the slow. Shao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill.
18 kills for Reckless? That's absolutely absurd.
Absolutely insane, Jat. Before we wrap up this edition of the World's Preview Show, let's take one last look back at some of the most surreal moments from the group stage at Singapore. Or as OMG's Nexus calls it, not the last hit.
You almost don't believe that it could happen.
Will this really happen? 66 seconds. They save the Nexus. That's game. That's game.
Cloud9 takes down Shield.
Kabum. They flick the fuse. And I can't believe it, D-Man. What the hell just happened?
This is not Dream Jack.
Yeah.
I believe it. I saw it. I
it
just
happened. Yeah, it definitely happened.